It was so bad.
Yeah, that's just...
And this place got great reviews online, which is one of the reasons why I don't want to trash it. But what did they eat everything that we didn't eat? Like, it was so bad. It's just unbelievable. But hearing these guys talk about tipping, man, look, I get it. You go pick up your food and they flip around a thing and you don't want to tip them. I'll always tip a couple bucks. Like, I never want to be the guy that gets noticed saying, hey, that guy didn't tip me. So I always over tip to a degree. Now, that being said, yeah, you gotta, like, there are people that go on DoorDash and make somebody drive 12 miles to get $3 worth of food. And I think now my son was telling me, because he was doing it part-time, where it's like, you can't cancel, you can't say you're not going to take that order. Somebody has to take it. So if you say you're taking it, you're in, and you got to deliver the damn thing. So, like, hearing those guys talk about it, if you're not tipping, if you're giving a guy like 10%, you ordered $30, you're giving him $3, come on, man. Like, I used to say when I was delivering pizzas, every $10, I wanted $1 in the change. So if it's $20, let's say it's $22 and change, give me 25, and then I'd be happy. That was delivering pizzas back in the day. There was also, like, some places the delivery fee you don't get. So anyway, I don't want to get off on a tangent on DoorDash, but that's exactly what's happening.
No, it was pretty damn frustrating listening to be completely honest. Like, I don't like that we normalize, or people try to normalize stuff like that. Like, these people are doing, again, if he turned, and they made a good point, like, if he turned around, grabbed your pizza and gave it to you and you didn't tip one, like, at a place, whatever.
If somebody drives food to your house.
And it's also not a company car.
Yes, that's what I'm saying. Like, so, like, I did this for years. I made a good living doing it too. It was like cash in hand all the time. Especially for a young kid. Like, I think between 18 and 24, I was delivering food off and on. And then when I got into radio, I still did it part-time. I mean, my first year in radio, I worked for free. So I interned an entire year before actually getting a raise to $8 an hour. Hell yeah, $8. It's like, hey, I'm getting paid to do this now.
Get yourself a nice car, house, all that with it.
And I got that $8 an hour about 2 years ago. So now I'm up to like 12. So it's cool.
There you go.
This place is awesome. No. Oh, but no, man, like, tip the damn guys. I even get upset. I always tip, even if I'm not saying people have to be like me. I treat it like baseball. 3 strikes and you're out. Like, if the food's so bad, I'm not coming back, so you're not going to get another opportunity. But you don't know who's having a bad day, what's happened, your perception of it. Is the kitchen screwing up? Was there something going on? Like, again, I always try to give people the benefit of the doubt, and maybe that's my altruism. But if someone is driving in their car to your house, you should be tipping them more. And I'm sorry for you waiters and waitresses, you're making less an hour. They're ruining a vehicle.
And on top of it, just the conversation that was going on, they were like it was the expectation. Like, I don't need to give them that much. DoorDash doesn't pay much.
No,
the tips are where the money comes.
No, the damn delivery charge goes to the company.
Yeah,
it does not go to the driver.
DoorDash is like a scam. That's why I know a lot of people have said they'll do Uber Eats instead, because DoorDash will take so much money from people. But to that, when you're ordering food on these sites, you have to, it's not just what you're paying for the food wise. Like, you need to take into account, okay, I need to give this driver who, and again, people order in the rain, the snow, all types of weather. And right now,
5 o'clock when traffic's going on.
And you're justifying not, I was listening, I couldn't believe it.
If you're not tipping, you're a scumbag. I'm
straight
sorry.
up.
And if that applies to you, overnight guys, then lace that bitch up and wear it, man. And again, like, even when they were talking about DC, like how difficult it is there, you should be tipping twice as much. If your lazy ass not going to go up and get it and it's too difficult, you should be tipping.
And some of those people riding bikes and driving or riding bikes for a few miles with that heavy hot pad on the bike.
Yeah, man. It's like I got a buddy that drives on a bike and delivers food. And he said you don't have to take the order. You can let the time run down, which I don't know how many people can do it before you get in trouble for that. But anyway, I didn't expect to do the whole first segment on DoorDash. But since they were talking about it, and I literally experienced this, the other thing that happened is, so anytime they forget something in your order, which has happened to me, now I probably order way more than I should, but it's happened to me like 40 times where there's an item missing. Sometimes it's something small. Last night, it was a whole entree. So, like, when you go back to DoorDash and you say, hey, this item's missing, and then they tell you to take a picture of it, a picture of the missing item.
You want me to take the first one they sent me?
Here's my empty hands. It's not in there. Look at this fork. There's no food on it. Like, what the hell does that even mean? So, you send it back, and then they're like, okay, we refunded you $14.63. Did we, and you only have one, you have two choices. Either click yes, I accept it, or no, I don't. And if you don't, guess where it takes you? Right back to the same screen where you clicked on this is missing, and then it takes you back to that same screen.
And you got to take another picture.
So then after I do that, you get to like the message, hey, did we satisfy your needs? Hell no, man. I'm still without food. I got my $14, but there's no food. So, and it sucks for the driver because I don't know whose fault it is. Maybe somebody screwed up at the store. They always ask you, was it tied tight? All those things. Is there any way that something could have fallen out, or did you make a mistake?
Was the driver hungry?
Yeah. Did the driver have a bite of yours? I mean, I've seen some strange stuff, man. So anyway, nice little tangent on DoorDash there. Tip your damn drivers and tip your waiters and waitresses. And if you go and pick up your food and they spin the thing around, you don't want to tip them, fine. I usually throw them $1 regardless. It all adds up. Anyway, sports. Let's talk sports. The Orioles win last night 5-2. We had 3 bombs. We got a lot to talk about today. And Ben, we're going to get your take on Nate Wiggins next. The injury scare yesterday that had everybody going off like, oh my God, this sucks. It was the first, I'm knocking on wood, because if you've watched the 49ers camp, the Panthers camp, the Saints camp, there's a couple other ones you're like, damn, everybody's hurt. Everybody keeps getting hurt. And this was the first major scare.
Maybe Zay.
But Zay was a quad, and it didn't feel like this. The way they were reporting this, like as soon as they said Zay injured his quad, and I don't look, quad injuries can be huge.
Yeah.
But I didn't look at it that way. When they said lower leg injury and had to be, taken off the field, I'm going, yeah, that doesn't sound good at all.
Yeah, well, Zay was immediately being stretched, so that was why it was a better feeling. Like being out there, yesterday, we'll talk about it. It was a completely different atmosphere when it went down. But Minter also immediately saying Zay's fine, it'll be a few days. That helps versus him saying we don't really know.
And he even said, looking at this, we're not sure yet, but we're hopeful.
I think we have some optimism.
That's what it was, because hopeful is different than optimism. Because at least with optimism, you've kind of had at least some sort of an idea that, hey, this might not be as bad. But we're going to get into that. Talk about the Orioles who have a chance to win the rubber match tonight. They also threw in the extra piece in the Adley trade, which when it was first reported, oh my God, this is a haul. And I said, no, Harold Rivas isn't in this one. Yeah, he is. So they ended up throwing it back in.
Did Adley need to play a game for that to go through? Last night he plays a game, and now Rivas is in it.
He's okay, so you guys get Rivas. If he's not okay, you get this guy. Who knows? That guy with the thing. So we're going to have Vinny Serrato on the show. We got World of Stupid, Mike Bordick, Cordell Woodland, Garrett Downing. A lot of Ravens talk today, so we're going to get into that. We'll continue to talk some Orioles and take your phone calls, 410-583-1057. Little Orioles Twins recap coming up at 6:30, but up next, we'll take your calls on Nate Wiggins. How scared were you when the injury came out? 410-583-1057 right here on The Fan.
If you're thinking about it,
every day,
we're talking about it.
That's what I'm talking about.
105.7 The Fan.
Traffic brought to you by Elephant in the Room, a new locally owned restaurant open in Millersville. Hey, it's Rob Long. You already know Elephant in the Room is your place to go for orange and black, but football is just around the corner, and it's also your place to go for the men in purple. Right over there on Veterans Highway in Millersville, go to eatdrinkelephant.com.
Traffic is brought to you by the Holloman Firm, the law firm where you matter.
I'm Justin Holloman. After a serious accident, one of the first things you do is to call a friend, then you choose a lawyer. Why not choose a lawyer who'll be a tireless advocate for you and a friend? Get the legal justice you deserve at my firm, the Holloman Firm.
In a world where summer hunger can strike at any moment, only one chicken can fight it.
Wow. I'm hungry.
I want a chicken sub.
I want chicken and fries. Wow, real fast.
Chicken Palooza is back at Royal Farms. Get any two-piece meal, Rofo chicken sandwich, or a world-famous chicken sub or wrap with an essential water for $6. Now playing at Royal Farms.
Hear that? The beach is calling, and so is that family vacation you've been dreaming about. Stop putting it off. Whether it's a weekend getaway, a road trip, or making unforgettable summer memories, Security Plus is here to help you with a summer flex loan. With rates as low as 7.99% APR, getting away has never felt so within reach. Learn more at securityplusfcu.org/summerflex or call 410-281-6200. Security Plus Federal Credit Union, the plus side of banking.
T-Mobile has an exclusive bundle for customers 55 and up.
I'm Sarah Bowl.
Yeah, I'm Frank Bowl.
A reliable network is key for us. And with T-Mobile, it's been wonderful. And going to the 55 plus plan saved us so much money.
A lot.
And that's important. Trying to keep costs down. The home internet's been perfect. It's fast, it's quick. The setup was so easy, it took less than 15 minutes.
It was like, If you want simplicity, coverage, reliability, you want the whole package, T-Mobile has it.
Right now, T-Mobile customers 55 and up can get 2 phone lines on America's best network, plus America's fastest 5G home internet for just $30 each.
$30 per month each line with autopay plus taxes and fees. Minimum age 55. Pricing for home internet rely on 2 lines of essentials. Choice 55. $35 connection charge per line required. Best mobile network and fastest 5G home internet based on analysis by Ookla of Speed Test Intelligence data 2H 2025. All rights reserved.
When orthopedic pain strikes, you don't always have time to wait for an appointment. That's why Ortho Maryland offers walk-in care at 5 convenient locations across Baltimore and Harford counties. From sprains and strains to sports injuries and sudden joint pain, our orthopedic experts are here to help you get the care you need. No appointment, no problem. Just walk in and get back to doing what you love. While waiting ER or urgent care, go straight to the orthopedic experts. Visit orthomaryland.net for hours and location information.
That's Elena's family group chat. It never stops. Someone's always sending a blessing
or starting a poll about the baby shower theme at midnight.
With Real Unlimited from Total Wireless, she's always in the loop, whether she wants to be or not. Switch to Total Wireless Total Starter Plan or higher and get a Samsung Galaxy A16 5G on us. Total Wireless, your own Real Unlimited. Offer ends 11/4/2026 or while supplies last. Devices, taxes, and fees may apply.
This is Andy Palladino of the Palladino Financial Group. Want to know what you can do to make sure you have enough money in retirement? Tune into my radio show, Your Financial Hour, every Saturday from 9 to 10 a.m., and I'll explain steps you can take to help safeguard your income. It's every Saturday from 9 to 10 a.m.
From the 105.7 The Fan Traffic Center, sponsored by your Baltimore area Jiffy Lube locations.
Good morning, 95 southbound at exit 50, that's Caton Avenue. There's a disabled vehicle blocking the right lane. Also a disabled vehicle 95 southbound at 895. The Beltway running smoothly, the inner loop no problems, the outer loop no delays either. With your traffic, I'm Maria Dennis.
Rob Long, Ed Norris, and Jeremy Kahn. The Big Bad Morning Show. Sports Radio 105.7 The Fan.
All right, welcome back. Big Bad Morning Show. Jeremy Kahn, Ed Norris going to join us at 7 o'clock. Rob will join us at some point during the show. Interesting enough is yesterday the news comes out about Nate Wiggins going down at practice. Ben, you were there, right? I'm going to be going out to practice tomorrow, I believe. I got to double check with Joe and make sure and then try to hit it next week as, some of these things are going on. But when you go out and you see an injury like that happen, it kind of gets quiet, doesn't it? Real quick. And everybody's kind of like looking.
Well, yeah, it was a completely different type of atmosphere. And I've talked about the pace of practice and the attention to detail and everybody seeming locked in and in a good spot. As soon as Nate Wiggins went, but it was also hard to pay attention to anything else. Like, you're just looking at the side, trying to watch what's going on with him. And it was a long... The reason there was so much worry, I think, especially in general, was because it was so long. I mean, he hits the ground. They were doing one-on-ones. Him and Jacoby Lane, who he called, I didn't say call out, but he went after. He made sure he was getting the matchup with Jacoby Lane. And I'm sure some of these Ravens cornerbacks are getting sick and tired of the young cat coming in and doing what he's doing. So he goes against him, had success on one or two. Jacoby Lane catches the pass across the middle, another one. Chidobe Awuzie goes out, and then I think they kind of switch, and Nate Wiggins like, no, I want this. So just a go route, and he defended it well. It looked like he was running the route. He was in good spot, and I guess their feet got tangled, and you look, and he just hits the ground. And I thought at first he landed on his arm. I thought it was a nasty arm injury. He was punching the ground like clearly not in a good spot, and I was like, oh, he must have just dislocated something in his arm.
You don't think he hit a triple in a key situation? Never mind. That's another story.
It could have been that as well, but I don't think he did it there. No, I thought he hit his arm, and then they're standing there, people are talking, they're like, no, it's a knee injury. And I was like, oh, he must have either hit the ground or rolled his foot on Jacoby Lane. But Jacoby's immediate reaction was when I realized there was something wrong, because Jacoby walks over and trying to help him. He's not. He's on the ground, again, punching the ground, clearly not feeling good. And they bring the cart over. And when they brought the cart over, he sat, he didn't like, it was a different type of way that he sat on. His legs were still dangling there. And I'm like, I don't know. I just felt like that if it was an ACL or something like that, maybe that wouldn't be the case. But again, who knows? And they're driving him off. And you're like, all right, well, hopefully Minter can give you something. And Minter was just like, we don't have much. But he did say there is some optimism. And that, to me, I know I was talking with some of the beat writers, and they may have had a different view of what he was saying. Maybe he was just saying it to say it. But to me, that felt like, okay, they hear initial reaction. They feel good about what they hear from Wiggins or what.
We don't know, like, we haven't been with Minter long enough to know, like if you're getting coach speak all the time and sometimes, or just trying to give you optimism.
Or if it's hard talking about Perryman.
Yeah. I mean, like, we don't know, like, how he's going to speak to the media on certain issues where, what do you want to tell everyone? Do you want to calm people down, or do you want to nip it in the bud if it is something serious? Say, hey, we're going to lose him for an extended period of time. That's what we have to learn about him.
Yeah, and there was like 5 different questions, and he started getting like real annoyed. Like, and then they asked him, "Do you know if it was a right knee or left?" And he's like, "I don't know." And I was like, "Oh, well, now he doesn't want to keep answering questions about it." But yeah, it's late. The latest, Ian Rappaport comes out first and says there's belief in the building. Nothing's confirmed yet. There's belief in the building that. There's optimism. It's not too serious. And then Jeff Zrebiak reports that they think that he'll be back sooner rather than later, but he's still going to miss some time. It's probably some type of sprain, I would guess.
And they said no structural damage. And like a sprain, a strain, a tear, they're all the same things. It's just varying degrees of how bad it is. And if they're saying there's no structural damage, maybe there is some bruising. Maybe there was a hyperextension or something that went on. I don't know. Like, again, seeing the play, you watching it, it's one of those plays where you're like, as you said, I thought something happened to his arm, and you're kind of curious of what's going on. But I was saying this, like, I leave for France September 1st through the 9th, and every time I leave, something big happens. And the weirdest story I ever had was when I left for Atlantic City to go play in a poker tournament with some friends. So we go up to Atlantic City. God, we had such a good time because we went to Hooters and our waitress had Tourette's, and we were trying to figure out what the hell was good. It was like going on. It's like, what the? Did you guys hear that? Is someone yelling? Like, we couldn't figure out what was happening. And she was an absolute 10, which made it even stranger, like just looking at it. But as we get up there, we're on our way up. I get a text message from someone, hey, Jamal Lewis just tore his ACL. And then I'm like, what? He goes, well, wait a minute. He walked off the field. He might be fine. Nope, he tore his ACL. And it's like sometimes people jump to the conclusion of what they see. Oh, he walked off the field. He's fine. Not necessarily it. Sometimes you're seeing a guy get carted off, and it's like, well, it's not as bad as you thought. There was concern, and there was immediate pain and shock, so.
And it's usually the factor of if it's knee and carted off, the entire world says, oh, he tore his ACL. He's done forever. There's no coming back. And again, it's definitely a scare in today's day and age, especially when you see, as you mentioned earlier, all these teams dealing with something. And it's like, man, Zay has a quad injury, but outside of that, the Ravens have been awesome. And all of a sudden yesterday, your top cornerback goes down. It's like, oh, no. And thankfully, it sounds like he's going to be okay. Again, nothing is confirmed. Nothing is 100% confirmed. It's more that there's optimism. They feel good with the initial test. There's still got to be some more done. But Nate Wiggins hopefully is back for week 1. But even if he had to miss the first few weeks,
they got a lot of depth. I mean, there have been teams calling on TJ Tampa, seeing if the Ravens be interested in moving him.
And to it, Jesse Minter's a defensive backs coach, and he got, and this is no shot at Tarheeb Still, was awesome in Maryland. But like Tarheeb Still was making plays for the Chargers in that secondary. And you look at how that secondary was constructed, Derwin James is a different type of beast. The Ravens have that in Kyle Hamilton. They have so many day 3 cornerback picks that were making plays for the Chargers. The Ravens have a plethora of guys who were viewed as value picks and guys like TJ Tampa who maybe we can see Minter get more out of.
Well, it's funny you're talking about that because, like, I've said this before. Like, I know everybody says they said it when it was going on. Like, I didn't want Mike McDonald to leave. And I even said on the airwaves, like, you can't sit here and say, I'm going to get rid of this coach after you just made this huge run. But in my mind, I would have like pushed it all in. I'd put all my chips in the middle and said, screw it. Let's go with this McDonald cat and see what he has. I think Minter's very comparable to McDonald. When McDonald was here, he took a guy like Geno Stone and put him in a position to succeed. He made plays everywhere he was. Some of that's obviously on Geno making plays out there, got him paid, and he went to Cincinnati, and now Cincinnati's got buyer's remorse.
He was getting beat over the top left and right. Meanwhile, in Baltimore, it's like, this dude's leading the NFL in picks through week 13.
It's almost like again, the analytics in baseball that I was talking about yesterday, where to show up on the field, it's almost like we're putting this guy in position regarding the play, and he just needs to go out and make the play. Can he do it? And I think there's a lot of guys in this league that can, but setting them up for success. And it feels like I've already heard people, and I don't want to get ahead of myself, because people are already like, anytime we post a video about Jacoby Lane, oh, you're going to listen to these old cruddy, duddy dude. Like, what do they know? It's preseason football. Yeah, but we have a sports talk show. I don't know if we talk sports on the daily. Well,
and there's one name popping at every day at training camp that he's going to have to be talked about.
And I said, this one feels different. And somebody was like, great analysis. And I'm like, well, jackass, you weren't around for all the other ones when you'd hear it from media members and people are talking. It's like, Jaleel Scott's this. And I talked to another media member. It's like, yeah, he's okay, but they're going to put him on the practice squad.
And James Prochet was the best receiver, all-pro for a few weeks.
Go back to Clarence Moore's 6'12" ass and like all the other guys. Hey, Clarence Moore's on the field. Wonder if they're throwing a jump ball. Like, you know, all the times we'd hear this, and we heard it so many times about wide receivers because this organization was starved for good wide receivers. They had so many guys that failed. And now it's like, hey, what if they did luck into, you know, one of these players? Like, did anybody think Puka was going to be Puka before we saw him out there? Or even, you know, even some of the guys that have slipped in the, like, AB was a later pick, you know? Yeah. So, and even though LaShawn McCoy thinks he's better than Jerry Rice, even though Jerry Rice has more yards, receptions, and touchdowns, I think after his last Super Bowl than Antonio Brown had in his entire career. That was after his it's just, anyway. You get on the internet enough, you're going to hear so many stupid things. Hell, if you listen to the show, you're probably going to hear so many stupid things. But when it comes back down to it, and we're talking about Nate Wiggins, you get good news there. Oh, by the way, the Jamal Lewis thing, I'm almost positive it was a day later. But also, on my very first vacation in radio, Rafael Palmeiro got busted for steroids while I was gone. I was gone for 3 days. I only took 3 days off. Come back, and I'm like, the whole world's upside down now.
Everything's changed.
Yeah. I mean, all this talk of Jamal Lewis and this great season that's coming up, and then we had to have that, you know, hybrid of like 3 different running backs that were all just And then Priest Holmes goes on and has his way in Kansas City. I mean, look, some strange times. Football's obviously different now. Anyway, we're going to get to Orioles-Twins recap. We got to talk about the NBA Christmas schedule. Does anybody care after knowing the NFL had put out their schedule? But it does look like a pretty awesome day of sports if you're into that sort of thing. But up next, talk some more Orioles-Twins. We'll preview the game tonight and talk about last night's game, the 3 bombs that the Orioles hit. We'll do that next here on The Fan.
Baseball coverage on 105.7 The Fan is presented by Xfinity. Score the most reliable Wi-Fi. One price, 5 years, guaranteed. Xfinity. Imagine that.
Traffic is sponsored by the Ouch Guy. 877-OUCH-911.
Ouch. You got hurt and didn't call 877-OUCH-911? Honey, even I know which attorney to call when you're injured.
Grandma's right. I'm the attorney that gives a shit. Follow Grandma's advice and call 877-OUCH-911 or OUCHGuy.com.
Hey, it's Rob, here with David, a recent graduate of the JATC Apprenticeship Program. David, why did you enter the program?
My first daughter was born, and I had to make the decision to get my life together and find a real career.
So how are you doing now?
Honestly, I'm the most stable I've ever been in life.
Would you recommend the JATC to others?
I would recommend the JATC program to literally every person in the workforce. It was the best decision I've ever made.
Awesome, man. Thanks, David. To learn more, go to jatc24.org.
Hey, it's Vinny Serrano. Back to school season is here, and Town Appliance's back to school shopping event is going on now. Shop top brands like GE, Cafe, Monogram, and more to get your home ready for the new routine. Whether you need a high-capacity washer for your sports uniforms or a compact dorm fridge, they got you covered. So stop by their showroom right off Reisterstown Road in Owings Mills. Call, text, or visit townappliance.com today. And don't forget to tell them Vinny sent you and just ask for Mayor, and you can't go wrong.
Pump up the volume. Business moves fast. Orders roll in, deadlines close in. When you ship with USPS Ground Advantage, you can keep up with confidence. Every package stays in our secure network from dock to door. And with nationwide reach, dependable tracking, and upfront affordable pricing, you get built-in peace of mind. You run the business. We run the routes. Visit USPS.com/Ground Advantage to learn more.
Summer's too short to sit at home wondering where the fun went.
At Beckley's RVs, it's officially time to turn summer on and camp on. Whether you're looking for budget-friendly travel trailers, your first RV, or even huge savings on select motorhomes, Beckley's has summer-ready inventory waiting for your next adventure. Weekend getaways, campfires, road trips, family memories. This is your sign to finally make it happen. Shop summer RV specials now at Beckley'sRVs.com.
What if you could have the most reliable fiber-powered Wi-Fi? And get this, what if you could keep it at the same price for 5 years guaranteed? Now through August 24th, new Xfinity customers can get our best price on gig Wi-Fi this summer before it disappears. Just $50 a month for 5 years. No annual contracts, no hidden fees, and our best equipment included. Plus, get online in minutes with same-day Wi-Fi. It's Wi-Fi that finds and fixes problems before you even notice them. Like super intelligent Wi-Fi with a sixth sense. Plus, it keeps you protected from online threats. And get Peacock Premium included for 2 years. Lock in your price and unlock the possibilities. Get it now at Xfinity.com. Xfinity. Imagine that. Restrictions apply. Requires paperless billing and auto-pay with stored bank account. Taxes and fees extra. Speeds vary. Use of fiber coaxial cable. Learn more at Xfinity.com/same-day Wi-Fi.
Does it feel like it's time to refresh and renovate your home? Jerry's Home Services is the only company to call in Maryland for all your home improvement needs. Specializing in siding and roofing, along with kitchens and baths, Jerry's is your all-in-one stop. Don't put off the renovations needed to make your home feel new again. Just ask Jerry's. Call the family-owned and operated company with over 40 years of experience and make your home a Jerry's home. For a free estimate, call 410-766-6800 or visit jerryshomeservices.com today.
The Summer Sell-a-thon is on at Bob Bell Ford of Bel Air. Shop a huge selection of new Ford trucks, SUVs, and quality pre-owned vehicles with deals worth the drive. Your best drive starts this summer. Visit BobBellFordBelAir.com or call 410-838-3100 today.
Powerball is always big fun. Right now, it's really big fun. The Powerball jackpot is estimated at $975 million. That's right, $975 million. Play today at any Maryland lottery retailer, and please play responsibly.
The teams you grew up with
Ravens are world champions.
are the ones you still love today. 105.7 The Fan.
Traffic sponsored by JATC Local 24.
From the 105.7 The Fan Traffic Center, sponsored by your Baltimore area Jiffy Lube locations.
Good morning. The outer loop of the Beltway very slow at I-70. 895 southbound, no delays through the Harbor Tunnel. And southbound 95, no problems through the Fort McHenry Tunnel. With your traffic, I'm Maria Dennis. Looking for a great opportunity where you can earn while you learn? Check out the Electrical Apprenticeship Program at JATC Local 24. Go to jatc24.org for more information.
From the OutchGuy.com sports desk, here's Ben Hall.
The O's bats were rolling early in Minneapolis last night.
Or two, and that's the reason why.
That ball slugged to deep right and gone. A two-run gunner stunner and a pair of hits in the first 2 innings for Henderson. He is finally breaking out with a sharp single and an even sharper home run here in Minnesota.
That call courtesy of Masson. Pete Alonso and Gunnar Henderson each launched 2-run homers in the first 2 innings. Christian Encarnacion Strand added a 460-foot moonshot in the third, and those 5 runs were all the Birds needed to come away with the win. Baltimore has a chance to take the series today with the rubber match set for 140. Shane Baz will take the mound for the O's, while Zebby Matthews gets the nod for the Twins. In other Orioles news, all signs point to Chris Bassett returning to Baltimore's rotation this weekend. He's been on the IL since early June with a back injury. In 3 rehab starts at AAA Norfolk, Bassett pitched to a 1.98 ERA while striking out 12 through 13 2/3 innings of work. From the Bob Bell Ford of Bel Air Weather Center, temps are in the mid-80s with cloudy skies. Tomorrow is sunny skies and a high of 87. I'm Ben Hall, O's, Terps, and you're home for the most Ravens training camp coverage. We are 105.7 The Fan.
The Big Bad Morning Show is sponsored by Vinny Stio, your home sold guaranteed realty.
All right, welcome back, Big Bad Morning Show. Ed will be joining us at 7 o'clock. We're going to talk some Orioles here. We'll continue to talk Nate Wiggins, a bunch of stuff throughout the show. But with the Orioles last night, a 5-2 win. Gunnar, CES, Alonso, all with homers. We've talked about it, Brandon Young. Let me ask you this, because I've asked Rob this, Ben. Are you a believer in Brandon Young? Do you think things have changed and that we're seeing what we're seeing now is real?
I wasn't for a while. I think next year might slip up a little bit, but he just battles and gets outs. And even on days where he doesn't have it, where he allows 11 base runners, he still finds ways to get outs. 6 innings yesterday in a needed spot.
Like, I'm at this point where, like, even if this isn't real and he ends up being some sort of hybrid of what we've seen before and what we see now, I feel like as a 5th starter, you get enough good games out of him that you'd be okay with it. But if this is something that's real, he could be even better than that. Last night was another one of those games where, you just watch him battle through it. 2 runs, 1 earned, and go 6 innings. And when you look back at it, it starts off nice with getting some runs early. I don't know how many times I saw the post yesterday about Kobe Mayo having a couple less RBIs and like 200 less at bats than Gunnar. And I know Gunner's kind of feeling it and hearing it. And there were a lot of talk yesterday. Where would you want him in the lineup? Would you want to move him down? And I've said numerous times, like, I'm fine keeping him where he's at. If you had better options to move him down and somebody to move up, I don't know that this team necessarily has that. You might have a few guys, like I've said before, I would have no issue with Jackson Holiday batting up towards the top here. But, seeing him move up to the 3rd spot, especially with the injury they have, and it sounds like Basayo should be back at some point in the near future. Now, looking at today, though, like, this is you have a chance to win a series, not go on the road and split. You split the first 2, not try to chase it and avoid a series sweep. I know that's Ed's favorite phrase. But with today, you've got Shane Baz on the mound. He's been pitching great. He's going up against, and when you look at Minnesota, I feel like there's a lot with their pitching staff that's wanting. They have a lot of right-handers in there, and Zebby Matthews, to me, can get Ks, but hits a lot of bats and can get wild at times. So you're hoping that your lefties come through. It's another good sign you're not seeing a left-handed pitcher. But, yeah, I think the Orioles are live tonight as somewhat of an underdog. But I think this is a spot where you're looking at it like, hey, come out and win this. If you do have hopes of staying in any sort of, how do you want to put it, playoff picture, visions of grandeur there, of making it in and seeing what happens, because the starting pitching has been great. I mean, there's no other way to describe it. And that's why I was laughing yesterday when somebody was saying, look at Mike Elias. You got all this great pitching and that loser kid doing this. And I'm looking at it going, he put together all this starting pitching. Like, that's all because of him. So at least give him some credit when it's due. But, this has been a disappointing season, just like the previous one. I saw, as we talked about, Harold Rivas being included in the trade for Adley, and Adley gets his first game last night. That was reported that he was involved at first in the trade, and then said, no, he wasn't thrown in, because somebody said, man, if they got Rivas in that deal, what a haul. And then they didn't have him in it, and it was still a haul, and now you get him, so even more so. But somebody posted, oh, great, we're going to have a good team in 2030, maybe. I get the frustration there. I still think with the way that the seasons have gone awry back-to-back years, that, they've done the right thing at the trade deadline and tried to better the team. It just sucks being in that situation to make that decision. And even afterwards, people are saying, well, this team's not going to do anything. Well, if you thought that, then why did you have an issue with them selling at the trade deadline? If it's more of an issue of, hey, they've done this, we've been through this rebuild, and now it feels like we're back in the middle of it, I get you. I understand that. But the thing that caught me off guard, did you hear Tyler Wells on Ryan Ripken's podcast? Tyler Wells, let me see if I can pull this up, had some interesting comments, to say the least, about what he loves about the Rays. And you guys can tell me if you're taking it as shade towards the Orioles, or if this is just something as simple of he's just, talking about how great things are with his team. But he was saying, like, they're not just trying to hit home runs. It's situational hitting. It's laying down bunts. They're moving guys over, just using the tools that they have. That's created such a selfless sense of baseball here in Tampa. And I don't know that any one phrase has encompassed Tampa Bay as much as that. It is. It's a selfless version of baseball. When you look at their team, they have a lineup for lefties, for righties. They fluctuate up and down it. Like, you have Junior Caminero as the centerpiece, but Yandy Diaz and I'd say Aranda against right-handed pitching. Like, you have some pieces up top. But the rest of that lineup, you're like, who the hell is this guy?
Ryan Valade, who didn't work anywhere else, goes there and smashes left-handed pitching. They figure it out. They find ways to get more. Richie Palacios went to Towson, didn't do much before that, goes there and is hitting in really big spots. And their surge at the beginning of the year, he played a massive role. And they find anybody they want. And if they see one thing you do well, they're going to spam it and use it as well as they can.
Victor Mesa Jr. Who in the these?
That's not Victor. That's Victor Mesa Jr. because he's got his brother Victor Mesa, but this one is Jr.
Are you serious? There's a Victor?
There's Victor, who's his brother, and then there's Victor Mesa Jr.
What about Victoria? Does he have two sisters?
I was the third. I was Victor. But.
Victor. Well, again, like hearing Tyler Wells say that, I know some people probably take that as a shot at the Orioles, but maybe there is something to it. I mean, we've talked about how do you have the hardest hit percentage in baseball and one of the worst teams at scoring runs, period. How? Like,
it's unbelievable.
I think the only thing that like you can point to is either it's just unbelievable bad luck, which I don't think that's it, or maybe the fielding analytics have caught up to the hitting analytics, and now here we are looking for some sort of adjustment to it. But this kind of gives the old baseball players, and a lot of the guys have been screaming about fundamentals and all the other things. Rob talks about showcase baseball all the time. That are those the serious issues that we're dealing with? Like, has it become so trained that everything is like this? Oh, you got to make sure your swing, we want this exit velocity, and we want you driving the ball here. We want you pulling the ball. They've talked about, left-handed pull hitters down the line here at Camden Yards over the flag court. So let's go out to the phone lines. Antonio's in Rosedale. Antonio, you're on the Fan.
Hi, Jamie. How are you?
Good morning, man. How are you?
Good. I want to invite everyone to the support me and come out to the Let Up the Little League Festival this weekend.
Yep. You and I will be there Friday night slinging drinks, and then I think I'm coming down Saturday. It's all weekend, right?
Yeah.
It's all weekend. I'm coming down Saturday, and if you guys haven't been to the Light Up Festival, like it's so cool. The vendors just walking around. You got some live music. It's all about food, having fun. And again, you're rubbing elbows, meeting people. You'll probably catch me at Joe Benny's bar, but but I'll be walking around saying hi, grabbing some food. I love it. I love it down in Little Italy. So it's awesome. What's on your mind today?
The Orioles have scored 5 more runs the last 3 games. Is the offense finally breaking out? Have a wonderful day.
Thanks, man. It's kind of hard to say the offense is breaking out. Like, I'd need to see more than a game or two. I'd need to see this over the stretch of like 10 games to say, okay. Because like when you looked at Jackson Holiday when he was swinging the bats well, or CES, or take whoever you want on this team got hot, Jeremiah Jackson at the beginning of the year. Yeah, it looks like it's something at that point, but you also have to worry about, is this fool's gold? Is this just such a small sample size? I've said this before. The math guys will tell you there's no such thing as hot and cold streaks. You just are what you are. And I don't know how much I agree with that. I mean, I've definitely seen guys that they'll also tell you there's no such thing as lefty mashers. But I've seen guys that absolutely crush left-handed pitching, and I've seen lefties that absolutely crush right-handed pitching. So I think all of it applies. Let's go out to Lou in Edgewood. Lou, you're on the Fan.
Hey, thanks for taking my call this morning.
Yeah, man. Hey, by the way, before you get to who do you want to see start this year for your Browns?
Shador, man.
Okay.
Shador. I mean, I think he deserves it.
I'm in your shoes,
I've been monitoring mini camp and everything, and from what I understand, that he's throwing laser darts in camp, and Watson's not looking that great.
Yeah, I'm not. I've made my case about this. I want to see what Shador is. I didn't have him hyped up the way that everybody else did. And most people called me a hater, but that's fine. We'll see what he is. But if I'm the Browns, I'd rather see him.
In there. I feel so optimistic this year that I don't know why, but I love the coach, the head coach. It's the first time in years. I like Stefanski. Don't get me wrong. Mm-hmm. He did a lot of wonderful things for the Browns. He came in. He was the right man for the job at the time he was hired. But obviously that fizzled out. But what a bounce back. I really do think that the guy we got from you guys is really, I mean, he seems to be bringing an energy to the camp. He seems to be bringing energy to the organization.
Yeah, Todd Monken the other day, somebody asked him about, who's outperforming who at camp, and he goes, "I'm not going to say that, bleep. What are you trying to get me pigeonholed here into naming something or saying somebody looks better than the other one?" He goes, "Don't get me caught up in your BS." So,
listen, the reason I called was over the Orioles. My thing is, you nailed it when you were talking about Tampa Bay and what Tyler Wells said. Those are all the things that we're looking for here in Baltimore. And I don't understand why the organization can't find somebody from the Tampa Bay organization to get up here and help us get things going in that way, because that's exactly what we need. That's the kind of ball club we need. Playing that situational ball, moving guys over. I mean, that's the kind of baseball that we all grew up watching before the 90s, at least.
Yeah.
Before it came home run derby over the year. But, I mean, it's just, I don't know, man. Tampa Bay Rays seem to do it right. They get it right more often than not. And it's very frustrating as an Oriole fan to sit here and look at Tampa Bay, who was an expansion team, and got their last 20 years have been better than ours. And that really hurts.
Yeah. Hey, Lou, appreciate the phone call. And, initially when Mike Elias was hired, he basically said he wanted to run this more like Tampa Bay, but hopefully be able to keep our own free agents. And if there's somebody that we covet, go out there and go get. With new ownership willing to spend money, it should have been even better than that. And that's still, part of the reason why I think they struggled initially from the transition from, the Angeloses to new ownership is that, you're running it a certain way. I keep talking about, and I use it all the time, the dented can theory, finding something cheaper. Hey, Santander was $100 million, but we got Tyler O'Neill over here, 40. Is that a lesser version of that that's a little bit cheaper? Like, they were doing deals like that. And then when they came out and they started offering more money to some of the free agents this year, it gave me a lot more hope, albeit that we just got the one in Pete Alonso that came in. It was huge, but they also made some trades and some moves. And this season just has not worked out the way you'd hoped, especially with the down American League. Anyway, we're going to talk plenty more Orioles. We've got Ed Norris going to join us in the next segment at 7 o'clock. We'll talk about the Nate Wiggins injury a little bit more, get Ed's take on it. Hopefully we'll hear from Rob. Up next, though, the NBA Christmas schedule. Can it compete with the NFL? We'll give you the games that are going on. We'll talk about that next here on The Fan.
After the Big Bad Morning Show, it's Vinny and Haynie.
We'll talk Orioles Twins. Birds getting ready for the series finale this afternoon against Minnesota. Ryan Wilson, CBSSports.com, talks of football with him. Preseason in earnest begins this week. Nate Wiggins went down yesterday at practice. Hopefully nothing to see here. We'll talk to Vinny Serrato about that and more.
Next on Sports Radio 105.7 The Fan.
This is an Odyssey Sports Minute.
The Vikings named Kyler Murray as their starting quarterback on Tuesday. The J.J. McCarthy experience has been a massive disappointment in Minnesota. We knew it was over this offseason when Justin Jefferson was going on podcasts and openly discussing the subpar quarterback play in 2025. Jefferson is the end-all, be-all in Minnesota. When he's not happy with you, something isn't going right, your days are numbered. Seems like he really likes Kyler Murray. I'm Dead Day.
105.7 The Fan studios are driven by Anderson Automotive, Buick, GMC, and Honda. It's miles for miles at AndersonAutomotive.com.
This is the story of the one who keeps multiple buildings running smoothly day after day. Plumbing that flows, HVAC that hums, cleaning supplies that keep surfaces sparkling. That's why she counts on Grainger. With easy reordering online and 24/7 support, Grainger helps her keep the products she needs on hand. So shelves stay stocked and buildings stay ready. Call 1-800-GRAINGER, click Grainger.com, or just stop by. Grainger, for the ones who get it done.
When the moments in your life are too important to miss, you can trust O'Reilly Auto Parts to keep you and your plans on the road. Our professional parts people can test your vehicle's battery and even give it a charge if needed. In most cases, we can install your new battery for free. It's just one of the many services we provide at O'Reilly Auto Parts to ensure life's best moments don't find you stranded.
O'Reilly Auto Parts. Traffic is brought to you by the hometown team of Scions and Kirk.
Mike Bordick here. I know a little something about a winning team. If you're hurt, call the hometown team of Scions and Kirk. Don't let an auto accident take you out of the game. If you have a phone, you have a lawyer. YouHaveALawyer.com.
Brought to you by Ashley Furniture.
This Saturday, starting at 10 a.m., it's the 12-hour sale event at Ashley. Save up to 70% store-wide, plus enjoy free delivery. Plus, we're giving away prizes every hour. Big savings, big giveaways, and one big day to shop. Don't miss the 12-hour sale this Saturday at Ashley.
$5,000. That's the average amount of money people in the U.S. are now spending on gas in a year. $5,000. That's crazy. If you drive, you have to download Upside, the free app that gives you cash back for buying gas. That's right. You can earn cash back with Upside just for buying the gas you're already buying. You can literally start earning cash back today.
I use Upside, and just last year, I made nearly $300.
You're putting gas in your car anyway. Why not get cash back? If you like extra cash, download Upside.
I'm saving the cash I earn from using Upside to help pay for a vacation later this year.
Download the free Upside app now to earn cash back when you fill your tank. Use promo code FRESH to get an extra 35 cents per gallon on your first tank. You can cash out anytime, right to your bank or a gift card for Amazon and other brands. Just download the free Upside app and use promo code FRESH for a 35 cents per gallon bonus on your first tank. That's code FRESH for a 35 cents per gallon bonus.
Someone had a birthday.
Yep, 50. Can't believe it.
50 years of wisdom.
Great segue. We have a health reminder from the CDC.
Pneumococcal vaccination is recommended for adults 50 or older. Says here, we're over 6 times more likely to be hospitalized with pneumococcal pneumonia than adults under 50.
I don't love those odds.
Same. Look what I found. Pfizer's Prevnar 20 is proven to help protect adults against pneumococcal pneumonia and invasive pneumococcal disease in just 1 dose, and millions have already gotten it.
Continued approval may depend on a supportive study. Don't get Prevnar 20 if you have a severe allergy to its ingredients. A weakened immune system may lower your response. Common side effects include injection site pain and swelling, fatigue, headache, muscle, and joint pain. For full prescribing information, please call 1-855-213-2138. Visit Prevnar20.com or talk to your doctor or pharmacist.
I'm on Prevnar20.com now, scheduling my appointment.
Good idea. And happy 50th.
Low 70s this morning. Today, partly cloudy, high of 87. This weekend, mid-80s.
Weather brought to you by Staples. It's the most wonderful time of the year at Staples. They've got back-to-school supplies as low as 25 cents, up to 40% off select tech and more at staples.com/back-to-school. Staples, that was easy.
This is the story of the one who keeps multiple buildings running smoothly day after day. Plumbing that flows, HVAC that hums, cleaning supplies that keep surfaces sparkling. That's why she counts on Grainger. With easy reordering online and 24/7 support, Grainger helps her keep the products she needs on hand. So shelves stay stocked and buildings stay ready. Call 1-800-GRAINGER, click Grainger.com, or just stop by. Grainger, for the ones who get it done.
When the moments in your life are too important to miss, you can trust O'Reilly Auto Parts to keep you and your plans on the road. Our professional parts people can test your vehicle's battery and even give it a charge if needed. In most cases, we can install your new battery for free. It's just one of the many services we provide at O'Reilly Auto Parts to ensure life's best moments don't find you stranded.
O'Reilly Auto Parts. Powerball is always big fun. Right now, it's really big fun. The Powerball jackpot is estimated at $975 million. That's right, $975 million. Play today at any Maryland lottery retailer, and please play responsibly.
From the 105.7 The Fan Traffic Center, sponsored by your Baltimore area Jiffy Lube locations.
Good morning, BW Parkway northbound, super slow from 32 to 175. The Beltway inner loop looks good, no problems. The outer loop very slow at Liberty Road. 895 southbound, you're on the brakes from O'Donnell Street through the Harbor Tunnel. With your traffic, I'm Maria Dennis.
Rob Long, Ed Norris, and Jeremy Kahn. The Big Bad Morning Show. Sports Radio 105.7 The Fan.
All right, welcome back. Big Bad Morning Show. Jeremy Kahn here. Ed Norris going to join us in a few minutes. Rob's in Minnesota. Having some technical difficulties. Hoping to get him back in here. But we were kind of talking about the NBA Christmas schedule and can it compete with the NFL schedule. Let me know when you have Ed up, because I know Ed's got some interesting takes on this, and NFL's always king, but it's a nice little schedule that we have on Christmas Day. And we didn't really get to talk about this. I did send the link to Ed and the group of how the price on tickets for the Knicks first game against the Sixers, which, Ed, is absolutely absurd.
Yeah, it's really, they have gotten crazy with these ticket prices. I think that the entry was like $2,000.
Yeah, it was like
that was the minimum, right?
Basic minimum was right around $2,000.
Yeah. I can't. I mean, look, I obviously I know who go to the Knicks games. You see all the, the bazillionaire celebrities that populate the crowds, but most of them are just average New Yorkers that just want to see basketball. I mean, it's crazy.
Do most of those celebrities get free tickets, or some of them buy them?
Some of them do. A lot of them buy them. I think Spike Lee buys his.
All right. Well, so the Christmas Day schedule, and I'm just going to run through it with the NFL and NBA games the way it sets up time-wise. So NBA starts off Spurs and Knicks at noon. 1 o'clock, it's Packers-Bears. 2:30, Heat-Celtics. 4:30, Bills and Broncos. 5 o'clock, 76ers-Lakers. It's LeBron's return to L.A. 8 o'clock, OKC and Minnesota. 8:15, Rams and Seahawks. And then the nightcap would be the Nuggets and the Warriors. I love both. Look, I love baseball, football, and basketball. Certain aspects of games I like a little bit more, or the sports or whatever. But Christmas Day for me was always NBA, and I always loved it that I, opened the presents with the family, and then I would typically play some daily fantasy and watch NBA all day. That was my favorite thing.
Well,
it's changed a little bit because of the NFL.
They've traditionally owned Christmas Day, though, the NBA.
They don't anymore.
No,
you guys are on borrowed time right now.
Yeah. Well, I mean, they both push forward great games for different reasons. I mean, you have a rematch of the championship in the NBA with the Spurs and the Knicks. That kicks off the day. That's going to be a great game. And then, you talk about LeBron's return, a premier, debut, I guess, not return, his debut, with the Sixers. So, I mean, megastar, you're going to have that. However, on the other side, it's still the NFL. This is early in the NBA season, relatively early. This is late in the NFL season, so these games matter a lot. I mean, they all matter, obviously, but these matter a lot because you look at things like the Seahawks-Rams. That could be for the division title. Yeah. I mean, it could be for the division title. They may be the one and two best teams in football.
Do you think I'd be out of line if I said, even if the first game was, we had Bills Dolphins and we had Jags Titans, and the nightcap just happened to be the Arizona Cardinals versus, I don't know, the Indianapolis Colts, they're still going to crush the NBA. That's just how and again, it bothers me. But it's true. It's true. And I hate the fact that this used to be an NBA day. And there's obviously more options now, but I know what happens. The NBA is probably going to have to zig instead of zagging here, or whatever, however you want to put it, and figure something out, because they're going to lose a lot of viewership to the NFL.
Yeah, I think you're right. Look, the NFL is king, period. It just is. They've been for years. And the games they're putting forth that day are important because they didn't put up the Cardinals, Titans, or none of those games are on there. You're talking about the Bears, Packers, could be for the division title. Mm-hmm. Those NFC North games are always fun, no matter who it is. Lions, Packers, Vikings, they hate each other. They've been playing for 100 years. Well, not the Vikings, but everybody else. So it's kind of cool. And then, of course, I mentioned Rams, Seahawks, and then even you have Bills, Broncos. Those are two playoff teams.
Yeah.
So, I mean, they're all really good matchups. You got really good matchups late in the season. I mean, that's like, there's 2 weeks left in the season after that game?
Yep. What does Christmas fall on this year? What day? I didn't even look.
The 25th.
Oh, there you go. Thanks. I just wasn't sure, Ed. You've totally fixed all my issues over here.
There you go.
The 25th. That sounds like some crap I'd say to my wife whenever she says something that's kind of open-ended. Hey, what do you want to eat for dinner? Food. Where do you want to get it from? Okay, great. Yeah. Thanks, Ed. Well, we've got more that we're going to get into today. There's a lot of Ravens talk, obviously, with the Nate Wiggins injury and the severity of it. Vinny Serrato joins us at 7:30. We'll talk to Cordell Woodland and Garrett Downey later in the show. Up next, though, Ed and I are going to discuss it. The impact that the Wiggins injury could have on the overall performance of the defense. Do you feel better after hearing the latest news? We'll get into all that. Ed and I right here on the Big Bad Morning Show on The Fan.
What happens next happens here. Baltimore Sports Radio.
That ball is out of here.
105.7 The Fan.
Hey, it's Vinny Serrato. Simplify your busy schedule at Town Appliance's back-to-school shopping event. Elevate your kitchen with the premium quality of a new Bosch refrigerator, or power through after-school dinner cleanup with an ultra-quiet Bosch dishwasher. Whatever you need to keep your family on track, Mayor and Mayor offer flexible financing to make it happen. So stop by their showroom right off Reisterstown Road in Owings Mills. Call, text, or visit townappliance.com today. And don't forget to tell them Vinny sent you. Just ask for Mayor, and you can't go wrong.
Orthopedic Associates of Central Maryland, a division of CAO, proudly announces the addition of Dr. Hayden L. Hoffler to our team. He is a board-qualified, fellowship-trained foot and ankle surgeon specializing in foot and ankle disorders. Dr. Hoffler's goal is to combine a comprehensive and multidisciplinary approach to treating foot and ankle issues, and he looks forward to helping you with care and compassion. You can schedule an appointment with him at mdbonedocs.com. Again, that's mdbonedocs.com.
Hey Bel Air, summer savings are here. The summer sale-a-thon at Bob Bell Ford is bringing you incredible deals, a massive selection of new and pre-owned Ford vehicles to hit the road. Whether it's a truck for work, an SUV for the family, or your next adventure vehicle, you'll find it here. Plus, get top dollar for your trade, hot selection, and cool prices. Find your summer ride at Bob Bell Ford. Visit BobBellFord.com today.
Attention! Have you racked up $10,000 or more in credit card debt? Are you barely getting by making minimum payments? With credit card debt reaching all-time highs, National Debt Relief is notifying consumers about significant debt relief options currently being made available to help those with overwhelming credit card debt. These options may reduce a large portion of credit card debt for those who qualify. You don't need to declare bankruptcy or take out a consolidation loan, and you may only have to pay back a fraction of what you owe, even if you have bad credit. National Debt Relief has already reduced the credit card debt for more than 550,000 consumers. So don't wait. If you owe $10,000, $20,000, or even $100,000 in credit card debt, you can now take advantage of this financial debt relief as the cost of living continues to skyrocket. To check what debt reduction you may qualify for, call 800-885-1155. 800-885-1155. Again, that's 800-885-1155.
T-Mobile has an exclusive bundle for customers 55 and up.
I'm Sarah Bowl.
Yeah, I'm Frank Bowl.
A reliable network is key for us. And with T-Mobile, it's been wonderful. And going to the 55 plus plan saved us so much money.
A lot.
And that's important. Trying to keep costs down. The home internet's been perfect. It's fast, it's quick. The setup was so easy, it took less than 15 minutes.
It was like, If you want simplicity, coverage, reliability, you want the whole package, T-Mobile has it. Right now, T-Mobile customers 55 and up can get 2 phone lines on America's best network, plus America's fastest 5G home internet for just $30 each.
$30 per month each line with autopay plus taxes and fees. Minimum age 55. Pricing for home internet rely on 2 lines of essentials. Choice 55. $35 connection charge per line required. Best mobile network and fastest 5G home internet based on analysis by Ookla of Speed Test Intelligence data 2H 2025. All rights reserved.
Join WJZ-FM as we celebrate the grand opening of the new Dick's House of Sport at Annapolis Mall. We'll be here Saturday, August 15th from 11 a.m. to 1 p.m. with great giveaways, kids' activities, and much more.
My Chemical Romance brings the Black Parade Tour to Nationals Park on August 18th, a Live Nation show. Get your tickets now before they sell out.
This is WJZ-FM, Catonsville, Baltimore's sports talk at 105.7 The Fan, and always live on the free Odyssey app. From the OutSky.com sports desk, here's Ben Hall.
The O's bats were rolling early in Minneapolis last night.
Or 2, and that's the reason why.
That ball slugged to deep right and gone. A 2-run gunner stunner and a pair of hits in the first 2 innings for Henderson. He is finally breaking out with a sharp single and an even sharper home run here in Minnesota.
That call courtesy of Masson. Pete Alonso and Gunnar Henderson each launched 2-run homers in the first 2 innings. Christian Encarnacion Strand added a 460-foot moonshot in the third, and those 5 runs were all the Birds needed to come away with the win. Baltimore has a chance to take the series today with the rubber match set for 140. Shane Baz will take the mound for the O's, while Zebby Matthews gets the nod for the Twins. In other Orioles news, all signs point to Chris Bassett returning to Baltimore's rotation this weekend. He's been on the IL since early June with a back injury. In 3 rehab starts at AAA Norfolk, Bassett pitched to a 1.98 ERA while striking out 12 through 13 2/3 innings of work. From the Bob Bell Ford Bel Air Weather Center, temps are in the mid-80s with cloudy skies. Tomorrow is sunny skies and a high of 87. I'm Ben Hall, O's, Terps, and you're home for the most Ravens training camp coverage. We are 105.7 The Fan.
The Big Bad Morning Show is sponsored by Vinny Stio, your home sold guaranteed realty.
Welcome back. Bad Morning Show. Jeremy Conn, Ed Norris here with you. Talking all things Ravens and Orioles. And Ed, we got the news yesterday that Nate Wiggins went down in camp. Before we get to all the other details, when you heard that, what was your initial reaction? Oh, my. No, that's so stupid. Oh, you're clutching your pearls?
I was.
Yeah.
I was. I got the vapors.
What was your thoughts when you heard it, though, outside of that sound you made?
Concern, obviously. I mean, cornerbacks. I mean, it's one of the most important positions on the football field, and especially because it was Wiggins. I mean, not if people realize this. Wiggins is the fastest player ever drafted by the Ravens. He ran a 4.2840 in the combine. He's been clocked well over 20 miles an hour on the field. He is the fastest player on the team. And that, therefore, when you're facing, a number one wide receiver or burner, he comes in really handy. And if he's not going to be there, it's a huge loss. But I'm, hoping that this is not, something serious. Yeah. And they're kind of making it seem that way.
Yeah. And as Ben pointed out yesterday, or he was talking earlier about it, that, apparently it seemed like Wiggins wanted to go up against Jacoby Lane after all the talk. I'm sure the cornerbacks over there are tired of hearing about a rookie doing all this stuff and getting. Yeah. But initially, he thought it may have been an arm injury. And even to the fact, like, the one thing I said that we don't know about Jesse Minter yet is he going to tell us a lot of things up front? Is he going to keep things secret? Like with Harbaugh, things were so secretive all the time. It was almost like the Bill Belichick way. Don't tell them anything. Let them guess about everything. We don't owe it to anyone. When Minter said that he was optimistic about it, like that could be taken in so many different ways. Like, yeah, you're the head coach. You got to be optimistic that he's going to come back fine. But no structural damage is what they're saying. We don't know the length of how long he'll be out, but that's probably the best news you could have got.
Yeah, it is. I mean, there's no definitive, I didn't want to mention what kind of injury it could be. I don't want to jinx anything. But, yeah, it's a fact. I mean, if they didn't say, hey, this happened and he's going to have surgery on whatever date, and then you're like, well, there you go. But I'm with you, saying you're optimistic. And this is why I don't understand when people criticize coaches. What do we expect them to say?
Yeah, we think he's done.
What do we expect them to say? Yeah, I mean, people are like, it doesn't tell us anything. They can't. They're not going to. Show me an NFL coach that is open about injuries, who comes forth and says, well, I don't know about this one. It's like, not looking good. They don't do that.
Yeah.
They just don't. So I don't think it's going to be that big a change from Harbaugh to Minter. But Wiggins is, I think because of Marlon Humphrey, and he's been here so long, and, he was pretty dynamic when he was punching balls out of receivers' hands on the routine. I think Wiggins kind of gets lost in the shuffle a little bit as far as fan recognition, but he's really good, and he's extraordinarily fast.
Yeah, and like, I don't think we've seen the best of Wiggins yet. Like, I wonder, I know he's been talking about some injuries and what he dealt with the groin injury in the offseason and coming back. Like, he said this is the best he felt coming into the season. Obviously, sucks he get hurt in training camp. But so far, and I'm knocking on wood because I hate saying stuff like this, like, when I look at the other camps, I feel like it hasn't been going on as long, but you've been a little bit privileged according to what other people have gone through. If you have a 49ers jersey on, you've probably been hurt in the past 3 weeks. It's just like everybody on that team gets hurt. So, I mean, getting news back like this before your first preseason game, obviously don't know how much we would have seen Wiggins playing, but some starters, some guys are going to have to play in that game.
What's interesting about this game, I don't mean to cut you off there, but I don't expect to see the starters. I mean, you'll see some. However, you will get to see Jacoby Lane.
Yeah.
After all the talks. I mean, I'm kind of excited about this preseason game, and I don't get excited about preseason games. But I really am with this.
Yeah, I think, like looking at Jacoby Lane, I wonder if it'll really show you how much they feel about him. Because if he goes out there and has a couple of catches, it might be like, yeah, we think we know what we got. Let's sit him down right now. Like, but again, you can't sit everyone out. I'm assuming he plays some. Like, even when the Ravens, back when all the quarterbacks were hurt, when they drafted Joe Flacco and he was thrust into the situation to go to St. Louis and play the whole effing game because they had no other quarterbacks. A weird situation to be in, but after watching him in that first game, you're like, ooh, that's ugly. I don't like what they drafted. And then after a period of time, you get to see it, and you're like, oh, it's not as bad as we thought. That was, initial reaction to a first game he played against NFL competition.
Yeah.
But but I'm not going to judge too much. Like if Jacoby Lane comes out in his first preseason game and doesn't have like the biggest day that everyone's expecting him to have, it's not going to bother me. The people that I've talked to that have been there, they really like what they're seeing out of this kid, and I can't wait to see it up close and personal tomorrow.
Yeah, me too. I'm looking forward to it a lot. It's funny. It's the word has gotten out. I mean, remember the place I go eat once in a while right by my house? I told you it was the porn theater Pee Wee Herman got locked up in.
Yeah.
Yeah, Melt Mushroom. Yeah. The bartender there, huge Seahawks fan, but knows sports.
Uh-huh.
As soon as I sat down the other day to get a bite to eat, he brings up Jacoby Lane.
See, I think with social media now, this stuff gets out quicker than you'd expect. Like, if we went back to, I'm trying to think, this guy was drafted even lower, but like Victor Cruz. Was he a Hampton? He came out of Hampton, I believe. Wide receiver for the Giants, and you're watching him in preseason. You're going, well, damn, this guy looks really good, but it's preseason, and then all of a sudden the regular season started. You're like, no, this guy is really good,
and he could dance.
Yes, it's salsa. But no, like when it comes down to that, Ed, like there are a lot of guys that you're going to watch initially. You're going to hear all these great things about, and they're going to flame out when the regular season comes. Like I kept going back to when they talked about Jaleel Scott. Like people for about 6 weeks were losing their mind saying the Ravens cannot put this kid on the practice squad. Someone else will take him. They put him on the practice squad. You know who else took him? Nobody. Not a single person. Because it was, like, again, you're looking at a lot of stuff in practice. It's been different because of the levels that I feel like it's as the goalpost gets moved. It's like, all right, well, let's see him do it with pads on. Oh, he's doing it with pads on. Mm-hmm. Yeah, let's see him do it against the best cornerbacks we have. Oh, he's doing it against the best cornerback. Like, everything is moving in the right direction. And even with the issue of what we're hearing that the tight ends don't look good, I mean, you're going to see more 3 wide receiver sets and guys going out in the type of offense they're going to have. And I think even Ken McCusick talked about maybe even using Jacoby Lane like a tight end at times, but having him out for wide receiver routes.
Yeah, and I think one of the ones that stuck in my mind who looked great in preseason, if you remember, was Ed Dixon.
Yeah.
And who did he get? He get drafted with Pitta?
Yep. He was before Pitta.
He was before Pitta, so he was the big name. And I remember being at camp, and he was, everybody's darling. And Mike Preston turned to me, he goes, when they finally had the pick, he goes, He's like, looks like Tarzan, plays like Jane. And he didn't last here very long. He wasn't as good as Pitta.
Yeah, Mark Andrews wasn't the first tight end drafted either.
No.
So
South Carolina.
Yeah, Hayden Hurst. We had we had the situation where the second guy you drafted ended up being better for the first or fitting your system, your situation better than the first. Let's grab a phone caller here. Rashawn wants to talk about Nate Wiggins. What's up, Rashawn?
Hey, good morning, fellas. Good morning.
What's happening, man?
Hey, appreciate you volunteering to pick me up when I land Thursday too. So
no problem. Nice I'll have my chauffeur's cap on and everything.
Oh, nice, man.
Yeah, and Jeremy, man, I thought you say when people park at your house for the airport, you will take them to the airport.
If I'm home, you ain't
stuff,
changing my schedule just because you're flying out when I'm doing a kindness to you. Your ass can get an Uber and pay $10 and go to the airport if you're going to save money on parking at my house. If I'm there, I will take you.
$10, man. I just used the $10.
No, you ain't getting me for $10. If I'm there, Ed knows this. If I'm there, I'll take you. Or even my son's taking people to the airport. You can give him $10.
It's just all right. Well, but I'm not leaving my keys at my house. Because next time I come back, my CD's missing and.
Yeah, that's what's going to happen to my. I told him, Ed, it's the same thing I told you when you parked at my house. Nobody's ever asked me to move a car except for the one time that nobody had parked in front of my house. They asked me to move my cars because they were working on plumbing out front, something, the water. I don't know what it was, but they asked us to move, so we moved the cars. So anytime someone parks at my house, I say leave your keys just in case I have to move your car. I'm not taking it to Ohio.
No, I don't know. You up there joyriding my car, blasting Tupac.
No, man, I wouldn't be drafting that.
Yeah.
Hey, but listen, man, real quick on Wiggins, right? So, I mean, I hope it's not a significant injury or nothing like that. Because I think we can definitely do without him the first 2 weeks against the Colts and the Saints. But if we don't have him back for week 3, man, facing CeeDee Lamb and George Pickens, man, that Cowboys offense is going to, pick apart that Ravens defense. I think definitely without Wiggins, who you think Marlon Humphrey's going to be back there, can cover any of them guys? Like, come on. I'm like, I don't know, man, but I just hope it's not.
Are you going to Brazil?
Like that. Of course.
Yeah.
Yes, indeed, man. Oh, man.
Are you wearing one of those half and half jerseys? Is that what you're doing?
No, man. I'm all Ravens now. I told you I left that Cowboy stuff in my past. They still got a special place in my heart, but it's just like having an ex-wife. You don't hate her, but you still like, hey, I still don't want nothing bad to happen to you.
You know what I can tell is, thanks for the phone call, is that you haven't had an ex-wife. So, that does sound like that, doesn't it, Ed? No, you don't want anything bad to happen to him. Anyway. How about him? People, calling me like, hey, can I park at your house? I lost my parking situation at the airport. And I'm like, yeah. I said, it's like a $10 Uber ride. If I'm home, I'll drive you. And I clearly stated it because I don't want somebody showing up at my house knocking on the door and I'm not there going, you said you were going to drive me. No, pay your $10 and go.
Listen. He doesn't care. He's just happy nobody hung up on him today.
Yeah, well, I did kind of. So I didn't give him the gotta go. All right, we've got the World of Stupid coming up next, and I got a bunch of stories for you. We're going to get an update on that surrogate mother where the biological
baby.
Yeah, the parents wanted to abort the baby, and the surrogate mother did not. I'll tell you what she did. Kind of smart. Parents of accused of drunkenly leading their kids on a long walk in 108-degree heat after watching Arizona Cardinals practice. Yeah, I don't think you should be watching their practice and emulating anything they're doing. We'll talk about a high school football player that had some nightmare fuel. What did he find in his helmet? And I want to update you on Will Wade. His basketball team is on the floor. I'll tell you how many actual players he has on his roster right now at LSU. We'll go through that next in the World of Stupid.
After the Big Bad Morning Show, it's Vinny and Haynie.
We'll talk Orioles Twins. Birds getting ready for the series finale this afternoon against Minnesota. Ryan Wilson, CBSSports.com, talks of football with him. Preseason in earnest begins this week. Nate Wiggins went down yesterday at practice. Hopefully nothing to see here. We'll talk to Vinny Serrato about that and more.
Next on Sports Radio 105.7 The Fan.
H&K Group Incorporated.
Calling all heavy equipment operators and pipe laborers. Start your new career with H&K Group Incorporated. HTI Contractors Division of H&K Group wants to offer you the opportunity to be part of the industry leader. Visit hkgroup.com and apply today. H&K is an equal opportunity employer.
Ever notice how the little things add up? A cracked phone screen, a dead car battery, bills creeping higher.
Oh, no.
What if your checking account could actually help with all that? It can. With Elite Checking from NASA Federal, you get smart benefits designed to save you time, money, and stress. Like get your paycheck up to 2 days early for a little breathing room, cell phone protection to cover unexpected damage, roadside assistance, breakdowns, bill negotiation to help lower your bills, identity theft aid for peace of mind, and you can earn dividends on your balance. If your checking account isn't working hard for you, switch to Elite Checking from NASA Federal. You can do it all right online at nasafcu.com/WJZ. And you don't have to work for NASA to join NASA Federal. NASA Federal Credit Union. Smart. NASA smart. Federally insured by NCUA.
Philo's got that rhythm you've been looking for. A steady tempo of the biggest shows. An endless flow of hit movies. And the TV moments that match your vibe. From your favorite throwbacks to the hottest movies, the best of Black entertainment all comes together here. With all the top channels like MTV, VH1, TLC, BET, OWN, TV One, WeTV, and so much more, their lineup hits just right. Plus, over 80,000 movies and shows are available to stream anytime, anywhere. And with the unlimited DVR, you can record your favorites, rewatch them for a whole year, and skip the ads. Because the good stuff is always worth a replay. Best of all, plans start at just $25 a month. So turn up the volume on your streaming experience and come find your rhythm right here on Philo. Sign up at philo.tv today to start your 7-day free trial. That's PHILO.TV. Philo.tv.
When orthopedic pain strikes, you don't always have time to wait for an appointment. That's why Ortho Maryland offers walk-in care at 5 convenient locations across Baltimore and Harford counties. From sprains and strains to sports injuries and sudden joint pain, our orthopedic experts are here to help you get the care you need. No appointment, no problem. Just walk in and get back to doing what you love. Why wait in the ER or urgent care? Go straight to the orthopedic experts. Visit orthomaryland.net for hours and location information.
And Doug.
Limu and I created a trick to help you remember that you can customize your car insurance and save with Liberty Mutual. You see, the shirts Limu and I wear are yellow, and yellow is the color of lemons, and lemons grow on trees, and trees provide oxygen, and oxygen helps us breathe, and breathing is how you live, and you can live more life when you save money by customizing your car insurance. I agree, Limu. It's really quite simple. Only pay for what you need at libertymutual.com.
Liberty, 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 liberty. This is Andy Palladino of the Palladino Financial Group. Want to know what you can do to make sure you have enough money in retirement? Tune into my radio show, Your Financial Hour, every Saturday from 9 to 10 a.m., and I'll explain steps you can take to help safeguard your income. That's every Saturday from 9 to 10 a.m.
Wherever the Orioles season takes you.
Say goodbye to this ball.
Download the free Odyssey app and hear reactions to all the biggest moments. Download it today and search 105.7 The Fan. From the 105.7 The Fan Traffic Center, sponsored by your Baltimore area Jiffy Lube locations.
Good morning. The inner loop of the Beltway just past exit 15, that's Baltimore National Pike. An accident has the right shoulder blocked. The outer loop of the Beltway is slow at I-70. 95 northbound, just before Keith Avenue, that's exit 56. An accident has the right lane blocked. 895 southbound, you're on the brakes pretty solid from Eastern Avenue through the Harbor Tunnel. With your traffic, I'm Maria Dennis.
Rob Long, Ed Norris, and Jeremy Kahn. The Big Bad Morning Show. Sports Radio 105.7 The Fan. Highlighting stupid around the world. It's time for Jeremy Kahn's
Come on, dumbass, play it.
World of Stupid.
All right. Ed, do you remember, we're going to do the World of Stupid here, when, what was it, Hoosiers? When Gene Hackman, the one kid he takes him off the floor, whatever fouls out, he's got 4 kids out there, and he says, my team is on the floor. That's going to be Will Wade all season, apparently. He's got 4 players on his roster, 5 coaches, and 11 people on the staff. Does each person on the team get 2 staff members? Like, what? Really? Yeah, because of all the way this whole thing broke down. And plus, he's a loser. So, and somebody, they've actually talked to him about this. And obviously, they're going to fill this roster out. It's going to happen.
Yeah.
But it feels weird that it's this late and you've got 4 guys right now on its basketball roster today. It's unbelievable. I wanted to bring it up when I saw
Thibodeau could make it work.
We got enough minutes for everyone. Time and a half. How about this story? Arizona, parents accused of drunkenly leading kids on a walk in 108-degree heat after watching Arizona Cardinals practice. First off, why are you watching Arizona Cardinals practice? There's nothing you're going to learn from there of what you should do, only things that you shouldn't do. So, but taking your kids out in 108-degree temperatures and going for a walk, witnesses saw Ryan and May Mullen walking their 2 kids, ages 2 and 4.
Oh, come on.
In Glendale around 6 p.m. on Sunday in the scorching heat. 108 degrees, that's a different level.
Oh, but it's a dry heat.
Yes, it's no big deal. The family had been walking for about 3 hours out in the heat after leaving an Arizona Cardinals practice at State Farm Stadium. The family was first spotted by a concerned driver who told Glendale police she decided to step in after witnessing Ryan fall over one of his kids and cross a road without his family. Must have thought he was on his own. Good Samaritan rolled up to the family and offered them a ride to beat the heat, the witness said. Ryan got angry and punched the vehicle, which led to him knocking himself over and injuring his face. Nice job there, Dad. According to law enforcement, the witness said May appeared drunk and may have also been vomiting. But, you look at this, what are you doing? I mean, I know there's stupid people out in the world. Getting drunk at an Arizona Cardinals practice and walking 3 hours in 108-degree heat. If I was drunk, I would know it's 108-degree heat and not want to be out there, Ed.
Well, you're putting yourself, obviously putting your children in danger.
Yes.
Because, you can't take a 2-year-old on a forced march in 108-degree weather, which is outrageous. But when you're that drunk and the heat is that hot, you're taxing your body. You're lucky you make it yourself.
Yeah, I mean, you go through dehydration there.
Absolutely. I mean, it's a terrible, terrible story, man. People just do the stupidest things, and they really do. It just is one of those cases where it's a trite old expression, but they vet people to have pets. Anybody can have a kid, and they can do things like this. It just sucks.
Yeah. This last story here, or this other story, I got one more after this. Surrogate McKenna West, we talked about this the other day. Couple hires a surrogate mother, goes through the whole thing. She gets pregnant. They get into going through and getting the baby checked out and going through all the appointments, and then they find out that the baby's going to have some sort of heart condition that's very treatable. It's called hypoplastic left heart syndrome, HLHS. And then the parents said, well, we don't want the baby if it's damaged goods, we don't want it. To which the surrogate mother said, no, that's not happening. I'm not aborting this baby just because you want. And by the way, I am a pro-choice person. You figure out what you want to do. This is kind of ironic because the one thing people were saying is that if abortion gets banned, whatever, in states across the country, that you just go across the border and go get an abortion somewhere else in another state, wherever you have to. This woman kind of did that, but for the opposite reasons. She moved to Texas. And what happens when she moves to Texas? Yep, they're going to protect the hell out of that baby. McKenna West, an Alaskan nurse set to give birth to the fetus. She is named Gabriel on September 2nd. During her pregnancy, diagnosed with, as I said, HLHS for the baby. The parents, Nausheen Gilker and Omar Ahmed from California, called on West to seek an abortion, but she traveled to Texas, where she'll be recognized as the birth mother under state law, and there's nothing they can do there. Texas Attorney General Ken Paxton filed a petition that urges doctors to give Gabriel life-saving care when he's born and stop from being taken out of the state. How do you feel about this, Ed? Look, she made the right decision in all things considered and what she wanted to do and getting it done. I'm glad she ultimately gets to make the decision, but it is kind of a loaded situation, right?
I think she did the right thing.
Yeah.
I really do. I thought this story, it didn't sit well with me when you told it the other day. It's just like, so this baby's got a heart problem that is treatable.
So,
it's like he's going to, it was just, to me, it's terrible. They take it too lightly. And, I'm pro-choice as well, but I've known too many people through my life that treat abortion like birth control.
Yeah.
Having multiples and things like nah, man. You're a grown-ass woman, but you know what to do.
I've also seen on the flip side, people keep having kids that have no business having children.
Yes.
So
it's the same answer, though.
Yes.
Birth control.
Exactly. It comes down to that. And look, hats off to her for getting done what she deems to be right. But man, what a weird situation to be in, to say the least. Now, this last one is, I do nightmare fuel a lot, like things that you wouldn't want to happen to you, scary situations. You get on an amusement park ride and you're hung upside down like the one we did last week. This one, a high school football player practiced for over an hour before discovering that he had a venomous snake in his helmet. Yes, you heard that right.
What?
He practiced for over an hour and had a venomous snake in his helmet and did not know. An Arkansas high school football player practiced with a venomous snake wriggling around in his helmet until his coaches discovered the serpent. At Maumelle High School Athletic, their director, Kirk Horton, said his staff was left stunned after one of their players brought in a helmet that had a snake in it. And they had to place the helmet in a bucket of water to actually get the snake out, to get it to come out. It was really just shock and disbelief, Horton told local KARK. I've got a better shot at winning the lottery than seeing this in my 10 years. The venomous snake had apparently found its way underneath the helmet's padding, staying hidden from view. That's why he couldn't see it or feel it when he put it on. The school staff was able to secure the helmet inside a tote bag before Animal Services had to take the animal away.
How big was this snake?
I don't know if I see a picture. There's a video, and I'm trying to see if it crawls out. Yeah, because they got this helmet submerged in water.
Right.
They put a big-ass rock in it to make sure it stays down and doesn't, it's not buoyant and keeps floating.
Yeah.
I can see the head of the snake poking out of where the padding is. This might be like 2.5 feet, maybe? I don't know. I'm waiting for it to come out, but, I don't... Poke your head out, little guy. Come on. It's like...
I wore football helmets for a long time. They're tight.
It's not. Yeah, it's
not much room in there.
It was a little over a foot, I'd say. So it was a smaller one.
Still,
yeah. Just another crazy story. It's something you think about winning the lottery. That's the type of lottery I would win. I'm not winning the one where you get all the money. I'm winning the one where it's like, man, that could only happen to you,
brother. Who are you talking to here?
You know what? I changed my mind. I'm actually a very lucky man. We'll just keep this thing moving. What are we doing next? All right, we got to step out. We got the Orioles coming up. We'll talk some Orioles baseball at 7:45. But up next, Vinny Serrato is going to join us, get his take on what happened out at practice, Nate Wiggins' injury, all that and more right here on 105.7 The Fan.
Big Bad Morning Show. Vinny and Haynie, 3 deep. Live on YouTube, Monday through Friday, 6 till 6. Search 105.7 The Fan, Baltimore. And never miss a moment of coverage on the teams you love.
Traffic is sponsored by the Ouch Guy. 877-OUCH-911.
Ouch. You just fell on that wet floor at the grocery store? Ouch. Call 877-OUCH-911. I'm the attorney you can trust with your injury case. Let me handle the legal pain while you handle the ice pack. 877-OUCH-911 because I'm the attorney who actually gives a
Sponsored by NJM Insurance Group.
If you dread dealing with your insurance more than you dread build-it-yourself furniture with extremely vague instructions.
What are these? Hieroglyphics?
Then you might have Insuranoia. You should have NJM Insurance. They go to great lengths to do what's best for their policyholders.
Ready for your next great adventure? Find it at Bob Bell Ford of Bel Air during our summer sell-a-thon. Score hot summer savings, top dollar for your trade, and drive home in the Ford you've been dreaming about. We're reliable. Shop BobBellFordBelAir.com or call 410-838-3100 today.
When the heat is on, your air conditioner has to work harder than ever. If it's blowing warm air, making strange noises, or struggling to keep up, don't wait for a breakdown. Call FH Fur for fast, reliable AC service and repairs. And if it's time for a replacement, now's the time to upgrade. As FH Fur celebrates 45 years, get 0% financing for 72 months on a qualifying new system purchase, plus a free Enviro Air indoor air quality 5-inch filter.
877-CALL-FUR. FHFur.com.
Liberty Mutual customizes your car and home insurance. And now we're customizing this ad for your morning commute to wake you up, which could help your driving. Science says that stimulating the brain increases alertness. So here's a pop quiz. How many months have 28 days? What gets wetter as it dries? What has keys but can't open locks? If you don't want to hear the answers, turn off this Liberty Mutual ad now. 12 months, a towel, piano. Enjoy being fully alert.
Liberty, 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 liberty.
T-Mobile has an exclusive bundle for customers 55 and up.
I'm Sarah Bowl.
Yeah, I'm Frank Bowl.
A reliable network is key for us. And with T-Mobile, it's been wonderful. And going to the 55 plus plan saved us so much money.
A lot.
And that's important. Trying to keep costs down. The home internet's been perfect. It's fast, it's quick. The setup was so easy, it took less than 15 minutes.
It was like, If you want simplicity, coverage, reliability, you want the whole package, T-Mobile has it.
Right now, T-Mobile customers 55 and up can get 2 phone lines on America's best network, plus America's fastest 5G home internet for just $30 each.
$30 per month each line with autopay plus taxes and fees. Minimum age 55. Pricing for home internet rely on 2 lines of essentials. Choice 55. $35 connection charge per line required. Best mobile network and fastest 5G home internet based on analysis by Ookla of Speed Test Intelligence Data 2H 2025. All rights reserved.
Your line just went down. Production stopped. A supervisor wants answers. And someone's digging through a binder for the maintenance history. Every one of those minutes costs money, and most of the time, that breakdown could have been prevented. That's where MaintainX comes in. MaintainX catches the failure before it happens. Preventive maintenance plans on every key asset to improve reliability. Work orders assigned and tracked right from your phone. Everyone from the floor to the front office is in the loop. Real-time dashboards give managers instant visibility into what's been completed, what's overdue, and where the bottlenecks are. No more guesswork. Just a smarter, faster maintenance operation. Companies on MaintainX have cut unplanned downtime by over 30% and save thousands on parts and labor every year. See what it can do for your operation. Try MaintainX free at maintainx.com.
Powerball is always big fun. Right now, it's really big fun. The Powerball jackpot is estimated at $975 million. That's right, $975 million. Play today at any Maryland lottery retailer, and please play responsibly.
From the 105.7 The Fan Traffic Center, sponsored by your Baltimore area Jiffy Lube locations.
Good morning. The inner loop of the Beltway looks good. The outer loop is slow at Harford Road. Then on the west side, very slow at Liberty Road. 83, the JFX southbound, very slow at Northern Parkway. 895 southbound, you're on the brakes. Pretty solid from Eastern Avenue through the Harbor Tunnel. Southbound 95 is stop and go from Eastern Avenue through the Fort McHenry Tunnel. And BW Parkway southbound, slow from 100 to 175. With your traffic, I'm Maria Dennis.
From the OutchGuy.com sports desk, here's Ben Hall.
Just days after Zay Flowers had an injury scare at Ravens training camp, there was another one on the defensive side of the ball as cornerback Nate Wiggins was carted off the field with a leg injury. Later in the day, Jeff Reback of The Athletic reported that the Ravens believe Wiggins avoided a major injury, and while he could be sidelined for some time, the expectation is that he's back soon rather than later. In that same practice, Zay Flowers returned to the field after dealing with a quad contusion, though his participation was limited as he's easing his way back into action. Head coach Jesse Minter spoke about getting his star wide receiver back out there.
Zay's doing great. I think it was, he's able to come out early today before practice, get some running in, get some individual work in. That was all part of the plan as he's working back, just through the soreness of the quad. Again, I expect him to be Zay here, any day.
Wednesday's Ravens practice will start at 10 a.m. From the Bob Bell Ford of Bel Air Weather Center, temps are in the mid-80s with cloudy skies. Tomorrow is sunny skies and a high of 87. I'm Ben Hall, O's, Terps, and you're home for the most Ravens training camp coverage. We are 105.7 The Fan.
The Big Bad Morning Show is sponsored by Vinny Stio, your home sold guaranteed realty.
All right, welcome back. Big Bad Morning Show. Jeremy Conn, Ed Norris here with you. We welcome in half of Vinny and Haynie coming up at 10 o'clock, but Vinny Serrato is going to join us here. You've been popping on during training camp quite a bit. First off, Vinny, how are you?
I am doing well. How are you guys doing?
Good. Where everybody's having a good old time. But no, obviously the main story from yesterday is Nate Wiggins. Your thoughts on just the whole situation and how it all came down?
Well, I was standing there watching it because it was one-on-one. And what was interesting was, it was Wiggins and Jacoby Lane. And the thing that I liked was every time Lane came up, Wiggins would go against him. So they went 3 times against each other. And, the first time Wiggins and Lane went, Wiggins got his hands all over him and Lane couldn't get open. The next time, Lane was going to run an in-breaking route, so he leaned on him hard and then separated. And then Lane won that one, caught the ball. It was very nice. And then on the last one, what was interesting on the last one, Awuzie jumped up there to go with Lane, and then Wiggins jumped out and said, no, I got him. And then they run a go route, and it's perfect coverage. Because, Wiggins turns, runs with him, and it's stride for stride. And I'm watching them, and they go all the way into the end zone. And then it looked like Wiggins stepped on Lane, or Lane stepped on his foot. I thought it looked like he hyperextended his knee because he was laying there pounding the ground in pain, and he could not bend his left knee. And he lay there for a little bit, and then people came running over, and then they brought the cart over, and I thought he was in pretty good pain. And then one of the people at the Ravens after practice grabbed me and said, we were told that his ligaments are together, so we are optimistic that he's going to be okay.
So do you think your initial reaction was right, maybe a hyperextension?
That's what I thought.
Okay.
Because I've had an ACL, and an ACL, doesn't really hurt, just because it gives out, so, yeah, I thought it was hyperextension, Jeremy, is what I thought.
See, don't tell Ed that, because Ed's in one of those moods. If you told him you had an ACL, he'd say, well, you have 2, because he's doing that dumb stuff today, especially to me. Anyway, no. Ed, go ahead, man.
Well, there's a lot of things you got 2 of, Ed.
Anyway, so if this turns out to be more than minor, who is the next best option? Wiggins is the fastest guy on the team, the fastest Raven ever drafted, so he can go step for step with any receiver in the league. If he is not on the roster beginning of the season, who do you see taking that role?
And to me, there's nobody that can play man coverage like him. He's the only one that can do that, just because, like you said, with the speed. And I thought TJ Tampa, he had one of his worst days yesterday playing man coverage and stuff. I don't think any of them can run well enough to play man coverage against any of them. Wiggins, yeah, because Wiggins, they said he had his groin surgery. I think he had the sports hernia surgery in the off season, and he looks really good. He looks quicker, he looks fast, extremely confident is what he looks. And I love the fact that he wants to take whoever the top receiver was, and Bateman wasn't there yesterday, and Zay, wasn't practicing yesterday. So he was going late all the time. And I think the DBs, are a little pissed that Lane's getting all this attention, and it makes the DBs look bad. So
Jeremy said
Wiggins was taking him every time. So I think, Ed, that, if there's, I don't know, is there 5, 6 guys on the team that you say we cannot afford to lose that guy? To me, Wiggins is one of those guys.
Hey, talking to Vinny Serrato here on the Big Bad Morning Show. I heard a lot of people talking about Loop and obviously the way it started off, went 9 for 9, another, 7 for 7. It's always going to be something we bring up until he gets to his next regular season kick, because the last kick we saw in a regulation game was him missing something he hadn't done from that distance all year.
Yeah, I mean, he hadn't missed in about 4 or 5 days. And the thing about it, Jeremy, is they're right down the middle. Maybe a new holder has helped him. Who knows? With a new punter, maybe that's helped. I don't know, but he's confident and he's drilling it. The big thing is how's he going to be on those kickoffs too? Which he's going to have 3 preseason games to work on that.
Yeah, because that was an issue. I thought Stout should be kicking off. Yeah,
big time.
Yeah. How's the pass rush look? I know they're only in pads a couple of days, but I've heard Hendrickson is exactly as promised.
Yeah, he's unblockable, Ed. I mean, when he decides, when he wants to go full go, nobody can block him. I mean, he is so good at the top of the rush. And the thing about him is, and the thing about veteran pass rushers, he has seen every set. He's seen everything. He has every counter. You do something to him, he knows what he's going to do. And Ronnie Stanley can't block him. I mean, he is going to be a huge threat when it comes to it. And then Green's looking better. I think Green is, I think he's got some confidence too. And I'm guessing they simplified things, like they did with Oweh when he got to the Chargers last year. But Green's looking good. Zion, I think, is still. He's got to learn more counters and stuff, because when he gets stopped, then he's kind of stopped. I tell you, the guy who looked really good yesterday, I thought, was Calais Campbell. I mean, he gets on the, because the center and the guard, they're kind of double him. And Pinter, and Calais is so tall, he's swim moving the top of his head, so he gets around the center, and then he just keeps moving and he keeps using his hands and he eventually gets there. So Calais is going to be an issue, in the pass rush too.
He also knocks down a lot of passes because he's so tall.
Yeah, no doubt about it. And the other nice thing was Travis Jones was back yesterday during individual, so I'm sure he's going to ramp back up. And I think next week, when they go to the Vikings practices Wednesday, Thursday, I think they'll have pretty much everybody, It'll be interesting to see if Matabike probably, because Matabike, he does all the drills and stuff. He has not hit a sled yet. He has not done any of that. He's working. He's got his equipment on, but he works on the side with a trainer.
Vinny, great stuff, man. I'm sure we'll be checking back in with you. Appreciate your time this morning. Ed and I'll go and double check all the things we have 2 of after you're gone. So appreciate it, man.
Yeah, and you know what? When I'm driving out there, I love listening to Ed at 8:55.
Oh yeah. That's where we got. They asked me to jump on the bed the whole time he's doing that.
I'd like to see what he's coming up with, to sell all the toys.
Vinny, you heard my old bit about going into the sex shop with my wife, and I told her to pick anything off the wall, and she picked the big red one, and I had to tell her it was a fire extinguisher. You can't have that one. So anyway, my wife didn't say that. Don't tell her I said that at work. There's other nurses listening to the damn show. Anyway, Vinny, appreciate it.
I'm going to Raleigh Friday.
Oh, we're going to meet down there for a game. I'm excited. I'm excited for you.
Weekend.
I still haven't been to an NHL game. Maybe I'll just go down to Raleigh and join you guys.
You should come, man.
Yeah.
Oh, because my son now is, obviously Vinny's Charlie's on the roster. He's on the team. He's on the Hurricanes.
Be great to
Stanley
see.
Cup champs, and my son is a huge fan now because he lives in Raleigh. He's really become a fan of the Canes. So we should all go down there.
Absolutely.
Yeah.
All right, Ben, enjoy practice, and we'll talk to you later.
All right, I'll be listening. 8:55, Ed. I expect a big one.
Oh, you got it.
If you're expecting a big one, you're listening to the wrong show, I think. Anyway, Vinny, have a good one, bud. All right. Is Rob coming up next? All right, so we've confirmed that. Rob Long's going to call in from Minnesota. We'll talk to him about the Orioles, all things coming up right here on 105.7 The Fan.
After the Big Bad Morning Show, it's Vinny and Haynie.
We'll talk Orioles Twins. Birds getting ready for the series finale this afternoon against Minnesota. Ryan Wilson, CBSSports.com, talks of football with him. Preseason in earnest begins this week. Nate Wiggins went down yesterday at practice. Hopefully nothing to see here. We'll talk to Vinny Serrato about that and more.
Next on Sports Radio 105.7 The Fan.
This is an Odyssey Sports Minute.
A shift in Minnesota. Following a difficult first season on the field, the Vikings have officially named Kyler Murray their starting quarterback for the upcoming season, effectively moving J.J. McCarthy to the bench. After a high-profile training camp competition, head coach Kevin O'Connell and the front office decided to pivot away from the former first-round pick, handing the keys to the offense to Murray as Minnesota looks to rebound. I'm Drake Toll.
105.7 The Fan studios are driven by Anderson Automotive, Buick, GMC, and Honda. It's miles for miles at AndersonAutomotive.com.
Oh, hey, Sarah. Did you hear my daughter Katie got Camper of the Week?
That's a big deal.
We got a big deal, too. Right, Mom?
Honey, shh.
What's that?
Okay, that Hyundai Santa Fe, I only paid.
Nice. Deal's so right, it almost feels wrong. The Hyundai Getaway Sales Event. Get 0% APR for 60 months, plus 0 payments for 90 days, or 1.9% APR for 72 months on the Hyundai Tucson, Tucson Plug-in Hybrid, Santa Fe, or Santa Fe Hybrid during the Hyundai Getaway Sales Event. Offers end September 8th. Call 562-314-4603 for details.
DQ presents the Blizzard Double Flip Deal. For a limited time, when you buy one Blizzard treat, you get a second for just 99 cents. That's 2 Blizzards, 2 spoons, 2 flavors, and 2 flips. So don't miss out on the Blizzard Double Flip Deal, available only for a limited time and happening now at DQ. Because the only thing better than a Blizzard treat is a second Blizzard treat for just 99 cents. It's a deal to flip for. The Blizzard Double Flip Deal. Get it in the app. Participation may vary.
This report is sponsored by AAA Tire and Auto Service. Prepare for cooler weather ahead at your local AAA Tire and Auto Service. Their fall maintenance package includes an oil change, tire rotation, windshield wiper replacement, and more for just $119.99. Offer valid through August 31st. See store for details.
Traffic is brought to you by the hometown team of Science and Kirk.
Vinny Serrato here. I know what it takes to win under pressure, so if you're hurt in an accident, call the team that knows how to win. Science and Kirk. Hurt in an accident? Remember, if you have a phone, you have a lawyer. YouHaveALawyer.com.
Woohoo! Save thousands below MSRP at Anderson Buick GMC. Shop Maryland's largest selection and deepest discounts at 2 convenient Anderson locations, Hunt Valley and Abingdon. Take up to $5,000 off GMC Acadias or get 0% APR for 60 months on Buick Envisions. And every month is Truck Month at Anderson. Take up to $11,500 off Sierra pickups. Now that's smiles for miles. Check out AndersonBuickGMC.com. GMC, we are professional grade. Financing on select models with approved credit through GM Financial.
At Uline, the prevailing opinion is if you don't live it, you don't believe it. The people at Uline believe in hard work, and they live it by being there 24/7 to answer your call, having 41,000 items in stock, and offering same-day shipping from 12 locations across North America. Business owners, sellers, buyers, shippers, and packers believe it. Uline is the hard-working, dependable source for your shipping and industrial supplies. Visit uline.com.
Skechers elite athlete OG Anunoby has been making history on the basketball court.
Anunoby tips it in. Unbelievable. What a shot.
He's been balling out in Skechers high-performance basketball sneakers, and the world is noticed. But how does OG train off the court to keep in peak physical condition? Hands-free Skechers Slip-ins Aeroburst. They help prepare OG for the physical demands of playing at a championship level. Get your pair of Aeroburst for only $165 at a Skechers store, Skechers.com, or wherever high-performance running shoes are sold.
Running a business shouldn't feel like a juggling act. One app for accounting, another for inventory, one more for sales, and somehow they never work together. Or you could use Odoo, one fully integrated platform with all the business applications you need. CRM, inventory, accounting, marketing, and more. All working together seamlessly. Stop juggling software and get back to growing your business. Try Odoo free at odoo.com. That's ODOO.com.
Oh, hey, Sarah. Did you hear my daughter Katie got Camper of the Week?
That's a big deal.
We got a big deal too, right, Mom?
Honey, shh.
What's that?
Okay, that Hyundai Santa Fe, I only paid.
Nice. Deal's so right, it almost feels wrong. The Hyundai Getaway Sales Event. Get 0% APR for 60 months, plus 0 payments for 90 days, or 1.9% APR for 72 months on the Hyundai Tucson, Tucson Plug-in Hybrid, Santa Fe, or Santa Fe Hybrid during the Hyundai Getaway Sales Event. Offers end September 8th. Call 562-314-4603 for details.
DQ presents the Blizzard Double Flip Deal. For a limited time, when you buy one Blizzard treat, you get a second for just 99 cents. That's 2 Blizzards, 2 spoons, 2 flavors, and 2 flips. So don't miss out on the Blizzard Double Flip Deal, available only for a limited time and happening now at DQ. Because the only thing better than a Blizzard treat is a second Blizzard treat for just 99 cents. It's a deal to flip for. The Blizzard Double Flip Deal. Get it in the app. Participation may vary.
Jerry's Home Services is the choice of Maryland homeowners for all their interior and exterior renovation needs. With an impeccable industry reputation, just ask Jerry's for a fast, free estimate by calling 410-766-6800 or visit jerryshomeservices.com.
From the 105.7 The Fan Traffic Center, sponsored by your Baltimore area Jiffy Lube locations.
Good morning. The inner loop of the Beltway looks good. The outer loop is slow at Harford Road. Then on the west side, very slow at Liberty Road. 83, the JFX southbound, very slow at Northern Parkway. 895 southbound, you're on the brakes. Pretty solid from Eastern Avenue through the Harbor Tunnel. Southbound 95 is stop and go from Eastern Avenue through the Fort McHenry Tunnel. With your traffic, I'm Maria Dennis.
Rob Long, Ed Norris, and Jeremy Kahn. The Big Bad Morning Show. Sports Radio 105.7 The Fan.
Welcome back. Big Bad Morning Show. Jeremy Kahn, Ed Norris. We welcome in Rob Long, live from Minnesota. Rob, I'm sure you've had an eventful morning, man. How are you?
Next question.
All right, so last night's game, I know you got to talk to Gunner afterwards. Big time hit for him, home run. Thoughts on what we saw last night? 3 bombs, including the one from CES that I'm not sure has landed yet.
That was a bomb, 460 feet, man. He got into that one. It's amazing to see what he has been able to do. And he's coming out of a slump, so it's good to see, him be able to get rolling last night. And Gunner is so emotional, man. The things that make you laugh also make you cry, and that's with him. He's so emotional that, I asked him last night after the game what he's learned from himself, about himself during the 2026 season. And he said, I learned that I can take myself through anything. Not just the hard work, but just being able to persevere and be able to keep his head straight. And I'm glad he said that. And that's why I asked him that question. But I think sometimes it gets in his head too much. He needs a couple of games like last night to get going. I think sometimes baseball is not 4th and goal and I can, will my way to the end zone or throw it to me in the post and I can power my way to the basket. Baseball's not that. You can't want it so bad that you can make it happen. And I think sometimes he wants it so bad that he thinks he can make it happen. You can't do that in the sport.
I wonder if that's why. I watched the Minnesota broadcast. I like watching the opposition broadcast, just hear what their take is on the team. And they were praising Gunner, talking about, he's not playing up to, his usual standards, but he's still a star in this league. And they were a very good major league player. But one of the guys said something that kind of sounds like what you just said. He said he's got to stop pulling the ball so much. He's trying to pull the ball constantly instead of just letting it, hit to all fields in the opposite field. Have you seen that with him? Because that's what these guys were talking about. One of them was a World Series ring holder, too.
It must have been Dan Gladden.
Is that who?
I think Dan Gladden. I think he's on that broadcast, that telecast. But nonetheless, everybody praises Gunner for Baltimore. Keep that in mind. Every place I go, you know, man, they praise Gunner. I'm telling you, everybody does.
It's just a funny statement.
Gunner, you get a new team for Gunner if you traded him. You get a whole new team. But yeah, I think there's something to that. I've even said, I said to Craig Alvarez a couple of days ago, when Gunner was in Boston, it was like that green monster was a magnet to him, and he aimed for that green monster. Look at what he did in that series. He aimed for it because he knew those were easy hits. Then when he got away from Fenway, he went back to trying to pull everything. When Gunner's pulling the ball all the time, he's not Gunner. That's not who he is. Gunner's a gap-to-gap hitter with power. He's not a home run hitter. He's a gap-to-gap hitter with power. Now, if he hits a gap-to-gap and aims to hit a gap-to-gap, he's going to hit 30, 35 bombs just because he's a big, strong guy. But I agree. And again, I think it's Dan Gladden. Whoever said it, I agree 100%. And I think pulling the ball all the time is a result of trying too hard sometimes. You don't have patience. You don't let the ball travel. We saw a catcher's interference last night, all because Bell let the ball travel and literally hit it out of Pozo's hand, out of his glove, because he's up there, he's comfortable. And when you're comfortable enough and confident enough to let the ball travel. When you're slumping and things aren't going well for you and you're trying harder, you get jumpy. You get out in front of everything because you want to beat everything. And I think what he needs to do, what we were seeing Pete Alonso do, Pete Alonso has a lot of hits to right field because he's allowing the ball to travel.
Hey, Rob, I'm going to ask you the same question. I think I've asked you about 4 or 5 times, and I think I'm starting to become a little bit more of a believer. Is what BY's doing, is it real? Is he a legit pitcher in this league?
2 starts. It shows me yes. Cincinnati, he gave up 4 runs in Cincinnati, but he should have given up 8. Last night he gave up 2 runs, only 1 was errant, and because one of the runs scored on the catcher's interference, which is an E2. He gave up 1 earned run last night. He didn't have squat last night. He had absolutely nothing last night. Last night was a night where you should get to him at least for 4 or 5 runs. And he was just flopping it up there and doing the best he could. Do you know what Chris Bassett, we called him last night?
What?
He's called him Gibby.
Okay.
Because at his best, that's what Kyle Gibson did.
Well, people forget Kyle Gibson was a really good pitcher before he came to Baltimore.
That's why I said at his best. That's what he did. And you know, Jeremy, at his best, Kyle Gibson could go out with absolutely nothing. I mean, just like why are you even still in? It's the 6th inning. Why are you still in the game? And that's how I felt last night. It was like, is he going to get through 5? Then he got to the 5th. I'm like, he might come back out for the 6th. So I was watching him until he got to the dugout because the international side of a pitcher's done is when the manager and the pitching coach hugs him. When they hug him, he's done. And I'm like, nobody's hugging him. He's sitting on the bench. I said, he's going. I told my producer, I said, I don't know if you got a camera on him, but he's going back in. And nobody's addressed him. He said, fine. And then it was 2 outs. He stood up. That's his tradition. That's his ritual. With 2 outs, he stands up, starts stretching out, starts moving around. Like, this guy's going back out. And he went back out in the 6th inning, flopping it around right there. I think he's legit. Now, what does legit mean? Front of the rotation starter? I don't know. I don't think he's a 1 or 2. But he's definitely a 3. He could be a 3. He's no lower than a 4. And those 2 starts, to me, and I asked Ben McDonald on the walk home last night, I said to him, and I think I said it on the show, I know it's great to go out there and just shove it and just stick it to the batters. But you have to be prouder of the ones where you don't have it and you can still put your team in position to win. And Ben said absolutely. And last night, that's what that was. He didn't have it, and he ended up giving up 2 runs, 1 earned, in 6 innings. Jeremy, if that's not legit, I don't know what legit is.
Ed, how come I don't get this type of praise when I flop it around? He doesn't even say anything like this about me.
Jeremy, you don't have enough to flop around, man. Let's be honest.
Hold on, you were saying 2s and 3s. I thought for sure you were talking about me. So let's anyway, you got one more, Ed?
Yeah, I do, actually. Another catcher goes down. My question, I guess, is, how, you had some concerns about Basayo. Do I have to get my glove out and put it in the oven and break it in again, or when's he coming back?
Can I go based on what I saw? Because nobody's going to give you a report.
No,
based on what I saw yesterday before the game, sooner rather than later. Also with Blaze, sooner rather than later. Those guys look ready. I mean, I'm telling you, Messiah rolling around on the ground, having the ball in front of him, stopping the ball, his throws down, playing catch with the pitching coach, the catching coach. He looked good. He looked ready. That's based on what I saw. Nobody's giving him a report on that, so I would just have to say sooner rather than later. I wouldn't be surprised when we return home, you hear something about Messiah, and shortly after that, maybe Blaze.
Rob, quick, we're up against it, but we're talking about it in the next segment. Mayo and Holiday, are you starting to see the reason why Elias didn't want to trade them?
Absolutely. Well, Holiday, I never wanted to trade him. I think that was just ridiculous. Come on. The guy's a young man. He'll be fine. Mayo's making a believer out of me because he's starting to hit righties. He's mashing righties in the month of August. He is. We asked Albanez about him against lefties. He just laughed and said, those numbers. He said every time I have to refresh my computer to make sure that what I'm seeing is right. His OPS against lefties is just absolutely ridiculous. But he is who he is at third base. He is what he is at third base. He's better now than he was earlier. Although he's not the guy that I will roll out there voluntarily. But if he keeps hitting the ball the way he's hitting the ball, then you have to play him. Guys, I just want to say I apologize for this today. I'm going to stay in the studio until the show's over. Hopefully something comes up, but this is unacceptable. I apologize for this. This is not showing up for your team. I apologize.
Hey, man.
He didn't do it.
Yeah, well, actually he did. It's his fault, so I'm not. I ain't letting him off the hook on this one. No.
This is absolutely awful.
Well, look, we've done this the previous 2 days and it worked, and then you come in today and you have technical difficulties and it sucks because it throws a wrench in everything you wanted to do. But appreciate you calling in, man. And like I said, if something's working, we'll slide you back in here and start talking.
All right, man. Have a good one.
All right, Rob. We'll talk to you. All right, we've got, as I said, we're going to talk about Kobe Mayo, Jackson Holiday. Ryan Ripken was talking about their success. Are you starting to see what Elias saw in them? We'll do that next right here on The Fan.
If you're thinking about it,
every day,
we're talking about it.
That's what I'm talking about.
105.7 The Fan.
Folks, if you haven't been to the dentist, you need to go. I tell you that all the time. I've been telling you like 20 years. It's really important, not just for your teeth and gums, but your overall health. It affects your heart, everything. That's why I recommend Dr. Lairfield at Smile Design. They do everything. It's full service dental practice, but they do great cosmetic work. So if you're looking for something like that, if you want to have your teeth whitened, I had mine whitened there. Crowns, veneers, implants, they do everything, and it's done in a spa-like atmosphere for real. Just a nice, really nice guy. The whole staff is very welcoming, and it's just a comfortable experience. But what's new is if you're suffering from TMJ pain, they're treating it now with Botox. I mean, Botox helps with wrinkles and skin and things like that, and they do that because TMJ can also cause wrinkling from all the pressure you're putting on your teeth and gums and all that. But it also reduces grinding and clenching. So if TMJ is a problem, please call Smile Design for that as well. Just go, get the consultation. It's free. It's 410-321-1100. Make the appointment today and tell them I sent you.
Download to see if you qualify. Not all customers will qualify. Transfer fees may apply. No Albert subscription required. Albert is not a bank. Albert loans are issued by FinWise Bank, member FDIC. Not an actual client. Terms apply.
Is there anything Albert, my AI financial assistant, can't do? Albert, can you create a financial plan just for me?
Yes. I've reviewed your accounts, income, and spending. Here's your plan and a few suggestions.
Great. Any savings I'm missing out on?
I reorganized your budget and found an extra $500 this month. Would you like me to transfer that to your savings?
Sure.
Done.
Oh, I'm thinking about moving. Can you get me more cash?
Albert can get you a loan up to $10,000 fast. How does that sound?
Sounds perfect. Looks like Albert really can do everything.
Download the Albert app and use promo code GAIN to try Genius, your AI financial assistant, and get up to $10,000. Just download the Albert app and use promo code GAIN to try Genius and get up to $10,000. Promo code GAIN.
What if you could have the most reliable fiber-powered Wi-Fi? And get this, what if you could keep it at the same price for 5 years guaranteed? Now through August 24th, new Xfinity customers can get our best price on gig Wi-Fi this summer before it disappears. Just $50 a month for 5 years. No annual contracts, no hidden fees, and our best equipment included. Plus, get online in minutes with same-day Wi-Fi. It's Wi-Fi that finds and fixes problems before you even notice them. Like super intelligent Wi-Fi with a sixth sense. Plus, it keeps you protected from online threats. And get Peacock Premium included for 2 years. Lock in your price and unlock the possibilities. Get it now at Xfinity.com. Xfinity. Imagine that. Restrictions apply. Requires paperless billing and autopay with stored bank account. Taxes and fees extra. Speeds vary. Use of fiber coaxial cable. Learn more at Xfinity.com/same-day Wi-Fi.
Hey, this is Lauren. And a little thing I love about the hash brown scramble burrito is that it's going to add the protein that you need. The eggs with those crispy nuggets. It's the ultimate combo.
Hi, this is Maya, and a little thing I love about the hash brown scrambled burrito is that it's packed with protein. Having Chick-fil-A chicken in a breakfast burrito is just phenomenal to me. You have the chicken, you have the eggs, and then you add these hash browns. It's just complete, honestly.
Order the Chick-fil-A hash brown scrambled burrito and Simply Orange Juice on the Chick-fil-A app today. Real guests paid for their testimonials.
This is the story of the one. As a maintenance engineer at a beverage manufacturing plant, he starts his day knowing every line is ready to run because Grainger delivers the industrial-grade products he needs to keep mixers, conveyors, and packaging equipment moving. With Grainger's vast selection of bearings, belts, and motors, he keeps operations running smoothly, so nothing grinds to a halt. Call 1-800-GRAINGER, click Grainger.com, or just stop by. Grainger, for the ones who get it done.
Join 105.7 The Fan's Tim Barbalace this Saturday from 11 a.m. to 1 p.m. for the grand opening of Dick's House of Sport in Annapolis Mall. The new Dick's House of Sport is celebrating all weekend, August 14th to the 16th, with great giveaways while supplies last, incredible grand opening savings, and much more. See store or dicks.com/House of Sport Annapolis for complete details.
This is WJZ-FM, Catonsville, Baltimore's sports talk at 105.7 The Fan, and always live on the free Odyssey app. From the OutGuy.com sports desk, here's Ben Hall.
The O's bats were rolling early in Minneapolis last night.
Or two, and that's the reason why.
That ball slugged to deep right and gone. A two-run gunner stunner. And a pair of hits in the first 2 innings for Henderson. He is finally breaking out with a sharp single and an even sharper home run here in Minnesota.
That call courtesy of Masson. Pete Alonso and Gunnar Henderson each launched 2-run homers in the first 2 innings. Christian Encarnacion Strand added a 460-foot moonshot in the third, and those 5 runs were all the Birds needed to come away with the win. Baltimore has a chance to take the series today with the rubber match set for 140. Shane Baz will take the mound for the O's, while Zebby Matthews gets the nod for the Twins. In other Orioles news, all signs point to Chris Bassett returning to Baltimore's rotation this weekend. He's been on the IL since early June with a back injury. In 3 rehab starts at AAA Norfolk, Bassett pitched to a 1.98 ERA while striking out 12 through 13 2/3 innings of work. From the Bob Bell Ford of Bel Air Weather Center, temps are in the mid-80s with cloudy skies. Tomorrow is sunny skies and a high of 87. This Fan Flash is sponsored by Jerry Siding. Jerry's Home Services is the choice of Maryland homeowners with an impeccable industry reputation. Just ask Jerry's for a fast, free estimate by calling 410-766-6800 or visit jerrysiding.com. I'm Ben Hall, O's, Terps, and you're home for the most Ravens training camp coverage. We are 105.7 The Fan.
The Big Bad Morning Show is sponsored by Vinny Stio, your home sold guaranteed realty.
All right, welcome back. Big Bad Morning Show. Jeremy Conn, Ed Norris here. Got a lot going on. We've got Mike Bordick and Cordell Woodland joining us this hour. Next hour, it's Garrett Downing, the Daily Line. I got my teeth kicked in last night, so I'm not even looking forward to that, even though I do like today's slate. But Ed, Ryan Ripken posted about progress of Mayo and Holiday. We've talked about their success being sustainable. Sometimes it just takes a little bit longer with prospects, and even then, this could end up being fool's gold when all said and done. I don't believe that. I think that we're seeing Kobe Mayo get a little bit more comfortable. I had more confidence in Jackson Holiday becoming an upper echelon player than I did Kobe, but we knew the power was there. It's just kind of nice to see things coming together for both of those guys.
I agree. And this is, my frustration when I see, particularly with Holiday, when they were sitting him. Like, you don't. he's a young guy with tremendous potential. You know, you think about the hype about him when he came up to the majors. But he's not going to get to where he needs to be without reps. He's got to see everything. He's got to play every day. And that's what you do with your star players. I'm sick of these, these righty lefty days off and things like that. Like, I want to see him every day because he's got to learn to hit everybody. And his numbers are incredible. I mean, you look at his on base percentage since July 1st. It's fantastic. It's over, well over 400.
So what did they say going into last night's game? Mayo was just 2 RBIs short of Gunnar Henderson and 200 less at bats.
Yeah.
I don't know if that's an indication on how bad Gunner's been or how much better Kobe's been recently, but it's probably a combination of both.
And then Holiday's batting .310 since then with a .430 on base percentage. To me, .360 is the benchmark that I like to see. .360 on base percentage. He's .430 right now. So, I mean, he's looking really, really good. And I want to see him play every day for the rest of the season.
Do you think he looks real good today, or was it just yesterday?
He paid a lot of money for his chain.
All right, man. But, just watching last night, it's another one of those games where you feel totally different coming in the morning depending on a win or loss. And I know they won last night. You have a chance to win the series instead of avoid the sweep, Ed, your favorite phrase.
I love that one.
Yeah. Ooh, got out of there with that win.
Oh, they avoided the sweep. Yahoo.
But Shane Baz is going today, too. And, he's been the guy. Every time he's gone out on the mound, he's been way better than you think, and the Orioles tend to make some error that gives up a run.
Give no run support either.
Yeah, that's the other thing. And today's a great hitting day, so we'll see what the bats do. But again, nice to see that. And I brought up the comments earlier today from who was it? Tyler Wells was on the Ryan Ripken podcast talking about why he loves it in Tampa Bay, and he goes, not everybody's. I don't know if this is a shot at the Orioles or not, or if he's just praising the team he's with. You can read into it how you want. But he said everybody here is not trying to hit a home run. It's very selfless. Move the runner over. Make sure we get in a scoring position. Nobody really cares about the bottom line except for that W. And it's like, yeah, that's kind of how it should be, but you're not always going to get that.
Well, but that's how they play. And they are doing it that way. So, I mean, I think that's factually correct. Mm-hmm. It just is. I mean, I get a lot of crap because I think I'm really impressed with the Rays. I find them a fascinating organization. I mean, did you send us anything about the payroll this morning?
Who sent that? The payroll? No, it wasn't me. It must have been Rob.
But it's like, the payroll's ridiculous. It's so small. I think it was $120 million. I'm doing this from memory, but it was like a third of what the Yankees is. And
I got it right here.
And they have a 6-game lead on the Yankees.
Yeah, I mean, it's impressive what they've done. And I even said earlier that I think the Orioles, it was Dan Clark that tweeted it out. That's why you didn't get it from me, because that guy's a douchebag. Hey, live in Australia and tell everybody you got inside information everywhere else. Yeah, okay. Anyway, payrolls in 2026, $120.2 million for the Rays, $338.2 million for the Yankees. So, yeah, you're looking at $210 million in difference of payroll, and they've got a better team. There's 6 games, and there's 6 games in front of the Yankees now.
Yes.
They just keep winning.
I know.
They made some of the best moves under the radar, I thought, at the trade deadline that nobody talked about, because they clearly needed help offensively, and Liam Hicks adds that. They added a couple of pieces that I think are really going to bolster that team. I still think what Boston's been doing has been just amazing, but we'll see if the shine comes off of them anytime soon.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, and what's to me what's even more impressive though is that they're not doing it this season. They seem to do it most seasons.
Yes.
With, they put together that roster with, spitting the promise. They're putting money into it, and yet they're always competitive. They're always a threat to take the division. If not, they're a playoff team. I just think that it's a great model. And I can't remember what caller it was earlier. He said, "Can't we get somebody from the Rays to help us?" Because I've said that over the text thread we're on.
What do you mean? The Rays have all our former players. What are you talking about?
Yeah.
Up the middle. I mean, you got Brian Baker, you've got Cedric Mullins, and now you have Tyler Wells. You've got Brandon Hyde in the dugout. So, I mean, it's like the Orioles South, except they've been doing a better job with it.
Yeah, and I'll tell you what. Watch Freddie Peralta become Freddie Peralta again.
I just said to everybody else, I said that poor bastard got welcomed to Tampa Bay. They said your first starts in Coors and your second starts in Coors Light out there in Sacramento. And I literally just said this yesterday to somebody. I said, give it 2 or 3 games and watch. He's going to look like Freddie Peralta that I wanted on the Orioles in the offseason. So,
that's what I think is going to happen too, because I know it's exactly that. I had this conversation yesterday.
Did we
with
talk?
The same bartender. No, with the same guy, the Seahawks fan who is the bartender down here. He's a huge sports fan, and we were talking about Peralta. He said, yeah, but look where he was pitching. And that's exactly right.
Yeah, that sad-ass Mets organization, man. Who'd be a fan of them?
They're terrible, I know.
You don't even care the Knicks won, so what am I saying? You'll bask in that for the next 10 years.
We're blue and orange for the rest of my life.
Hey, when's the last time you've been to a Knicks game?
Oh, boy. Since I lived in New York.
Yeah.
Yeah, so it's a long time. Last game I went to, I saw them play the Raptors.
They were called the Knickerbockers then, right? When you... Sorry.
Yeah, I did. I went to a Raptors game, and it was the last time and part of it's because we talked about it, earlier in the show, is the tickets are so ungodly expensive now.
Yeah.
And then you see a ticket price, you don't go by yourself.
Well, that's what always makes me laugh when people are like, we need to bring the NBA to this city. I mean, we say it about Baltimore all the time, or why can't we get a third team? If you look at the NBA and NHL, it's more white collar than anything else. It's almost like going to the Super Bowl, because you're going to have fans there that mortgage their future just to go to the Super Bowl. But you got a lot of rich ass people that can afford to go, that are a little stuffy, that are there just to show up and say they were there. And I feel like with Knicks games, unless you're sitting way up or you overpaid for tickets, it's probably the same thing.
It's so funny you say that. One of my observations over the years, because I went to a lot of Caps games too. I just love hockey, so I'd go to Caps games because the woman who was their PR person, she credentialed me because I talked about them on our show. She heard it going to work and said, "Hey, would you want to get credentials and come to cover the games?" I said, "Yeah, absolutely." So she did. So I go to a lot of games. So I'm at a restaurant prior, and I see a bunch of guys. This is exactly what you were talking about. They were wearing like $4,000 suits, $1,000 shoes, and then they took their Caps jerseys and pull them on over that. It was like that was the crowd that night. I was like, wow, this is really odd.
It's odd to go to an NBA game and realize that that's a white collar sport now, because all the seats that you see a game, or if you want to sit in one of the suites that they have there, it's not the same thing. I mean, they need that type of money coming in to support the team, and that's the sad part of it. And
actually, the woman Katie Hedman now is with the Golden Knights.
All right. Well, we've got some guests coming up. We're going to talk to Mike Bordick at 8:30 and 8:45, Cordell Woodland. But up next, it's Shovels. You want to tease your shovel, Ed?
Yeah. I am giving it to someone down here for something that was done yesterday, which how people survive in this world, it's beyond me. Like, life's hard, but it's really hard if you're stupid.
Tell me about it. I've been dealing with it for 46 years. Anyway, all right, we do Shovels. We'll take your phone calls, 410-583-1057 right here on the Fan.
After the Big Bad Morning Show, it's Vinny and Haynie.
We'll talk Orioles Twins. Birds getting ready for the series finale this afternoon against Minnesota. Ryan Wilson, CBSSports.com, talks football with him. Preseason in earnest begins this week. Nate Wiggins went down yesterday at practice. Hopefully nothing to see here. We'll talk to Vinny Serrato about that and more.
Next on Sports Radio 105.7 The Fan.
Folks, there's a place in Baltimore that I talk about all the time because, well, it's one of my favorite places. It's Mount Washington Tavern. Been going there for a long time, like 26 years. Because it's just a really, really good place. And it's one of my favorites, and it still is. It's one of those where it's not just the food that's good, which it is. The drinks are great, which they are, but the people are really what make it. It's a great neighborhood place, has been forever. And I recommend it highly because no matter what the day of the week is, you're going to have a great meal and a great time. So check it out, seriously. If you why don't you stop in today for happy hours from 3 to 6, Monday to Friday. Easy to do. I mean, just walk on in and have one of the $10 drinks. They have old fashions, Manhattans, martinis. That's every Monday through Friday. $8 crab, hush puppies and mussels. It's just a really, really good place. And of course, don't forget about the $32 prime rib special. It comes with potatoes and a side salad, and it's $32. I don't know if I can mention that enough, especially in this economy. It's fantastic. And Sundays, $5 drinks all day. Crushes, rail drinks, canned seltzers. And if you're more of a weekend morning person, well, they got brunch Saturday and Sunday, 11 to 3. But reservations go fast, so call or book online today. And while you're there, say hi to Rob, Dave, and Buck for me. Please tell them I sent you. Mount Washington Tavern, where Baltimore eats.
Sponsored by UBO. We make workflow. UBO streamlines document workflow and maximizes output. Think of us as your business technology experts, where satisfaction isn't just a promise, it's a part of our culture. Get started at ubeo.com today.
H&K Group Incorporated.
Calling all heavy equipment operators and pipe laborers. Start your new career with H&K Group Incorporated. HTI Contractors Division of H&K Group wants to offer you the opportunity to be part of the industry leader. Visit hkgroup.com and apply today. H&K is an equal opportunity employer.
Ever notice how the little things add up? A cracked phone screen, a dead car battery, bills creeping higher.
Oh, no.
What if your checking account could actually help with all that? It can. With Elite Checking from NASA Federal, you get smart benefits designed to save you time, money, and stress. Like get your paycheck up to 2 days early for a little breathing room. Cell phone protection to cover unexpected damage. Roadside assistance for breakdowns. Bill negotiation to help lower your bills. Identity theft aid for peace of mind. And you can earn dividends on your balance. If your checking account isn't working hard for you, switch to Elite Checking from NASA Federal. You can do it all right online at nasafcu.com/WJZ. And you don't have to work for NASA to join NASA Federal. NASA Federal Credit Union. Smart. NASA smart. Federally insured by NCUA.
True Ravens fans know that nothing beats the thrill of a Ravens win, except maybe a Ravens scratch-off win. That's because when you play Ravens scratch-offs from the Maryland Lottery, you can win up to $200,000 instantly, or enter non-winning tickets for a chance at amazing second-chance prizes, like a pair of Ravens season tickets, $10,000 cash, or even Ravens tickets for the next 20 years. Grab Ravens scratch-offs at any Maryland Lottery retailer, and please play responsibly.
The first ever Infiniti QX65 feels unstoppable. In a world that is frozen in its ways, this sporty fastback SUV never stops moving forward. Turbocharged performance, intelligent all-wheel drive standard, ProPilot Assist 2.1. This is a ride beyond the expected. This is unstoppable progress. Discover the first ever Infiniti QX65 at InfinityUSA.com. 2027 QX65 expected early summer 2026.
This is Andy Palladino of the Palladino Financial Group. Want to know what you can do to make sure you have enough money in retirement? Tune into my radio show, Your Financial Hour, every Saturday from 9 to 10 a.m., and I'll explain steps you can take to help safeguard your income. It's every Saturday from 9 to 10 a.m.
The teams you grew up with
Ravens are world champions.
are the ones you still love today. 105.7 The Fan. From the 105.7 The Fan Traffic Center. Sponsored by your Baltimore area Jiffy Lube locations.
Good morning. The inner loop of the Beltway and the outer loop running smoothly. No accidents. 895 southbound. You're on the brakes from Moravia Road through the Harbor Tunnel. Southbound 95 is stop and go from Eastern Avenue through the Fort McHenry Tunnel. With your traffic, I'm Maria Dennis.
Rob Long, Ed Norris, and Jeremy Kahn. The Big Bad Morning Show. Sports Radio 105.7 The Fan. The Big Bad Shovel of Wisdom.
All right, it's time for shovels. As always, we'll take your phone call at 410-583-1057. We started off with you, Ed. Who gets your shovel?
Idiot drivers. I know we do this all too often, but it is unbelievable. It's stunning to me how badly people drive when it's such an important thing to do because it's dangerous. First of all, I've never seen so many accidents inside a city as I have here. People just fly around. I get it. I love that it's a free state, a lot of freedom. People think it's like do whatever you want. Like, the speeding is outrageous. I've seen people run steady reds that are red for like 3 seconds, not even slow down, just blow through them if they see no traffic coming. But more than that, yesterday was a special one. I'm trying to, I'm on a side street trying to get on a main highway. So, like, Think about coming off, I don't know, a residential street coming onto York Road. Something like that. The woman, she's going to make a U-turn. So what she does is, she's going to, of course, she just can't make a right. She's in front of me. So you can't just make a right and then make a U-turn properly at the next spot where you can. No. She blocks the whole intersection that I am sitting in with her car. And she's going to try to, now maneuver her car where she can just make a U-turn that's probably illegal, or a left turn onto the main road. But of course that doesn't happen, because now other cars are trying to get into the street and she's blocking both lanes. So this idiot basically blocked an entire 6-lane highway because she was selfish. Because now all the cars trying to make the turn into the street that I'm on from the other direction can't get in. So they're blocking the main road, which is now blocking the north and south lanes. I'm like, I'm sitting there I didn't even I just threw up my hands. I'm like, what are you doing? And I'm now like, what exactly are you doing?
It's every day. It's every day. And the best part about this is when somebody, let's say I got over and I felt like I cut somebody off or whatever, I'm putting my hand up and saying I'm sorry. If someone lets me over, I'm putting up my hand to say thank you. I'm not cutting across 4 lanes. I'm not cutting anybody off when I see them coming up. Oh, this person's going 70. I'm going 50. But you know what? I'd like to be in this lane, so I'm just going to get in it. I literally yesterday had a guy, and I could do a shovel in this too, Ed, had a guy that got over into my lane while I'm going about 20 miles an hour faster than him. He's going under the speed limit and proceeds to drive in that lane for another 3 miles. And I'm going, what was wrong with the lane that you were in? There was nobody in front of you. Why on earth would you get over and just cut me? He wasn't paying attention is obviously what happened, and just decided to stay in that lane. And you see so much of this stuff. I'm going to go back. I usually don't do this, but I'm going to go back to the first segment we had today. I'm going to give it to DoorDash in this restaurant last night. Oh, that's my shovel. Oh, there. Shovel. I talked about this morning, and ironically, the overnight guys were talking about DoorDash and Grubhub and how you tip. Tip the damn guys. Don't be cheap. But I'm not even going to name the name of the restaurant, but I spent $90 on food last night. My wife was going to make dinner. She was tired, and I said, just let me order something, because that's always my go-to. So we ordered food. I'm telling you, the chicken tastes like wood. It was just terrible, man. The food, everybody in my family that ordered something tried it and said, no, this ain't it. And literally $90 worth of food were thrown out. I'm not even giving them the shovel. Sometimes you just get a bad meal. Sometimes things happen or you just don't like their food. It was very trashy. It tasted like things were rolled in ketchup instead of another sauce. You know what I mean? It was just...
Oh, really?
Yeah, it was just like if you were supposed to have orange chicken, you know how it comes crispy? All the breading had fallen off and it looked like it was just covered in ketchup. And it tasted like that. So
it was chicken tastes like wood.
Yes.
Did they have a color TV so you could watch Knicks play basketball?
We did. It was too cheap to go. It was too expensive to go to the games. It was cheaper to watch it on TV.
Rapper's Delight is my favorite song.
I like when Redman and the rest of the crew there redid it, and it's so good. It's so good. Anyway, but the point is, I love when DoorDash does this, and everybody's had it. So my wife and I ordered the same thing. So there's a 2 next to it, but they sent one of them. So now I have to go back into the app and say, hey, you forgot this. And they're like, okay, we're going to refund your whatever, $15. Does that make you happy? I'm like, no, I still don't have food. I just got my money back. I'm in the same place I was before I called you guys. How is it going to make me happy? And then they always do the thing, oh, something's missing from my bag. Send us a picture. Of what? The missing item?
Yes.
The hell are you talking about? Here it is. Look at these hands. Nothing's in them because I didn't get it. It's just, I can't believe this is something we deal with on a routine basis.
I know. And that is one of the funniest things, though. It's do you remember I had that issue with I bought an electric razor, it had the head shaver?
Yes.
I pick up the box when it arrives. It felt like it was empty. I'm like, this is weird. I open up, and it was empty. And I called it was Baldy, Bawldy. If anybody has my condition where you have no hair, best one I've ever had. And great customer service, because I called them or emailed them, and then they asked the same question. Could you send us a picture? So I sent her a picture of an empty box. And they're asking me, I said, look, I'm just telling you what it is. It doesn't look like it was tampered with. I don't know what happened, but there's no razor in his box. And eventually the woman was like, you know what? You've been so forthright with this. He sent me a new razor and a couple of extra blades, and they're very good about it. But it is funny when they ask for that. I'm like, what do you want me to show you? It's nothing here. It's missing. It's not broken.
Yes. There it is. And in all of its glory, nothingness. It's like, come on, man. I mean, like, every day we could, I've said this before, every day we could do something traffic related with people. Like, I still don't, if you're getting over into another lane, why does it need to take you a mile? Why are you driving in between two lanes to get over? Get your ass over already.
Oh, my other favorite is, if you're making a left turn, why do you have to swing the car right like you're driving an 18-wheeler?
Oh, my God. The people that block the other lane for people to make a right turn because you want more room to make a left-handed turn. Just dumb. Anyway, that's Shovels. We've got some guests coming up. As I said before, 8:45 Cordell Woodland. But up next, Mike Bordick joins us, Oriole Hall of Famer. We'll talk about all things Orioles with him right here on 105.7 The Fan.
What happens next happens here. Baltimore Sports Radio.
That ball is out of here.
105.7 The Fan.
Brought to you by Liberty Mutual Insurance.
Liberty, 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 liberty.
Brought to you by Liberty Mutual Insurance. Why pay full insurance when you can customize and save? Switch to Liberty Mutual and they'll customize your auto and home insurance so you only pay for what you need.
Liberty, 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 liberty.
Traffic is sponsored by Schmidt Baking Company, part of the H&S family of bakeries.
Get healthy with Schmidt's Old Time 647 bread. High in fiber and less carbs, so you can enjoy the great taste and eat better. Enjoy 647's delicious bread, rolls, bagels, and English muffins. Available at your favorite grocer. Schmidt, your hometown baker.
Riding a motorcycle requires balance, alertness, and quick reactions. There is no margin for error. If you're thinking about drinking and riding a motorcycle, then you're not really thinking. When your abilities are impaired and you make a mistake, it could be deadly. Make the smart choice if you plan to ride. Be the sober driver. Be the driver who saves lives. Go to zerodeathsmd.gov. This message is brought to you by the Maryland Department of Transportation.
If you dread dealing with your insurance company more than you dread build-it-yourself furniture, that came in 47 different pieces.
Why do I have 6 extra screws?
With extremely vague instructions.
What are these? Hieroglyphics?
Then you might have Insuranoia. And if you have Insuranoia, then you should get NJM. They go to great lengths to do what's best for their policyholders. No jingles or mascots, just great insurance. NJM. Insurance underwritten by NJM Insurance Company and its subsidiaries.
Someone had a birthday.
Yep, 50. Can't believe it.
50 years of wisdom.
Great segue. We have a health reminder from the CDC.
Pneumococcal vaccination is recommended for adults 50 or older. Says here, we're over 6 times more likely to be hospitalized with pneumococcal pneumonia than adults under 50.
I don't love those odds.
Same. Look what I found. Pfizer's Prevnar 20 is proven to help protect adults against pneumococcal pneumonia and invasive pneumococcal disease in just 1 dose. And millions have already gotten it.
Continued approval may depend on a supportive study. Don't get Prevnar 20 if you have a severe allergy to its ingredients. A weakened immune system may lower your response. Common side effects include injection site pain and swelling, fatigue, headache, muscle, and joint pain. For full prescribing information, please call 1-855-213-2138. Visit Prevnar20.com or talk to your doctor or pharmacist.
I'm on Prevnar20.com now, scheduling my appointment.
Good idea. And happy 50th.
And Doug.
Hot dog, get your hot dog.
Customize and save with Liberty Mutual.
Hey, what are you doing?
I like your method. Direct, to the point. A little loud, but...
Listen, people don't buy car insurance the same way they do hot dogs.
Not yet, but both are customizable.
Popcorn, get your popcorn.
Hey, this is a hot dog area.
And customize and save area. Get a quote at libertymutual.com or with your local agent.
Liberty, 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 liberty.
Looking for a smarter way to grow your savings? For a limited time, Security Plus Federal Credit Union is offering a 4.00% APY on a 9-month certificate. It's a great way to earn more on your money with a short-term commitment. But don't wait. This special offer won't last forever. Visit securityplusfcu.org/9-month CD or call 410-281-6200. Security Plus Federal Credit Union, the plus side of banking.
The summer sell-a-thon is happening now at Bob Bell Nissan. Choose from 4 great Nissan models priced under $30,000, ready to drive home today. Credit challenges? We say yes. Your best drive starts this summer. Visit BobBellNissan.com or call 410-288-2500 today. Powerball is always big fun. Right now, it's really big fun. The Powerball jackpot is estimated at $975 million. That's right, $975 million. Play today at any Maryland lottery retailer, and please play responsibly.
From the 105.7 The Fan Traffic Center, sponsored by your Baltimore area Jiffy Lube locations.
Good morning. The Beltway Inner Loop and the Outer Loop running smoothly. No real problems. 95 northbound at exit 59, that's Eastern Avenue. An accident has the right shoulder blocked. 895 southbound, you're on the brakes. Pretty solid from Pulaski Highway through the Harbor Tunnel. With your traffic, I'm Maria Dennis.
From the OutGuide.com sports desk, here's Ben Hall.
Just days after Zay Flowers had an injury scare at Ravens training camp, there was another one on the defensive side of the ball as cornerback Nate Wiggins was carted off the field with a leg injury. Later in the day, Jeff Reback of The Athletic reported that the Ravens believe Wiggins avoided a major injury, and while he could be sidelined for some time, the expectation is that he's back soon rather than later. In that same practice, Zay Flowers returned to the field after dealing with a quad contusion, though his participation was limited as he's easing his way back into action. Head coach Jesse Minter spoke about getting his star wide receiver back out there.
Zay's doing great. I think it was, he's able to come out early today before practice, get some running in, get some individual work in. That was all part of the plan as he's working back, just through the soreness of the quad. Again, I expect him to be Zay here, any day. Wednesday's
Ravens practice will start at 10 a.m. From the Bob Bell Ford Bel Air Weather Center, temps are in the mid-80s with cloudy skies. Tomorrow is sunny skies and a high of 87. I'm Ben Hall, O's, Terps, and you're home for the most Ravens training camp coverage. We are 105.7 The Fan.
The Big Bad Morning Show is sponsored by Vinny Stio, your home sold guaranteed realty.
There we go. Welcome back. Big Bad Morning Show. Jeremy Kahn, Ed Norris here with you. We welcome in our Orioles guest, Hall of Famer Mike Bordick. Bordy, what's going on, man? How are you?
Hey, good morning, Jeremy. Hey, Ed, how are you guys today? All right?
Doing well.
Hey, I wanted to ask you, first off, it was pretty impressive, but seeing the consecutive record being broken that you held by the shortstop over there with the A's, how difficult, first off, is it to go through something like that? And I even heard the announcers go, do you think he wants him to hit it to someone else these last 2 innings just so he knows the game's over with? What were your thoughts on seeing that?
Yeah, no, good for him, man. Jacob Wilson is an incredible player out there with the Athletic. You guys probably might remember his dad, Jack Wilson, who was a sensation too, man. He was just getting in the league great when I started finishing up, and I love watching him, and I know his son inherited a lot of those great defensive skills. So good for him, man, breaking it, especially nowadays, I think, when defense is kind of put to the wayside for exit velocity and all the other numbers that they chase. So it's nice to see somebody kind of focusing on that. I know his manager out there really appreciates it, and so do his pitchers. And, I think it's good, and hopefully it brings more attention to defense, and these guys everybody starts cleaning it up just a little bit, paying a little bit more attention to it.
Hey, Bordy, we were talking about Kobe Mayo and Jackson Holiday since July 1st. They've just been lighting the world on fire. Both of them. Holiday's got a on-base percentage over 400s at 430, 310 average. Mayo's, 10 extra base hits, an average about 300, 980 OPS. They're really playing well. My question is, how do you feel about platooning guys who are young, who I think need more reps and play? I think they need to play every day. I'm really not in favor of it. How do you feel about all this lefty-righty switches that go on?
Yeah, and no secret, man. I'm not a big fan of it, especially when you're talking about developing players at the highest level. My gosh, you let them hit against lefties and righties in the minor leagues, and now all of a sudden, because they have some failure, you won't let them make the adjustments that need to be done. So many of these guys are just such proficient hitters, man, and I think they just need those extra reps. And it's unfortunate that I know we all expected a lot of their, top picks, but it takes time, man, and a lot of guys got to, at least in my generation, got to work out the kinks and find more consistency in the minor leagues. And unfortunately, these guys are all kind of learning at the major league level. And I think there are some definite setbacks because they're not being exposed to really what they're going to need to face down the road, which is everybody coming out of the bullpen. I mean, it doesn't even make a lot of game strategy sense to do that to me, because a lot of times there are these reverse splits now. I mean, everybody's facing everybody. So, yeah, the development's been a little bit slower at the highest level for these guys, but it's nice to see them starting to have success and actually face. I mean, Kobe Mayo's facing right-handed pitchers now, every now and then. How about that? That's great. And Jackson Holliday's facing some left-handed pitch, and they're having some success. So why not run with it? Let these guys get evaluated more consistently on their overall game, and let Alvarez and his coaching staff be the judge of it, because there have been inconsistencies, I think, in the evaluation process in the minor leagues.
Hey, Bordy, I fully believe, and Mike Bordick joining us here on the Big Bad Morning Show, that we are going to see a lockout to some extent, miss either a portion of the season or the whole season next year. How do you feel? Do you think baseball needs a salary cap and floor?
Oh, man, it's such a tough question. I mean, what about like back in the 90s when I was going through that whole thing and everybody was thinking, oh, my gosh, there's just so much money.
Yeah.
The players are being greedy, and it's kind of the same thing. And I think ultimately, the players just want, open books, the market value, whatever's going on, the capitalist kind of view there. And I think they've consistently tried to hold true to that. And I think in many cases, the discrepancies are with the owners. The large market owners and the small market owners have always had a hard time deciding what they want to be. You know what I mean? And It seems like they shoot themselves in the foot. Okay, owners all come together, and then another owner says, well, I'm going to pay $500 million for this guy. And the other guy says, wait, didn't we just talk about, trying to pull things back a little bit? So the owners have always had a hard time getting on the same page, and that's the challenge on their side. I think now, with so many young players in Major League Baseball, and I don't know if they did it intentionally, but the huge turnover has lost so many veteran voices that every other generation had before them. So it's going to be interesting to see how this all unfolds, but I'm sure it'll end up with some form of a salary cap, because the owners, one thing for sure is they're marketing this strategy. They're putting it out there on social media, on TV, everything, every chance they get, kind of pushing the salary cap.
Back to what we talked about, my last question, because I've been discussing it with other people, talking about, sitting players for lefty-righty switches and things like that. And I feel, I always thought that the manager had autonomy when it came to putting together a lineup card. People seem to be insisting it's the analytics here driving this team, Elias and company doing it from the front office. How much autonomy do managers have?
Yeah, I don't think they have much. I mean, I haven't witnessed it. I guess I saw some things, when Brandon Hyde was there, that kind of insinuated that a lot of stuff was coming down from the front office. But I think a lot of teams follow that kind of card anyway. Right by the Stratomatic game, and the numbers say do this, the numbers say do that, and so the gut and the instinct and that kind of genuine feel for the game is just pushed aside, man. And you see it not only with managers and coaches, but with players. I mean, they're reading a card to find out where they should play instead of reading a swing and knowing what the guy's tendencies are. I appreciate going to a spot, but there have to be instincts involved if you want to, truly make it an art form and something really special. And it's just gotten a little bit cold in that sense, to where left-handed pitcher has got to be a right-handed hitter. I don't think, I don't know. I think that is an organizational strategy and philosophy, and I wish it might lean back towards the instinct, because I think there are still guys with great baseball instincts out there that kind of can understand and predict the future to some degree just by what they're seeing on the field. So, I'm not big on the, playing those kind of matchups, especially when you have so many young players. You're just kind of stalling their growth, if you ask me.
Hey, Bordy, go ahead.
Just quickly, piqued my interest. Stratomatic. Did you play that when you were a kid?
Hell no. I played the game. I didn't play the board.
It's like talking to a CrossFit person. Hell no, I don't want to be the best at exercising. No, it's like,
It's so funny. That game came out like the year I was born. It's like that's such an old game.
oh, man. Hey, Bordy, tell everybody about the podcast before we let you run. I know you guys have had some interesting guests on here recently.
Yeah, we really have. I mean, Buster Olney was a hit, man. He tells it like it is. He almost sounds just like an Oriole fan, to be honest with you. And I know he got to start here, but yeah, that was last week's guest on the Be More Baseball podcast, Be More Sports Pod. Check it out on all your social media sites and podcast listening pleasure. This week we're going to have Christian Franklin, a young outfielder that just got called up, talk about his experiences and his opportunities here with the Orioles. And don't forget about my League of Dreams, man, my nonprofit. We started a podcast called Rocks to Pearls. Check that out as well. So thanks for letting me mention it.
Absolutely, Bordy. Appreciate your time as always, man. We'll talk to you again next week.
Sounds good. See you guys.
See you, man.
See you, Bordy. Now, we've got another guest coming up. We're going to switch gears and talk some Ravens. We'll get in the training camp. Ravens training camp updates on the Fan are brought to you by Green Valley Marketplace. Camp is here, and Green Valley Marketplace is your summer grilling headquarters. They've got your cookout covered. Visit greenvalleymarketplace.com today. We'll get our training camp report with Cordell Woodland here on the Fan next.
After the Big Bad Morning Show, it's Vinny and Haynie.
We'll talk Orioles Twins. Birds getting ready for the series finale this afternoon against Minnesota. Ryan Wilson, CBSSports.com, talks of football with him. Preseason in earnest begins this week. Nate Wiggins went down yesterday at practice. Hopefully nothing to see here. We'll talk to Vinny Serrato about that and more.
Next on Sports Radio 105.7 The Fan.
This is an Odyssey Sports Minute.
Steph Curry isn't going anywhere. The Golden State Warriors and their legendary superstar have reportedly agreed to terms solidifying that Curry will finish his career in the Bay Area. Despite swirling rumors and outside interest over the last year, the face of the franchise is officially locked in to remain a Warrior for life, cementing his legacy as the only NBA franchise he has ever called home. I'm Drake Toll.
105.7 The Fan studios are driven by Anderson Automotive, Buick, GMC, and Honda. It's miles for miles at AndersonAutomotive.com.
Pump up the volume.
Business moves fast. Orders roll in, deadlines close in. When you ship with USPS Ground Advantage, you can keep up with confidence. Every package stays in our secure network from dock to door. And with nationwide reach, dependable tracking, and upfront affordable pricing, you get built-in peace of mind. You run the business. We run the routes. Visit USPS.com/Ground Advantage to learn more.
Drew McIntyre here from WWE. Wielding the Claymore can be a life of chaos. When I'm not dominating in the ring, Chumba Casino is how this warrior takes a wee break. With hundreds of online social games and new weekly releases, there's always something fresh to try. And those daily boosts, next level. Even my free time feels like Valhalla. So when life feels like a battle, kick up your feet, have some fun, and let's Chumba.
Sponsored by BGW Group. No purchase necessary. See terms at ChumbaCasino.com. Must be over 21 and present in the state where it's legal to play.
Traffic is brought to you by Jerry's Home Services. Just ask Jerry's. Jerry's Home Services is the choice of Maryland homeowners for all their interior and exterior renovation needs. With an impeccable industry reputation, just ask Jerry's for a fast, free estimate by calling 410-766-6800 or visit jerryshomeservices.com.
H&K Group Incorporated.
Calling all heavy equipment operators and pipe laborers. Start your new career with H&K Group Incorporated. HTI Contractors Division of H&K Group wants to offer you the opportunity to be part of the industry leader. Visit hkgroup.com and apply today. H&K is an equal opportunity employer.
Woohoo! Save thousands below MSRP at Anderson Buick GMC. Shop Maryland's largest selection and deepest discounts at 2 convenient Anderson locations, Hunt Valley and Abingdon. Take up to $5,000 off GMC Acadias or get 0% APR for 60 months on Buick Envisions. And every month is Truck Month at Anderson. Take up to $11,500 off Sierra pickups. Now that's smiles for miles. Check out AndersonBuickGMC.com. GMC, we are professional grade. Financing on select models with approved credit through GM Financial.
Carpal tunnel syndrome. Heart failure that doesn't improve with common medicines. These are some signs and symptoms associated with ATTR-CM, or the cardiomyopathy of ATTR amyloidosis. a serious heart condition with symptoms that get worse over time. Amvuttra, vutrisiran, is a prescription medicine given by a healthcare provider that treats ATTR-CM in adults to reduce heart-related death, hospital stays, and urgent visits. In a clinical study, Amvuttra was proven to help people live longer and have fewer heart-related hospital stays and urgent visits over 3 years compared to placebo. Amvuttra lowers the amount of vitamin A in your blood, which can affect vision. Other side effects include pain in the arms or legs, pain in the joints, and shortness of breath. These are not all the possible side effects of Amvuttra. For prescribing information, call 1-833-256-2748 or learn more at amvuttra.com. Ask your doctor about Amvuttra for ATTR-CM.
$5,000. That's the average amount of money people in the U.S. are now spending on gas in a year. $5,000. That's crazy. If you drive, you have to download Upside, the free app that gives you cash back for buying gas. That's right. You can earn cash back with Upside just for buying the gas you're already buying. You can literally start earning cash back today.
I use Upside, and just last year, I made nearly $300.
You're putting gas in your car anyway. Why not get cash back? If you like extra cash, download Upside.
I'm saving the cash I earn from using Upside to help pay for a vacation later this year.
Download the free Upside app now to earn cash back when you fill your tank. Use promo code FRESH to get an extra 35 cents per gallon on your first tank. You can cash out anytime, right to your bank or a gift card for Amazon and other brands. Just download the free Upside app and use promo code FRESH for a 35 cents per gallon bonus on your first tank. That's code FRESH for a 35 cents per gallon bonus.
Pump up the volume.
Business moves fast. Orders roll in, deadlines close in. When you ship with USPS Ground Advantage, you can keep up with confidence. Every package stays in our secure network from dock to door. And with nationwide reach, dependable tracking, and upfront affordable pricing, you get built-in peace of mind. You run the business. We run the routes. Visit USPS.com/Ground Advantage to learn more.
Drew McIntyre here from WWE. Wielding the Claymore can be a life of chaos. When I'm not dominating in the ring, Chumba Casino is how this warrior takes a wee break. With hundreds of online social games and new weekly releases, there's always something fresh to try. And those daily boosts, next level. Even my free time feels like Valhalla. So when life feels like a battle, kick up your feet, have some fun, and let's chumba.
Sponsored by VGW Group. No purchase necessary. See terms at ChumbaCasino.com. Must be over 21 and present in the state where it's legal to play.
Own your next move by training at Lincoln Tech's Columbia campus. Gain hands-on skills and prepare for a rewarding career. Don't just imagine a better future, start building it. Visit lincolntech.edu today to schedule a campus tour.
From the 105.7 The Fan Traffic Center, sponsored by your Baltimore area Jiffy Lube locations.
Good morning. The inner loop of the Beltway looks pretty good. The outer loop slow at Harford Road. 895 southbound, you're on the brakes. Pretty solid from Pulaski Highway through the Harbor Tunnel. Southbound 95 is stop and go from Eastern Avenue through the Fort McHenry Tunnel. With your traffic, I'm Maria Dennis.
Rob Long, Ed Norris, and Jeremy Kahn. The Big Bad Morning Show. Sports Radio 105.7 The Fan.
All right, so we've got to start this off and go to Rob first and see what's going on. Rob?
What it do?
What it do? All right, we got Rob Long here with us. We got to welcome in a guest. We got plenty to talk about. We got Cordell Woodland, who's going to sit here and talk to us about training camp. And Cordell, I'll just start it off with you, man. The Nate Wiggins stuff, I saw your report on it. Everybody's talking about it. How do you feel after some of the dust has settled?
Yeah, I mean, it was pretty good to see Ian Rappaport tweet out that there was no structural damage. That checks that box. So it's just a matter of figuring out, how long he'll be out, what the actual injury is. But it does seem like they avoided, a massive situation with Nate Wiggins missing a majority of the season, if not all of the season. When you see a player get carted off with a leg injury, you're always kind of probably holding your breath and expecting the worst, but it seems like they dodged a bullet.
So I'm going to ask you the same question as Vinny, because I'm really looking for an answer. Can anyone take Wiggins' place, given he's the fastest player ever drafted by the Ravens. He's the fastest player on the team, obviously. He can run step for step with anybody in the league. Who do we have next that could kind of fill that role?
I think guys like Awuzie would be next up. TJ Tampa, who's having a really good camp, would be next up. Obviously, Marlon. Like those guys, I think they feel comfortable. Jesse Miller talked about it yesterday after practice. They feel comfortable with those guys. Now, Marlon, they all have their question marks. Marlon hasn't been trending the right way the last couple of years, and Awuzie and really TJ Tampa as well both have injury concerns. You just don't know how long you're going to have them on the field healthy. So, yeah, I mean, Nate is very close to the top of the list of guys that they can't afford to lose because, to your question, they don't have another Nate Wiggins. They don't have another, corner that they can trust in press man coverage. They don't have another corner that want and can handle guarding the opposing team's best wide receiver. I'm not saying Nate is shutting down Jamar Chase or shutting down the best receivers in the league, but he wants that challenge, and he's their best corner. So he's the guy that they feel most comfortable putting in those spots. So, yeah, I mean, it would definitely be a big loss just because they don't have another corner with that style of play that they can kind of trust isolated on one side of the field. And, Mentor's defense, that's something that they want to have. They need to have a guy like that. So, again, it seems like it's good news on that front. But, yeah, those will be the guys behind them. It's just the fact that those guys have their own question marks with them, too.
Cordell, I know we talk so much about what it is, how we'll miss Nate on his defense, and that's obvious to me. But the reason I was looking so much forward to watching him play this year, because I think this is the first year where he may have a solid or maybe even prolific pass rush or pass rush in general. I was looking forward to seeing what Nate Wiggins could be with that consistent pass rush, with them having to guard someone for 4 and sometimes 5 seconds.
Yeah, I mean, to your point, he hasn't had that pass rush guy. If you talk about individually, and now Trey Hendrickson is here to be that role. But even if you talk about the unit, like they added Calais back, and they drafted Zion Young, and we're expecting Mike Green to take the next step. Like they have a solid group. Matabike seems to be back in the fold. Like they have a solid group of guys that can get after the quarterback now. So, yeah, I mean, it'll definitely make his job easier, and it'll be totally different from the way it's been the last 2 years, that's for sure. So, yeah, I mean, it seems like we'll still be able to get to see that. It's just he's probably going to miss a good portion of the remainder of camp, if I'm just simply guessing at this point. But at least it doesn't seem like in terms of how long he'll be out, it'll be anywhere close to what was initially feared. So, yeah, I still think we'll be able to see that. And I think, obviously, having any pass rush helps any corner, but especially Nate, a guy that likes to be aggressive at going after the ball, wants to go get interceptions, wants to be able to jump passing lanes. He'll feel more comfortable to do that, knowing that the quarterback won't be able to just sit back there and pat the ball to sleep.
Cordell Woodland, tell everybody next time they're going to be able to hear you. Obviously, you've been out at training camp all week. Hopefully, I'll see you there tomorrow, but tell everybody when they can find you.
Yeah, you can catch me. Me and Ben will be back Thursday night with the Fresh Take, so we'll be talking about camp. We'll see what the Orioles are doing. We got the real Gunnar Henderson last night. We'll see if he can stay around for a little bit. That'd be great. But we'll be talking about that, and I'll be out at camp pretty much every day going forward, so I'll be out there again today.
Cordell, as always, man, appreciate your time. We'll check in again, maybe this week, maybe next week. I mean, I'm sure we'll be calling you, so we'll get to that. But appreciate it, man.
Thanks, guys.
All right, we got to get to our 8 o'clock.
Jeremy, ain't nobody here to see you.
Yeah, that's how it goes. Our 8 o'clock sponsor. Let me throw it to Ed real quick. Tell us about the 8 o'clock sponsor.
Yeah, well, of course, the 8 o'clock and the 8 o'clock hour is brought to you every day by the Lion's Den. And with good reason, because, this season's like blowing by. Don't let your love life blow by. Pay attention to it. It was like right now, Vinny Serrato is up at the Lion's Den in Cockeysville. And he's got a cart full of stuff. So watch out, Becky. I'm just telling you, he's got all kinds of stuff. I know he's listening right now. Don't get the big red one.
Yeah, that's a fire.
She'll never be happy. Anyway, seriously, check them out. There's plenty of locations locally. Cockeysville, Catonsville, Severn, and Pasadena. Go to lionsden.com. But put some spice into your love life. Yes, sir.
Listen, man, Minneapolis needs a Lions Den because the ratio women to men, women need some help, man. They need a lot of Lions Den. There's not a lot of dudes here. I think it's about 10-1.
Really?
So you're staying?
From what I'm seeing, it's like 10-1. There are more women at this radio station than men.
So you're staying in Minnesota?
I'm coming back.
Eventually. I don't know. That's a great ratio, man. Yeah. It's funny when I drove back from the station to Florida last trip, and I passed the most beautiful Lions Den in the Carolinas. It looked like it was like the size of a Target. It looked like it was beautiful. So
really,
there's some nice stores out there. Yeah,
I can imagine. I'll tell you all stories about Carolinas.
Well, speaking of nobody came to see us, nobody came to see you guys either. They came for Garrett Downing, who's going to join us in the next segment. All three of us, all the way up until 10 o'clock. Stay tuned right here on 105.7 The Fan.
Wherever the Orioles season takes you.
Say goodbye to this ball.
Download the free Odyssey app and hear reactions to all the biggest moments. Download it today and search 105.7 The Fan.
Brad Evans here to help you beat the books with Westwood Lawn Sports. Accurate Sam Darnold darts are in the near future in Seattle's NFL title defense. Last year, the passer ranked top 10 in multiple completion percentage categories. Given JSN's presence and a rigid O-line, give me the over. Darnold, 3,700.5 pass yards at minus 105. Hashtag Team Huevos. Bet smarter and beat the books. Download the BetMGM app today.
I'm David Ortiz. When I lost my mom, she was only 46, and I lost my dad to cancer. It was the worst pain I ever felt. It made me think, what will happen with the people I love when my time is up? That's why I have life insurance. Ethos makes it easy. It's all online, take about 10 minutes, and you can get up to $3 million in coverage.
Get your free quote at ethos.com/game. That's ethos.com/game. Paid testimonial. Time spent on application may vary. Online health questions required.
And now it's time for the Medical Minute, powered by Ortho Maryland.
Hi, I'm Mark Alexander, chiropractor at Ortho Maryland. How much time do you look down on your phone, tablet, or computer? All that screen time can contribute to what's called forward head posture, or FHP. This is where your head shifts in front of the shoulders instead of directly over top of them. When this happens, your body works harder to stay balanced, creating extra stress on muscles, joints, and ligaments, leading to pain, stiffness, headaches, and can even have an effect on breathing and digestive issues. The good news is this can be improved. Better alignment helps you to reduce pain, improve strength, and keep you moving more efficiently. Many don't realize they even have a problem until they are uncomfortable. At Ortho Maryland, we offer a comprehensive approach to evaluating and treating these issues. Visit orthomaryland.net for location and scheduling information.
To learn more, visit orthomaryland.net.
Attention! Have you racked up $10,000 or more in credit card debt? Are you barely getting by making minimum payments? With credit card debt reaching all-time highs, National Debt Relief is notifying consumers about significant debt relief options currently being made available to help those with overwhelming credit card debt. These options may reduce a large portion of credit card debt for those who qualify. You don't need to declare bankruptcy or take out a consolidation loan, and you may only have to pay back a fraction of what you owe, even if you have bad credit. National Debt Relief has already reduced the credit card debt for more than 550,000 consumers. So don't wait. If you owe $10,000, $20,000, or even $100,000 in credit card debt, you can now take advantage of this financial debt relief as the cost of living continues to skyrocket. To check what debt reduction you may qualify for, call 800-885-1155. 800-885-1155. Again, that's 800-885-1155.
What if you could have the most reliable fiber-powered Wi-Fi? And get this, what if you could keep it at the same price for 5 years guaranteed? Now through August 24th, new Xfinity customers can get our best price on gig Wi-Fi this summer before it disappears. Just $50 a month for 5 years. No annual contracts, no hidden fees, and our best equipment included. Plus, get online in minutes with same-day Wi-Fi. It's Wi-Fi that finds and fixes problems before you even notice them. like super intelligent Wi-Fi with a 6th sense. Plus, it keeps you protected from online threats. And get Peacock Premium included for 2 years. Lock in your price and unlock the possibilities. Get it now at Xfinity.com. Xfinity. Imagine that. Restrictions apply. Requires paperless billing and autopay with stored bank account. Taxes and fees extra. Speeds vary. Use of fiber coaxial cable. Learn more at Xfinity.com/same-day Wi-Fi.
This is the story of the one. The one who keeps multiple buildings running smoothly day after day. Plumbing that flows, HVAC that hums, cleaning supplies that keep surfaces sparkling. That's why she counts on Grainger. With easy reordering online and 24/7 support, Grainger helps her keep the products she needs on hand. So shelves stay stocked and buildings stay ready. Call 1-800-GRAINGER, click Grainger.com, or just stop by. Grainger, for the ones who get it done.
Having insurance isn't the same as having State Farm. It's like needing a lawyer, but getting some guy who just watches courtroom dramas.
How does the defendant plead?
Guilty. Wait, what? Also, objection.
You object to what?
Erroneous.
Counsel, approach the bench.
Hey, can I get a whack at the gavel?
You wouldn't settle for just any lawyer, so don't settle for just any insurance. Get the real deal with State Farm. Like a good neighbor, State Farm is there.
Annapolis, be there for the brand new Dick's Sporting Goods this Friday through Sunday. Giveaways and grand opening savings. Learn more. Dicks.com/House of Sport Annapolis. Dream big. The Maryland State Fair presented by Toyota returns to the Maryland State Fairground in Timonium for 3 weekends. August 27th through the 30th, September 3rd to the 7th, and September 10th through the 13th. Enjoy rides, music, entertainment, food, and more. Visit MarylandStateFair.com for details.
This is WJZ-FM, Catonsville, Baltimore's sports talk at 105.7 The Fan, and always live on the free Odyssey app. From the OutGuy.com sports desk, here's Ben Hall.
The O's bats were rolling early in Minneapolis last night.
Or two, and that's the reason why.
That ball slugged to deep right and gone. A 2-run gunner stunner. And a pair of hits in the first 2 innings for Henderson. He is finally breaking out with a sharp single and an even sharper home run here in Minnesota.
That call courtesy of Masson. Pete Alonso and Gunnar Henderson each launched 2-run homers in the first 2 innings. Christian Encarnacion Strand added a 460-foot moonshot in the 3rd, and those 5 runs were all the Birds needed to come away with the win. Baltimore has a chance to take the series today with the rubber match set for 140. Shane Baz will take the mound for the O's, while Zebby Matthews gets the nod for the Twins. In other Orioles news, all signs point to Chris Bassett returning to Baltimore's rotation this weekend. He's been on the IL since early June with a back injury. In 3 rehab starts at AAA Norfolk, Bassett pitched to a 1.98 ERA while striking out 12 through 13 2/3 innings of work. From the Bob Bell Ford Bel Air Weather Center, temps are in the mid-80s with cloudy skies. Tomorrow is sunny skies and a high of 87. I'm Ben Hall, O's, Terps, and you're home for the most Ravens training camp coverage. We are 105.7 The Fan.
The Big Bad Morning Show is sponsored by Vinny Stio, your home sold guaranteed realty.
All right, welcome back. Final hour of the program. It's the Big Bad Morning Show. Jeremy Conrad Norris, Rob Long with us as well. We welcome in Garrett Downing. Of course, Garrett, we had you on last week talking some Ravens. I wonder if there's any news out there, anything you want to touch on. But first off, how are you, Garrett?
I'm doing great. Thanks for having me back, and good to talk with you guys again.
Yeah, I'm going to bury the lead and let somebody else ask you about it. But talk to me a little about Tyler Loop, because it seems like he's putting together a couple of good practices, and he hasn't missed in a while now.
Yeah, he was perfect again yesterday. I think it's been a good summer for Tyler Loop. He's been consistent throughout training camp. I think everyone wonders, coming off of last season, how it ended, how would he respond? And all indications up to this point have been really good, that he's had a strong camp. He's kicking the ball consistently. They try to put him in some pressure situations. Of course, you can only simulate the reality of a pressure situation so much in training camp, but the Ravens are doing what they can to try to create these high leverage, end of practice type situations. And he's handled it really well. So I think it's been a good camp for him. And he's, I think, going to be in a good spot going into the regular season.
We talk about the obvious, like injuries, of course, like Flowers and now Wiggins. We haven't talked much about Derrick Henry. And, obviously the concern with him is always, he's on the wrong side of 30. Is he going to fall off the page, lose a step? The only thing I've heard is he had, Vega ran into him. They had a little collision where he fell down. How has he looked in camp? Does he look like, he did at the end of last season?
Yeah, I think he looks great. Part of when you talk about injuries, he's one of those guys you just don't get close to because of given his stature and experience and all that. So you're obviously really careful with a player like that. He's not going through live tackling periods. So that's not a surprise, and it's not anything new. But I think that he's looked excellent. I mean, look, this was a guy last year who was really close to leading the league in rushing down the stretch last season when the Ravens, needed let's not forget that Packers game, what he did week 17 last year, a historic day in Lambeau, and then just had a great game against the Steelers too. So he finished the season about as strong as you could finish it. And I think that he's in store for another really good season. I think this year is going to look similar to what it has looked for him the past two seasons as one of the best running backs in football. I think he's going to be well over 1,000 yards and be one of those guys that we're looking at it at the end of the season saying, how does he keep doing it? And eventually, the gas is going to run out of the tank, but I don't think we're really close. I think that he still has plenty of good years left in front of him. And I just marvel at his ability to continue producing at his age, his workload, everything that goes into being a productive running back. He's really one of one at this stage of his career, and I think he's going to keep it rolling again this season.
Garrett, I have no doubt in my mind about that, but I want to ask you, Jeremy buried the lead, so I got to ask you. Yesterday, shortly after practice, we heard some news that scared all of us later on. It didn't seem as bad as initially reported. How is our young cornerback Nate Wiggins right now?
Yeah, so just if listeners aren't fully aware, he was taken into the locker room on a cart yesterday in practice. After practice, head coach Jesse Minter said that they were undergoing, tests and that there was some optimism, but we would know more at a later point. Last night, Ian Rappaport of the NFL Network reported that there was no structural damage with the knee. So obviously that was an encouraging report. I don't have any additional information beyond that. What's been reported and said yesterday by Jesse Minter at Podium. The Ravens are going to be on the practice field here in a little bit this morning. So, of course, we'll see if he's out there. But beyond that, I think the more significant one would be getting an update from head coach Jesse Minter, when he talks to the media again. And that would be the next update, I think, from that standpoint. So I don't have any more definitive information. It happened during a one-on-one drill. Him and Jacoby Lane were going through one-on-one drills, and Wiggins went down and was checked out by the medical staff and ultimately taken into the locker room on the cart. So fingers crossed that the report from Ian Rappaport's accurate and that he's going to be just fine, and that it's not a long-term thing. But we'll see what the update is from head coach Jesse Minter when we get a chance to talk to him again.
Talking to Garrett Downing here, BaltimoreRavens.com, and of course, host of the Lounge podcast with Ryan Mink. And hey, I saw that you guys had Lamar on. How cool was that? And I still, every time I hear this guy talk, I'm like, how do people hate him? Why do they go at this guy over stupid things all the time? What was your takeaway from that interview?
Yeah, thanks, Jeremy. I think that it was pretty enlightening. I think that he was really comfortable. It got me fired up for the season. We've had that conversation with Lamar a handful of times on the Lounge. This one might have been my favorite just because I felt like he was really open and transparent, had a great outlook on the season, kind of gave us his perspective on his mindset going into this year for him and how he's looking at it. Just feels like this team is in a really good spot. The vibes are great for this team. Loves what he's hearing and what he's been able to do with the new coaching staff, the connection that's been built between him and Jesse Minter and Declan Doyle. And feels like this group has all the pieces. But as he said in that interview, we asked him, it kind of all looks good on paper. And he made the point, like, I'm not a paper guy. You gotta show me. And that's the mentality that he's, I think, leading with, that, hey, everything looks good right now, but we need to do everything that we can as a team to put ourselves in position to have a great season. And the other big point that he made in that is, they have to really finish the season, finish games, finish the season. And so it doesn't matter if you start the season hot, it's a long season, and they have to do everything they can to try to finish the season the right way. So it was a great conversation with Lamar. Really enjoyed it. Appreciated the time that he gave us. Sat down with him for about 30 minutes. Again, really open and transparent in that. So if you haven't listened or watched it yet, go ahead and check that out.
Again, we were talking the other day about the predictions for the most loaded teams in the NFL. Oddly enough, the Texans were number one in my. I thought that was a little strange. I think it may be the Rams, but anyway, I think the two most are probably Seahawks, the defending champs, and the Rams, both NFC teams. Who do you think is the best team right now? Now we're talking about paper. No one's taken a snap yet. Who do you think is the best team in the AFC this year?
Well, I think you have basically a group. That's the way I would look at it. I think that there's like this group of 5 or 6 teams that are like right there that are going to be competing, and I think it's some of the usual suspects. It's Buffalo, it's the Ravens, it's New England, who of course made the Super Bowl a year ago. It's Kansas City, assuming that Mahomes is able to come back and be fully healthy, which he's been practicing all summer from that knee. The Ravens, of course, are right there in that mix. So I think it's like a group of 5 teams. I don't think that you're going into the season and there's like one team far and away above the rest in the AFC, the way I look at it. I look at the division, and I think I look at the Ravens and the Bengals as the top 2 in this division. Of course, the Steelers won it last year, but I think of the Ravens and the Bengals as the top 2 in the division, but the Steelers probably would have something to say about that coming off a season that they won it. So I don't look at this. If you're looking at the power rankings right here in August, I don't think there's a big gulf that exists between the top team and the top 7 teams in the AFC. I think it's going to be a really tight competition, and I definitely think that the Ravens are in that mix of teams, 5, 6 teams that we're going to be talking about being in the mix there at the end of the season.
Garrett, I talk about bounce back seasons. I think a lot of guys, other than, of course, a running back and Derrick Henry, are due for a bounce back season. But one of the ones that's on my radar, and I'm not expecting him to have Pro Bowl type numbers, but more numbers that resemble 2024, and that's Rashad Bateman. Your thoughts on him? How's he look so far?
Yeah, I think he's had a good camp so far. I do think that he's going to get back towards those 2024 numbers. Last year was a disappointing season for him. And, the offense last year, Lamar was dealing with injuries for much of the season. The offense was kind of out of sync for a lot of the year. And so all those factors, I think, contributed to the season that he ended up having. I think it's been a good season, a good training camp so far for Rashad. One thing I found interesting, he talked to the media last week, and he made the point that with Declan Doyle and his coaching staff, something that they're doing is that they're moving him all over the place. And previously in his career, he felt like he's been used kind of in a specific identified outside receiver role, where now he's moving all over the place, and the Ravens are being more interchangeable with how they deploy these receivers. And so he thinks that's going to be an opportunity for him to have some playmaking chances and get the ball in his hands, and the coaching staff scheme some things up. So I've been impressed. I think it's been a strong camp. I think whenever you talk about who the standouts are, I think a lot of it is focused on Jacoby Lane, the rookie wide receiver, 3rd-round pick, who's everybody is buzzing about right now, and I think for good reason. But I think that he has taken so much of the attention that you can kind of look over a strong camp that we're seeing from Rashad Bateman and Tez Walker. So that's actually been one of the bright spots for me in training camp. I feel like this passing game has looked like it's in good shape, and the weapons that Lamar Jackson has I think are having a really good summer. And so all of that is a good indication, I think, where this offense is going to be going into the season. And I agree with you. I think that Rashad Bateman's going to have a bounce back season and be a really important piece for this offense.
Garrett, appreciate the time. Tell everybody where they can find you and where they can find the Lounge podcast.
Absolutely. You can listen to The Lounge wherever you get your podcast. We also post it on the Ravens app, website, and YouTube channel. So go ahead and check it out. We had a conversation with Lamar Jackson. Also had Marlon Humphrey and rookie tight end Matt Hibner on in the past couple of weeks. So go ahead and check it out. Always enjoy talking with you guys, and thanks for having me. Have a great rest of your day.
Great stuff, man. Appreciate it. All right, Rob, you didn't get to talk about it earlier. The NBA, NFL Christmas schedule came out. I guess the NFL schedule is already out. NBA, it's a great lineup of games, but does it matter? We discussed it earlier. We'll talk about it next here on The Fan.
After the Big Bad Morning Show, it's Vinny and Haynie.
We'll talk Orioles Twins. Birds getting ready for the series finale this afternoon against Minnesota. Ryan Wilson, CBSSports.com, talks of football with him. Preseason in earnest begins this week. Nate Wiggins went down yesterday at practice. Hopefully nothing to see here. We'll talk to Vinny Serrato about that and more.
Next on Sports Radio 105.7 The Fan.
This is Andy Palladino of the Palladino Financial Group. Want to know what you can do to make sure you have enough money in retirement? Tune into my radio show, Your Financial Hour, every Saturday from 9 to 10 a.m., and I'll explain steps you can take to help safeguard your income. It's every Saturday from 9 to 10 a.m.
And Doug.
Limu and I created a trick to help you remember that you can customize your car insurance and save with Liberty Mutual. You see, the shirts Limu and I wear are yellow, and yellow is the color of lemons. And lemons grow on trees, and trees provide oxygen. And oxygen helps us breathe, and breathing is how you live. And you can live more life when you save money by customizing your car insurance. I agree, Limu. It's really quite simple. Only pay for what you need at LibertyMutual.com.
Liberty, 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 liberty. Woohoo! Go payment-free this summer. It's the Honda Summer Event at Anderson Honda Hunt Valley. That's right. No payments for 90 days on the Hondas you want, like Ridgelines, Prologue EVs, and Honda Civics. That's acres of brand new Hondas, now sale priced way below MSRP, including hybrids like Accords and even CRVs. Now that's smiles for miles. It's the Honda Summer Event at Anderson Honda Hunt Valley, 10139 York Road, or check out AndersonHonda.net. No payments for 90 days. Must finance with approved credit through AHFC.
Ever notice how the little things add up? A cracked phone screen, a dead car battery, bills creeping higher.
Oh, no.
What if your checking account could actually help with all that? It can. With Elite Checking from NASA Federal, you get smart benefits designed to save you time, money, and stress. Like get your paycheck up to 2 days early for a little breathing room. Cell phone protection to cover unexpected damage, roadside assistance for breakdowns, bill negotiation to help lower your bills, identity theft aid for peace of mind, and you can earn dividends on your balance. If your checking account isn't working hard for you, switch to Elite Checking from NASA Federal. You can do it all right online at nasafcu.com/WJZ. And you don't have to work for NASA to join NASA Federal. NASA Federal Credit Union. Smart. NASA smart. Federally insured by NCUA.
Philo's got that rhythm you've been looking for. A steady tempo of the biggest shows. An endless flow of hit movies. And the TV moments that match your vibe. From your favorite throwbacks to the hottest movies, the best of Black entertainment all comes together here. With all the top channels like MTV, VH1, TLC, BET, OWN, TV One, WeTV, and so much more, their lineup hits just right. Plus, over 80,000 movies and shows are available to stream anytime, anywhere. And with the unlimited DVR, you can record your favorites, rewatch them for a whole year, and skip the ads. Because the good stuff is always worth a replay. Best of all, plans start at just $25 a month. So turn up the volume on your streaming experience and come find your rhythm right here on Philo. Sign up at philo.tv today to start your 7-day free trial. That's PHILO.TV. Philo.tv.
Your line just went down. Production stopped. A supervisor wants answers. And someone's digging through a binder for the maintenance history. Every one of those minutes costs money. And most of the time, that breakdown could have been prevented. That's where MaintainX comes in. MaintainX catches the failure before it happens. Preventive maintenance plans on every key asset to improve reliability. Work orders assigned and tracked right from your phone. Everyone from the floor to the front office is in the loop. Real-time dashboards give managers instant visibility into what's been completed, what's overdue, and where the bottlenecks are. No more guesswork. Just a smarter, faster maintenance operation. Companies on MaintainX have cut unplanned downtime by over 30% and save thousands on parts and labor every year. See what it can do for your operation. Try MaintainX free at maintainx.com.
Sometimes historic events suck. But what shouldn't suck is learning about history. I do that through storytelling. History That Doesn't Suck is a chart-topping history-telling podcast chronicling the epic story of America, decade by decade, from the 18th century to the 20th. Original music and immersive sound design accompany us on our storytelling journey. Listen to and follow History That Doesn't Suck, an Odyssey podcast, available now. on Apple Podcasts, Spotify, or wherever you get your podcasts.
Big Bad Morning Show. Vinny and Haynie. 3 Deep. Live on YouTube, Monday through Friday, 6 till 6. Search 105.7 The Fan, Baltimore. And never miss a moment of coverage on the teams you love.
Welcome back, Big Bad Morning Show. Jeremy Conn, Ed Norris, Rob Long. You know, so Ed, I had a buddy of mine talk about Derrick Henry. We were talking yesterday, and he goes, do you think he can break the all-time touchdown record? And then he said, do you know who holds it? And I said, I think it's Emmitt Smith, but I wasn't sure. Looked it up. Sure enough, Emmitt Smith has 164 TDs. Derrick Henry has 122. Being an older running back, I mean, you're talking about 42 away from a guy that's going to get a lot of goal line touches. Is there any chance? And even if, like, towards the end of his career, if he wanted to do what Jerome Bettis did and just feast on some goal line stuff and get some carries there, you think he can approach that, and you think that's something he wants?
Wants? Yeah. Can he approach it? Yeah. I think so. And I don't think people realize, with Bettis, how many yards he actually gained in his career.
Yeah.
And he's a top 10 all-time rusher. I mean, people just think of him as, a goal line threat because of his size, but he's like in the middle of the pack. I don't have it in front of me right now. Yeah. But I know Bettis is like, I think, 6th all-time or something like that.
Well, you're talking about yards, right?
Yes.
Yeah, touchdowns. Jerome Bettis is 12th with 91. Rob, this was something that just came up yesterday. A buddy and I were talking about it, and I went back to look at it. Maybe it involves a deeper discussion later on, but Derrick Henry with 122 touchdowns. Emmitt Smith has 164. Can Derrick Henry break that touchdown record?
122. What is the difference of 42 touchdowns?
42.
He has to play like 4 more years.
Yeah, that's 4 more years. As much as I think, as durable as I think he is, I don't think he's going to do 4 more years. I don't, personally.
Or it's almost 15 a year for the next 3. Yeah.
Yeah, year 11 right now he's going into. I don't see Henry. When you say I want to retire a Raven, you're already thinking about when you're going to retire. Which, this year, next year, maybe he'll on his way out. I don't see Derrick Henry as being the type of guy. I heard you say something about Jerome Bettis. It's going to be that type of dude. I don't think he's going to hang around where he's a 3.5 yard to carry guy.
Yeah, because
I think he's leaving before he becomes that.
So I pulled up Jerome Bettis. See, this is what I'm talking about. Jerome Bettis' last 2 years, he had 941 in 2004, and in 05 he ran for 368. And those two seasons combined, he had 22 touchdowns. He had 9 touchdowns and 368 yards his last year. I think to break it, he might have to do like a Bettis type thing. But
what was his yards per carry?
And his last year?
Yeah.
3.3.
Yes, I don't see Derrick Henry doing that.
Yeah.
I don't think Derrick Henry will be that guy. I don't see him wanting to be that guy. The bus was, that was his reputation. He was never really the type of running back that Derrick Henry was. His nickname was the bus because he was a powerful running back and he didn't have big games. He had some, but that wasn't his reputation. I don't think Derrick Henry is going to allow himself to become a one-trick pony.
Yeah.
I just can't see that in him.
And I think what's important to realize, too, though, and when people talk about this, is Derrick Henry had 16 touchdowns last year.
That's what
Yeah, I mean, people, you have to keep that in mind. Well, I don't think he's going to catch Emmitt Smith because it would take them many years. It's possible with him. You never know because he can't. He's not producing like 7 touchdowns a year.
But if
it's 16.
Ed, a lot of those touchdowns, we're not talking about touchdowns like not just because they're on the goal line.
Right, correct.
Yeah, we're talking about he's breaking them, and that's what I'm saying. Everything that you know about Derrick Henry, do you see him becoming a guy that he's going to become Mike Allstott or the bus? I don't see him wanting that kind of role.
Yeah, no. But so if he has, let's say he has 2 years of 15 touchdowns, and he looks up and he goes, "Hell, man, I'm 12 away. Like I could get that in one season. I could get that if I got a ton of goal line carries.
Yeah.
I don't know. I mean, I thought it was an interesting point my buddy Shelton made talking about it, and then I started thinking, I'm going, yeah, I don't know if the math's going to math. It all depends on staying healthy. But if he has 1 or 2 big years, maybe he does hold on and try to break it. But anyway,
if he has 1 or 2 big years, that third year, if he has 2 big years, that third year, if he comes back, I don't consider that holding on because he had to have been productive the previous 2 years. So if he comes back that third year and the production slides off big time, I don't see him hanging around the fourth or possibly the fifth year just for a record.
At first, I thought no, go ahead. Sorry.
I think once Derrick Henry knows is gone, he's no longer Derrick Henry. And look, Jerome Bettis never worked out like Derrick Henry. Yeah. let's be honest, though, man. I mean, they're different body types. They're different type of guys. If Derrick Henry is no longer the dynamic running back, I just don't see him as being a guy that's just going to hang around.
Yeah, at first I thought you were talking about me if he had two big ears, but you said 2 big years, right?
Well, you should have known what I was going to say before I said it. Ears.
I didn't hear you right. Hey, we were going to talk about the NBA and NFL Christmas schedule here. We touched on it earlier. What are your thoughts, Rob? Can the NBA compete at all? Because I was telling Ed, I don't care if these 3 games weren't big games for the NFL. If it was like the worst, if it's Arizona versus Jacksonville and Tennessee versus the Jets, people are still going to watch.
See, I can only answer this from a personal perspective. The NFL on Christmas, for me, is going to win. Number one, because they're not going to have those matchups that you just said on Christmas. They're going to do exactly what the NBA does. They're going to put this primetime matchups on. Some of the best teams, they're going to put them on Christmas and Thanksgiving. So I can't see, unless the NFL game is over and another one does not overlap in the other game and there's some time in between, I'll watch the NBA. And it's not an indictment on the NBA. For me, NFL is always over NBA. Always. NFL is once a week. So if the NFL is on Thursday night and there's a baseball game on Thursday night, I'm going to try to watch both. But I'm going to watch that NFL game that's on once a week. That's just how it is for me. I mean, and you know, personally, NBA on Christmas, it's not even a thing anymore once the NFL joined Christmas.
Yeah. I mean, that's it. Christmas Day was
It used to be a thing, but not now.
Well, the NFL is kind of bullying everybody. The Friday night, Saturdays, they're going to get what they want.
Well, they're putting on divisional rivalries when they matter. It's like 2 weeks left in the season, 3 weeks left. So, I mean, those games are going to count. When the Rams are playing the Seahawks, the Bears are playing the Packers, they're going to mean something.
Yeah, but I still, even if those games didn't count, we just watched the Hall of Fame game.
Yes.
Yeah, they got 7 million
But I'm
viewers.
saying,
yeah.
they just completely overwhelmed everybody. They just threw down, the ace of spades when they put that schedule together.
This is Netflix, right? The Christmas Day games, I believe. And I'm assuming that's probably why. If you want them, if someone's going to come in and pay $25 million a game or whatever they were doing, then yeah, you're probably going to give them 3 decent games to appease them. But we got the Daily Line coming up next. I got kicked in the teeth yesterday. It wasn't a pleasant day, but there's a lot of good spots today. I'll tell you where you should place your wagers when we come back right here on The Fan.
If you're thinking about it,
Every day.
we're talking about it.
That's what I'm talking about.
105.7 The Fan.
Summer savings start now at Bob Bell Kia's Summer Sell-a-thon. Drive home in one of 5 amazing Kia models priced under $30K. Whatever your credit situation, we are here to help. Visit BobBellKia.com or call 410-288-2500 today.
And Doug.
Limu and I created a trick to help you remember that you can customize your car insurance and save with Liberty Mutual. You see, the shirts Limu and I wear are yellow, and yellow is the color of lemons. And lemons grow on trees, and trees provide oxygen. And oxygen helps us breathe, and breathing is how you live. And you can live more life when you save money by customizing your car insurance. I agree, Limu. It's really quite simple. Only pay for what you need at LibertyMutual.com.
Liberty, 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 liberty.
You've probably heard all those ads for life insurance. Just a few dollars a day, apply online in minutes, no medical exam. Simple, easy, and cheap, right? Now you're thinking, maybe I should get a quote. Well, smart thinking. Everyone should have life insurance. But here's what they don't tell you. Those few dollars a day rates, they're for young people in perfect health. That's why everyone calls Big Lou the 50 to 60-year-old not-so-perfect candidate. Like you. You take prescription meds, and you're overweight. Winner, winner, fried chicken dinner. Well, Big Lou works with life insurance companies that want people like you, with no surprises after you apply. In fact, if you're a 50-year-old guy with a few health glitches, Lou could probably find you $1 million of term life coverage for about $200 a month. So yeah, you need life insurance. But unless you're young and healthy, you gotta call Big Lou, because he's like you, older, heavier, and on meds too. Get a quote right now at 800-777-1979. 800-777-1979 or biglou.com.
Annapolis, be there for the brand new Dick's Sporting Goods this Friday through Sunday. Giveaways and grand opening savings. Learn more. Dicks.com/House of Sport Annapolis.
From the OutGuy.com sports desk, here's Ben Hall.
Just days after Zay Flowers had an injury scare at Ravens training camp, there was another one on the defensive side of the ball as cornerback Nate Wiggins was carted off the field with a leg injury. Later in the day, Jess Rebeck of The Athletic reported that the Ravens believe Wiggins avoided a major injury, and while he could be sidelined for some time, the expectation is that he's back soon rather than later. In that same practice, Zay Flowers returned to the field after dealing with a quad contusion, though his participation was limited as he's easing his way back into action. Head coach Jesse Minter spoke about getting his star wide receiver back out there.
Zay's doing great. I think it was, he's able to come out early today before practice, get some running in, get some individual work in. That was all part of the plan as he's working back, just through the soreness of the quad. Again, I expect him to be Zay here, any day.
Wednesday's Ravens practice will start at 10 a.m. From the Bob Bell Ford of Bel Air Weather Center, temps are in the mid-80s with cloudy skies. Tomorrow is sunny skies and a high of 87. I'm Ben Hall, O's, Terps, and you're home for the most Ravens training camp coverage. We are 105.7 The Fan.
Overs, unders, favorites, and dogs. It's Jeremy Kahn's Daily Line. Sponsored by Life Med Institute. Guys, regain confidence and performance in the bedroom with Gaines Wave Therapy at Life Med Institute. Gaines Wave is a revolutionary non-invasive ED treatment. Call 410-575-1200 or lifemedinstitute.com on 105.7 The Fan.
All right, like I said, last night was an ugly night for me. But before I get to the games, I just read something. We did this. I talked about Rich Paul yesterday, saying that $100 million is really $50 million, and then you got to do this and that. Just saw Jeremiah Love bought his girlfriend a $300,000 Lamborghini. Yeah, I mean, we all have that problem when we go out there and buy our girls something really expensive like that, and then all of a sudden we end up broke.
I bought my girlfriend too.
Oh, see,
when I got this promotion.
See, that's awesome, Ben. And here we are. So $300K for a car, but it's the toughest job in the world to be an athlete.
Yeah.
Yikes. Anyway, last night, not a good night for me. It was like everything went wrong. Even the games where I felt like we were on a path to get there from a total standpoint got blown up. Yeah, I mean, there's nothing really I can say about it. Like, I always feel like when you come in and try to talk about a really bad night, anything you say, the people that bet it and lost are, oh, this guy's making excuses. And if you just own it and say, I sucked last night, yeah, you sucked. You just double down. All right, so let's look at today. And I went 1-2 in props as Soderstrom did not play. He got the day off. But as far as today, I do like one WNBA game, Toronto and Dallas, to go over 183.5. And I'll be quick with this so we can talk about some other stuff. Weather, Cardinals over, Giants over, Yankees over. I'd almost throw the Orioles in there as good hitting weather. It's a 9.5 total. Shane Baz has been really good, but something's telling me we're going to see some runs today. But I like the Orioles. I'll get to that in a second. As far as prop plays go, my favorites are Yordan Alvarez, Colson Montgomery, Pete Alonso. Montgomery's on the White Sox, if you're curious, and Luis Arraez, who hasn't had a hit in 4 games. That's not like him. He's going to get a couple of hits today, and I think he scores a few runs in a great hitting environment. Now,
can I ask you a quick baseball question with him? Do you think where they're putting him in the order impacts him or affects him?
I wonder, because they've been batting him 4th.
Yes, and it seems like if you look at what he's done since he's been moved to that spot, is he thinking differently? Is he approaching things differently at the plate? I know that's not gambling, that's baseball, but I was just wondering about that.
Yeah, so one of the weird things I noticed, so like 2 games ago, so the last 2 games, Bryce Harper hasn't done squat. But when they traded for Arraez, go look at what Harper's done hitting out of the spot he's in. And I mean, he's hitting in the 3-hole, but like having Arraez behind him and Schwarber and Turner in front of him, he was on a tear. I mean, he was hitting doubles, home runs, he was scoring runs, like just having great games. And Schwarber kind of went to the wayside. Now, over the past couple games, it's like Schwarber has kind of gone back on track, but this is kind of how Schwarber is, hitting a bunch of bombs. So today will be interesting, but I was surprised when they batted him 4th, and they've kind of kept him there in a position to drive in runs, but maybe because he's a contact hitter, that's what they want. But you got to be careful with some double play balls, too, I think. He puts everything in play. So, but yeah, maybe that's something we look at. But I that could be an impacting him. But he's just not a guy that you typically see go on these 0 for streaks, even though he currently is on one. So, as far as baseball goes today, the games I like, I'm on the Orioles minus the 105. I'll take the better pitcher in this situation. And Boz, Houston and San Francisco over 8.5 is one of my favorites. As I said, I love Yordan Alvarez. I really like Jeremy Pena today, and then I went and looked. He's minus 190, almost 2-1 to go over 1.5. That dude's going to have a big game today. I'm not paying 2-1 on that price tag when I can get Yordan at a lot less than that. St. Louis and Philly over 8.5. Buyer beware, because that is a Zach Wheeler start. We know what he can do, but I think this Philly lineup goes off against Lee of the Cardinals. Seattle and New York over is one of my favorite plays as well. I like Boston and Toronto to go under the 7.5. That's Dylan Cease. Going up for Boston and Ranger Suarez going up for Toronto and Ranger Suarez for Boston. I like the White Sox and Reds to go over 8.5. Rhett Lauder's on the mound. He sucks. My top 5 plays today, just to let you know, would be Houston, San Fran over, Seattle, New York over, Boston, Toronto under, Chicago, Cincinnati over, and the Orioles minus 105. Not a lot of plays, but I do like these plays quite a bit. Now, Rob, I know we didn't get to talk too much about yesterday's game, but, the 3 bombs that we saw hit, Gunnar kind of starting it off. What was the type of feel you got from Gunnar after the game?
Relief. I guess that's the best word. He did the walk-off interview with me, and he just seemed to be relieved. And as I said earlier, when I asked him about, what is he learning about himself during the 2026 season, he took a second to pause before he answered that question. And he said, I'm learning that I can put myself through anything. I can get myself through anything. I think Gunnar is acknowledging the fact that this is a nightmare of a season for him. I think what Gunnar Ed is learning as a young man is there's more than one way to skin a cat. Sometimes you have to find a different approach to do what you've always done. And I think this is going to be one of them learning seasons for him. I would not put my money on the permanent demise of Gunnar Henderson. I wouldn't. Don't do that. That's not smart money. I don't know if he can turn it around this year, because I think this is going to take some reflecting. This is going to take one of those times in the offseason when you sit back and you reflect on things and realize, damn, I really effed that up. And then you learn how to do things differently then. While you're in it, it's hard to figure that out. And I think that's what he's doing piece by piece. He's starting to put some things together.
Yeah, I mean, you're hoping so. And Ed, we've talked about him batting at the top of the lineup and how people feel, and I totally understand it. I just don't know that we have the personnel to move up. Hell, Pete Alonso's batting second now. He's been batting second for a while, and that's not something I thought I'd see this year at all.
No, not at all. But, I mean, it is nice when things come together like yesterday, though, when you see those.
Yeah, it is.
Gunnar display his power again. Alonso fulfilled the promise that we had when he got here. He said he can get multiple home runs games now, and been consistent. I just hope to give Boz some run support today. That's all I want.
Oh, but do they ever?
Yeah.
Do they ever?
That's the problem.
Two things that happen, Ed. Two things that happen. Young always gets run support. Boz never gets run support. I think they're averaging I think they were below their season average when Young was on the mound yesterday. I think it's almost like 6 runs a game. But can I go back to something you just said about Alonso? Because you know how those conversations that the 3 of us have off air, and then we get on air, we're like, did we have this conversation on air or off air? So I hope I'm not getting myself in trouble. But considering Alonso in batting second, I talked to Albanez, I think it was yesterday, and he said it's sort of like what who's the old manager of the Rays? Who won the World Series with the Cubs?
Yeah, Joe Madden.
Joe Madden. He said it sounded like the Joe Madden approach. He says, I don't go 1980s leadoff hitters, second hitter moves them over. I don't do that. It's kind of like the Joe Madden approach. You put the guys that you want to have the most at-bats at the top of the order. That's it. The day that he had Kobe Mayo batting leadoff, look at Kobe Mayo's numbers against that pitcher. He wanted Kobe Mayo to face that pitcher before they went to the bullpen. He wanted to guarantee Kobe Mayo saw that guy at least twice, maybe a third time, before they went to the bullpen. That's why he put Kobe Mayo first.
You know me, like I want my best hitters to bat at the top of the lineup. I want them getting the most at bats. This nonsense of,
That's how I am.
Oh my God, he's got to be third or fourth because he's got to drive in runs, which is saying, yeah, the guys in front of him have to get on base. So we don't expect the guys at the bottom of the lineup to get on base either. Like, you know, you don't know when you're going to come up with somebody on and when you're not, you know. So like I do agree with that. I just kind of felt that Pete Alonso was one of those guys that almost everybody had pigeonholed as a 3 or 4 hole hitter.
Absolutely. Yeah, you're probably right. And I shift the ad on this one because we agreed on this from day one. So what's the difference of, I don't know, me getting the base hit, me getting the second somehow, maybe on another base hit, and you getting a fly ball because I'm at third base and we get out of the inning 1-0, or Gunnar Henderson hits a leadoff home run and we can end all of that. You still scored a run. What do you work? This is so hard to put together 3 hits in an inning to score a run. But at some point, you're going to need a home run. At some point.
Yeah, and Ed, people say like, oh, I want my 3 and 4 hole hitters. I want them to come up and hit a 3-run homer and a 4-run homer, a grand slam instead of a solo shot there. And I'm like, there's no guarantee that when he comes up and hits a home run that somebody's going to be on base. Go look at how many solo homers he's hit.
Well, this is because this is old. People get caught in the past.
Yeah.
They really do. I mean, they just get caught in old thinking. It's because this is the way it was, for forever and ever and ever. Where does Kyle Schwarber hit?
First.
Yeah.
And they have Trey Turner, and he hits first.
Right, correct.
Back in that prime, could you imagine Cal Ripken or Eddie Murray hitting first and the other one hitting second, and they had more at-bats? Oh, man, come on, dude. And you had Ken Singleton batting behind them. You had either Renicky or Lowenstein batting behind them. Man, this thing just doesn't end. And then you had, and I hope Al's not listening, but you rolled the lineup over by having Al bat ninth. Can you imagine that?
And then that works as like a leadoff hitter as well.
Yeah.
Exactly. Now when you roll that lineup over, Al's on first, and they start the lineup. At the top of the lineup is driving Al in, and those guys that used to drive runs in from the cleanup spot and the third spot now have guys behind them. I mean, come on. I'm not saying the old way doesn't make sense, but don't act like this way doesn't make sense also.
Absolutely. All right, we got to step out, wrap this thing up. We've got our encore, what we've learned. We'll get some birthdays. Hell, we'll finally find out what Ed learned. He knows it all. So we'll get to that coming up next here on The Fan.
After the Big Bad Morning Show, it's Vinny and Haynie.
We'll talk Orioles Twins. Birds getting ready for the series finale this afternoon against Minnesota. Ryan Wilson, CBSSports.com, talks of football with him. Preseason in earnest begins this week. Nate Wiggins went down yesterday at practice. Hopefully nothing to see here. We'll talk to Vinny Serrato about that and more.
Next on Sports Radio 105.7 The Fan.
Need to sell your home in a hurry and you want to avoid the costly repairs? Get to know Vinny Steele like I have and ask him about his Fix It to Sell It program. It's a no-brainer. Hey, it's Rob Long. I only recommend the best, and that's why you always hear me talk about my friend and trusted realtor, Vinny Steele, owner of Your Home Sold Guaranteed Realty. Before you sell, get to know Vinny like I have. Vinny sells homes 2.8 times faster and for 3.1% more than your average agent. On a $400,000 home, that's about $12,400 more in your pocket. Vinny has over 12,700 buyers waiting, which means your home may already be sold. Vinny Steele has helped thousands of families for over 23 years in real estate. Your home sold guaranteed, or Vinny will buy it at a price and time frame agreeable to you. Take it from me, when you're ready to sell your Maryland or Lower Pennsylvania home, do your homework and call the expert I trust. Call or text Vinny Steele, 410-793-1801. That's 410-793-1801, or visit VinnySteele.com. That's Vinny, STEO.com.
This is an Odyssey Sports Minute.
A massive change in Minnesota. Following a terrible start in Minnesota, the Vikings have moved on from J.J. McCarthy to name Kyler Murray their starting quarterback. Well, McCarthy isn't completely moved on. He's still on the team, but he's just not going to play. After evaluating training camp performance, head coach Kevin O'Connell and the front office decided to pivot away from the former first-round draft pick. I'm Drake Toll.
105.7 105.7 The Fan studios are driven by Anderson Automotive, Buick, GMC, and Honda. It's miles for miles at AndersonAutomotive.com.
Hey, this is Lauren. And a little thing I love about the hash brown scrambled burrito is that it's going to add the protein that you need. The eggs with those crispy nuggets. It's the ultimate combo.
Hi, this is Maya. And a little thing I love about the hash brown scrambled burrito is that it's packed with protein. Having Chick-fil-A chicken, breakfast burrito is just phenomenal to me. You have the chicken, you have the eggs, and then you add these hash browns. It's just complete, honestly.
Order the Chick-fil-A hash brown scrambled burrito and Simply Orange Juice on the Chick-fil-A app today. Real guests paid for their testimonials.
This is the story of the one. As a maintenance engineer at a beverage manufacturing plant, he starts his day knowing every line is ready to run because Grainger delivers the industrial-grade products he needs to keep mixers, conveyors, and packaging equipment moving. With Grainger's vast selection of bearings, belts, and motors, he keeps operations running smoothly, so nothing grinds to a halt. Call 1-800-GRAINGER, click Grainger.com, or just stop by. Grainger, for the ones who get it done.
Diagnose, repair, connect. Own your next move by training at Lincoln Tech's Columbia campus. Gain hands-on skills using industry-standard tools and technology and prepare for a career in fields like automotive service, electrical, HVAC, or welding. Benefit from Lincoln's employer connections that can help you open doors to new opportunities. Don't just imagine a better future. Start building it. Visit lincolntech.edu today to schedule a campus tour.
Jane is a small business owner. Tell them what that's like, Jane.
Yeah, well, it's like a roller coaster with a lot of ups and downs, and some days things can feel like they're flying off the rails.
Yep, it's a lot. But the Total Solutions Advantage only from Comcast Business can help you manage it all. With the largest, fastest fiber-powered network designed for 100% reliability with business internet and wireless connect.
Nice. So everything stays on track.
The Total Solutions Advantage. No one does business like Comcast Business.
The more solutions you add, the more you save. Get started today with a qualifying internet package for as low as $60 a month when you add an advanced solution. Plus, new customers, ask how to get up to $1,500 in prepaid cards when you add 2 lines of mobile to a qualifying gig bundle. Don't wait. Call today. Limited time offer. Restrictions apply. New customers only. 1-year agreement, paperless billing, and automatic payments with bank account required. $60 offer requires 300 meg internet, security edge, and additional qualifying service. Equipment, taxes, and fees extra. Prepaid card offers end 9/13/2026.
Join WJZ-FM as we celebrate the grand opening of the new Dick's House of Sport at Annapolis Mall. We'll be here Saturday, August 15th from 11 a.m. to 1 p.m. with great giveaways, kids' activities, and much more.
$5,000. That's the average amount of money people in the U.S. are now spending on gas in a year. $5,000. That's crazy. If you drive, you have to download Upside, the free app that gives you cash back for buying gas. That's right. You can earn cash back with Upside just for buying the gas you're already buying. You can literally start earning cash back today.
I use Upside, and just last year, I made nearly $300.
You're putting gas in your car anyway. Why not get cash back? If you like extra cash, download Upside.
I'm saving the cash I earn from using Upside to help pay for a vacation later this year.
Download the free Upside app now to earn cash back when you fill your tank. Use promo code FRESH to get an extra 35 cents per gallon on your first tank. You can cash out anytime, right to your bank or a gift card for Amazon and other brands. Just download the free Upside app and use promo code FRESH for a 35 cents per gallon bonus on your first tank. That's code FRESH for a 35 cents per gallon bonus.
This is the story of the one. As a maintenance engineer at a beverage manufacturing plant, he starts his day knowing every line is ready to run because Grainger delivers the industrial-grade products he needs to keep mixers, conveyors, and packaging equipment moving. With Grainger's vast selection of bearings, belts, and motors, he keeps operations running smoothly, so nothing grinds to a halt. Call 1-800-GRAINGER, click Grainger.com, or just stop by. Grainger, for the ones who get it done.
Hey, this is Lauren. And a little thing I love about the hash brown scrambled burrito is that it's going to add the protein that you need. The eggs with those crispy nuggets. It's the ultimate combo.
Hi, this is Maya. And a little thing I love about the hash brown scrambled burrito is that it's packed with protein. Having Chick-fil-A chicken, breakfast burrito is just phenomenal to me. You have the chicken, you have the eggs, and then you add these hash browns. It's just complete, honestly.
Order the Chick-fil-A hash brown scrambled burrito and Simply Orange Juice on the Chick-fil-A app today. Real guests paid for their testimonials.
Mic check 1, 2.
Thank you.
far too. Can I get an encore? Do you want more? One last time, I need y'all to roar.
And I said it on the show. I know it's great to go out there and just shove it and just stick it to the batters. But you have to be prouder of the ones when you don't have it and you can still put your team in position to win. And Ben said absolutely. And last night, that's what that was. He didn't have it, and he ended up giving up 2 runs, 1 earned in 6 innings. Jeremy, if that's not legit, I don't know what legit is.
Ed, how come I don't get this type of praise when I flop it around? You know, like he doesn't even say anything like this about me.
Jeremy, you don't have enough to flop around, man. Let's be honest.
Hold on, you were saying 2s and 3s. I thought for sure you were talking about me. So anyway, you got one more, Ed?
Yeah, I do, actually.
There we go. That's our encore for the day. Woo, buddy. Lots going on. Rob and Ed here. We've got to get to what we learned.
A lot of moving parts.
Yeah. We figured it out. We got it back on track.
Mm-hmm.
We got to talk about what we learned.
What we learned on the Big Bad Morning Show.
And before I throw it to Ed, Rob, what we learned is brought to you by Elephant in the Room, right?
Elephant in the Room, going over there to Veterans Highway in Millersville. Elephant in the Room is the place to go. Date night, she plays hanging with the boys or the girls. It is the place to go, and especially for family night. Go over there and take a picture on the Elephant. Go to eatdrinkelephant.com. Check out the menu for yourself and all the nice little adult beverages.
Yeah, like I said, every time I go there, it's date night. It's bacon wrap date night because that's what I'm getting. So, Ed, what'd you learn today, man?
Well, something I learned was the other day, but I didn't get a chance to bring it up because we ran out of time. We were talking about Don Nelson, the second winningest NBA coach in NBA history, who nobody remembers for some reason, or isn't quite remembered. But he was drafted in 1962 by the then Chicago Zephyrs in the NBA draft. And what I didn't know, what I found out when I was digging for the segment, the next season, they became the Baltimore Bullets. Yeah, I had no idea all these years. Yeah, that the Baltimore Bullets were the Chicago Zephyrs, and I was like, no kidding, man. It's just something you think I would have known. We would have known like prior, like I know about the Orioles where they came from. We know where the Ravens came from. Bullets, great name, great team. Just a shame they're in Washington with a ridiculous name.
What was the Zephyrs mascot? What did it look like?
It was a wind, a little breeze.
That's probably why we don't know, because they're not here anymore, Ed.
Yeah, correct.
Yeah.
Rob, what about you, man?
What I learned is I already knew. It just confirmed again today. This is no indictment of anybody else, but there was no way that I should be on air today. And you talk. I think maybe Joe thought I was just going to take the day. Say it's not working. Let me take the day off. No. Didn't want to take the day off. I was just determined to be on air, and it's great when you have people who match your energy, like Charlie, like Joe. I like Ben, who was as determined as I was, and we did everything we could to get on air today here from Minneapolis, and I just want to thank them, the best guys to work for. And I'll say this, today was living proof why you need someone in charge who's been through the trenches before. Yep. That was Joe. Today was Exhibit A of why you need someone in charge who's been through the trenches, because he can roll his sleeve up and work with you. So I thank those three, but that confirmation today of why you got the right man in charge.
Well, do I get any credit for working free for an hour?
No.
You know what? Thank you very much, Ed. Tampa, drinks on me.
Yeah, you're gonna buy your driver drinks? That's not smart. Yeah.
I do have a hat for you.
All right. Go ahead, Ed. You had something?
No, I just did educate Rashawn on Green Book. Because I was going to pick him up at the airport. I had to tell him about the movie.
By the way, that new movie coming out with Mark Wahlberg, based on a true story, I didn't realize, I started looking at a bunch of old mobsters. It was a true story that sometimes they stretch those stories. You know what I'm talking about? Where the FBI hired a mobster to go find out what happened to these people, and he's just torturing them all. Mm-hmm. That guy was a nasty ass mobster. The guy he's playing, I can't remember his name.
Look how they used, what's the name? Whitey Bulger.
Yeah,
while he was still killing people.
Yeah, he got his in prison though.
Yeah, immediately.
Yeah, he didn't have much time. How long's my jail sentence? Probably about 15 minutes.
A couple
buddy.
hours. Yeah, I think you could process. Then he got murdered.
All right, let's get to some of these jokes. What did Snow White do after she sent her pictures away to be developed? She waited, hoping that someday her prince would come.
Okay.
Peyton asked me, Dad, how can you explain how a solar eclipse works? And I said, no, son.
There's one today, you know.
Yeah. Yep. They say, this is one of my favorites. They say food can't call, but then, boom, onion rings. There's a new ride-sharing app in Russia, and you can use this one up. It's called Pick Up and Drop Off. Pick up and then drop off. Yeah. What's brown and rhymes with Snoop? Dr. Dre, you idiots. It's so stupid.
It took a second there.
Yeah. A friend of mine attempted to mate a male deer with a female cheetah. He was trying to make a quick buck. Really didn't work out. Okay. Lastly, 77% of people are idiots. Fortunately for myself, I belong in the 33% of intelligent people. Vinny Haynie up next. Stay tuned right here on 105.7 The Fan. Thanks, guys.
The teams you grew up with
Ravens are world champions.
are the ones you still love today. 105.7 The Fan.
Go payment free this summer. It's the Honda Summer Event at Anderson Honda Hunt Valley. That's no payments for 90 days on the Hondas you want, like Accord and CR-V hybrids. Now that's smiles for miles. Check out AndersonHonda.net. No payments for 90 days. Must finance with approved credit through AHFC.
I'm Eric Sobel from Ace Law. If you're injured in an accident, the last thing you need is to fight with the insurance companies, find doctors, and file more and more paperwork. That's where we come in. We treat you like family and handle everything. Call us at 8888 Ace Law and come up Aces.
Ever notice how the little things add up? A cracked phone screen, a dead car battery, bills creeping higher.
Oh, no.
What if your checking account could actually help with all that? It can. With Elite Checking from NASA Federal, you get smart benefits designed to save you time, money, and stress. Like get your paycheck up to 2 days early for a little breathing room. Cell phone protection to cover unexpected damage, roadside assistance for breakdowns, bill negotiation to help lower your bills, identity theft aid for peace of mind, and you can earn dividends on your balance. If your checking account isn't working hard for you, switch to Elite Checking from NASA Federal. You can do it all right online at nasafcu.com/WJZ. And you don't have to work for NASA to join NASA Federal. NASA Federal Credit Union. Smart. NASA smart. Federally insured by NCUA.
Your line just went down. Production stopped. A supervisor wants answers. And someone's digging through a binder for the maintenance history. Every one of those minutes costs money. And most of the time, that breakdown could have been prevented. That's where Maintain X comes in. Maintain X catches the failure before it happens. Preventive maintenance plans on every key asset to improve reliability. Work orders assigned and tracked right from your phone. Everyone from the floor to the front office is in the loop. Real-time dashboards give managers instant visibility into what's been completed, what's overdue, and where the bottlenecks are. No more guesswork. Just a smarter, faster maintenance operation. Companies on Maintain X have cut unplanned downtime by over 30% and save thousands on parts and labor every year. See what it can do for your operation. Try Maintain X free at maintainx.com.
What do parents think of back to school at Staples, where 24-pack Crayola crayons are just 50 cents?
Staples has folders, notebooks, and pens at great prices.
I'm smiling from ear to ear. It's the most wonderful time.
Mom, I missed the bus of the year.
It's a wonderful time at Staples, where school supplies start at just 25 cents. Staples. That was easy. Visit your local Staples today or shop online and in the app. Ends 9/12. Exclusions apply.
I love a girls' weekend, but my moderate to severe plaque psoriasis can sometimes take me out of the moment. Now I'm all in with clearer skin, thanks to Skyrizi, risankizumab Riza, a prescription-only injection for adults who are candidates for systemic or phototherapy.
You can usually find me in the kitchen, but my active psoriatic arthritis can limit me at times. Now I'm still in the mix with Skyrizi to treat my joint symptoms.
With Skyrizi, most people with plaque psoriasis saw 90% clearer skin when measured from head to toe at 4 months.
Or if you're an adult with active psoriatic psoriatic arthritis, Skyrizi helps you move with less joint pain, stiffness, swelling, and fatigue.
Don't use if allergic to Skyrizi. Serious allergic reactions, increased infections, or lower ability to fight them may occur. Before treatment, get checked for infections and tuberculosis. Tell your doctor about any flu-like symptoms or vaccines. There's nothing like clearer skin.
There's nothing like better movement, and that means everything. Ask your doctor about Skyrizi. Visit skyrizi.com or call 1-866-SKYRIZI to learn more.
Summer heat can stress your home's wiring. Get an FH Fur electrical inspection plus a smoke and carbon monoxide detector evaluation for just $99, keeping DC, Virginia, and Maryland safe for 45 years.
877-CALL-FUR. FHFur.com.
The Powerball jackpot is huge. Current jackpot is estimated at $1 billion. That's right, $1 billion. That's a billion with a B huge. Play Powerball at any Maryland lottery retailer and please play responsibly. My Chemical Romance brings the Black Parade Tour to Nationals Park on August 18th, a Live Nation show. Get your tickets now before they sell out.
This is WJZ-FM, Catonsville, Baltimore's sports talk at 105.7 The Fan, and always live on the free Odyssey app. From the OutGuy.com sports desk, here's Ben Hall.
The O's bats were rolling early in Minneapolis last night.
Or two, and that's the reason why.
That ball slugged to deep right and gone. A two-run gunner stunner. And a pair of hits in the first two innings for Henderson. He is finally breaking out with a sharp single and an even sharper home run here in Minnesota.
That call courtesy of Masson. Pete Alonso and Gunnar Henderson each launched two-run homers in the first two innings. Christian Encarnacion Strand added a 460-foot moonshot in the third, and those 5 runs were all the Birds needed to come away with the win. Baltimore has a chance to take the series today with the rubber match set for 140. Shane Baz will take the mound for the O's, while Zebby Matthews gets the nod for the Twins. In other Orioles news, all signs point to Chris Bassett returning to Baltimore's rotation this weekend. He's been on the IL since early June with a back injury. In 3 rehab starts at AAA Norfolk, Bassett pitched to a 1.98 ERA while striking out 12 through 13 2/3 innings of work. From the Bob Bell Florida Bel Air Weather Center, temps are in the mid-80s with cloudy skies. Tomorrow is sunny skies and a high of 87. I'm Ben Hall, O's, Terps, and you're home for the most Ravens training camp coverage. We are 105.7 The Fan.
Bob Haynie, Vinny Serrato, Nolan McGraw, The Vinny and Haynie Show. 105.7 The Fan.
And Alonso rips this ball to left field, deep and gone. What a start for the Birds.
Hit him 1 or 2, and that's the reason why.
That ball slugged to deep right and gone. A two-run gunner stunner. And a pair of hits in the first two innings for Henderson.
Get up.
Christian Encarnacion Strand into the bullpen for a home run.
Nice, man.
Bell goes down swinging. A nasty sinker by Kittredge seals it. Some early offense, some gutsy pitching, and some timely defense. And the Orioles take down the Twins 5-2.
Yeah, 100%. Like, we've all seen it from Gunnar, and it's in there, and the results have been unforgiving, but with Gunnar, he works. He's such a great worker, and he cares, and he's been putting a lot of work in behind the scenes, and it was good to see him he hit the ball hard. He has been hitting the ball hard, but to actually get some results, it was really good to see, and the offense needed it too.
Gunner's back. Bold prediction. 1 game. And he had the exit velo when D. Kramer pitched the other night. Gunnar Henderson will be the American League Player of the Month for September. And the Orioles are going to eke into the wild card. Nah, I'm just joking. It's 1 game. Great game. Even made a sterling defensive play, did the gun show. A Gunner stunner, as you heard Kevin Brown and Ben McDonald describe on Masson last night, as the Orioles even that series against the Twins 5-2. Brandon Young, he had a lot of traffic, battled himself out of some jams, which he should be commended for, picked up another win. Bullpen, for the most part, unscathed. And the Birds even the series. And because Texas lost, they moved to within 2 games of the wild card. That T-shirt's real. It just won't stop. This afternoon, Shane Boz on the hill against Zebby Matthews. Hard thrower. The ball finds bats a lot, but he's a guy that can dominate at times. And for Shane Boz, he'll lower his earned run average, keep the Orioles in the game, very much so. And they'll probably give him limited run support because that's been the story of his 2026 season. But we'll get into that. But the Orioles last night, 3 homers. And what have we talked about? This isn't just Bob Haney's opinion of their offense. It's kind of a fact. If they don't hit home runs, for the most part, they don't score. They don't manufacture runs. They're not putting a 6 spot on the board with no homers. They only score 6 runs if there's 3 homers. They scored 5 last night. So Alonso 2-run jack in the first off Bailey Ober. It kind of puss balls it up there a little bit. He's crafty, coming off a couple of quality starts. But, you got rocked. And then Guncho went yard. And then Christian Encarnacion Strand. That thing was a missile. Flew over the bullpen. I don't know if Target Field has a fancy name for the upper reaches of left center field, but CES hit that thing. And CES had 3 hits. Guncho had 3 hits. Alonso had 3 hits. So there's your offense. See what happens when, the top half of your lineup produces? You do things, impressive things, and you get a quality start or an effective start. Bullpen comes in, handles their business, and hey, look, Andrew Kittredge came in, quietly got through the save, and 5-2 was the final score. After a frustrating opener against Dean Kramer, frustrating series, Friday and Saturday against Texas, the Orioles get back in the win column. What does all of this mean? I don't know, man. We've danced this dance. We've danced this dance so many times my feet hurt. I got blisters on my feet. I'm not Fred Astaire. I'm not Gregory Hines. I'm not Michael Jackson. I'm Bob. I lumber. I have no rhythm whatsoever. All of my dancing moves are of the upper half. My legs are like cemented. I'm one of those inflatable things that waves around in front of a car dealer. That's me. Bottom half doesn't move. Upper half does. But we've danced this dance. Well, this is catapulting them. Gunner's back. 140 today, excuse me. We'll see if he's back. I don't know. He did smile for the first time in a long time playing a baseball game. Very enthused walking off the field with a win. But it gives you an idea, and we all know it, and we don't need Craig Albertaz and Mike Elias to tell us this. When he's playing well, the Orioles play well. Same with Adley, who looked extremely weird in a Red Sox uniform last night, which we'll get to. But when Gunnar Henderson is playing like an all-star, the Orioles have a high-level player that's capable of carrying them through a series or maybe through a week, and you still need others to step up and contribute to the cause. But that's the vintage Gunnar Henderson we've come to know and love and expect. This year, we have rarely seen this guy. But for the Orioles, you'll take it. Hopefully, this is a step in the right direction, and I don't hear any more about exit velocity and hitting into bad luck. None of that. No more of that stats. And if you want to get into stats, as Keith Law said to us yesterday on the show from The Athletic, go to Baseball Savant and compare Gunner's offensive numbers this year in every nerd stat category versus last year. Horrifying is what he said. And horrifying means you can't even stare. You got to turn, you have to avert your gaze. That sort of thing. Like watching the Texas Chainsaw Massacre. Quite frankly, I kind of watched it. But you get the point. But last night, it was exciting and exhilarating and a beautiful thing to behold. And Pete Alonso kind of doing what the Orioles signed him to do. Provide thump, mainly in the 3, 4, 5 hole, but he's batting second. Seems to be doing all right there. See what happens when a leadoff hitter gets on. Maybe Pete Alonso could maybe produce a run. But it was a good night last night for the Bats. A lot of the damage done earlier in the game, and then they just kind of maintained throughout to get the win. So the Birds win 5-2. Does it change your perception of the team? Mine, no. I know Shane Baz will keep them in the game, but as we have seen, as his ERA drops, his loss total rises because complete game against Texas this Friday. And no run support. That was the game. Tavares was safe at the plate, and they called him out. I'm going to get into that. And, 5 days in the rear view, but still terrible call. Horse bleep call. How does New York miss that? It's beyond me. I mean, he tagged him with his arm. Didn't even touch him with the glove. And I think he dropped the ball, too, on top of it. But either way, you are where you are. 4 games below 500. Still with a negative run differential in the 30s. And still 2 back of the wild card. But it was a good win, much needed win. Still 2-3 on this road trip. They can win the series today. Then you're off to the Trop. And Tampa's just kind of cooking on, they're clicking on all cylinders right now. They're firing hot. Yeah, they're playing the A's in Sacramento with all the injuries that the A's have. They're basically a minor league team. Nick Kurt's probably out for the year. They've already lost a couple of other players of Langoliers of great import. So the A's are a team that's just waiting to get Pumel. But can the Orioles follow this up and give Shane Baz something to be happy with? He's probably sitting there watching that 2-run homer in the first inning for Brandon Young, who does get run support, going, really? We serious with this? I mean, Gunnar got on base? We'll give you the lineup as soon as we get it. It's a 1:40 Eastern time first pitch. Will be 12:40 out there in Minneapolis. But 2 out of the wild card. They just won't go away. There's an old saying. It's like trying to get dog poop off the back of your shoe. You keep rubbing, you keep washing, you keep squirting it with a hose, and it never really disappears. It's still there. And the Orioles, I don't know if it's a fair way to assess. They're like the dog poop of the American League. They just won't get off your shoe. Toronto beat Boston last night in Adley's debut for the Red Sox. Got on base 3 times. Again, we'll talk about that. But the Orioles, they get a win. We're talking about it. I still think they're toast. I don't think they're making the playoffs. I don't even know if they're going to get to 500. But because Cleveland lost again. Seattle lost again. Rangers lost. Tigers keep winning, by the way. Orioles, if they beat Minnesota today, pass them in the standings. So you get the drill. It's a Wednesday. It's a second week of August, and they're still kind of alive. But are they? 410-583-1057 is the number. Bob Haynie, Nolan McGraw. Vinny's out at one winning drive. We're going to hear from him. He's going to be coming in studio later on in the afternoon. Nate Wiggins, good news there, it seems. No structural damage. What does it mean in regards to time missed? However, are we going to be without one of their top cornerbacks, maybe a future star? He's shown star-like flashes. And the sad part is he had surgery for core surgery in the offseason. Said it's as healthy he's been forever. And then gets tangled up with Jacoby Lane yesterday. We'll get a status report as it all unfolds. Ravens about to practice as we speak, so we get into that and more. It's Woman Crush Wednesday. Bob Haynie, Nolan McGraw, Vinny's and Owings Mills. We're all going to get together at some point today. You want to hear anything? Favorite female artist or band? Send your request to the Window Nation text line at 410-583-1057. Is Gunnar back, or is it a one-game aberration? And Brandon Young, you want to talk about Oriole MVPs? Want to start getting there? If he doesn't get votes, and I used to vote, but the last 3 years, I don't get the email anymore to vote for the Orioles MVP. What's up with that?
If you missed today's Big Bad Morning Show, have segments, hours, or full show delivered daily to your phone. Subscribe to the podcast and listen anytime on the free Odyssey app or wherever you find podcasts. The Big Bad Morning Show, live on the Fan's YouTube channel, tomorrow 6 till 10. 105.7 The Fan.
This is Andy Palladino of the Palladino Financial Group. Want to know what you can do to make sure you have enough money in retirement? Tune into my radio show, Your Financial Hour, every Saturday from 9 to 10 a.m., and I'll explain steps you can take to help safeguard your income. It's every Saturday from 9 to 10 a.m.
Now at Lowe's, faster quotes start at the Lowe's Pro Desk. Got a material list handwritten on a sticky note or saved as a photo? Perfect. Bring it to us and get a quote in minutes. And if you don't see what you need on the shelf, we'll help you get it. You can access thousands of products beyond what's available in-store or on Lowe's.com, right from the Lowe's Pro Desk. Build quotes faster and source the materials you need to keep your jobs moving. Just like that, at Lowe's.
I'm David Ortiz. When I lost my mom, she was only 46. And I lost my dad to cancer. It was the worst pain I ever felt. It made me think, what will happen with the people I love when my time is up? That's why I have life insurance. Ethos makes it easy. It's all online, take about 10 minutes, and you can get up to $3 million in coverage.
Get your free quote at ethos.com/game. That's ethos.com/game. Paid testimonial. Time spent on application may vary. Online health questions required.
Alex B. and Zach came to the rescue when we lost our heat. The commercial I hear every day on my way to work is true. Amazing.
Greg did a great job.
Tony saved us tens of thousands of dollars because he was able to determine that our system's heat exchanger is fine.
Andre was over the top impressive. Professional and diligent. He took his time to work the problem, not just diagnose a quick fix.
Zachary was able to remove and replace our AC system in what must have been record time. Amazing was amazing.
Anthony and Jamal were outstanding. The entire install completed in one day.
You can tell this company truly lives up to its name. Amazing. Their owner says he has the best people, and after this experience, I completely agree.
Those are snippets from 7 different Google reviews for amazing plumbing, heating, and air. And yes, I proudly claim to have the best techs, installers, and plumbers in Baltimore because I do. You can count on it at
CALLAMAZING. Go to callamazing.com.
And Doug. Limu and I created a trick to help you remember that you can customize your car insurance and save with Liberty Mutual. You see, the shirts Limu and I wear are yellow, and yellow is the color of lemons, and lemons grow on trees, and trees provide oxygen, and oxygen helps us breathe, and breathing is how you live, and you can live more life when you save money by customizing your car insurance. I agree, Limu. It's really quite simple. Only pay for what you need at libertymutual.com.
Liberty, 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 liberty.
Earn an accredited MBA in as few as 16 months for about $21K at University of Maryland Global Campus. Explore 10 specializations, including finance, HR, cyber technology, and more. Plus, showcase the value of your MBA with a comprehensive learner record and digitally demonstrate in-demand skills and credentials to employers. No application fee if you apply by September 1st. Learn more at umgc.edu. Certified to operate in Virginia by Chev. Be one of the first 100 adults in line each morning for a chance to win a free mystery gift card. You could be the lucky $500 gift card winner. Plus, the first 100 kids in line get a free TSG soccer ball. Take a shot at the Dick's Bald Experience for a chance to unlock exclusive prizes, premium collectibles, and surprises throughout grand opening weekend. Add flair to your fit at the Expression Lab, a hands-on customization station featuring shoe charms, customized totes, laser engraving, and more. Join us for special athlete appearances and score doorbuster deals all weekend long.
Play more, win big, all summer long during the 12th anniversary celebration at Horseshoe Baltimore. Bigger prizes, bigger moments. Don't miss your chance to win. Earn 12 times rewards on Friday, August 21st. Then join Horseshoe Casino on Saturday, August 22nd for your chance to win a $1,200 cash prize in their special anniversary drawing. Get in on the action at Horseshoe Baltimore for all the excitement. At Horseshoe, there is something for everyone. Baltimore's best bet. Gambling problem? Call 1-800-GAMBLER.
Bob Haney, Vinny Serrato, Nolan McGraw, The Vinny and Haney Show. 105.7 The Fan.
Orioles and Twins coming up later on this afternoon in Minneapolis. 1:40 to be exact. Shane Baz for the Birds. Zebby Matthews for the Twins. Both teams fighting for that third wild card spot. And depending on how everything plays out, who knows? I mean, there's still a month and a half of baseball left to be played. Under 40 now for the Orioles. So we'll see how things go, but we'll get into all of that. The win last night, 5-2. Big nights offensively from Gunnar, Alonso, and CES. And then Brandon Young battled through 6 innings. He picks up the win as he continues to do a fabulous job for the Orioles. And I don't want to get too far ahead of ourselves because the season is yet to be completed. But if you have a vote for Orioles' most valuable player, I'm guessing Brandon Young's got to be a realistic candidate to be that guy, along with, Pete Alonso. But outside of that, are there any other viable players? Nolan, before we get to the phones, outside of Young and Alonso, Ryan Helsley, for instance, hasn't pitched since June, still leads the Orioles in saves. So no closers get any love here. And, Bradish has had his moments, certainly not, Adley or Gunnar or Cowser. Ward's gone, so I don't even think he qualifies anymore. I think it's a two-man race. I think it's Young and the Polar Bear right now.
I'd go Bradish 3.
Okay.
But it's close. And by the end of the year, who knows? Rodgers could be in that conversation. Right. If Boz, run support aside, if that ERA keeps dropping, it might be a tough, but I agree with you. I think the first two are set in stone. That third could be a little bit more of a debate.
Right now, 2 out of the wild card are the Orioles still looking to make some noise. Could Gunnar Henderson have this miraculous turnaround that started last night against the Twins? Let's get out to the phones. Let's go to Edgewater. It's Bob. Bob, thanks for holding. What's up?
What's up, Bob? Nolan? Bob, did you happen to see or hear the Ryan Ripken interview with Tyler Wells?
I did not.
Oh, my goodness. Well, Tyler Wells said the quiet part out loud. He said, and he used this word 5 or 6 times, he goes to Tampa Bay, gets into their clubhouse, and he starts talking about some of the interactions with the guys on that team, and he says this clubhouse is the most selfless team he's ever been a part of. And he went on to say they'll do anything they can to get guys on base, do anything they can to score runs. They'll bunt, they'll do whatever. They'll sacrifice. And then he didn't say this. Well, he actually did say, you got to listen to it. Okay. He basically said that it's different than, and he didn't use the word selfish, but he should have, worrying about hitting a home run a mile long. He didn't say this, but knocking out the windows in the warehouse. And Bob, this is what we've been saying all along. You just talked about it. Exit velo, launch angle. That's all they care about, home runs. And you said it yourself a second ago. This team only wins when they're hitting home runs. And they can't win any other way.
Now,
they can't play small ball.
I didn't hear the interview, so Bob, I'll defer to you, and we'll have Ryan on tomorrow when we're ribbing it with him. But was he implying that the players are selfish and it's a selfless organization in Tampa? Maybe more about the Orioles' philosophy is swing for the fences and, small ball be damned.
Well, the fact that he used the word selfless to describe Tampa Bay's atmosphere kind of implies that the team that he just left is selfish and all they care about is hitting home runs. Now, you talked about Gunnar breaking out last night. Didn't he say beginning of the year his goal was to beat Pete Alonso in home runs? I thought I heard or read that somewhere that was he was chasing that goal. But be that as it may, I couldn't believe. I believed it. He said it, and I thought it all along. That was the issue. I think it's a toxic environment in this organization. Starting at the top with Elias. I do wish Mr. Elias would tender his resignation, put a nice letter in there so he doesn't get fired, leave here. Bob, one last point here. Yeah. Wouldn't this be funny? We go to Tampa. Wells or Baker are going to play a part in these games.
Huge part. Cedric Mullins, too.
Cedric Mullins. They go to, and then they play Boston, whatever. And wouldn't it be funny if Adley has something to do with a loss or two with that series?
Yeah, I don't. So, hey, Bob, thanks for the call, man. I appreciate it. Yeah, man. And look, I didn't hear the interview. Let me stress this. But Tyler Wells has been teammates with these guys for a long time. And by all accounts, friends with these guys for a long time. So I don't know if he, without hearing it, was referring to maybe the players themselves as selfish, or maybe it's just a dopey team-wide philosophy offensively where, let's see 460-foot home runs and 120-mile-an-hour lineouts the second. Because sooner or later, you're going to hit into good luck. Tampa's philosophy, they steal a ton of bases. They hit well with runners in scoring position. And they can hit their share of homers. Junior Camanero's got 34 home runs. They hit 6 last night. Tampa can do some damage with the sticks. But I don't know. Ryan maybe can put more context into it. And we'll get into that tomorrow. But let's get out to the phones. Let's go to, Rashawn in Baltimore. Rashawn, what's up?
What's going on, Bob?
How you doing, man? We're 2 out of the wild card. What's up? That's what's
I
up.
know. Feeling good, man. You was ready, to
still am.
Tuck everything away every
They're
day,
done.
man.
They're finished.
They're
400. They're 400, 500. You got to get to 500.
Listen, Bob, just when you thought they was done, man, they're going to pull you right back in. Just remember that.
I remember in that movie, he had a stroke right after he said that, too.
Yeah, you start yelling out Fredo.
Just when I thought I was out, they pulled me back in. Then he strokes out, yelling Fredo's name. Yeah, so that's what I'm saying.
But, no, like the caller said, man, I ain't hear the interview either, but all that he say, she say stuff. And when we were in high school, he said this, and he said that, and he also said this. And, but I do think Tyler Wells and Brian Baker can't wait to face their former team, because it seems like, every pitcher we face that, we used to play for us have a coming out party against us. So.
And it's the surprising thing, too, for both. Well, Baker was the first guy to go before the trade deadline last year. And he turned into a compensatory pick, which turned into Slater DeBron, who turned into Shane Boz. So there's this Kevin Bacon 6 degrees of this, that, and the other. So who knows? Boz, to me, has been an asset, but he had controllable years. Elias likes to trade for guys with controllable years, but boy, he has no problem trading them away. I guess because he figures you can maximize the value that way.
Exactly. Now, and didn't Baker make an All-Star game?
Yes, he did. I think he leads the majors in saves still.
Get the hell out of here, man. How about that, man? But as far as this road trip, though, before they started it, I was like, man, hopefully they can go 6-4, right? But that's going to be hard to happen. But hopefully they beat Minnesota today. And they split in Tampa, a 4-game set down there. We'll be 5-5. Honestly, I'll be, happy with that, though. And then that'll still keep them in that 2-game, game and a half of that last wild card spot, though.
Yeah.
So
I hear you working, but the track record outside of a 7-game winning streak and some earlier stuff where they won 4-5 or 5-6, I don't see it. Rashawn, I hope I'm wrong. I usually am.
Yeah,
but I think I'm on point with this one.
But listen, you said Gunnar is back, though, right? He's back.
Just for one day. One day only. We'll see.
But listen, he has no choice but to be back. I mean, we can't move him down the lineup for some reason. We can't send him down to AAA. Everybody's scared of his agent, the Scott Boras guy. So I don't want to upset him. Well,
I wouldn't send him to the minors. Hey, Rashawn, man, thanks. We got to roll. But I wouldn't send him to the minors. I mean, there's nobody at Norfolk's going to be better than Gunnar Henderson here in the Orioles lineup. But dropping him down in the lineup, I don't think is an egregious thing. But he made Craig Albernaz look like a smart guy last night. How will he look coming up this afternoon?
Yeah, to move him today, of all days. We were in such a pretzel here because that would go against our other philosophy of when a guy's hot, leave him where he is. Don't mess with him. So we're stuck in between today. We don't know what take to go with.
Yeah, and that would be a very Orioles-like move, by the way, to drop him to 6th on a day after he hits, he goes 3 for 5 with a home.
Or just a flat-out off day.
A triple, a triple away from the cycle. Baker does lead the majors in saves with 34. If you're on the phones, we'll get you next. You want to get in, you can. Is Gunnar back? I mean, we can't get into hyperbole. We can because this is kind of what this whole thing really is all about, hot takes and nonsense and whatever it is you want to get into. Nate Wiggins, no structural damage. That's good news. Skylar Thompson, however, placed on IR. So the Skylar Thompson era as the third-string practice squad quarterback for the Ravens has come to an end. Unfortunate for him because he probably was going to be that guy.
Football coverage on 105.7 The Fan is presented by Xfinity. Score the most reliable Wi-Fi. One price, 5 years, guaranteed. Xfinity. Imagine that.
Feel the thrill of playing Ravens scratch-offs from the Maryland Lottery. You can win up to $200,000 instantly, or enter non-winning tickets for a chance to win great second-chance prizes, like $10,000 cash, or even Ravens tickets for 20 years. Please play responsibly.
Support, assist, care. Own your next move by training at Lincoln Tech's Columbia campus. Gain hands-on skills using industry-standard equipment and prepare for a career as a medical assistant. Benefit from Lincoln's employer connections that can help open doors to new opportunities. Don't just imagine a better future, start building it. Enroll now for fall classes. Visit lincolntech.edu today to schedule a campus tour. That's lincolntech.edu. lincolntech.edu.
What if you could have the most reliable fiber-powered Wi-Fi? And get this, what if you could keep it at the same price for 5 years guaranteed? Now through August 24th, new Xfinity customers can get our best price on gig Wi-Fi this summer before it disappears. Just $50 a month for 5 years. No annual contracts, no hidden fees, and our best equipment included. Plus, get online in minutes with same-day Wi-Fi. It's Wi-Fi that finds and fixes problems before you even notice them. Like super intelligent Wi-Fi with a sixth sense. Plus, it keeps you protected from online threats. And get Peacock Premium included for 2 years. Lock in your price and unlock the possibilities. Get it now at Xfinity.com. Xfinity. Imagine that. Restrictions apply. Requires paperless billing and autopay with stored bank account. Taxes and fees extra. Speeds vary. Use of fiber coaxial cable. Learn more at Xfinity.com/same-day Wi-Fi.
Using chat to research your next home improvement project? Forget all the prompts. If you want replacement windows and doors without the hassle, look up Window Nation. Homeowners love the one-day installation process, especially since Window Nation installers leave your home cleaner than when they started. This month, you could get 50% off all window styles, plus 0 down, 0 interest, and no payments for 2 years. Visit WindowNation.com to get the windows featured on HGTV's Designing Spaces. I'm telling you, Window Nation, they're the real deal.
Circulating Knowledge is sponsored by Vascular Surgery Associates.
Hi, Weekend Warriors. I'm Dr. Micah Girardi with VSA, Vascular Surgery Associates. Are your knees bothering you? Have you been diagnosed with knee arthritis and tried various painkillers, injections, and physical therapy, but not ready to have surgery yet? We here at VSA have a solution with a minimally invasive outpatient procedure that helps the actual blood flow in your knee joint, decreasing your painful inflammation and stiffness. If this sounds like you, visit us at coolknees.com. That is coolknees.com.
Your line just went down. Production stopped. A supervisor wants answers. And someone's digging through a binder for the maintenance history. Every one of those minutes costs money. And most of the time, that breakdown could have been prevented. That's where MaintainX comes in. MaintainX catches the failure before it happens. Preventive maintenance plans on every key asset to improve reliability. Work orders assigned and tracked right from your phone. Everyone from the floor to the front office is in the loop. Real-time dashboards give managers instant visibility into what's been completed, what's overdue, and where the bottlenecks are. No more guesswork. Just a smarter, faster maintenance operation. Companies on MaintainX have cut unplanned downtime by over 30% and saved thousands on parts and labor every year. See what it can do for your operation. Try MaintainX free at maintainx.com.
Back to school starts now. Get long-lasting battery life on the Dell XPS laptop powered by Series 3 Intel Core so you can work from anywhere. Now starting at $699 with exclusive student pricing starting at $599. Complete your setup with savings on select monitors and must-have electronics and accessories. Limited time deals and free shipping on PCs and more await you at Dell.com/deals. That's Dell.com/deals.
You're still glowing, flirting, grooving. You've still got it. But your immune system weakens as you age, making it harder to fight illnesses like pneumococcal pneumonia and RSV. Vaccines are a key part of any health routine and can help protect you from getting really sick. Ask your doctor or pharmacist which vaccines you need. See more at PfizerForAll.com. Sponsored by Pfizer.
What happens next happens here. Baltimore Sports Radio.
That ball is out of here.
105.7 The Fan. From the OutGuide.com sports desk, here's Ben Hall.
Just days after Zay Flowers had an injury scare at Ravens training camp, there was another one on the defensive side of the ball as cornerback Nate Wiggins was carted off the field with a leg injury. Later in the day, Jeff Rebeck of The Athletic reported that the Ravens believe Wiggins avoided a major injury, and while he could be sidelined for some time, the expectation is that he's back soon rather than later. In that same practice, Zay Flowers returned to the field after dealing with a quad contusion, though his participation was limited as he's easing his way back into action. Head coach Jesse Minter spoke about getting his star wide receiver back out there.
Zay's doing great. I think it was, he's able to come out early today before practice, get some running in, get some individual work in. That was all part of the plan as he's working back, just through the soreness of the quad. Again, I expect him to be Zay here, any day.
Wednesday's Ravens practice got started at 10 a.m. From the Bob Bell Florida Bel Air Weather Center, temps are in the mid-80s with cloudy skies. Tomorrow is sunny skies and a high of 87. This Fan Flash is sponsored by the Dr. Lairfield Smile Design Center. Call 410-321-1100 to schedule your appointment today. I'm Ben Hall, O's, Terps, and your home for the most Ravens training camp coverage. We are 105.7 The Fan.
Bob Haynie, Vinny Serrato, Nolan McGraw, The Vinny and Haynie Show. 105.7 The Fan.
All right, Orioles made a roster move today to complete the Adley Rutschman, Jake Rogers trade to Boston. They've acquired minor league outfielder Harold Rivas from the Red Sox. And yes, I'm like, who the hell is Harold Rivas? He's the player to be named later, but he was their number 10 rated prospect. And he got a significant signing bonus in the international free agent signing class of 2025. So maybe, just maybe, we're on to something. Nolan, the way things are going, I'm already an old man, but I'll have even less teeth than I have now. But maybe when the Orioles do win a World Series, guys like Harold Rivas will help the Orioles get to where they need to get to.
You never know. I'll say this. Nobody knew the Yenier Canos and the CNL Perez's of the world, all these guys when they showed up. Who the hell is this guy? Then you look at the baseball reference page, ERA over 7 with this team? How's he going to hack it here? And then sure enough, you squeeze every drop you can out of him. We get on Elias a lot. One area where I will say his track record has been pretty good year over year is finding a gem for the bullpen. He's usually good for one a year. So we'll see.
And if this Hoppy can learn how to throw strikes, maybe they've gotten themselves another gem with this dude. But he's cultivated the international signing. I mean, Samuel Basallo was case in point, and the Orioles got him because the Yankees were over the luxury tax threshold because he was going to sign with them. This De Leon. I mean, so he's done that, cultivated a market, Nolan, they didn't even have before. So hopefully those fruits will start to pay off and get ripe and ready to rock and roll for the Birds.
Which is always a good reminder, especially days after Dan Duquette decided to go public and pop off about a lot of his era. And, hey, I wasn't that bad, guys. Look at me. It has nothing to do with the fact that everyone's dunking on Mike Elias the week of the trade deadline. Why a former GM would seek out the Baltimore Sun to write a reader opinion column.
I believe he was on Ripping It with Ryan, too, the Ryan Ripken show.
Oh, he made foul territory. He made the rounds.
Yeah.
Hey, remember me? Remember me?
Well, we do remember him, and he was always pleasant to me. And his cousin, Jim Duquette, was our colleague emeritus on BBT. He did trade Eduardo Rodriguez for Andrew Miller. By the way, Andrew Miller's eligible for the Hall of Fame, and I believe Eduardo Rodriguez made the All-Star game this year. Am I awful now?
Yeah. I don't even regret that trade, though.
No, I don't. I was all in on that one. Eduardo. Let's go to the phones. Orioles win last night, talking about the current day Birds. And, Gunnar Henderson had himself a night. So did CES and Pete Alonso, Brandon Young, and undrafted free agent. Wins his 9th game. Let's go to Aaron in Baltimore. Aaron, thanks for holding. What's up?
Hey, guys. Thanks for taking my call. I tell you, guys, this is the most painful 58 wins or 50 wins I've ever seen in my life. I don't know about getting rid of Elias, but we definitely need to change his name from Elias to Etch-a-Sketch. Can someone please tell me what in the world is going on? I became an Orioles fan when the Senators left. What was that, 71, 72?
71, yep.
Right. Never played ball before in my life, but I know professional athletes and a professional team when I see it. I'm tired of every time the ball is hit at Gunnar Henderson. I have to hold my breath, to know if he's going to, complete the pass, the throw to, first base. And then I don't understand this lineup. I understand that they probably trying to get Pete more bats. I guess. But, you have 8 other players. They have to be held accountable. There's no accountability. And then the one caller made mention, or what Tyler Wells said, I didn't hear it, but I can recall when Mullins hit 30-30. Ever since Mullins went 30-30, the team, it just seems like everyone has been swinging for the fences. And I just don't understand. So please, guys, before, you guys get off air, please kind of explain to me what's going on, or what do you guys see with this team? Because that makes no sense to me.
All right, Aaron, appreciate the call. And old Senators fan, going back to 71. And they became the Texas Rangers, by the way, and still existing to this day. And if memory serves, the last game at RFK, they started tearing the seats out of the stadium. But we digress. Of course, Aaron, we don't know what's going on. I think we're flummoxed. The national beat writers don't know. The scouting people, national, don't know how this has all gotten to where it is. And the lineup thing is mystifying. And the Alonso batting second, I don't necessarily have a problem with it. Yeah, you want him to get more at-bats because he has done well in that scenario, but he's traditionally a 3-4 kind of dude. Problem has been they're not getting anybody on base. So I guess based on what Craig Alvarez thinks or whatever intel he gets from the front office, who has nothing to do with the lineups, they're figuring, look, we're starting one out, nobody on every game. Let's get a guy in here that could maybe get something rolling. Not your traditional table setter, but you don't have to be fleet of foot. Just get on base. That's leadoff hitter. Your job's to get on base. Now, historically, get on base, still second base. You got a guy on second before you know what hit. Orioles don't have that guy. Maybe Jackson Holiday could be that guy, but right now they don't appear to be inclined to put him at the top of the lineup. By the way, I'm still waiting for the Orioles lineup. I'm hitting refresh. As soon as I get it, I'll give it to you. Got Minnesota's, by the way. So I guess that's part of the problem. There's some injuries that have hampered things. And just this inconsistency with allowing players to play. I mean, you go for 4, you're done for 3 games. The only guy there's 2 guys that play no matter what. Pete Alonso and Gunnar Henderson. Pete Alonso's earning his money. Even more effective defensively than we thought. Gunnar's been a colossal disappointment. Big game last night. But for the most part, they're the 2. They get the hall pass. Everyone else, it's like you're playing for your spot. So, Andrew, we have no clue. Not that the Orioles will listen to us anyway. Let's go to Kevin in Ellicott City. Kevin, what's up?
What's going on, Bob?
How you doing?
Doing good, man. With the lineup thing, I guess just from my perspective, maybe they were just thinking that Gunnar, would help him swing to try to get on base more than hit home runs per se, and that, having a big fella, Pete Alonso, follow him, maybe just would help that a little. But he swung the bat absolutely great last night. I really hate for him that, like the last caller said, you do feel kind of cringe when the ball gets hit to him a little bit defensively. But it's really a shame that, his tier 1 defenses just took a hit that way, Hopefully he can kind of continue to right the ship there. But, man, what a big difference, like you guys were saying all year. When Gunnar goes, we go, though. I'll tell you what. He's been squaring the ball up a lot, just hitting it right to the people. But what a wild Orioles journey it's been this year, Bob. I'm not sure what to say about our team, buddy.
Yeah, well, we're 4 games under 500. Thanks, Kevin. That's what you could say. They still have a minus 30-plus run differential. But as Andrew said, it's 58 wins. How many of them have been enjoyable? Last night's was acceptable. And there have been some dramatic wins. Remember, Cowser had those couple of games where he was hitting walk-off home runs, and he hit the one in L.A., helped beat the Dodgers. I mean, that was glorious. But there have been way more frustrating losses than satisfying wins. Orioles do win last night, 5-2. Gunnar Henderson had a monster game. Is this a precursor to liftoff for the final 6 weeks of the season, or is this just a one-game aberration against a soft tosser because Gunner's had a hard time getting around on fastballs? And Zebby Matthews, he throws mid-90s, sometimes cranks it up to high 90s. So what do you think about that? And the Ravens, no Nate Wiggins at practice, no surprise, but does not appear to be structural damage. No Rashad Bateman for the second day in a row, though. Uh-oh.
Today on 3 Deep with Femi, Tim, and Ken.
We'll keep you updated on O's Twins and recap the series when the game is over. Who will end up with the second and third most receiving yards on the Ravens? Also, Chuck Pagano will join us at 5.
That's next on Sports Radio 105.7 The Fan. This is an Odyssey Sports Minute.
Speeding catches up with you. Paid for by NHTSA. The Minnesota Vikings have named Kyler Murray their starting quarterback for the season, and that means the Minnesota Vikings will go to the NFL playoffs. Last year, the Vikings went 9-8 with J.J. McCarthy, Carson Wentz, and Max Brosmer at quarterback. Kyler Murray might not be Patrick Mahomes, but he's better than those guys, and he will take the Vikings to the playoffs this season. I'm Nick Costos.
105.7 The Fan studios are driven by Anderson Automotive, Buick, GMC, and Honda. It's miles for miles at AndersonAutomotive.com.
2 hours ago, Kyle arrived at the bar.
Hey, what's everyone drinking?
30 minutes ago, Kyle got his friends another round of drinks.
Cheers!
5 minutes ago, Kyle decided to drive home drunk. A minute ago, a law enforcement officer pulled up behind Kyle.
Sir, have you been drinking tonight?
A chain of events that began 2 hours ago is about to change Kyle's whole world. Drive sober or get pulled over. Paid for by NHTSA.
Sound familiar? At Mattress Firm, we understand there are many problems that can keep you up at night, like snoring, aches and pains, or sleeping hot. Our sleep experts have the unrivaled know-how to match you with a mattress that can help. And now at Mattress Firm, upgrade to a Tempur-Pedic and learn how you can get 3% back plus an instant gift. For the great sleep you deserve, visit Mattress Firm. We make sleep easy. Restrictions apply. See store or website for details.
Your home is filled with memories with your family. But if your kids are older and have left the Baltimore area, maybe you want to move closer to them. You got to work with Lee Tessier if you're thinking about selling your home. Lee guarantees results. If he can't find you a buyer at a price and a deadline you agreed to beforehand, he'll buy your home himself. It helped Tom and Sue know that they would be in good hands with Lee. They'd been living in their home for more than 30 years, but wanted to live closer to the grandkids. They weren't sure where to start with the home selling process. They called Lee, and they were amazed at how easy the process was. There were multiple showings right away. Their home sold fast and for top dollar. It's all thanks to guess who? Yes, it is Lee Tessier. So call the only agent I qualify to sell my home. Just give Lee a call, 410-638-9555, or go to LeeTessier.com. And when you call Lee, just start packing.
If you're selling your home, don't make it hard. Just call Lee Tessier.
Is reviewing life insurance on your to-do list? Now's the perfect time to add it. A friend recently told me that securing life insurance sooner rather than later can help you lock in lower rates for years to come. So I bumped this up on my list and got it done. I called SelectQuote and couldn't believe how easy and affordable life insurance is. I'm 40 and got a $500,000 policy for $16 a month. My husband's also 40 and his $500,000 policy was only $18 a month. Plus, with SelectQuote's same-day coverage, there was no medical exam required, and we were covered by the time we hung up. Knowing I have this checked off my list feels amazing, but the peace of mind knowing my family is protected feels even better.
Call SelectQuote at 1-800-329-1010. That's 1-800-329-1010. Or go to SelectQuote.com to get your free quote today. That's 1-800-329-1010. Details on example rate at SelectQuote.com.
Hey, it's Vinny Serrato. Get ready for the new school year routine at Town Appliance's back-to-school shopping event. Tackle sports uniforms with a reliable Whirlpool washer. Prep quick dinners on KitchenAid range, or upgrade to a luxury Gen Air refrigerator. Mayor, they offer flexible financing on whatever your family needs. So stop by their showroom right off Reisterstown Road in Owings Mills. Call, text, or visit townappliance.com today. And don't forget to tell Vinny sent you. Just ask for Mayor and you can't go wrong.
2 hours ago, Kyle arrived at the bar.
Hey, what's everyone drinking?
30 minutes ago, Kyle got his friends another round of drinks.
Cheers!
5 minutes ago, Kyle decided to drive home drunk. A minute ago, a law enforcement officer pulled up behind Kyle.
Sir, have you been drinking tonight?
A chain of events that began 2 hours ago is about to change Kyle's whole world. Drive sober or get pulled over. Paid for by NHTSA.
Sound familiar? At Mattress Firm, we understand there are many problems that can keep you up at night, like snoring, aches and pains, or sleeping hot. Our sleep experts have the unrivaled know-how to match you with a mattress that can help. And now at Mattress Firm, upgrade to a Tempur-Pedic and learn how you can get 3% back plus an instant gift. For the great sleep you deserve, visit Mattress Firm. We make sleep easy. Restrictions apply. See store or website for details.
Bob Haynie, Vinny Serrato, Nolan McGraw. The Vinny and Haynie Show. 105.7 The Fan.
Lakers got sold, and it's a crazy number. Remember Dr. Evil and the Austin Powers where you do the pinky $1 million, then they're like $1 billion. How about $12.5 billion? Lakers are being sold to American businessmen Josh Kushner and Bob Iger. Record-breaking price for a professional sports franchise. Now, this is a franchise that at one point was owned by Jack Kent Cooke, who owned the Redskins. Sold it to Dan Snyder, one of the worst owners in the history of professional sports in this country. Just look at the record of that team during that time frame. He sold it to Jerry Buss, who became one of the more flamboyant owners in the history of professional sports in this country and cultivated one of the most successful teams, the Lakers, Showtime, and make movies about these people. But $12.5 billion, that's enough to buy a couple of sports franchises. So the LA Lakers, still being Lakers, doing their thing. Outside of Luka, do they really have the star power that they've had for years and years and years? When they first moved to LA, they had Elgin Baylor, Jerry West, they traded for Wilt. Then they got Kareem. The Magic came in, and then Worthy, and then Kobe and Shaq Attack. They just had LeBron for his along for the ride. Want to be part of that Lakers legacy thing there. But $12.5 billion. Howard Cosell would be rolling over in his grave if he saw the exorbitant contracts that the athletes get and what franchises are worth at this time. It makes what David Rubenstein paying for the Orioles, what was it, $4 million, something like, or $4 billion, whatever it was. Small potatoes. $12.5 billion, Lakers. Good for them. I don't money hate unless you rub it in my face. All right, let's go to Bill in Annapolis. Talk about those Orioles. Bill, what's up?
Hey, just wanted to throw out a couple of ideas. I would love to see Blaze come back and play more shortstop, and I would like to see Gunnar move to third. And that way, I think we get our defense better. And then next year when Westy comes back, I'd be open to trading both Gunnar and Holiday. Just a thought.
Okay. Now, Blaze still don't have a time frame for his return. He's been out for pretty much a month now after he got plunked by Ursik there with the wrist. He's got a big arm, Blaze, because that's why he can play right field, and he can play all three outfield spots. I don't know how well he does, range and left, right, field and grounders, but to the point of moving Gunnar to third, hey, sign me up. We've talked about it on this show many times. I think he would be a natural at third base because he does have cat-like reflexes. He gets in that sidearm nonsense. The ball sails on him when he's playing shortstop. Just catch it and throw it. You know what I mean? So I think Gunnar would be a really good third baseman.
And that would improve our defense.
Sure. which is shaky. But I don't know if I'm giving up on Holiday just yet.
Yeah, I just want to see him work on his lateral movement. The ball to his glove side, he just doesn't get to a lot of balls. And I'm not sure, other than maybe drills or something, where he gets a better movement on that. But that's what bothers me a little bit about him is just his range. I am just surprised he doesn't move good to his glove side. Anyhow, thank you for your time.
All right, Bill, always great to hear from you. Remember, he's just learning second base in the last couple of years. He's been a shortstop for the most part, and he's a young guy, 22 years old, throughout the course of him playing baseball. So he's still getting acclimated to it, but he doesn't look comfortable there. And I don't think the arm strength could play on a regular basis at shortstop, so who knows? But let's see that bat start to keep percolating. I mean, he got the collar last night, but nice finale in Texas, nice opening game against Minnesota. Last couple of months, he's been hitting very well after being pretty much a liability in the Orioles lineup. I think it's way too early to give up on Jackson Holiday just yet, because if you started trading the Gunners, which might happen a year from now, and the Holidays, then you are signaling kind of a rebuild phase. Unless some of these prospects come up and become guys, or Beavers is a dude. We get to see Bradfield. I mean, I'm skeptical that Cowser is ever going to hit Major League pitching on a consistent enough basis to be an impact guy. You did pay Basayo, you did pay Alonso, and you committed money to the rotation. So that's not a team that's in full-on rebuild mode. But when you start trading away these number one prospect guys, who's replacing them? Is there anybody ready on the farm to come up and do so? I don't know how stout the Orioles are in the middle infield down at the minor league level. We'll talk more about that very subject with Tony Pentee from OriolesHangout.com coming up at 11:30. But Ryan Wilson, CBSSports.com. We'll talk some NFL with him. We talk a lot about the AFC North because we're in Baltimore. He's a Steeler fan, even though he doesn't get all gloaty about it. And if I hadn't won a playoff game in 9 years, I don't know if I'd be popping off too much either. But let's talk about that AFC East today. And Buffalo, defending champs or New England. Where do the Dolphins fit into the mix? What about the Jets? Is this a two-team race with two also-rans? And Josh Allen, Drake May, two quarterbacks of high repute. One's a former MVP. The other one went to the Super Bowl and got MVP votes.
Wherever the Orioles season takes you.
Say goodbye to this ball.
Download the free Odyssey app and hear reactions to all the biggest moments. Download it today and search 105.7 The Fan.
For 45 years, FH Fur Plumbing, Heating, Air Conditioning, and Electrical has set the standard for premium comfort. To celebrate, get 0% financing for 72 months on a qualifying new system purchase. Total peace of mind since 1981. 877-CALL-FUR or FHFur.com.
Woohoo! Save thousands below MSRP at Anderson Buick GMC. Shop Maryland's largest selection and deepest discounts at two convenient Anderson locations, Hunt Valley and Abingdon. Take up to $5,000 off GMC Acadias or get 0% APR for 60 months on Buick Envisions. And every month is Truck Month at Anderson. Take up to $11,500 off Sierra pickups. Now that's smiles for miles. Check out AndersonBuickGMC.com. GMC, we are professional grade. Financing on select models with approved credit through GM Financial.
I'm John Morgan at Morgan & Morgan, America's largest injury law firm. Over 35 years, I've seen it all. Car crashes, work injuries, defective products, medical mistakes, lives flipped upside down in an instant. But I've also seen something else, the power of fighting back, the power of winning. Over $30 billion recovered and counting. Size matters, reputation matters, results matter. There's only one Morgan & Morgan.
Injured? Dial #law or visit forthepeople.com for an office near you.
Liberty Mutual customizes your car and home insurance. And now we're customizing this ad for your morning commute to wake you up, which could help your driving. Science says that stimulating the brain increases alertness. So here's a pop quiz. How many months have 28 days? What gets wetter as it dries? What has keys but can't open locks? If you don't want to hear the answers, turn off this Liberty Mutual ad now. 12 months, a towel, piano. Enjoy being fully alert.
Liberty, 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 liberty.
What if you could have the most reliable fiber-powered Wi-Fi? And get this, what if you could keep it at the same price for 5 years guaranteed? Now through August 24th, New Xfinity customers can get our best price on gig Wi-Fi this summer before it disappears. Just $50 a month for 5 years. No annual contracts, no hidden fees, and our best equipment included. Plus, get online in minutes with same-day Wi-Fi. It's Wi-Fi that finds and fixes problems before you even notice them. Like super intelligent Wi-Fi with a sixth sense. Plus, it keeps you protected from online threats. And get Peacock Premium included for 2 years. Lock in your price and unlock the possibilities. Get it now at Xfinity.com. Xfinity. Imagine that. Restrictions apply. Requires paperless billing and autopay with stored bank account. Taxes and fees extra. Speeds vary. Use of fiber coaxial cable. Learn more at Xfinity.com/same-day Wi-Fi.
Football is back. Make sure you head down to the Bet River Sportsbook at Bingo World, the best place to catch all your college and professional football games this season. With over 20 TVs, comfortable lounge chairs, pool tables, great happy hour specials, and wall-to-wall football action, there's no better place to spend your football weekends. Grab your friends, catch every game, and get in on the excitement all season long. Check out BingoWorld.com for details. Please play responsibly. Must be 21 or over. For help, call 1-800-GAMBLER or visit mdgamblinghelp.org.
This is the story of the one. As a maintenance engineer at a beverage manufacturing plant, he starts his day knowing every line is ready to run because Grainger delivers the industrial-grade products he needs to keep mixers, conveyors, and packaging equipment moving. With Grainger's vast selection of bearings, belts, and motors, he keeps operations running smoothly, so nothing grinds to a halt. Call 1-800-GRAINGER, click Grainger.com, or just stop by. Grainger, for the ones who get it done.
I scream. You scream. We all scream. Because Wendy's famous small classic Frosty is just $1 for a limited time. More screaming, happy screaming, summer screaming, dollar small classic Frosty screaming! But please don't scream in the drive-thru. It hurts the employees' ears. Get a $1 small classic Frosty for a limited time, only at Wendy's.
U.S. price and participation may vary. A la carte only, not valid for delivery. Limit 10 per transaction. Price may be higher in Alaska and Hawaii.
Tonight's Keys to the Game.
And that will do it.
Brought to you by your hometown team, Science and Kirk. Injured in an accident? If you have a phone, you have a lawyer. Visit them at youhavealawyer.com.
My Chemical Romance brings the Black Parade Tour to Nationals Park on August 18th, a Live Nation show. Get your tickets now before they sell out.
This is WJZ-FM, Catonsville, Baltimore's sports talk at 105.7 The Fan, and always live on the free Odyssey app. From the OutGuide.com sports desk, here's Nolan McGraw.
The Ravens had their first serious injury scare yesterday when Nate Wiggins went down during one-on-one drills. His feet got tangled up with Jacoby Lane, leading to a hard fall. Trainers were focused on his left leg before carting him off the field. According to NFL Network's Ian Rappaport, the initial tests on Wiggins' leg showed no signs of structural damage. Jesse Minter couldn't provide many details immediately following practice, but he was asked how something like this could impact the rest of the cornerback room as training camp rolls on.
I don't think you're ever not rushing, guys to be ready to play. So we're doing everything we can to get TJ Tampa ready to play, to get the young guys ready to play. I don't think that changes that. Sometimes it might change the amount of reps they get against a certain group or the opportunities that they get, maybe in practice. But again, I like where that room's at.
And former Orioles catcher Adley Rutschman made his Red Sox debut last night. He batted third in Boston's lineup and collected an infield single with 2 walks in what ended up being a 5-3 loss to the Blue Jays. All of a sudden, the once red-hot Sox have dropped 4 in a row. Their 4-game set against Toronto continues later tonight. From the Bob Bell Ford of Bel Air Weather Center, partly cloudy skies with temps peaking in the upper 80s. I'm Nolan McGraw, Ravens, Terps, and your home for the most Orioles coverage, 105.7 The Fan.
Bob Haynie, Vinny Serrato, Nolan McGraw, The Vinny and Haynie Show, 105.7 The Fan.
Vinny and Haynie, 105.7 The Fan. Woman Crush Wednesday. Bob Haynie, Nolan McGraw. Vinny's out at one winning drive with the Ravens. Be talking to him in the 1 o'clock hour. No Nate Wiggins, no structural damage on the knee that got twisted up with Jacoby Lane yesterday out at practice. That's good news. No Bateman, though, 2 days in a row. So hopefully we'll get some information in regards to that one. But joining us now to talk about the National Football League, some of the happenings going on, talk about that AFC East, had 2 playoff teams last year. He's with CBSSports.com. He's on the Window Nation guest hotline. He is Ryan Wilson. Ryan, good morning. What's up?
Morning, Bob. How you doing, buddy?
Doing all right. Before we get to the East of the AFC, as we break down each division, J.J. McCarthy riding some bench. Kyler Murray gets the starting nod in Minnesota. Relatively cheap deal for the Vikings, really cheap, $1.5 million. Arizona paying most of that nut, over $35 million. But any surprise that O'Connell goes this direction before they've even played their first preseason game?
Not really. And, I actually wrote about this last night for CBS Sports. And J.J. McCarthy is not in great company when it comes to first-round picks, only getting 10 starts before the decision has been made, and apparently, forever. It's a forever decision, it feels like, barring injury. So I don't know. It feels like to me the future for JJ, and he'll get another chance because first-round picks always do. He's a good athlete, has a big arm, just hasn't played a lot of football, and that even includes Michigan, where he was not asked to do a lot on that national championship team. But if you're asking me what his roadmap looks like going forward and looking through the crystal ball, it's probably going to be more journeyman Kenny Pickett than it's going to be Sam Darnold. But that's not to say, Sam Darnold was with the Jets for 4 years, bounced around a couple spots, even including Minnesota, before he sort of found his footing. But JJ just hasn't played a lot of football. Sam played a lot of football, both for the Jets and at USC, and it's going to be tough. The good news, if you want to hear some good news, Bob, is that I think his future is probably a little bit brighter than Anthony Richardson's. So low bar, but you got to take the silver lining wherever you can get it.
Now, Kyler Murray, this is a guy that was the first pick in the draft and was a Rookie of the Year offensively in Arizona coming into the league, former first-round draft pick of the Oakland A's, as a matter of fact. So premier athleticism, but injuries, coaching changes, and everything going on in Arizona put him where he is. How is he salvageable as a number 1 overall pick? Could he have possibly a Sam Darnold-like renaissance as a player?
Yeah, no, I think so, and he's in the right spot for that. He's a better athlete than Sam was, even though Sam is underrated athletically. But the question will become, and we saw him do it with Cliff Kingsbury at times in Arizona, but can he just play on time? And I think he'll be able to do that. And, he talked about it, and we've seen it with our own eyes. He can win with his legs. Ideally, you'd like him to get the ball out 1, 2, 3, and then if the play breaks down, then you use your athleticism. And that's something he's had to work on throughout his career. But we've seen the good parts of Kyler, and you don't necessarily have to squint to find them. Last year didn't go the way he wanted, but I think Kevin O'Connell, J.J. McCarthy aside, has done a great job with quarterbacks, both young and old. And he's done a great job with veteran quarterbacks and guys who just showed up a week ago that needed to play and gotten the most out of those players. So this could be a sort of a Sam Darnold redemption tour, or even the guy that was drafted, 4 or 5 spots after him in 2019, Daniel Jones, who stopped in Minnesota and then went to Indy and was playing really well before the Achilles, and is going to be the starter again there ahead of the aforementioned Anthony Richardson.
Ryan Wilson, CBSSports.com. Bob Haynie, Nolan McGraw here on this Woman Crush Wednesday, 105.7 The Fan. All right, let's get to the AFC East, and defending champs New England, defending AFC champs are the Patriots. Mike Vrabel had a ton of drama in the offseason. Does that linger, or is that already a thing of the past, even though Aaron Rodgers did bring it up in a big way on the Pat McAfee show last week?
Aaron Rodgers is your grandfather at the cookout who is 85 years old and does not care anymore. He's just saying whatever. So that's who Aaron Rodgers is. And Mike Tomlin talked about it on the Hall of Fame game show for NBC last week. If the Patriots win, no one cares. If they lose, it'll be a thing, and that's nothing new. That's just how history works, and how fan bases have expectations that winning, in large part, fixes a lot of stuff. So that's just the reality of it. Is it a self-inflicted wound by Mike? Yeah, absolutely. I mean, you talk to people in that building, they would say to a person that all Mike Vrabel talked about was not being a distraction, and then he was a distraction. So we'll see what A.J. Brown looks like. You would imagine that's going to look pretty good. New destination and a new quarterback. I think Romeo Doubs is going to be a big part of that offense. And the big issue, and this holds for just about every team on planet Earth, what does the offensive line look like? They got Will Campbell, hopefully much healthier than the end of last season, former first-round pick, and they signed Elijah Bear-Tucker, who is a great player but just can't stay healthy.
So on paper, drama aside, the Patriots are better than they were when their season ended at the hands of the Seahawks.
Yeah, I'm hesitating because their schedule's a lot tougher.
Yeah.
So they may not win as many games, but I think on paper they're better, and I think Drake May will be better, but they got to play a lot better to football teams as well.
Ryan, what about the Bills? They had that colossal gap against, Denver in the divisional round where Josh Allen had one of the worst games an MVP-level quarterback outside of Earl Morrall in Super Bowl III could possibly have. So what about the the Bills? They have a new coach, Joe Brady, brought in former Terp DJ Moore to be their air quotes number one guy. The owner took shots at Keon Coleman. I don't know if he motivated him, but he certainly insulted him and all of the good stuff that goes along with it. Cook's a stud, led the NFL in rushing yards. What about Buffalo here? I mean, do they kick themselves knowing that no Lamar, no Burrow, no Mahomes, we still can't even get to the championship game sort of scenario?
Yeah, no, absolutely. They're kicking themselves. And shout out for the Earl Morrall shout out. I love that.
Yeah.
Two people in this listening understand who Earl Morrall is, and it's you and me, but that's okay. Here's the thing. So I was out at Bill's practice on Friday, and talking to folks around there, the training camp has been much looser compared to Sean McDermott training camps, and the follow-up was that could be either good or bad. We'll find out, because you don't want to walk around on eggshells, but you also don't want to be so loose that you come out there making mistakes and looking sloppy. So obviously they know Joe Brady, and Josh Allen has a relationship with Joe Brady, and I think the moment's not going to be too big for him because he's been there. But you're exactly right. It's going to be about DJ Moore. It's going to be about Keon Coleman, who's listed first on the depth chart or number 2 on the depth chart, but that reality may be something less than that. Josh Palmer has played pretty well. Skylar Bell, the rookie, has looked pretty good at UConn. But excuse me, again, it's going to be about Josh Allen doing Josh Allen things, not like he did in Denver. And then the defense with Jim Leonard, the new defensive coordinator, what that group looks like. And I think they're going to be certainly not as vanilla as they were a year ago, and that was a knock on Sean, even though that team was a bend but don't break defense. I think they're going to be a little bit more aggressive, and I think they're going to be better. Now the question becomes, everyone else is going to be better, like you noted, and not banged up like the Joe Burrows and the Patrick Mahomes of the world. So now you have to play against everyone at full strength.
Ryan, what's the gap between New England and Buffalo? And I'm going to pick Buffalo to win the division, but Buffalo, New England, then the Jets. And what's the gap between the Jets and the Dolphins, if there's one there? I mean, how bad's Miami expected to be? And is New York going to be one of them pesky teams this season?
No, I think that's right. We say this in August, and then November rolls around and the exact opposite happens. But I think the Jets are closer to the Patriots at number 2 than the Dolphins are to the Jets in terms of the distance between 3 and 4. I think the Jets are going to be 7.5 wins. I think that's what they're probably looking at best case. They signed a bunch of players, especially on defense. They had a really good draft. I think Geno Smith's going to be better. The offensive line is not as bad as perhaps last year would suggest, along with everything else. I mean, the team had 0 interceptions, which is impossible. The Dolphins had 13 draft picks, and 9 of them were either first or second on the depth chart, which is great if you want to see young guys play, not great if you're trying to compete in a pretty tough division. I think Malik Willis is a good quarterback. It's just the deck stacked against them with the lack of playmakers, especially at wide receiver, proven playmakers, and them trying to compete against the Bills and the Patriots of the world. So, 3.5, 4 wins seems about right, but every team will tell you in the NFL there are no rebuilds. They're just going out there and playing with the chance to win a Super Bowl. So I wish them all the luck in the world, but it's going to be a tough sled.
Ryan Wilson, CBSSports.com. Ryan, appreciate the time as always. Enjoy the rest of your Woman Crush Wednesday, and we'll talk to you next week here on The Fan.
Thank you, Bob.
You got it, buddy. Here's Ryan Wilson, everybody. We'll come back. It's the whip around what happened in the world of sports last night. A couple of things. And what happened historically with the Orioles? Good things. Why would we bring up losses? We could talk about the Texas series if we wanted to do that. Birds do win last night, 5-2. Gunnar Henderson, big night, along with Pete Alonso and CES. So how you feeling about your Orioles with Shane Baz on the hill, who gets no run support, sometimes literally gets no run support? Is he due? I would think he is for a win.
Today on 3 Deep with Femi, Tim, and Ken.
We'll keep you updated on O's Twins and recap the series when the game is over. Who will end up with the second and third most receiving yards on the Ravens? Also, Chuck Pagano will join us at 5.
That's next on Sports Radio 105.7 The Fan.
This is Andy Palladino of the Palladino Financial Group. Want to know what you can do to make sure you have enough money in retirement? Tune into my radio show, Your Financial Hour, every Saturday from 9 to 10 a.m., and I'll explain steps you can take to help safeguard your income. It's every Saturday from 9 to 10 a.m.
What if you could have the most reliable fiber-powered Wi-Fi? And get this, what if you could keep it at the same price for 5 years guaranteed? Now through August 24th, new Xfinity customers can get our best price on gig Wi-Fi this summer before it disappears. Just $50 a month for 5 years. No annual contracts, no hidden fees, and our best equipment included. Plus, get online in minutes with same-day Wi-Fi. It's Wi-Fi that finds and fixes problems before you even notice them. Like super intelligent Wi-Fi with a sixth sense. Plus, it keeps you protected from online threats. And get Peacock Premium included for 2 years. Lock in your price and unlock the possibilities. Get it now at Xfinity.com. Xfinity. Imagine that. Restrictions apply. Requires paperless billing and auto pay with stored bank account. Taxes and fees extra. Speeds vary. Use of fiber coaxial cable. Learn more at Xfinity.com/same-day Wi-Fi.
At University of Maryland Global Campus, we know you're no stranger to setting big goals, whether in school, at work, or in life, and you're ready for more. At UMGC, we offer the skills-based education you need to move your career forward. Learn how to apply AI, data science, and other emerging tech. Plus, gain skills in leadership and critical thinking. You've come far. Succeed again. No application fee if you apply by September 1st. Learn more at umgc.edu. Certified to operate in Virginia by Chev.
We all hear the radio ads about the IRS. They tell you to be afraid, to be scared, and they try to frighten you into calling. I'm not here to do that. Tax Relief Advocates is different. TRA is here to tell you that if you owe money to the IRS, whether it's $5,000, $50,000, or $500,000, we have a solution. It doesn't matter if you're sitting in your car, at work, or with your kids. No matter where you are, call now. 800-497-8091. Don't lose hope. TRA can eliminate or reduce what you owe to the IRS. Generous programs are now available that can give you a fresh start. Our passion is taxes and helping individuals fix their IRS problems. We have over 1,000 5-star reviews on Google and an A+ with the Better Business Bureau. You don't need to be afraid of the IRS any longer. End your tax nightmare today by visiting us online at TRA.com or call 800-497-8091. That's 800-497-8091. Tax Relief Advocates. Real solutions for real people.
Are you a can kicker / procrastinator? Here's the deal with can kickers. One day that can could be a bucket, and that's not something you want to kick. When it comes to life insurance, you can't procrastinate another day because today is the day to call Big Lou. If you're 50 to 60, maybe a little porky, on meds or type 2 diabetes, you may qualify. Big Lou specializes in people with real-life health glitches because everyone's got one or two. Then Big Lou knows how to tip the scales in your favor. A $1 million term life policy may only cost about $200 a month, depending on age, health, and the policy you choose. Remember, Big Lou's like you. But when it comes to a can, he spends more time sitting on one. For affordable term life insurance today, call Big Lou at 800-777-1979, 800-777-1979, or biglou.com. When it comes to life insurance, don't kick the can. Call Big Lou at 800-777-1979 or biglou.com.
Vinny and Haynie's Whip Around.
Every sport, every game, everything.
Brought to you by Box Hill Pizzeria and Crab Cakes. Best crab cakes in Maryland.
Vinny Haynie, 105.7 The Fan here on this Woman Crush Wednesday. Bob Haynie, Nolan McGraw. Vinny's out at one winning drive. Ravens at camp today. Get a status report later on in the program there, so stick around for that. Tony Pentee, OriolesHangout.com, will be joining us bottom of the hour, talking about the Orioles prospects. How are things rolling down on the farm? And the Orioles just added another one from the Red Sox organization to complete the Adley Rutschman trade. Don't have Baltimore's lineup yet, as they look to win the series today against the Twins, 5-2 last night, as Gunnar had a monster game, Alonso had a monster game, Christian Encarnacion Strand had a monster game, Tyler O'Neill made a sterling diving catch at right field, bullpen was lights out for the most part, Brandon Young picked up the win, so that's good news, but still waiting on the lineup in support of Shane Boz, but Zebby Matthews, 5-8 with a 5.23, earned run average right-hander. Throw mid-90s, could pump it up there, high 90s, but, it gets rocked a little bit there. Larnach's in left field. Lewis at first base. Bell's your DH. Larnach was Adley's teammate at Oregon State way back when, him and Stephen Kwan and all those guys. But anyway, Josh Bell, DH. Clemens at second. Lee's at third. Keyshaw's at center. Caratini behind the plate. Roden, it is in right. And Creedler is the shortstop. So that is the lineup for the Minnesota Twins today against the Orioles. Game's at 1:40. We'll give you what? What do you think, Nolan? First half inning, and then we're out the door.
You never know, man.
You never know.
You never know.
I mean, Sunday's game, it was 2.5 hours old. I think it was in the fifth inning.
Right.
Because both starting pitchers scuffled.
Well, look, I mean, the script is set up perfectly here. From last night, all the support for Brandon Young, early and often, into today. We know the Shane Baz track record. It's been beat to death. Mm-hmm. But then the Zebby Matthews part adds another layer to me, is that it's not even a good opposing pitcher on the other side. So we got the full trifecta here. I mean, this thing screams shutout loss for the Orioles. And Zebby having a career day.
Yeah, and let's see here real quick. Zebby Matthews, very limited against the Orioles. Tavares is 0 for 3, and Jackson Holliday's 0 for 1 with a couple of walks. There you go, against Zebby Matthews. This is according to ESPN. By the way, batter versus pitcher.
I mean, it can't be as bad as last week with that Angels guy, who his name is already escaping me.
Ryan Johnson. He pitched last night. Pitched well last night.
Oh.
Did the Orioles a solid.
We got him fixed.
As a matter of fact. There you go. Anyway, so that's going on. We got Orioles talk coming your way as the show progresses. But we talked about this earlier. The Lakers, they get sold from the Buss family to Josh Kushner and Bob Iger, who were apparently all in on bringing an expansion franchise to Vegas. And it looks like expansion is inevitable in the NBA, 30 teams. And Seattle seems to be locked in as one of them in Las Vegas, because you already have the Raiders there. Now you have the A's. You have the Golden Knights. I mean, I would think NBA in Las Vegas is a foregone conclusion. But they were apparently the point men, pun intended, I guess. But they twisted to L.A. $12.5 billion. Put it in perspective. Rubenstein bought the Orioles for $1.75 billion. You could buy 10 Orioles for what they paid for the Lakers. Now, the Cowboys are still the most lucrative sports franchise at $15.5 billion. But $12.5 billion for the Lakers. They have their own gym because the Clippers built themselves their own little stadium. It's insanity money here. I mean, the cost of living goes up, the cost of gas goes up, and the cost of sports franchises go up. And when Kushner and Iger spend $12.5 billion for a team, that means your cable bill is going to go up, your streaming services are going to go up, ticket prices are going to go up, concessions are going to go up. It's good, I guess, if you're them, but for the fan, the trickle-down effect. I mean, even I know that. What Reagan, trickle-down economics.
Oh, they're taking me back to history class here.
They're trickling down to saps like us. So if you want to watch a ball game, you can't just turn it on Channel 13 anymore. You have to pay to do it, and in some cases have to actually buy an app to do so as well.
Well, Mark Walter, the guy who owned it between the Buss family, or was kind of I don't know if he had the whole thing, but he had the controlling interest. So he's the one initiating the sale. Just last year to this year, I mean, how about a cool $2 billion?
What?
In flipping your asset. He bought for $10 billion, flipped for $12 billion within a year.
That's good business. It's good. You think he could buy some new chairs for the 105.7 The Fan studio?
I'll reach out
with the $2 billion. And by the way, as an aside, Jeannie Buss, Jerry's daughter, Phil Jackson's ex-girlfriend, she dates Jay Moore, the comedian. Used to be on. You don't know Jay Moore? Used to be on Saturday Night Live for a minute there. If you Google him and his picture pops up, you go, hell yeah, I know this guy.
Okay, yep. You got it.
He's that guy. Like, oh yeah, I know that guy. So Laker fans, congratulations to you. Your jersey just went up exponentially. on the official website. We talked about this with Ryan Wilson, Vikings named Kyler Murray, starting quarterback. He's getting $1.3 from the Vikings 1-year deal, but Arizona still paid him $35.5 million. $35.5 million. That makes him look like a piker compared to the $12.5 bill that the Lakers just were sold for. But Kyler Murray, comeback player of the year. And I'm not saying that tongue-in-cheek. Like I said, Gunner's going to win player of the year in September in the American League. I truly believe if he's just throw it up, Justin Jefferson, Addison, Ty Felton, former Terp, go get it, baby. Do your thing.
I'm not getting carried away just yet.
All right.
I mean, it's set up for him. Everyone said it as soon as he landed there. You know, you got your quarterback whisperer as a head coach.
Yeah.
You know, it makes sense. Can we do the Darnold thing all over again? But, you know, Kyler Murray, way better showing, even last year aside, early career showing than Sam Darnold. So I don't think you're building from zero here. It's like I said, it's set up for him to succeed, but that is just such a tough division that I can't even confidently say that they'd be in the playoffs. You know what I mean?
They're 2 years removed from if they would have beat Detroit in that last game, the number 1 seed in the NFC, and then Darnold crapped down his leg. But yeah, they're not that far off. They're a little aged at certain spots defensively, but we'll get into all of that in due time. It's the Whip Around. Vinny Haynie, 105.7 The Fan. Bobby Haynie with you. Nolan McGraw. Derek Carr. College football is right around the corner. He joined UCLA as a special advisor. The GM at UCLA was at Fresno when he was a player there with Devontae Adams. But Bob Chesney's the head coach for the Bruins as they've kind of fallen on hard times. Still hard for me to grasp them in the Big Ten, not the Pac-8, Pac-12, Pac-10, whatever it was, for many years, along with USC and Oregon, Washington, et cetera, et cetera. But Chesney replaced Cignetti at James Madison. And he had great success at James Madison, replacing Cignetti. And he won at Holy Cross, too. So obviously UCLA is trying to catch that same magic that Indiana had with Kirk Cignetti. And UCLA's basketball history is elite. Football history's got its share of memories, but they're not like Alabama or Notre Dame, for instance, but much better track record historically than Indiana. So if Chesney's any semblance of Cignetti and he brings in some transfers, hey, the old Bruins might not be down in the dumps in front of the 20,000 people that go to the Rose Bowl to watch them play every Saturday.
Yeah, maybe kind of shying away college football wide here from the big names. I think you'll always have the programs that are seeking the big name, just their fan base is so rabid they need it, right? But you're seeing it here work for Indiana. UCLA, the jury's still out. But especially now in the NIL era, especially in the transfer portal era, it's less about the recruiting ability. It's about stealing guys from other schools. And Cignetti's done that better than anybody. So, again, besides the JMU connection and that now turning into a stepping stone school, we'll see. We'll see what Chesney's got.
All right, this day in Orioles history. Today is the 12th of August. Let's go back to 2016 in San Francisco. Mark Trumbo and Chris Davis go yard. Dylan Bundy goes 5 2/3, gets the win, proves to 6-3 on the year. Zach Britton picked up his 36th save. Remember, Zach Britton was brilliant in 2016. And then 3 years ago, the good old days, Nolan, and the series that put them over the hump, in my opinion, to roll to the AL East in Seattle. 1-0, 10th inning. Ryan Mountcastle drives in Cedric Mullins. Felix Bautista gets the win in relief of Cole Irvin. George Kirby went 9 shutout innings for Seattle, 7 Ks that day. But it was Mountie on the IL, out for the year now. And Seti, who's now in Tampa, 1-0 Orioles. Going out because Seattle was a good team. With the win, the Orioles, that was their 73rd win of the season, by the way.
Take me back.
The good old days of 3. The Cedric Mullin games, I think, is tomorrow. And I'll explain it when we get to it because that was one of the great individual performances, in my opinion, in Orioles history. And Cedric Mullins, we had a caller mention him earlier, only player 30-30 in Orioles history. Think about it. All the Hall of Famers and All-Stars the Orioles have had, Cedric Mullins, the only player to go 30-30. We all thought Gunnar could be that guy. Not going to be this year. But, we'll get into that and then some. But is there that guy down on the farm, Tony Penty, OriolsHangout.com next. Talk more with Nolan McGraw about last night's win, today's game against Minnesota, the finale. News from the Nest coming up top of the hour. Going to hear from Jesse Minter and the young tight ends. Tight end room right now seems rather questionable. Mark Andrews, is he a declining player? That's bad news if, in fact, that's the deal.
If you missed today's Big Bad Morning Show, have segments, hours, or full show delivered daily to your phone. Subscribe to the podcast and listen anytime on the free Odyssey app or wherever you find podcasts. The Big Bad Morning Show, live on the Fan's YouTube channel, tomorrow 6 till 10. 105.7 The Fan.
Woohoo! Go payment free this summer. It's the Honda Summer Event at Anderson Honda Hunt Valley. That's no payments for 90 days on the Hondas you want, like Accord and CR-V hybrids. Now that's smiles for miles. Check out AndersonHonda.net. No payments for 90 days. Must finance with approved credit through AHFC.
If you dread dealing with your insurance company more than you dread build-it-yourself furniture, that came in 47 different pieces.
Why do I have 6 extra screws?
With extremely vague instructions.
What are these? Hieroglyphics?
Then you might have Insuranoia. And if you have Insuranoia, then you should get NJM. They go to great lengths to do what's best for their policyholders. No jingles or mascots, just great insurance. NJM. Insurance underwritten by NJM Insurance Company and its subsidiaries.
That's Elena's family group chat. It never stops. Someone's always sending a blessing
or starting a poll about the baby shower theme at midnight.
With Real Unlimited from Total Wireless, she's always in the loop, whether she wants to be or not. Switch to Total Wireless Total Starter Plan or higher and get a Samsung Galaxy A16 5G on us. Total Wireless, your own Real Unlimited. Offer ends 11/4/2026 or while supplies last. Devices, taxes, and fees may apply.
Circulating Knowledge is sponsored by Vascular Surgery Associates.
Hello, I am Dr. Michael Osgood with Vascular Surgery Associates, or VSA. Do you have heavy, achy, painful legs? Do you notice swelling in your feet and legs throughout the day? Do you have unsightly or uncomfortable varicose veins? If you have any of these symptoms, you may be suffering from chronic venous insufficiency, and we at VSA can help. Visit us at vsaveins.com. That's vsaveins.com.
I move mountains for a living. Literally. That means I don't carry hand lotion, and when it comes to serious heartburn, I don't mess around with anything but Rolaids Max Strength. Its dual-active formula has 1,500 milligrams of calcium carbonate and magnesium hydroxide that relieves heartburn fast. And the best part? The roll fits right here in my pocket, so I can get back to moving mountains.
Rolaids spells powerful relief. 1,500 milligrams is our highest amount of antacid per tablet. Read each label. Use as directed. Keep out of reach of children.
What do parents think of back to school at Staples, where supplies start at just 25 cents?
Staples has the latest laptops with up to 40% savings.
I may hug the cashier.
So embarrassing.
It's the most wonderful time of the year.
It's a wonderful time at Staples with up to 40% off select tech. Staples.
That was easy.
Visit Staples today or shop online and in the app. Ends 9/12. Exclusions apply.
Here's the deal. The government is over $38 trillion in debt, which means the IRS isn't slowing down. And the tax code is complex and unforgiving. So it's not surprising if you're one of the millions of Americans that owe back taxes to the IRS. Unfortunately, they're the world's most powerful collection agency, with the ability to garnish your wages, seize your bank accounts, and even take your home or business. But don't be stressed or worried any longer. We're Optima Tax Relief, America's most trusted tax resolution firm. We have resolved over $3 billion in tax debt for our clients. Our award-winning professionals deal with the IRS every single day, protecting our clients and preparing them for the best possible resolution. For tax help you need, for tax help you can trust, give Optima a call today.
Call 800-798-4399. 800-798-4399. 800-798-4399.
Optima Tax Relief. Some restrictions apply. For complete details, please visit OptimaTaxRelief.com.
The Powerball jackpot is huge. Current jackpot is estimated at $1 billion.
That's right. $1 billion.
That's a billion with a B huge. Play Powerball at any Maryland lottery retailer and please play responsibly.
Big Bad Morning Show. Vinny and Haynie. 3 deep. Live on YouTube, Monday through Friday, 6 till 6. Search 105.7 The Fan, Baltimore. And never miss a moment of coverage on the teams you love. From the OutchGuy.com sports desk, here's Nolan McGraw.
As usual, the Orioles offense decided to show up with Brandon Young on the mound last night. That's been the trend all season, and they gave him some more early run support right out the gate when Pete Alonso and Gunnar Henderson both launched 2-run homers. Minnesota responded by loading the bases with no outs in the bottom of the second, but Young was able to tap dance around serious damage with just 1 run allowed. He would go on to finish 6 frames to earn his 9th win of the year.
Just having runners on the base all the time, you kind of get used to it, but being precise with, like, let's just say slider, for an example, down and away, like I'm getting it down and away. I'm trying to get the ground ball double play. I'm trying to get an early pop-up or strikeout and then go from there. So, yeah, it helps.
There's the O's starter on improving his results with traffic on the base paths. Shane Baz is next in line for today's series finale, but he may have to be perfect to earn a win. The offense has provided him with just 3 total runs across his 3 most recent outings. First pitch coming up at 1:40. From the Bob Bell Ford of Bel Air Weather Center, partly cloudy skies with temps peaking in the upper 80s. I'm Nolan McGraw, Ravens, Terps, and your home for the most Orioles coverage, 105.7 The Fan.
Bob Haynie, Vinny Serrato, Nolan McGraw, The Vinny and Haynie Show, 105.7 The Fan.
Vinny Haynie, 105.7 The Fan, Woman Crush Wednesday. Vinny's out at 1 winning drive with the Ravens. Practice today. Preseason opener coming up Saturday against the Eagles. A week from today, they'll be in Minnesota taking on the Vikings in one of them joint practices, as Kyler Murray, as we talked about, was named starting quarterback of that team. But we'll get into that and more in due time. Right now, let's talk some Orioles as they win last night 5-2. Still waiting on Baltimore's lineup as they go for the series wins. Shane Baz is on the hill. But OriolesHangout.com, get updated on the prospects, how things have changed, and all the fun stuff going along with that. OriolesHangout.com, Window Nation guest hotline. He is Tony Penty. Tony, good morning. What's up?
Good morning, Bob. How you doing?
Doing all right. And I saw the transaction today that the Orioles got Harold Rivas to complete the Adley-Jake Rogers trade. So he comes over from the Red Sox organization, and like most people, I was like, who the hell is Harold Rivas? And then you do a little digging, and he's only 18. They gave him almost $1 million signing bonus about a year and a half ago, and right-handed hitter, which we're pining for, Tony, as we talk about every week in the organization, right-handed stick. And, there appears to be upside, even though we might not see it cultivated for another 3 or 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10 years here.
Yeah, I mean, he's kind of like getting another 3rd or 4th round pick, being an 18-year-old with a little bit of upside. He can kind of impact the ball a little bit for his age. He had some problems with doing, stuff that young hitters do sometimes, chase the ball. He swings through some pitches and just really didn't have, really a great season down in the FCL this year. The Red Sox didn't promote him up to low A after their season was over, which is probably a little bit of a surprise. It'd be interesting to see if the Orioles will actually bring him up to Delmarva and give him some opportunities at the end of this year just to give him a taste, because they tend to do that with their higher upside 18-year-olds out of that league. So, there's definitely some upside. Defensively, all the reports say he's an outstanding defensive outfielder, good speed, good arm, can really play center field. So at worst, again, you got a toolsy 18-year-old, you add it to the organization as a 5th piece of that trade, and that's a pretty good deal.
And staying with 18-year-olds, we saw Dean Kramer, do a number on the Orioles a couple of nights ago, but the kid Reyes they got in return from Minnesota, he's a lefty guy, but, he's also 18. What do we know about this guy?
Yeah, Reyes is probably similar in the sense of there's some risk to the bat. The hit tool is not real strong. He's got some swing and miss in there, but there's some real raw power. I mean, this guy is definitely a guy, when he does impact the ball, he impacts the baseball, and there's good bat speed there. There's a lot of things to like about the bat. It's just that, it's going to come with some rawness, and it's going to take a little while to probably get there if it gets there. So he's definitely a guy that there's some upside to it from a power perspective. I don't think he's going to be a real high average guy. Defensively, he's reportedly pretty okay. I haven't seen a ton of him yet down in Delmarva, so I can't make my own assessment yet. But everybody said that he's solid out there, especially in the corner. He's probably not a center fielder. He runs okay, but he's definitely not a burner. So he's probably a corner guy with some power. So, good guy to take a shot on and see what you get out of him because he's definitely got some upside.
All right, Tony, let's go down to Heston Kjerstad here. And I know he said over the weekend he feels as though there will be an opportunity at some point. How do the Orioles incorporate him into the Major League roster, barring an injury at this stage?
Yeah, probably an injury. I mean, when you look at what is he going to bring, he brings a little bit of pop. He's been hitting better of late. That's a good sign. Defensively, he's never been very good, and he hasn't been out too good down in AAA either. So he's not a guy you really want out in the outfield if you don't need to play him. You want to kind of play him at DH. Right now, I don't see a lot of at bats for him at DH. Maybe Beavers if he doesn't start showing a little bit more pop and start getting on base a little bit more. I mean, he's been really poor defensively this year as well. When you look at the numbers. So, maybe they give him an opportunity and just to see if maybe he gets on a hot streak, if maybe maybe it gives him his kind of standing a little bit more. Maybe it becomes trade bait, or maybe somebody will take a chance on him that has more DH at bats in their organization. And I think that's ultimately where he's probably going to end up getting his major league shot. It's probably going to end up being on another team.
Tony Penty, OriolsHangout.com, here on 105.7 The Fan. Bob Haynie and Nola McGraw with you on this Woman Crush Wednesday. Getting back to the Red Sox trade, Ianson made his debut, but Kyson Witherspoon was a first-round pick last year. Ianson, correct me if I'm wrong, Tony, was a third-round pick a couple years back. But let's get back to Witherspoon. Give us an idea what the upside is. He was a first-round pick, and we were talking to Keith Law yesterday. He said the Red Sox kind of screwed up his delivery. Why is Ianson, quite frankly, you surpassed him as a prospect at the very, very early stages of their professional career?
Well, I think it just comes down to the command of what we've seen from both of those guys. Witherspoon hasn't shown great command this year. I mean, his debut, he walked 5 and 4 in the third innings with the Orioles. But saying that, Witherspoon didn't give up a lot of hard contact. I watched that start, and I mean, he was 93 to 95, and he can sit 94, 95 pretty consistently. Even later in the fifth inning when he was in his 60-ish type of pitches and up through 80, he was still throwing pretty well. He has a pretty good cutter that he likes to use to get soft contact, and I saw a lot of that. There's a lot of soft contact with him. So there's definitely some upsides with him. Do I think he reminds me of somebody that you maybe at some point decide he might be better in relief? Yeah. I would say that would be my initial. I would still obviously keep starting him and keep running him out there. He's only just under 22 years old now. So he's the guy that you kind of want to keep an eye on. But, yeah, considering he's a first-round pick, got a big bonus, he doesn't look like that guy. He looks more like a third-rounder, which is kind of what Ianson was. And Ianson, on the other hand, looks like a first-rounder. Now, he's lost the velocity since the beginning of the season. That was some concern from some people. But still, it's not like he's tossing, he still throws 93 to 95 himself. He's got the 2 big breaking balls, and that's really been a big kind of differentiator for him. He really can get a lot of swing and miss with those pitches. That's been a really good he kind of reminds me, if I have to say, of somebody, which is a good guy to kind of have a comp to, it reminds me a little bit of Kyle Bradish. He's got that over-the-top delivery. He's got a couple of good breaking balls, and the velocity is a little better than I saw from Bradish when he was at the same age in their development. So I think that's a good guy to kind of use as a barrier on what he could be, and that's why right now he's probably the number 1 or number 2 prospect in this organization.
Tony Penty, OriolsHangout.com. Tony, last thing for you. We get to the major leagues here, and the Orioles taking on the Twins, trying to win the series. Still only 2 back of the wild card, blah, 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 et cetera, et cetera. We've been saying that since, May, in regards to the team. How did they get here? Mike Elias, your assessment of Elias, who right now, he's not Irsay level hated. And there have been some others that have, John Harbaugh was a guy that had a lot of critics, but still mainly was well-liked by the majority of Ravens fans. How's Elias gotten himself here, and is the criticism towards him justified?
Well, when you look at it, and I can understand why the frustration is there, this is the 8th season he's been the GM. He was brought in here to change this organization, yet here we are in the 8th season. The team is fighting for to stay out of last place instead of fighting for first place. And that's not a great place. We're now 2.5 years of this team playing below 500. Yeah, he's done some good things of late. When you look at the trade deadline deal for Adley, the last 2 drafts I really like. I mean, bringing in some of the pitchers he brought in last draft, as well as the trades that he made this year, bringing in Ianson and Witherspoon, and even last year when he brought in Boston Bateman from the San Diego trade, he's brought in some good arms in here. So he's starting to make some good moves and bringing talent in. The problem that comes down to it is, I don't know how good he is at developing a roster that can win baseball games at the major league level. Can he bring talent in? Yeah, but talent needs to be able to ultimately win baseball games. And when you look down, there's a big discussion on my message board right now about who was the better GM, Dan Duquette or Mike Elias. And I think when Mike Elias took over, that would have been about a 99 to 1%. Right. And right now it's about 50-50, because you start looking at Dan Duquette and you said, well, you know what? First 3 years when he had total control of the organization, he took the team to the playoffs twice and won 5 playoff games and then up in the championship series. So, Elias has 0 playoff wins. So, it comes down to it is that I can understand why people are frustrated. I would not be overly upset that they decided to go in a different direction. I think he's a great scout. I think he's a great baseball man, but I'm not sure that he's a guy that's proven he could put together a consistent winning Major League Baseball team.
Tony, tell everybody what's happening on the website right now.
We're talking about all the guys that we just talked about and more on the minor league message boards, on the major league message boards. We're talking about everything with Elias. Like I said, we had the whole conversation going on with Elias and Duquette and everybody else in there. So give us a look.
Tony, appreciate it as always. Enjoy the rest of your day. We'll catch up next week.
All right, Bob. Thanks for having me.
You got it. Tony Petty. It's Vinny Haynie, Bob Haynie, Nolan McGraw. We'll be back reset here on The Fan.
Today on 3 Deep with Femi, Tim, and Ken.
We'll keep you updated on O's Twins and recap the series when the game is over. Who will end up with the second and third most receiving yards on the Ravens? Also, Chuck Pagano will join us at 5.
That's next on Sports Radio 105.7 The Fan. This is an Odyssey Sports Minute.
There's a ton of optimism around the Chicago Bears heading into the season, and it's because of head coach Ben Johnson, offensive mastermind, and quarterback Caleb Williams. But the Bears defense looks to be a significant problem right now. They just lost safety Kobe Bryant, came over from the Seahawks. 4 to 6 months, knee surgery for him. This Bears defense looks very suspect. The Bears are going to have to outscore teams this season. I'm Nick Custos.
105.7 The Fan studios are driven by Anderson Automotive, Buick, GMC, and Honda. It's miles for miles at AndersonAutomotive.com.
Onyx, I keep having stomach issues. Please make me a doctor's appointment.
Okay. Are you suffering from diarrhea, bloating, gas, or oily stools? If so, you may want to ask your doctor if it could actually be a problem with your pancreas, called exocrine pancreatic insufficiency, or EPI.
My pancreas? How is EPI treated?
A prescription medicine like Creon, pancrelipase, is used to treat people who can't digest food normally because their pancreas doesn't make enough enzymes. Creon is the #1 prescribed treatment for EPI.
Creon may increase your chance of fibrosing colonopathy, a rare bowel disorder. Tell your doctor if you have a history of intestinal blockage or scarring or thickening of your bowel wall, if you are allergic to pork, or if you have gout, kidney problems, or worsening of painful swollen joints. Call your doctor if you have any unusual or severe gastrointestinal symptoms or allergic reactions. Take Creon as directed by your doctor, and always with food. Do not chew capsules, as this may cause mouth irritation. Other side effects may include blood sugar changes, gas, dizziness, sore throat, and cough. These are not all the side effects of Creon. You can learn more at 1-800-633-9110.
Before your appointment, visit creoninfo.com. That's CREON info.com.
Hey, it's Vinny Serrato. Summer's winding down and back-to-school season is officially here. Parents, you know it's about getting your home ready for the chaos of the new routine. That's why you got to check out Town Appliances' back-to-school shopping event. Whether you need a high-capacity washer for muddy sports uniforms, a faster dryer for the morning rush, or a dorm fridge, Town Appliance, they got you covered. When I bought my GE fridge, mirror, They made the whole process incredibly easy. They've been doing this for decades, and they'll take care of you too. With flexible financing, free nationwide delivery, I love the delivery. They brought my refrigerator to my house, took the old fridge. That was the key thing to me when it was so easy. It's a perfect time to upgrade and save. So stop by the showroom off Reisterstown Road in Owings Mills. Now, I've been there a few times now. It's a beautiful building. Or visit townappliance.com today. Tell them Vinny sent you.
Using chat to research your next home improvement project? Forget all the prompts. If you want replacement windows and doors without the hassle, look up Window Nation. Homeowners love the one-day installation process, especially since Window Nation installers leave your home cleaner than when they started. This month, you could get 50% off all window styles, plus 0 down, 0 interest, and no payments for 2 years. Visit windownation.com to get the windows featured on HGTV's Designing Spaces. I'm telling you, Window Nation, they're the real deal.
T-Mobile has an exclusive bundle for customers 55 and up.
I'm Sarah Bowl.
Yeah, I'm Frank Bowl.
A reliable network is key for us. And with T-Mobile, it's been wonderful. And going to the 55 plus plan saved us so much money.
A lot.
And that's important. Trying to keep costs down. The home internet's been perfect. It's fast, it's quick. The setup was so easy, it took less than 15 minutes.
It was like, If you want simplicity, coverage, reliability, you want the whole package, T-Mobile has it. Right now, T-Mobile customers 55 and up can get 2 phone lines on America's best network, plus America's fastest 5G home internet for just $30 each.
$30 per month each line with auto pay plus taxes and fees. Minimum age 55. Pricing for home internet rely on 2 lines of essentials. Choice 55. $35 connection charge per line required. Best mobile network and fastest 5G home internet based on analysis by Ookla of Speed Test Intelligence data 2H 2025. All rights reserved.
Imagine every time your business makes a sale. Inventory updates, an invoice is created, customer records are updated, accounting stays current. That's the power of Odoo. One fully integrated platform where every part of your business works together, automating tasks, eliminating extra steps, and saving you valuable time. Everything connects. Everything works. Try Odoo free at odoo.com. That's ODOO.com.
Onyx, I keep having stomach issues. Please make me a doctor's appointment.
Okay, are you suffering from diarrhea, bloating, gas, or oily stools? If so, you may want to ask your doctor if it could actually be a problem with your pancreas, called exocrine pancreatic insufficiency, or EPI.
My pancreas? How is EPI treated?
A prescription medicine like Creon, pancrelipase, is used to treat people who can't digest food normally because their pancreas doesn't make enough enzymes. Creon is the #1 prescribed treatment for EPI.
Creon may increase your chance of fibrosing colonopathy, a rare bowel disorder. Tell your doctor if you have a history of intestinal blockage or scarring or thickening of your bowel wall, if you are allergic to pork, or if you have gout, kidney problems, or worsening of painful swollen joints. Call your doctor if you have any unusual or severe gastrointestinal symptoms or allergic reactions. Take Creon as directed by your doctor, and always with food. Do not chew capsules, as this may cause mouth irritation. Other side effects may include blood sugar changes, gas, dizziness, sore throat, and cough. These are not all the side effects of Creon. You can learn more at 1-800-633-9110.
Before your appointment, visit creoninfo.com. That's CREON info.com.
Bob Haynie, Vinny Serrato, Nolan McGraw. The Vinny and Haynie Show. 105.7 The Fan.
Woman Crush Wednesday. Vinny and Haynie, 105.7 The Fan. Bob Haynie, Nolan McGraw. Vinny's with the Ravens out at 1 winning drive. We'll be talking to him. 1 o'clock hour. Do have the Orioles line up. Hold on to your hats, everybody. Shane Boz on the hill for the Birds, 4-11 with a 376. Gunnar Henderson's leading off at shortstop. Pete Alonso's at first. Jackson Holliday's at second. Muscles is your DH today, cleaning up. Leave It to Beavers is in left field. CES is at third base, batting sixth. Leody Tavares is in right field. Christian Franklin is in center field. And Carlos Narvaez is, in fact, behind the dish. No Moo Man. Nolan against a right-handed pitcher, which I think is a pretty big indictment, quite frankly.
Yeah, not the first time that's happened this year. But at the same time, not really losing any sleep over it.
Neither am I.
You know, I'm giving credit here with the Christian Franklin thing. If he's going to be in there every day, I'll shut my mouth. But if you're going to stop with him like you do everybody else, then I'm popping off as usual. So I'm rooting for the kid. I mean, his debut with the team was quality, you know. Scored the run or worked the walk, got a little
first
speed.
hit.
navigated the left field wall pretty well, running out on a deep fly. So, I mean, he's got skills. You know, he's got something unique that not a lot of other guys on this team have. So, you know, to me, that sounds like the perfect opportunity to give someone a full run trial.
Oh, I'm with you. I mean, if you're all in on him, let's make it happen. But I think it also speaks volumes that 2 years ago, Colton Cowser at this time was the front runner for American League Rookie of the Year. And now he's basically a defensive replacement. He had that one little uprising. What was it? Ended May into early June.
One good month. Yep.
Yeah. And after that, I mean, a dreadful July. August hasn't been much better. There's a guy that might be the change of scenery waiting to happen. No Mayo either, by the way.
Yeah. But he's a popular pinch hit option. Sure. It wouldn't surprise me to see him at all.
Well, we can get the Zippy Zebby.
Right.
Zebby, it's like one of the Marx brothers. Have Harpo, Zeppo, Zebby.
Oh, boy.
What else you got there, Nolan McGraw?
Well, I mean, it all comes back to Shane Baz for this one. So lineup aside, you know, we're nervous about the kind of run support that he's going to be getting, and for good reason here. I mean, 8 of his last 9 starts, the team has been on the losing end of things. Oddly enough, the one game they won in that time, he only tossed 4 2/3. So, you know, kind of a go-figure stat for you. But in terms of the hard luck, not getting support in terms of runs, we know that. But how about support from the defense? I think it's another area where Shane Baz just feels like he's on an island out there alone, that he's got to be Superman for this team to win. His stats this year got me thinking, this has got to be worst in the league in some regards. 3.76 ERA, that's great. But to match that with a 4-11 record, I said that coming back Monday, that should almost be impossible to have that. And we don't care about records, but for the sake of this argument, it applies here. By comparison's sake, Nolan McLean of the Mets, similar ERA, 3.42. His record is 8-8, but also let down by his defense. He has given up 63 total runs this year, 52 are earned, so 11 unearned. For Baz, 67 total, 57 earned, 10 the difference there. But they are both beat by Michael Lorenzen here, or Lorenzen ties McLean rather. 11 is the difference for him. But Lorenzen, 6.83 is the ERA, 3-10 is the record with Colorado. So you understand that one. He's just not good. Right? His defense isn't helping him, but it wouldn't have made a difference anyway. McLean, kind of similar as Baz, a good pitcher, not helped out by his defense, but even still, the 8-8 record, he gets enough offensive support to make up for it. Baz, I'm of these three, and by far these are the three that stand out from the pack in Major League Baseball, I think Baz has gotten it the worst out of any of these. He's got no help anywhere.
Yeah, and McLean, by the way, drafted by the Orioles. Remember, coming out of high school, went the college route, and then the Mets got him. But Baz, you mentioned the earned run average. It has gone down every start. He's trimmed at least a half a run off his ERA in his last 5, 6, 7 starts here. But yet, 0 wins to show for it. But he's double-digit losses, which is mind-boggling for a guy that's pitching well. If he got Brandon Young's run support, for instance, he'd probably have 11 wins, not 4-11. That record could be reversed. Now, he's had his problems. He had the meltdown in Toronto, remember, when they missed the tag, the gunner thing, and Basayo was rolling around in the catcher's box, which had Albie call him out that infamous day. But for the most part, I mean, he was great against the Rangers this past weekend and got bupkis for it.
Now, as far as team-wide defense, we know that's just bad across the board, whether Baz is starting or not. The 3 teams we mentioned there, Rockies, Orioles, Mets, all in the bottom 3 in the league. Orioles tied with the Mets for second. Marlins are in there as well. But any guesses as to who the worst team in the league is in terms of total errors committed? Kind of surprised by this one.
Oh, man. I got to think it's a crappy team, but since you gave me the surprise, it's probably someone that's doing a little bit better record-wise. I'll go the Tigers.
It's the Washington Nationals.
Okay.
Now, again, you talk about making up for it, that conversation, like the Mets were with McLean.
Yeah.
They score as well as anybody in the league.
Yeah, they
so
do.
that kind of, but yeah, pretty big gap too. Washington Nationals, 88 errors. Orioles, Mets, Marlins tied for second at 79.
Remember when C.J. Abrams was the topic of trade discussions? We have Bob Nightingale on USA Today, future Hall of Famer. And I said, why is C.J. Abrams, who's controllable for, I think, a couple more years, why is he this guy they seem hell-bent on getting rid of? And he said they want to upgrade defensively at shortstop. He had a home run last. They blew a 4-0 lead because their bullpen's dreadful. But I guess his defensive shortcomings outweigh the all. I mean, its OPS is over 900. I could deal with the ease if he was bringing that little. At least if you're breaking even, make it happen. Or he's an attractive trade piece. I'd take him on the Orioles in a friggin' heartbeat.
Yeah, I didn't.
To be honest with you.
That might have been more of the just seeing what's out there type of thing. What's the best offer you can come up with? But to be honest with you, I was surprised when they traded Mackenzie Gore. To me, that was like a little bit too early on him being part of that core. Wood, Abrams, and him. That was going to be what carried them into the new era. All three of them performed well. I guess they sold high on him, but I don't know.
But, he's not having a great year for Texas, but they're going to need him now because Evaldi's out for elbow inflammation. That was his parting gift to the Orioles. I'm going to shut you down, and then I'm going to go on the IL. I'm pitching hurt, and you still can't score off of me. When we come back, shift gears, talk some Ravens, got Jesse Minter, and talk about the tight ends. Right now, things haven't looked all that great out at training camp. Not even throwing the ball downfield to the tight in training camp. Much less once the games begin. Stick around for that buy or sell midweek style. Where's the dough? And get back to the Orioles. Birds win last night. Gunnar Henderson. You do your prediction for Gunnar Henderson in the final 6 weeks of the season. Is this a sign as he's busted out, or is this a blind squirrel finds a nut game?
If you're thinking about it
every day,
we're talking about it.
That's what I'm talking about.
105.7 The Fan.
Save thousands below MSRP at Anderson Buick GMC. Shop Maryland's largest selection and deepest discounts. That's up to $11,500 off Sierra pickups. Now that's smiles for miles. Shop AndersonBuickGMC.com.
Riding a motorcycle requires balance, alertness, and quick reactions. There is no margin for error. If you're thinking about drinking and riding a motorcycle, then you're not really thinking. When your abilities are impaired and you make a mistake, it could be deadly. Make the smart choice if you plan to ride. Be the sober driver. Be the driver who saves lives. Go to zerodeathsmd.gov. This message is brought to you by the Maryland Department of Transportation.
And Doug. Limu and I created a trick to help you remember that you can customize your car insurance and save with Liberty Mutual. You see, the shirts Limu and I wear are yellow, and yellow is the color of lemons, and lemons grow on trees, and trees provide oxygen, and oxygen helps us breathe, and breathing is how you live, and you can live more life when you save money by customizing your car insurance. I agree, Limu. It's really quite simple. Only pay for what you need at libertymutual.com.
Liberty, 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 liberty.
That's Elena's family group chat. It never stops. Someone's always sending a blessing
or starting a poll about the baby shower theme at midnight.
With Real Unlimited from Total Wireless, she's always in the loop, whether she wants to be or not. Switch to Total Wireless Total Starter Plan or higher and get a Samsung Galaxy A16 5G on us. Total Wireless, your own Real Unlimited. Offer ends 11/4/2026 or while supplies last. Devices, taxes, and fees may apply.
Be one of the first 100 adults in line each morning for a chance to win a free mystery gift card. You could be the lucky $500 gift card winner. Plus, the first 100 kids in line get a free DSG soccer ball. Take a shot at the Dick's Bald Experience for a chance to unlock exclusive prizes, premium collectibles, and surprises throughout grand opening weekend. Add flair to your fit at the Expression Lab, a hands-on customization station featuring shoe charms, customized totes, laser engraving, and more. Join us for special athlete appearances and score doorbuster deals all weekend long.
What if you could have the most reliable fiber-powered Wi-Fi? And get this, what if you could keep it at the same price for 5 years guaranteed? Now through August 24th, new Xfinity customers can get our best price on gig Wi-Fi this summer before it disappears. Just $50 a month for 5 years. No annual contracts, no hidden fees, and our best equipment included. Plus, get online in minutes with same-day Wi-Fi. It's Wi-Fi that finds and fixes problems before you even notice them. Like super intelligent Wi-Fi with a 6th sense. Plus, it keeps you protected from online threats. And get Peacock Premium included for 2 years. Lock in your price and unlock the possibilities. Get it now at Xfinity.com. Xfinity. Imagine that. Restrictions apply. Requires paperless billing and auto pay with stored bank account. Taxes and fees extra. Speeds vary. Use of fiber coaxial cable. Learn more at xfinity.com/same-day Wi-Fi.
This is the story of the one. As a maintenance engineer at a beverage manufacturing plant, he starts his day knowing every line is ready to run because Grainger delivers the industrial-grade products he needs to keep mixers, conveyors, and packaging equipment moving. With Grainger's vast selection of bearings, belts, and motors, he keeps operations running smoothly, so nothing grinds to a halt. Call 1-800-GRAINGER, click Grainger.com, or just stop by. Grainger, for the ones who get it done.
Did you know Skechers makes high-performance footwear for almost every sport you play? Here's what our athletes are saying. Hi, I'm pro basketball player OG Anunoby. I dominate in Skechers basketball. Skechers delivers championship-level performance.
I'm WNBA star Jackie Young. Skechers keeps me quick, comfortable, and ready for anything.
And you can get high-performance Skechers and hands-free slip-ins technology. Just step in and perform.
I'm pro golfer Matt Fitzpatrick. I play in hands-free Skechers golf slip-ins.
Find yours at a Skechers store, Skechers.com, or whatever high-performance sports shoes are sold.
Dream big. The Maryland State Fair presented by Toyota returns to the Maryland State Fairground in Timonium for 3 weekends, August 27th through the 30th, September 3rd to the 7th, and September 10th through the 13th. Enjoy rides, music, entertainment, food, and more. Visit MarylandStateFair.com for details.
This is WJZ-FM, Catonsville, Baltimore's sports talk at 105.7 The Fan, and always live on the free Odyssey app. From the OutSky.com sports desk, here's Nolan McGraw.
Jesse Minter was quick to announce that Lamar Jackson will not play in this Saturday's preseason opener against the Eagles. That should come as no surprise given the way these exhibition matchups are treated around the league. The creation of joint practices has seemed to be a more popular option for head coaches in recent years, but Minter still sees a strong benefit in the preseason action.
We may not necessarily be scheming up things as we would in the regular season, but I think we want to see our play style start to come to life and see guys take advantage of the opportunity. The lights are on. Every team's looking at it. I mean, it's a big deal for these guys to get a chance to play an NFL game.
In some other NFL news, CBS Sports says they're still assessing the situation surrounding Tony Romo's July 23rd arrest on suspicion of DUI. CBS placed him on leave a week after the incident, and he now has a court appearance set for September 23rd. Earlier this week, the network announced that J.J. Watt will be moving up to the number 1 crew alongside Jim Nantz in Romo's absence. This Fan Flash is sponsored by Baltimore's Classic 5 golf courses, making golfing fun and affordable. All 5 courses are challenging and fun for golfers of all skill levels. Book your tee time today at classic5golf.com. From the Bob Bell Ford of Bel Air Weather Center, partly cloudy skies with temps peaking in the upper 80s. I'm Nolan McGraw, Ravens, Terps, and your home for the most Orioles coverage, 105.7 The Fan.
Your home for the best Ravens coverage. It's time for News from the Nest. Sponsored by Window Nation. Using chat to research replacement windows and doors? Go with Window Nation and get 50% off all window styles. Plus 0 down, 0 interest, and no payments for 2 years. Get a free quote at windownation.com today. Window Nation. They're the real deal.
News from the desk here on this Woman Crush Wednesday. Ravens today announcing that Skylar Thompson has been placed on injured reserve, meaning his season is probably going to come to an end. Former UFL quarterback Austin Reed has been signed as the corresponding move. Ravens still have Joe Fagnano and, of course, Lamar and Snoop. Diego Pavia was released last year's Heisman runner-up before the start of training camp. Nate Wiggins, news is good there, at least according to reports yesterday. Remember, he got tangled up with Jacoby Lane, carted off the field, seemed to be in obvious pain, banging on the turf and all, but no structural damage. Now, what does that mean? Probably some swelling, probably done for the rest of training camp. You're a little more than a month away from the season opener, a month from today, as a matter of fact, against the Colts, so you want to proceed with caution there. And we'll get into the other absences and people that did return to practice today. Noah Lee, no Bateman, for instance, out there as well, as we talked to Vinny and Cordell in the 1 o'clock hour. But let's get back to yesterday. Jesse Minter, Ravens head coach, meeting with the media and talking about the cornerback, depth chart if Nate's going to miss some time here.
I got a lot of confidence in the corner room. I look at Marlon, probably had his best couple days the last couple times out here. Cheeto, this guy's played a ton of football, played at a really high level. I think he's had a great camp up to this point. TJ Tampa's done a lot of great things. Keon Martin's done a lot of good stuff. Chandler's done a lot of great stuff. We got some young guys battling for trust and spots, and so I feel really good about the secondary overall.
Now, if you feel good about it, I will take your word for it. It's your team. It's your secondary. You are the head coach and basically the defensive play caller. But Nolan McGraw, Nate does have to miss time, who in theory should be the best corner with all due respect to Cheetah Awuzie, of course, and Marlon Humphrey, who's like Mark Andrews, might be a descending player more than anything else. And TJ Tampa has had standout camp for the most part. Nate's the guy that's got the Pro Bowl level shutdown skills, and losing him is a loss, catastrophic loss. We'll find out, but we don't even know if he's going to miss significant time. But if he can't go, it's a blow for a team that's been relatively unscathed injury-wise so far.
Yeah, just hope for the best, like you said, that it's only a training camp thing. And look, if there's no structural damage, I think there's a pretty high likelihood of that. To me, the solution here, not really solution, or the outcome I want to see is just as much TJ Tampa as possible. To me, he's the top of the list to step right in and be a fill-in guy and even get significant run, even if everybody's healthy. He'll be used. But, it's been a little bit of a slow roll for him getting off the ground in his career. Sometimes injury creates opportunity, even if it's temporary. So if he's going to be the guy, now I mentioned guys that keep an eye on this Saturday, he might be rising that list.
And there's talk, last year or two, that, hey, maybe he's a better suited as a safety kind of guy. And the Ravens shot that narrative down. Eric DeCosta did in the offseason. But you mentioned Nolan Saturday, the preseason opener against the Eagles. I hope downtown's fine after the BTS concert yesterday, whatever the hell that is. But it led a lot of traffic delays. But we're worried about the football. So, Jesse Minter, what is your deal with starters, et cetera, playing in the preseason?
There'll be, I would say, some established players not playing in this first game. Good opportunity for a lot of the guys. It's an individual basis, I would say, based on maybe some of the experience and how many snaps they've played and things like that. I do think there's value. We will have 3 joint practices, which I view in a high regard of the work that we'll be able to get there in a more controlled environment for specific positions especially. And so it's a little bit of an individual basis for sure.
Nolan, what is BTS, by the way?
They're a band.
Oh.
That's all I got for you?
Okay, well, thank you very much. But anyway, this is the smart play. We just saw, Nate yesterday and then Zay and Bateman over the weekend. You got your joint practices next week, which has become de facto preseason games anyway. There's no reason whatsoever that Lamar Jackson should play in a preseason game ever, ever, ever again in the history of his life.
Right. And I think in general, people like doing this stuff when the preseason rolls around. Well, just get rid of it. And if we're going to expand the schedule to an additional game, you're probably going to have to sacrifice an additional preseason game. It's not the end of the world, but you can't go exclusively with the joint practices, even if they are the more beneficial, thing to do. And I agree. I think it's good for the starters, the joint practices. But to me, the preseason action, that's when all the undrafted guys, the guys who are true bubble players, they get their real shot. And if you take that away, well, they're not getting run in the joint practices.
Right.
Or then the joint practices become an extension of the preseason, which defeats the purpose. You need both of them. Definitely need both.
And I agree, there is a purpose to the preseason, just not for the starters anymore. And there was a time where starters for years and years and years played it. Patrick Mahomes, up until this year, has played in every preseason of his NFL career. But, you got to be prudent here. They're going to expand the season to 18 games. But the guys like a Zach Orr who come out of nowhere, undrafted free agents, the Keaton Mitchells, those players get an opportunity to prove that they do, in fact, belong And it is going to be an opportunity for Tyler Loop and Eckler, the new punter, to go out there and do what to show what they can do in game situations.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, I think Minter said it best in another one of his comments is that, joint practice is great, but they take place during the day. You get these games, the lights are on. It's a more real NFL atmosphere. Sure, the stands are less than half full, but it's still as close to the real thing as you can get this time of year. And some guys crumble under that. Yeah. You're a coach, you want to see that. Other guys, maybe that didn't do anything during the week in practice, but you get them under the lights and it just turns on. They're a showman or whatever. I want to see that. So at the end of the day, it's just more reps. It's more context. It's more stuff to go off of when you're making these roster decisions.
When we come back, let's count some midweek money, hopefully with buy or sell. Talk about the sports subjects of this day. Orioles and Twins coming up. 140 series finale. Orioles trying to win this series. They dropped 2 out of 3 to Texas. Freudian slip against Texas. Boz on the hill today. This was a big road trip where you go through 2 teams that you're chasing. You lost to the Rangers. You can win this one against Minnesota before you hit the drop against the hottest team in baseball right now, the Tampa Bay Rays. Also get back into the Gunnar Henderson talk. Got a big game last night. It's just a one-game aberration, or is it? Are we starting to see signs that Gunnar could play? I'm not worried about his long-term contract situation or what they're even going to do with him a year from now. But can he rise to the occasion after what has been arguably the most disappointing? Vlad Jr. comes to mind. Most disappointing everyday all-star level players this season. Gunnar's got to be, if he's not at the top of the list, he's in the top 3. Can he turn it around in time for the Orioles?
Today on 3 Deep with Femi, Tim, and Ken.
We'll keep you updated on O's Twins and recap the series when the game is over. Who will end up with the second and third most receiving yards on the Ravens? Also, Chuck Pagano will join us at 5.
That's next on Sports Radio 105.7 The Fan.
This is Andy Palladino of the Palladino Financial Group. Want to know what you can do to make sure you have enough money in retirement? Tune into my radio show, Your Financial Hour, every Saturday from 9 to 10 a.m., and I'll explain steps you can take to help safeguard your income. It's every Saturday from 9 to 10 a.m.
Earn an accredited MBA in as few as 16 months for about $21K at University of Maryland Global Campus. Explore 10 specializations, including finance, HR, cyber technology, and more. Plus, showcase the value of your MBA with a comprehensive learner record and digitally demonstrate in-demand skills and credentials to employers. No application fee if you apply by September 1st. Learn more at umgc.edu. Certified to operate in Virginia by Chev.
What if you could have the most reliable fiber-powered Wi-Fi? And get this, what if you could keep it at the same price for 5 years guaranteed? Now through August 24th, new Xfinity customers can get our best price on gig Wi-Fi this summer before it disappears. Just $50 a month for 5 years. No annual contracts, no hidden fees, and our best equipment included. Plus, get online in minutes with same-day Wi-Fi. It's Wi-Fi that finds and fixes problems before you even notice them. Like super intelligent Wi-Fi with a 6th sense. Plus, it keeps you protected from online threats. And get Peacock Premium included for 2 years. Lock in your price and unlock the possibilities. Get it now at Xfinity.com. Xfinity. Imagine that. Restrictions apply. Requires paperless billing and autopay with stored bank account. Taxes and fees extra. Speeds vary. Use of fiber coaxial cable. Learn more at Xfinity.com/same-day Wi-Fi.
Alex B and Zach came to the rescue when we lost our heat. The commercial I hear every day on my way to work is true. Amazing.
Greg did a great job.
Tony saved us tens of thousands of dollars because he was able to determine that our system's heat exchanger is fine.
Andre was over the top impressive. Professional and diligent. He took his time to work the problem, not just diagnose a quick fix.
Zachary was able to remove and replace our AC system in what must have been record time. Amazing. Was amazing.
Anthony and Jamal were outstanding. The entire install completed in 1 day.
You can tell this company truly lives up to its name. Amazing. Their owner says he has the best people, and after this experience, I completely agree.
Those are snippets from 7 different Google reviews for amazing plumbing, heating, and air. And yes, I proudly claim to have the best techs, installers, and plumbers in Baltimore because I do. You can count on it at
MetaMucil.com.
When I hit my 50s, I felt like things were slowing down.
This is Sandra's Metamucil story.
I started taking Metamucil for digestion, but had no idea it would impact so much more. Not only did Metamucil help me feel more regular, but my heart health saw the benefits too.
Metamucil. One simple routine, 4 health benefits. Digestive health starts here. Go to MetaMucil.com for more details.
Hey, it's Brew, and I feel like everything in my life depends on being connected. Whether I'm uploading a video, hopping on a call before my show, or video chatting with my family back in Michigan, I never have to think about my Wi-Fi. And that's why Xfinity stands out. You get the most reliable, fiber-powered Wi-Fi with the best equipment at one price for 5 years guaranteed. No contracts or commitments. Plus, you can get online in minutes with same-day Wi-Fi. Restrictions apply. Not available in all areas. Use of fiber or coaxial cable. Learn more at Xfinity.com/same-day Wi-Fi. Xfinity, imagine that.
Hey, what's up, flies? This is David Spade.
Dana Carvey.
Look, I know we never actually left, but I'll just say it. We are back with another season of Fly on the Wall.
Every episode, including ones with guests, will now be on video. Every Thursday, you'll hear us and see us chatting with big-name celebrities.
And every Monday, you're stuck with just me and Dana. We react to news, what's trending, viral clips.
Follow and listen to Fly on the Wall everywhere you get your podcasts.
Are you buying?
Straight cash, homie.
Or selling?
I'm not gonna buy into that crap.
Buy or Sell is sponsored by Jones Bel-Air Hyundai. Visit them to buy or sell your car. See Kevin Brammer for a new or used vehicle with over 2 million likes and reviews. You too will be a satisfied customer. Visit BelAirHyundai.com today.
Vinny and Haynie, 105.7 The Fan.
Orioles and Twins coming up at 1:40. Give you the lineups here in due time. Ravens wrapped up practice on this Woman Crush Wednesday. They'll be in Minnesota next week for a joint get-together with the Vikings. Got a lot of stuff going on in the world of sports. Less than a month away from the start of college football. Less than a month away from the start of the NFL regular season. Ravens open their season September 13th. Against the Colts. And I finally hit the Gunnar Henderson, Pete Alonso home run on the same-day parlay. So stakes are on me. Steakums, I believe. I didn't win that much money.
So how much are you in the hole now? Did it make a dent?
No.
Okay.
Yeah, it's like asking me if I ever won money on scratch-offs.
Well,
no.
You keep playing.
Hey, I'm an imbecile.
If you go up to Pennsylvania, the Gus the Groundhog would be all about you. The motto of the Pennsylvania Lottery, keep on scratching.
Oh, yeah.
Your target demo for him.
I'm scratching.
Yeah. Hey, let's take a look at the stock market. All right, we got the NASDAQ. It's up 126 today. S&P 500 up 19. Dow Jones, they're also up 46. Under Armour, they're down 8 cents in the red. DraftKings end on high note, 31 cents up today.
All right.
In the NFL, Aaron Donald. We know he's been flirting with a return to the Rams ever since that Myles Garrett trade went down. And this isn't just fantasy from the fans or media speculation. He did have an official workout with his former team last week. Both he and Sean McVay are feeding into it as well. But when is the right time? A lot of veteran signings, well, they like to wait till deep into the summer so they can avoid the dog days of training camp. But former NFL GM Rand Carthon actually had an interesting theory here that Donald could wait until the middle of the regular season. If all of this was for a ring chase on his end, then maybe he needs to see the season actually play out as expected for the Rams. Ravens fans will tell you that preseason expectations do not lead to instant results early in the season. Buy or sell, Bob, Donald will wait and see before jumping back in.
I'll buy that. Now, Myles Garrett's missed a few practice dates here with a lower body injury or whatever, soft tissue, those sorts of things. But I think we'll wait to see because they're expected to be, I think their odds of winning the Super Bowl are higher than the Ravens were last year. When the Ravens, I believe, were the betting favorites. I think he'll see, and then he'll eventually dive back into the deep end of the pool and try to help his team win yet another Super Bowl and further entrench himself as one of the great defensive players of our generation.
Well, baseball here, that Dodgers trade for Tarek Skubal. It led to the expected results, the expected response from baseball fans. Pack it up, season's over, give them another World Series ring. There's no even point of playing the playoffs this year. Well, maybe I'm crazy, But I won't overlook the juggernaut Dodgers being taken to extra innings in Game 7 of the World Series last year. How about Game 5 of the NLDS a year prior against San Diego? Both of those Dodgers teams were flawed when October rolled around. This year seemed to be a little less faulty even before their deadline moves. But even with that in mind, Bob, buy or sell, the Dodgers will be tested again, one game away from elimination multiple times this postseason.
Multiple times, I'll sell that, but tested again, I will buy that. Because their once 15-game lead, I believe, in the NL West has been trimmed to 8 because they had that long losing streak. And they got Blake Snell back last night, and he pitched really well. But Kyle Tucker hasn't had a monster season. Mookie Betts, he had a home run last night. He hasn't had a typical Mookie Betts season, which usually puts him in the MVP conversation. I know the bullpen's been a little shaky at times. Oh, yeah, they will get tested. But they always find a way to get off the ropes and counterpunch themselves into it. But let's be honest, Toronto choked last year.
Oh, yeah.
They totally choked.
Hey, Hoffman, that's the definition of a choke there. Hey, we'll go back to the NFL, keep talking about that preseason hype. It's there for the Rams for sure. This is the time of year where we can get a little carried away with that. Again, the Ravens last year, they fell victim to the hype machine, did not lead to good results in the regular season. But you fast forward to this year, the Ravens, I guess the hype isn't as loud as last year, but it still exists. The Super Bowl odds reflect that. They're up there towards the top with the likes of the Rams and the Bills. But your defending champion Seahawks, they're also top 5 in Super Bowl odds, but the gap between them and the Rams is pretty significant. At plus 1,100 to win the Super Bowl right now, the Seahawks are tied for the longest odds to win a Super Bowl by any reigning champ in the last 8 years. Their roster, to me, looks mostly the same. Sure, they lost Kenneth Walker. You lost your offensive mastermind in Kubiak. Didn't really make much of a splash either. They just kind of paid some of their own. But to me, it's a very similar roster, a roster that won it all. So buy or sell, Bob. The Seahawks are being overlooked as a real repeat candidate.
I will, I'll buy it based on stat, but I'm selling it. I think they're the third best team in their own division. Ooh. I think the Rams and 49ers are potentially better than them when it's all said and done. And Sam Darnold, I believe, what he showed in Minnesota, and then last year winning the Super Bowl, he's a guy you can win with. This isn't the Jets riding the bench, Carolina Darnold. This is a guy that could put you in double digits. I just think the other two teams, if Purdy stays healthy and McCaffrey in San Francisco, because they've been decimated by injuries on both sides of the ball. Holy bleeple, it's George Kittle. If they can stay healthy, I think the 49ers got a run in them. Depending on Kyle Shanahan's mental capacity, because apparently he took it on the chin there.
Yes. We'll go one more NFL topic. The 2026 Hall of Fame class just went in this past weekend. So who's up for consideration first ballot eligibility in 2027? A lot of notable names here, including Rob Gronkowski, Adrian Peterson, Ben Roethlisberger, and Richard Sherman. Many, many others, but those are the ones that would probably be first ballot conversation. That's a rare designation, especially with smaller class sizes. There's always guys that are carryovers from a couple years prior that you want to get in there, so it's tough. We'll call Gronk and Peterson locks. I think that's safe to say, even for first ballot. But what about, which one would you put up a...
Gronk for sure. Peterson, yes.
Well, Big Ben is the one I'm interested in.
Who was the other one?
Richard Sherman. He's probably not first ballot.
Nah, he'll get in ultimately, but I'm seeing first ballot for Ben. I mean, 2 Super Bowls. I mean, one of the great play extenders that we've seen. I mean, how many times did he break the Ravens' hearts? And we're talking about really good Ravens defenses that he would dice up in crunch time. Never won an MVP, if I'm not mistaken.
Nope.
Been in Pro Bowls. I think you just look at how dire the quarterback situation in Pittsburgh has been since he lost his prime, because he sucked his last couple years in Pittsburgh. I think Big Ben... I say his Hall of Fame resume is bigger than Eli Manning's. How's that sound?
I'd agree with that.
Okay.
Right, both with 2 rings, but you can't discount Manning just because it was the Patriots. both times. I think that adds a little extra weight.
Yeah.
But I'd still give it to, regular season quarterback. It's not even close. Roethlisberger blows him out of the water.
Yeah. And their first Super Bowl was, I think, when Hines Ward the MVP of the game or something. Antoine Randall threw the touchdown pass against the Seahawks. But that game against Arizona, that final drive, that's Roger Staubach, Johnny Unitas, Elway level stuff. So, yeah, I think old Big Ben, much as I hate to say it, there's a first ballot Hall of Famer.
Well, the debate really could end up being between him and Eli, because Eli's still waiting from a carryover.
Now, did Rivers go back?
He's not eligible anymore because of his
unretirement. He went back to the end of the line.
Yeah,
and he's another debatable guy. He never even got to a Super Bowl. But he put up crazy numbers for sure.
Not first ballot, but he gets in.
Okay.
He gets in.
All right. Yeah,
there will have to be a cutoff someday where we differentiate between guys who just have volume stats. You know what I mean? Like, all right, Stafford is a true Hall of Famer now because he got the Super Bowl ring and the MVP.
Yeah.
But if he just career ended with the Lions, you put a guy in just because he threw for 4,800 to 5,000 yards every year?
But the talking point to that, and not to disparage a guy who's been in Canton for years now, Dan Fouts. He never got to a Super Bowl. He is, same team, ironically enough, Phillip Rivers. And a couple other, Dan Marino made one his second year in the league, made a couple championship games after that, but, he never won a ring, and his volume statty is there. He took what Fouts did to the next level. So I'm kind of with you. Volume stat. Ken Anderson, in my opinion, should be in the Hall of Fame. You look at his numbers, he had volume stats for his era, but he does have an MVP, and he did get to a Super Bowl, and, he was completing 60+% of his passes when guys were calling their own plays. I don't know. You got me thinking and stuff.
Hey, no need to think about this.
Yeah.
2 tickets to see Congress the Band and enjoy the Maryland State Fair on September 11th. Courtesy here of the Maryland State Fair. Let's go with caller number 3 today. We'll go really fast out the gate. 410-583-1057. You'll be today's winner. We got pairs of tickets for the State Fair all week long here on Vinny and Haynie.
Orioles, they win last night 5-2. They're trying to win the series today against Minnesota. Gunnar Henderson's breakout game. Is that enough to encourage you that he will have a big final 6 weeks of the season as Pete Alonso lived up to the contract that the Orioles gave him? And who will be the MVP if the Orioles manage to get above 500 and eke into the playoffs? Because they're going to eke in like everybody. Whoever gets that third spot's probably going to eke in. But who will be the MVP of the Orioles in the final 6 weeks? Or will they just be all least valuable players?
The teams you grew up with
Ravens are world champions.
are the ones you still love today. 105.7 The Fan.
Baltimore's Classic 5 golf courses make golf fun and affordable. All 5 local courses, Pine Ridge, Mount Pleasant, Forest Park, Carroll Park, and Clifton Park, are challenging and fun for players of all skill levels. Book your tee time today at classic5golf.com.
I'm Eric Sobel, and Ace Law is here for you. After an accident, the last thing you need is to feel like just another case file. At Ace Law, we take the time to understand what you're going through and what matters most to you and your family. You'll receive the personal attention, honest guidance, and a team that's with you every step of the way. While you focus on healing, we'll focus on the insurance companies, the paperwork, and take care of the rest. Call us at 8888 ACE Law, 8888 ACE Law, and come up Aces.
You've probably heard all those ads for life insurance. Just a few dollars a day, apply online in minutes, no medical exam. Simple, easy, and cheap, right? Now you're thinking, maybe I should get a quote. Well, smart thinking. Everyone should have life insurance. But here's what they don't tell you. Those few dollars a day rates, they're for young people in perfect health. That's why everyone calls Big Lou the 50 to 60-year-old not-so-perfect candidate. Like you. You take prescription meds, and you're overweight. Winner, fried chicken dinner. Well, Big Lou works with life insurance companies that want people like you, with no surprises after you apply. In fact, if you're a 50-year-old guy with a few health glitches, Lou could probably find you $1 million of term life coverage for about $200 a month. So yeah, you need life insurance. But unless you're young and healthy, you gotta call Big Lou, because he's like you, older, heavier, and on meds too. Get a quote right now at 800-777-1979, 800-777-1979, or biglou.com.
Ever notice how the little things add up? A cracked phone screen, a dead car battery,
bills creeping higher.
Oh, no.
What if your checking account could actually help with all that? It can. With Elite Checking from NASA Federal, you get smart benefits designed to save you time, money, and stress. Like get your paycheck up to 2 days early for a little breathing room. Cell phone protection to cover unexpected damage, roadside assistance for breakdowns, bill negotiation to help lower your bills, identity theft aid for peace of mind, and you can earn dividends on your balance. If your checking account isn't working hard for you, switch to Elite Checking from NASA Federal. You can do it all right online at nasafcu.com/WJZ. And you don't have to work for NASA to join NASA Federal. NASA Federal Credit Union. Smart. NASA smart. Federally insured by NCUA.
Alex B and Zach came to the rescue when we lost our heat. The commercial I hear every day on my way to work is true. Amazing.
Greg did a great job.
Tony saved us tens of thousands of dollars because he was able to determine that our system's heat exchanger is fine.
Andre was over the top impressive. Professional and diligent. He took his time to work the problem, not just diagnose a quick fix.
Zachary was able to remove and replace our AC system in what must have been record time. Amazing. Was amazing.
Anthony and Jamal were outstanding. The entire install completed in one day.
You can tell this company truly lives up to its name. Amazing. Their owner says he has the best people, and after this experience, I completely agree.
Those are snippets from 7 different Google reviews for amazing plumbing, heating, and air. And yes, I proudly claim to have the best techs, installers, and plumbers in Baltimore because I do. You can count on it at
CALLAMAZING. Go to callamazing.com.
This summer, the Honey Pepper Pimento Chicken Sandwich and Pineapple Dragon Fruit and Sprite are back at Chick-fil-A.
Girl, it's back. We've been waiting. I love that honey pepper pimento sandwich.
And that pineapple dragon fruit and Sprite is everything. It's got that razzle-dazzle that makes you stop and say, okay, wait a minute.
I love the creaminess of the pimento cheese. It's savory. It's bold. It's flavorful.
Our faves are back. High five, girl.
Which fan favorite will you choose? Real customers paid for their testimonials.
This is the story of the one who keeps multiple buildings running smoothly day after day. Plumbing that flows, HVAC that hums, cleaning supplies that keep surfaces sparkling. That's why she counts on Grainger. With easy reordering online and 24/7 support, Grainger helps her keep the products she needs on hand. So shelves stay stocked and buildings stay ready. Call 1-800-GRAINGER, click Grainger.com, or just stop by. Grainger, for the ones who get it done.
What happens next happens here. Baltimore Sports Radio.
That ball is out of here.
105.7 The Fan. From the OutGuy.com sports desk, here's Nolan McGraw.
The Ravens had their first serious injury scare yesterday when Nate Wiggins went down during one-on-one drills. His feet got tangled up with Jacoby Lane, leading to a hard fall. Trainers were focused on his left leg before carting him off the field. According to NFL Network's Ian Rappaport, the initial tests on Wiggins' leg showed no signs of structural damage. Jesse Minter couldn't provide many details immediately following practice, but he was asked how something like this could impact the rest of the cornerback room as training camp rolls on.
I don't think you're ever not rushing, guys to be ready to play. So we're doing everything we can to get TJ Tampa ready to play, to get the young guys ready to play. I don't think that changes that. Sometimes it might change the amount of reps they get against a certain group or the opportunities that they get maybe in practice. But again, I like where that room's at.
And former Orioles catcher Adley Rutschman made his Red Sox debut last night. He batted third in Boston's lineup and collected an infield single with 2 walks in what ended up being a 5-3 loss to the Blue Jays. All of a sudden, the once red-hot Sox have dropped 4 in a row. Their 4-game set against Toronto continues later tonight. This Fan Flash is sponsored by Lincoln College of Technology. Own your next move at Lincoln Tech's Columbia campus. Gain hands-on skills for a rewarding career. Visit lincolntech.edu today to schedule a campus tour. From the Bob Bell Ford of Bel Air Weather Center, partly cloudy skies with temps peaking in the upper 80s. I'm Nolan McGraw, Ravens, Terps, and your home for the most Orioles coverage, 105.7 The Fan.
Bob Haynie, Vinny Serrato, Nolan McGraw, The Vinny and Haynie Show, 105.7 The Fan.
Vinny Haynie, 105.7 The Fan, Woman Crush Wednesday. Anything you want to hear from your favorite female artist or band, send your request to the Window Nation text line at 410-583-1057. That is also the hotline, and that's the number to get in and talk to us. Orioles in Minnesota taking on the Twins. And Nolan, you mentioned there during the update, Adley's debut for the Boston Red Sox. And it got me to think. And he did look weird in a Red Sox uniform. I thought Kramer looked natural in a Twins uniform. I don't know why. I said I'm glad he's gone because I liked old Dean Kramer, as I've made clear many times. And he told the Orioles with his pitches why they should regret trading him away. Adley looked a little dopey in a Red Sox uniform. And he's going to look dopey wearing that uniform in less than a month when the Red Sox come to town. But it got me thinking about like Jordan wearing a Wizards uniform. No, that's negative. Aaron Rodgers doesn't look right in a Steelers uniform and looked even more ridiculous in a Jets uniform. They're just guys that are natural in their original habitat, if you will. Mm-hmm. And Adley's a guy, and we talked about it before. If you would have said to me 4 years ago on August the 12th, 2022, when the Orioles were starting to charge, I think we're right around the time that Gunnar made his debut, that Adley Rutschman in 4 years would be playing for the Red Sox, I thought you would have had a severe head injury. There's no way. And I believe I said at the time, so this guy's going to be the Orioles catcher for 10 years. He'll be the greatest catcher in the history of the franchise. It'll be the American League starting catcher for at least the next 5 years. And the 23 was an all-star, barely lost the vote to Heim, former Oriole, and that did start in 24, and then everything kind of went haywire for him. But watching him last night just didn't feel right. There was something off with the axis of the world. But then again, it is the harsh business of sports. Hey, Flacco wearing a Broncos uniform. I was like, what the hell is this?
That took a while.
Yeah.
I think for Baltimore sports teams, the weirdest might be Ed Reed. That one-off 2013 year, Jets and Texans.
Oh, yeah.
Just the visual of that. That one, a no-go. No-go. I mean, like, Markakis was the most heartbroken I've ever been over a player leaving. And I think I'd still maintain that. But weird look. When he landed with the Braves, I was almost rooting for him at that point because it was a National League team, and I knew he still had a lot more to give. The Orioles made a huge mistake not going that extra year.
Yeah, that was the end of kind of that team, the way that they were put together at that time, and the way they kept jerking Gausman around. Never let him really establish himself in the rotation. But anyway, we'll talk more about Adley. He got on base 3 times last night. Red Sox lost, however, but out at one winning drive today. And we'll talk more about the Ravens in the 1 o'clock hour, of course. Marlon Humphrey walked off the field, and this is Jonas Schaefer tweeting out from the Baltimore Banner, about an hour after forcing a pass breakup from Jacoby Lane. Jacoby Lane now must have it in on our cornerbacks here because they keep staggering off the field. Also, TJ Tampa had a brief scare after a red zone rep left him sprawled, but he got up and returned to work. And Anthony Weaver actually talked about TJ Tampa. But Marlon Humphrey, I mean, who knows how long Nate Wiggins is going to be out? No structural damage, good news, but, damage nonetheless. Marlon trying to bounce back from a rough season for him. I know Jesse Minter was talking up the depth yesterday. Depth only lasts for so long. You can afford to lose 1, maybe 2. After that, oh, crap. And how many years, Nolan, have we gone into a season where the Ravens have the best secondary in football? By week 13, they're playing guys we've never heard of before.
And we didn't even say that this year.
Yeah,
I mean, that was probably one of the more suspect areas of the team, if we're being honest. But, I'd say you can't lose 2, especially if they're towards the top. If it's Wiggins and Humphrey, those are 2 of your starters. Definitely can't lose them. And then you saw last year, once real game action rolls around, they lost Longer Beam and Kone, same game, same quarter, the first preseason game.
Yeah.
So, I mean, it does seem like these things come in bunches when it comes to cornerbacks. Holding my breath here after these most recent ones.
Yeah, leave Kyle Hamilton alone. Whoever the football gods are out there, just leave this guy alone because I think he's got a NFL Defensive Player of the Year level run in him. And safeties have done it. Ed Reed did it before. So DB's winning player of the year. It is not an uncommon, it might not be common, but it's not something that never has happened in the history of the National Football League. We'll come back, talk more about the Ravens as we gear you up for NFL lunch. Got the American League East report at 1:15, give you the Orioles lineup, and then Cordell Woodland to get his thoughts on what's going on with both the Orioles and the Ravens. Ravens preseason opener is coming up on Saturday. Orioles trying to win the series in Minnesota before they hit the trot for 4. Tampa Bay right now, the hottest team in baseball. The lowest payroll, by the way, in the American League East as well.
Today on 3 Deep with Femi, Tim, and Ken.
We'll keep you updated on O's Twins and recap the series when the game is over. Who will end up with the second and third most receiving yards on the Ravens? Also, Chuck Pagano will join us at 5.
That's next on Sports Radio 105.7 The Fan. This is an Odyssey Sports Minute.
For some strange reason, Golden State Warriors general manager Mike Dunleavy spoke publicly about the possibility that Steph Curry could demand a trade out of the Bay Area. Dunleavy did say he believes Curry wants to finish his career with the Warriors. If you're Mike Dunleavy, why would you even say this out loud? Why tempt fate? The Warriors can't win the title this year. Steph Curry surely knows it. What if he does demand a trade? I'm Nick Costos.
105.7 The Fan studios are driven by Anderson Automotive, Buick, GMC, and Honda. It's miles for miles at AndersonAutomotive.com.
I love days like these at the pool, but my moderate to severe plaque psoriasis can sometimes take me out of the moment. I'm ready to make a splash with clearer skin thanks to Skyrizi, Risankizumab Riza. Skyrizi is a prescription-only injection for adults who are candidates for systemic or phototherapy. At 4 months, most people saw 90% clearer skin when measured from head to toe, and many were even 100% plaque-free. People also saw significant improvement in psoriasis symptoms of pain, redness, itching, and burning.
Don't use if allergic to Skyrizi. Serious allergic reactions, increased infections, or lower ability to fight them may occur. Before treatment, get checked for infections and tuberculosis. Tell your doctor about any flu-like symptoms or vaccines.
Now there's nothing on my skin thanks to Skyrizi, and that means everything. Ask your doctor about Skyrizi, the #1 dermatologist-prescribed biologic in psoriasis. Visit Skyrizi.com or call 1-866-SKYRIZI to learn more.
Ortho Maryland is now open in Reisterstown. Our newest location offers the same expert orthopedic care you expect from Ortho Maryland. Like all our locations, we provide convenient day and evening walk-in care hours, on-site physical therapy, and x-ray services to help diagnose and treat injuries quickly. Whether it's a sports injury, joint pain, or a sudden orthopedic issue, our team is here to help you get back to doing what you love. While waiting the ER urgent care, go straight to the orthopedic experts. Visit orthomaryland.net for hours and locations.
When I hit my 50s, I felt like things were slowing down.
This is Sandra's Metamucil story.
I started taking Metamucil for digestion, but had no idea it would impact so much more. Not only did Metamucil help me feel more regular, but my heart health saw the benefits too.
Metamucil. One simple routine, 4 health benefits. Digestive health starts here. Go to Metamucil.com for more details.
Hey, it's Brew, and I feel like everything in my life depends on being connected. Whether I'm uploading a video, hopping on a call before my show, or video chatting with my family back in Michigan, I never have to think about my Wi-Fi. And that's why Xfinity stands out. You get the most reliable, fiber-powered Wi-Fi with the best equipment at one price for 5 years guaranteed. No contracts or commitments. Plus, you can get online in minutes with same-day Wi-Fi. Restrictions apply. Not available in all areas. Use of fiber or coaxial cable. Learn more at Xfinity.com/same-day Wi-Fi. Xfinity, imagine that.
Onyx, I keep having stomach issues. Please make me a doctor's appointment.
Okay, are you suffering from diarrhea, bloating, gas, or oily stools? If so, you may want to ask your doctor if it could actually be a problem with your pancreas, called exocrine pancreatic insufficiency, or EPI.
My pancreas? How is EPI treated?
A prescription medicine like Creon, pancrelipase, is used to treat people who can't digest food normally because their pancreas doesn't make enough enzymes. Creon is the #1 prescribed treatment for EPI.
Creon may increase
reduce your chance of fibrosing colonopathy, a rare bowel disorder. Tell your doctor if you have a history of intestinal blockage or scarring or thickening of your bowel wall, if you are allergic to pork, or if you have gout, kidney problems, or worsening of painful swollen joints. Call your doctor if you have any unusual or severe gastrointestinal symptoms or allergic reactions. Take Creon as directed by your doctor and always with food. Do not chew capsules, as this may cause mouth irritation. Other side effects may include blood sugar changes, gas, dizziness, sore throat, and cough. These are not all the side effects of Creon. You can learn more at 1-800-633-9110.
Before your appointment, visit creoninfo.com. That's CREON info.com.
I love days like these at the pool, but my moderate to severe plaque psoriasis can sometimes take me out of the moment. I'm ready to make a splash with clearer skin thanks to Skyrizi, risankizumab Riza. Skyrizi is a prescription-only injection for adults who are candidates for systemic or phototherapy. At 4 months, most people saw 90% clearer skin when measured from head to toe, and many were even 100% plaque-free. People also saw significant improvement in psoriasis symptoms of pain, redness, itching, and burning.
Don't use if allergic to Skyrizi. Serious allergic reactions, increased infections, or lower ability to fight them may occur. Before treatment, get checked for infections and tuberculosis. Tell your doctor about any flu-like symptoms or vaccines.
Now there's nothing on my skin thanks to Skyrizi, and that means everything. Ask your doctor about Skyrizi, the #1 dermatologist-prescribed biologic in psoriasis. Visit skyrizi.com or call 1-866-SKY-RIZZI to learn more.
Bob Haney, Vinny Serrato, Nolan McGraw, The Vinny and Haney Show. 105.7 The Fan.
Vinny and Haney, 105.7 The Fan. Woman Crush Wednesday. Anything you want to hear from your favorite female artist or band, send a request to the Window Nation text line. We got you covered. 410-583-1057 is also the hotline, and that's the number to get in and join us. Got NFL lunch coming up here in a matter of minutes. Got the American League East report coming up at 1:15. Give you the Orioles and Twins lineup. Series finale coming up at 1:40. Birds trying to win the series. Off day tomorrow. Then off to the Trop, taking on the Rays, who are red hot right now in Major League Baseball. Training camp, week 3. Week from now, the Ravens will be in Minnesota, taking on the Twins. Preseason openers coming up on Saturday, rather, against the Eagles. So Vinny's in studio. So, Vinny, let's talk about, you missed, I guess, Humphrey going down.
Yeah, I didn't see Humphrey go. Nobody even mentioned it, Bob. You know, there was no even buzz about Humphrey going down. But I think the biggest thing that I noticed today, Bob, was Calais Campbell's a beast, man. I mean, he is still really good. You know, is he, in the best shape that he's in right now? Probably not, but he schooled Venga. Whether it was one-on-one pass rush, he went over and did one rush, Bob, on Venga over there. Swam him, boom. Venga didn't even touch him. And then in the run stuff, he just swims right around. And Venga, I've never seen Venga on the ground so much is when he goes against Calais. So what's going to be interesting, Bob, is next Wednesday, Thursday, like you just mentioned, when they're playing the Vikings next week, that we're going to see what the offensive line's all about, just because the Vikings defense is good.
And what you said about Calais, though, I'm not going to sit here and go, Ioane sucks. I mean, I think you've just learned. You've been taken to school today.
No doubt.
Young man.
I think it's good for him.
Yeah.
I think it's great for him because you know what? Might as well learn it against your guys instead of against the Colts. And he's going to learn a lot against the Vikings. I mean, he's going to have some of these lessons because, for the first 2 weeks prior to Calais and Jenkins getting in there, you're going against guys you should beat all the time.
Right.
So I thought it was I thought it was really good today. And you know what? That film will be good for him, and Calais will probably be able to help him. Bob, I'll be shocked just watching Calais, the way he plays, and I'll be shocked if he doesn't have 5+ sacks.
What do you have? 6.5 last year.
Yeah,
he has trended in that kind of area. He's now over 100, so he reached that benchmark for his career.
Yep.
Now he's just looking for a championship in Baltimore. And, as we've talked about, the unspeakable personal tragedy that he and his family have endured, him out on the field and, applying his trade at his age, too. This is a guy that's probably going to wind up in Canton when it's all said and done. And you add a Super Bowl ring to the resume, get that gold jacket ready.
I mean, he is just, And the thing, you know what makes him such a good sack guy, Bob, is he never stops. His hands are always moving. And a lot of times, they're turning protection to him, and he's getting doubled, and the center and the guard, and he beats the center right off the get-go. Like, he'll swim around the center, and then he just keeps working, and he keeps getting deeper and deeper in the pocket, and that dude's 6'8", and then, the quarterback's got to move. I said this today watching out there, that if the quarterback has to pull it down, they're going to get a ton of sacks. If they make him pull it down, they're going to get a bunch of sacks. And, like when I was driving out there this morning, I'm like, okay, they had 30 sacks last year. And you figure, like, if Calais got 5 or more, and even Namde, if he just got 5 or more.
But he did in 24.
Yeah.
Like 6.5, 7.
Yeah. And then Travis Jones, he gets 5 or more. Just from the inside guys, you may be between 15 and 18 sacks without even the pass rushers yet. And I think that's the type of impact, that these inside guys can have.
Well, let me ask you a question I asked Kevin Allstriker yesterday, speaking of sacks. Put Hendrickson to the side, because we're assuming he's going to lead them in sacks.
Yes.
If he stays healthy.
Yes.
Who's second?
Green.
Kevin said Green, too.
Yep. I think Green. Green looks pretty good, Bob. I was watching him out there today. He schooled Rosengarten a little bit today. Just because his takeoff and his bend, and he's just getting more comfortable and more confident, each snap. And, with the Vikings, it's going to be great, because when he goes up against the Vikings, it's somebody that hadn't seen him before, every day and going against him. So that's going to be interesting. And then after that, Tavius or Zion kind of, would be.
Tavius.
Because if figure, all right, Bob, if Tavius Robinson gets 5, what do you have last year? Like 3.5, 4?
No, let's see. He actually finished second on the team in sacks. I'll pull that up for you real quick. And he missed 5 games, too. Tavius Robinson last year was, he finished with 4.5.
4.5, okay.
Travis Jones led the team with 5.
Right. So if he's 5.
He missed 7 games.
Because, Bob, they're going to play him some on the inside, watching and stuff. They're going to play him over the guard, like they did Zadarius. So if that's the case, too, maybe he can get, 6 or something like that. So, you throw him in that group, too, because I'm telling you who's going to get some sacks also is whatever corner they bring, that guy's getting some sack, and Kyle Hamilton is going to get some sacks. I've seen him, like, when he's doing drills and it's just him and the safeties coach. He's over there working on, some pass rush moves and those kind of things. So I would, like if he could get 4 sacks or something like that.
Yeah, 1 last year.
Yeah. So if he could get something somewhere in that vicinity, 3-4 sacks, and because they need to have between 45 and 50, I believe.
Yeah, leading sack guy last year, in which was a brutal area for the Ravens, was Travis Jones with 5. Mike Green had 3.5. Draymond Jones, he had 2.5, and he only played 9 games. So things have to dial up for sure for this offense led by Jesse Minter and Anthony Weaver.
Yeah, I think just, and last year the Chargers had 45. And I don't think they got really cranking until, Owe, he comes in towards the end of the year and adds 7 during the regular season. So I think Jesse, the more he learns, these guys and stuff, I think he's going to have a good feel for how to get sacks, who can do what, and how do I put them in position, that they can go hunt.
We'll come back, NFL Lunch, get Vinny Scotty report on what he has seen this week. Training camp. 3rd week already. Next week, as we said, they're in Minnesota taking on the Vikings. Kyler Murray, who's named starting quarterback. I said yesterday he's going to be the comeback player of the year in the NFL. Just throw it up to Jefferson and Addison and have fun with all that good stuff. A lot more involved than that, but you get the hint. American League East report, give you the Orioles-Twins lineup. That game's coming up at 1:40. Birds going for the series win. 2 out of the wild card. They continue to just tread in that area as the Rangers lost. Tigers only a half game out. If the Orioles don't get the last wild card, I want Detroit to get it, because they traded Skubal, they traded Mize, but yet here they are. They have McGonigal, who's the probable Rookie of the Year, doing Rookie of the Year stuff. But is Gunnar Henderson back, or is it just a one-game aberration? Then Cordell Woodland joins us bottom of the hour, get his impressions of what's going on with Baltimore and the Wiggins injury. When are we going to get some details there?
Wherever the Orioles season takes you.
Say goodbye to this ball.
Download the free Odyssey app and hear reactions to all the biggest moments. Download it today and search 105.7 The Fan.
Selling your home is a big decision. Vinny Stio makes it simple with the Your Home Sold guarantee. Your home sold or he'll buy it. That's peace of mind you can count on. Call Vinny today. 410-793-1801. 410-793-1801. Using chat to research your next home improvement project? Forget all the prompts. If you want replacement windows and doors without the hassle, look up Window Nation. Homeowners love the one-day installation process, especially since Window Nation installers leave your home cleaner than when they started. This month, you could get 50% off all window styles, plus 0 down, 0 interest, and no payments for 2 years. Visit windownation.com to get the windows featured on HGTV's Designing Spaces. I'm telling you, Window Nation, they're the real deal.
The reason many of us hate insurance companies is because some of them act like bullies. I'm John Morgan of Morgan & Morgan. I've been dealing with these creatures my whole career. Whether it's a workers' comp claim, an auto accident, or a nursing home or medical mishap, the playbook is often the same: deny and delay. We became the largest injury firm in America for a reason. We fight the bullies. They know who we are, and I know it makes a difference for our clients. Just go to forthepeople.com and see our results and our verdicts after those bullies gave us their final offer. Hiring the wrong firm can be disastrous. Hiring the right firm could substantially increase your settlement. It's easy to get going. Visit forthepeople.com on your phone or computer, or call us on your cell at pound law, pound 529. Morgan & Morgan, America's largest injury law firm, forthepeople.com. Injured? Visit forthepeople.com for an office near you.
In a world where summer hunger can strike at any moment, only one chicken can fight it.
Wow! I'm hungry. I want a chicken sub. I want chicken and fries. Wow, real fast.
Chicken Palooza is back at Royal Farms. Get any two-piece meal, Rofo chicken sandwich, or a world-famous chicken sub or wrap with an essential water for $6. Now playing at Royal Farms.
Are you a can kicker / procrastinator? Here's the deal with can kickers. One day that can could be a bucket, and that's not something you want to kick. When it comes to life insurance, you can't procrastinate another day, because today is the day to call Big Lou. If you're 50 to 60, maybe a little porky, on meds or type 2 diabetes, you may qualify. Big Lou specializes in people with real-life health glitches because everyone's got one or two. Then Big Lou knows how to tip the scales in your favor. A $1 million term life policy may only cost about $200 a month, depending on age, health, and the policy you choose. Remember, Big Lou's like you. But when it comes to a can, he spends more time sitting on one. For affordable term life insurance today, call Big Lou at 800-777-1979, 800-777-1979, or biglou.com. When it comes to life insurance, don't kick the can. Call Big Lou at 800-777-1979 or biglou.com.
Is reviewing life insurance on your to-do list? Now's the perfect time to add it. A friend recently told me that securing life insurance sooner rather than later can help you lock in lower rates for years to come. So I bumped this up on my list and got it done. I called SelectQuote and couldn't believe how easy and affordable life insurance is. I'm 40 and got a $500,000 policy for $16 a month. My husband's also 40 and his $500,000 policy was only $18 a month. Plus, with SelectQuote's same-day coverage, there was no medical exam required, and we were covered by the time we hung up. Knowing I have this checked off my list feels amazing, but the peace of mind knowing my family is protected feels even better.
Call SelectQuote at 1-800-329-1010. That's 1-800-329-1010. Or go to SelectQuote.com to get your free quote today. That's 1-800-329-1010. Details on example rate at SelectQuote.com.
Annapolis, be there for the brand new Dick's Sporting Goods this Friday through Sunday. Giveaways and grand opening savings. Learn more. Dicks.com/House of Sport Annapolis. Join Pathfinders for Autism at the Maryland Zoo for their 16th annual Run Wild for Autism 5K and 1 mile fun run and walk on September 27th. Enjoy free zoo admission after the race. Register now at pathfindersforautism.org/runwild 2026.
This is WJZ-FM, Catonsville, Baltimore's sports talk at 105.7 The Fan, and always live on the free Odyssey app. From the OutchGuy.com sports desk, here's Nolan McGraw.
As usual, the Orioles offense decided to show up with Brandon Young on the mound last night. That's been the trend all season, and they gave him some more early run support right out the gate when Pete Alonso and Gunnar Henderson both launched 2-run homers. Minnesota responded by loading the bases with no outs in the bottom of the second, but Young was able to tap dance around serious damage with just 1 run allowed. He would go on to finish 6 frames to earn his 9th win of the year.
Just having runners on the base all the time, you kind of get used to it, but being precise with, like, let's just say slider, for an example, down and away, like I'm getting it down and away. I'm trying to get the ground ball double play. I'm trying to get an early pop-up or strikeout and then go from there. So, yeah, it helps.
There's the O's starter on improving his results with traffic on the base paths. Shane Baz is next in line for today's series finale, but he may have to be perfect to earn a win. The offense has provided him with just 3 total runs across his 3 most recent outings. First pitch coming up at 1:40. From the Bob Bell Ford of Bel Air Weather Center, partly cloudy skies with temps peaking in the upper 80s. I'm Nolan McGraw, Ravens, Terps, and your home for the most Orioles coverage, 105.7 The Fan.
An insider's look at the National Football League.
That's a W. How many people want to eat a W tonight?
Time for NFL lunch.
Cook you a turducken. There it is. He's probably a Popeye's biscuit away from being a tight end.
Sponsored by Box Hill Pizzeria and Crab Cakes. Best crab cakes in Maryland.
Time for you to some football, NFL lunch style. It's Vinny and Haynie, 105.7 The Fan. Nolan McGraw is on the other side of the glass. We've been talking a lot about the tight ends for the Ravens and areas of concern there. And Baltimore Banner Jonas Schaefer tweeted this out. According to play-by-play charting of the Ravens' first-team offense, only 1 tight end has caught a pass at least 15 yards downfield in team drills since they first started padded practices 9 days ago. And it happened to Smythe, who's the least likely to be the downfield threat. So are these concerns justified, Vinny? You've seen them all training camp long, going back to mini camp, etc. I mean, what the hell's going on here? Last year with Chicago, they used their tight ends to great effectiveness, especially second half of the season when Loveland became a really prominent part of their offense.
I don't think, Bob. I mean, there's no Loveland. Let's just get that straight. There's 4 dudes, and I'm guessing they're all going to have some kind of role is what they're going to have. And what that role will be, I think, yet to be determined, and the 2 young guys, they're going to get a ton of reps this weekend against the Eagles. And then we're going to find out kind of what they can and what they can't do. Cuevas seems like he's made more plays than Hibner. Hibner doesn't show up that often, and Andrews. I'm telling you, the thing that disappoints me a little bit about Andrews is I was talking to, can't remember who, maybe it was Jonas or somebody walking out to practice, because normally Andrews is the first tight end out there and he's working his craft and Jonas looks at me, says, "Where's Andrews?" I said, "Jonas, he comes out last every time now." So I don't know, and he has to catch contested catches, Bob, because he can't separate. And there's really no tight end that can go win one-on-one. I remember last year, like at this time, watching, and I remember talking about it, watching the tight ends versus the safeties, on how they got open. Andrews had to play basketball and knock guys around. And Likely, I remember saying Likely's the only one who could put his foot in the ground and separate. And that was the difference between the two on how they had to get open. And now they got 4 dudes that you got to bang to get open. And to me, if you're trying to bang to get open, when you're looking at the quarterback's looking at you, you never look open. So, if I'm looking quick and you're jamming with the dude, I'm going somewhere else. And that's kind of the way it seems like it's gone. And there's another guy that's going to be the exact same way, Bob, is Surratt. Surratt, like in one-on-ones today, they line up in press coverage. I mean, he can't get off. He's got to win a highly contested. Like today, he caught one, but I mean, the DB was all over him. And, there is zero separation in man coverage with Surratt.
Getting back to Andrews real quick, we've talked about it before. There was a time when you can mention him in the same breath as Kelsey. Maybe not as good inch for inch, pound for pound, but kind of there. He hasn't been the same since that hip drag against Cincinnati on that Thursday night 3 years ago. And that's when Likely became a guy for that, because he was brilliant for the Ravens down the stretch when Lamar won his second MVP. Andrew, he had the 11 touchdowns and 24, but he dropped the 2-point conversion. Is it injury related, age related? Is it just, all the hits have kind of taken their toll on him? Because he seems to have aged rather, where Lamar's still spry, same draft class. Mm-hmm. Andrews looks like, Father Time might be winning this one here.
I agree 1,000%, Bob. I agree 1,000% on that, because he cannot get open, and you don't see, the speed. And, some of the times, like in the past, the crossing routes, he could get a little separation in there. Now he can't run away from anybody. Like if Kyle Hamilton's on him, it's over. If Kyle Hamilton was lining up on him and on the quarterback, I ain't going there.
Yeah.
He ain't getting open. So that's what's, and to me, the other guys are very similar. Smythe, forget about that. So it's a concern, Bob. And I think that's why they're going to be three wides a bunch, and I think, you talked about Loveland earlier. I think that's Jacoby Lane in this offense. I think Jacoby Lane is the guy that, as the season goes on, his reps are going to increase.
NFL lunch at Vinny Haynie 105. So the Fan Nolan's on the other side of the glass. And you brought up Lane, third-round pick, USC. And you where Surratt was getting more pub at OTAs and minicamp.
No doubt.
Now it's like, what? It's like a total 180 here. Where did this come from? All of a sudden, and is Lamar making a conscious effort now to say, all right, where's number 6 here?
Yeah. To answer those questions, Bob, he looked totally different when he came out to practice day one this fall. Like the confidence level. He was cocky. God, remember, first day with the fans out there, he's running up and down, dapping all the fans. I'm like, damn, where'd this guy come from? Where at OTAs and minicamp, he's dropping balls. You didn't even hardly notice him, Bob, So now, even like today, he's going against, he was going against TJ Tampa, in the one-on-ones. And he's getting better. The thing that, here's the thing that Lamar, what they're trying to learn, Bob, is and what they've got to figure out in the red zone, because they try to go to him. Lamar's looking for him to throw it high. And so he's got to learn that. Jacoby has to learn tighter coverage, tighter areas. It's going to be much more physical in there. And he's got to find a way to be able to get position. And he doesn't need a lot of room. He just, kind of like get in rebound position where he could throw it up, and they haven't figured that out yet, because every ball is, they have not completed one of those down in the red zone yet. So that's a work in progress. I'll tell you one today, though, like Lamar was scrambling around a little bit. You know what he did? Lane was just running deep up. He just threw it up to him and said, hey, go win it. And it was Tampa was trying to cover him. And, and the nice thing about Jacoby Lane, too, is he can adjust to the ball. And he caught it, and then boom, it's going to be a touchdown. So I think when he's scrambling around a lot, I think he's going to throw it up to Lane.
We got ALEs coming up here in a couple of minutes. Let's get a call in real quick, though. Let's go to Woodbury. It is Joe. Joe, what is up?
What is up is I'm listening to you guys, and hey, think about this, Vinny. They're going to have to scheme these tight ends open, or they're going to have to leak out and you know, sneak out to catch a ball, because that's what they do with them slow tight ends that run like tanks, you know, because can they block? I mean,
No.
have you seen them try to block yet?
Yeah, no, that's not pretty either. But the thing what they got to do is they got to get open in zone cover. They got to find holes in the zone. That's what they're going to have to do.
There you go. In zone cover, like you said, on press, it's a dead duck. But I'm just seeing in my mind, like you said, when zone, that's when you throw to him. On press, you don't. And other than that Lane kid, he can go up and get it.
Yep.
And the running back, maybe he can do this. And I heard somebody talking this morning about, I don't know, I think it was the morning show. Can Derrick Henry, if he had 2 good years, can he catch what's the boy for Dallas got the touchdown record?
Emmitt Smith.
Yeah, Emmitt Smith, right? And it was saying how far he's behind. He's behind by like 40. Was it 40? 40 something. So he needs maybe it's more than 40, but he needs at least like 13 to 15 in 3 years to catch him. And I was like, well, if he stays healthy, he might do it if he can. It all depends on how many times he gets to get a touchdown, you know. But he was a guy that his touchdowns were 60 and 70 yards. Now, you know, when those 2-3 yarders. But anyway, I'm just listening to you guys and listening about them tight ends and just seeing how they're going to have to scheme them open or that they're going to have to catch the ball in zone. And I'm thinking that, you know, that it should work. But other than that, let's just do it the way we do it. Let Lamar be Lamar, and we should have a good. But let that defense be better than last year. Oh my God!
The defense is going to be fine.
Thanks,
Trust me
Joe.
on
Get on that total, Jim. There, Joe. Keep yourself in shape. We'll come back. It's American League East report. Yeah, Emmitt Smith, $164 TDs. Derrick Henry, 122. If we're buying or selling, I'm selling.
I'm selling that too.
AL East next.
Today on 3 Deep with Femi, Tim, and Ken.
We'll keep you updated on O's Twins and recap the series when the game is over. Who will end up with the second and third most receiving yards on the Ravens? Also, Chuck Pagano will join us at 5.
That's next on Sports Radio 105.7 The Fan.
This is Andy Palladino of the Palladino Financial Group. Want to know what you can do to make sure you have enough money in retirement? Tune into my radio show, Your Financial Hour, every Saturday from 9 to 10 a.m., and I'll explain steps you can take to help safeguard your income. It's every Saturday from 9 to 10 a.m.
In football, when you're down, you need a team that knows how to fight back. Same thing when you're hurt in an accident. It changes everything. I've seen it with friends, and it's tough. That's when Science and Kirk steps in for over 50 years in the DMV. They've been going head-to-head with the insurance companies, handling all the tough stuff and making sure you get paid what you deserve. So if you're injured, don't go at it alone. You have a lawyer. Call Science and Kirk today or visit youhavealawyer.com.
True Ravens fans know that nothing beats the thrill of a Ravens win, except maybe a Ravens scratch-off win. That's because when you play Ravens scratch-offs from the Maryland Lottery, you can win up to $200,000 instantly, or enter non-winning tickets for a chance at amazing second-chance prizes, like a pair of Ravens season tickets, $10,000 cash, or even Ravens tickets for the next 20 years. Grab Ravens scratch-offs at any Maryland Lottery retailer, and please play responsibly.
We all hear the radio ads about the IRS. They tell you to be afraid, to be scared, and they try to frighten you into calling. I'm not here to do that. Tax Relief Advocates is different. TRA is here to tell you that if you owe money to the IRS, whether it's $5,000, $50,000, or $500,000, we have a solution. It doesn't matter if you're sitting in your car, at work, or with your kids. No matter where you are, call now. 800-497-8091. Don't lose hope. TRA can eliminate or reduce what you owe to the IRS. Generous programs are now available that can give you a fresh start. Our passion is taxes and helping individuals fix their IRS problems. We have over 1,000 5-star reviews on Google and an A+ with the Better Business Bureau. You don't need to be afraid of the IRS any longer. End your tax nightmare today by visiting us online at TRA.com or call 800-497-8091. That's 800-497-8091. Tax Relief Advocates. Real solutions for real people.
CFG Bank Arena is officially one of the hottest concert venues in the world. And this summer, get ready because it's gonna be a scorcher. With today's top artists like Olivia Dean, Casey Musgraves, Tame Impala, Doja Cat, and Niall Horan, CFG Bank Arena has got you covered for the best music, fan-filled nights, and all the sensational concert vibes summer can bring. It's sure to be lit, and we're not stopping, with more major announcements on the way. Visit CFGBankArena.com and get your tickets today. CFG Bank Arena, NASA, the biggest shows, the biggest names in entertainment, and the best seats in Baltimore.
Ever notice how the little things add up? A cracked phone screen, a dead car battery, bills creeping higher.
Oh, no.
What if your checking account could actually help with all that? It can. With Elite Checking from NASA Federal, you get smart benefits designed to save you time, money, and stress. Like get your paycheck up to 2 days early for a little breathing room. Cell phone protection to cover unexpected damage, roadside assistance for breakdowns, bill negotiation to help lower your bills, identity theft aid for peace of mind, and you can earn dividends on your balance. If your checking account isn't working hard for you, switch to Elite Checking from NASA Federal. You can do it all right online at nasafcu.com/WJZ. And you don't have to work for NASA to join NASA Federal. NASA Federal Credit Union. Smart. NASA smart. Federally insured by NCUA.
Yankees, Boston, Toronto.
A closer look at the AL East with Vinny and Haynie. 105.7 The Fan. Sponsored by Petro. For the best AC system tune-up and repair services, go with your local HVAC pros. Go with Petro. Visit petro.com or call 844-482-2496 today.
Time for the AL East report here on this Woman Crush Wednesday. Orioles last night, 5-2 over the Minnesota Twins. Gunnar Henderson, 3 for 5 with a homer. 2 driven in. He was a triple away from the cycle. By far his best game going into last night's game since the All-Star break. 160 batting average. And we were talking earlier of the stars for 2026, Gunnar, Vlad Jr., and Big Dumper in Seattle have to be 3 of the most disappointing players in the American League, if not the 3 most disappointing players. But Gunnar busted out of it last night. Is this sustainable? I don't know. I don't think he knows. The Orioles don't know. If he plays like this or a semblance of it, the Orioles have something maybe to hang their hats on final 6 weeks of the season. But the track record for this year in totality says the uprising will be brief and probably the decline will be painful. For the first time in a while, he was smiling on a baseball field.
Good for him.
He has not been doing that great here, and he is not having fun. Pete Alonso's having some fun as of late. He had 3 knocks last night, including a 2-run shot. And then Christian Encarnacion Strand, longest home run hit by an Oriole this year, 460 over the bullpen.
Yeah, crushed
at Target Field. Orioles were tight defensively. O'Neill made that diving catch in right field, which was arguably the best defensive play he's made as an Oriole. Brandon Young got himself out of some jams, 104 pitches, picks up his 9th win. Kittredge, a quiet 9th, 9 pitches, picks up the save. Batista, Helsley could be coming back, Blaze and Basayo. So if they can, keep treading water, who knows what could happen here moving forward. I'm still skeptical. They're still below until they get to 500. Let's be real. Got to get to 500 before we start talking playoffs in real terms. But everyone else sucks, so it's where they're still hanging around. Gunnar Henderson leading off today. Alonso's at first. Holiday's at second. O'Neill cleaning up. He's your DH. Beavers in left. CES is at third, batting 6th. Tavares in right field. Franklin's in center. And Navarez is behind the plate. Me and Nolan were talking about this earlier too, Vinny. No Colton Cowser. And against a righty, he's now, Franklin's just coming over from the Nats, just picked up his first hit as a major leaguer, and we're 2 years removed from him being one of the favorites to win Rookie of the Year, and he's not even playing regularly against, right-handed pitching. Outside of that little burst where he had the back-to-back walk-offs and then went deep, then does leaping catches, it's been a debacle of a season for Colton Cowser, who is now no longer an everyday player for Baltimore. The lineups every night kind of explain that to you.
Yeah, and then, And Bob, like when he was in that stretch, when you're watching, he's at least he's going to hit it hard.
Yeah.
Now it's like, oof.
Yeah, he went deep a couple of days ago against Texas, but, one of those days. But no Colton Cowser in today's lineup for Minnesota. The Twins, winner of this one wins the series. If the Orioles win, they will pass Minnesota in the wild cards. It's Larnach, Lewis, Bell, Clemens, Lee, Keyshaw, Caratini, Roden, and Creedler against Zebby Matthews, who throws hard, but, gives up a lot of home runs, 17 bombs, not a lot at home, 13 of the 17 given up away from Target Field. Elsewhere in the division last night, Yankees taking on the Mariners, Seattle's on the struggle bus, and Trent Grisham kept them on there last night.
Ground ball, base hit through the left side. Jones scores. Here comes McMahon. Here's the throw. It's cut off. It's a 2-run single by Grisham.
4-1 final score. McMahon himself drove in 2 as the Yankees beat the Mariners. That's Yes Network on the call. Hill gets the win. Bednar has 27 saved. New York, they continue to charge towards the postseason. Blue Jays taking on the Red Sox. Adley Rutschman made his debut as he was 1 for 3 with 2 walks. Almost 1 yard second at bat. He struck out his first at bat. Hit one down the line off Dylan Cease, but it was foul. And it was the Blue Jays getting the win because Miles Straw coming through in the clutch late.
Hit hard. Down the left field line. It's a fair ball. Smith is in to score. Jimenez into third. How about Miles Straw?
How about Miles Straw? That double scores a run in the 8th. Brett Bateman drove in 2. 5-3. Final score Toronto over the Boston Red Sox, the suddenly struggling Boston Red Sox. And last night out in Sacramento, the A's, decimated by injuries, playing in a minor league park, essentially a minor league team. And the Tampa Bay Rays said, serve it up, we'll hit it out.
You add, and then when you move into your new building.
Taylor Walls from the left side earlier and the right side now. A 2-homer game. 7-2 Rays.
Rays TV on the call, 2-homer game. His first 2 homers of the season as he homered from both sides of the plate. Caminero went deep. The Rays hit 6 home runs off of the beleaguered A's staff. Nick Martinez, complete game. He gets the win. He's 12-3 on the year with a 2.74 earned run average. So Tampa continues to mash. 12-4 was the final score today in the East. Orioles getting ready for the Twins coming up here in a matter of minutes. Tampa's at the A's, 3:05. Seattle's at New York again. And then Boston is at Toronto. Standings update on this Woman Crush Wednesday. Tampa, 6 up on the Yankees, 9 on Boston. Chicago, 2.5 on Detroit, 3.5 on Minnesota. Cleveland's 4 back out west. Half game separates the Astros from the Rangers, 4.5 Seattle. National League, Braves back up by 8.5 over the Phillies. Brewers 4 over the Cubs there in that division, NL Central. And the Dodgers have an 8.5 game lead over both Arizona and San Diego. Wildcard standings, if the playoffs started today, they don't. New York, Boston, Texas in. Detroit's a half game back. Minnesota 1.5. Orioles and Guardians 2. Toronto 2.5. What? Really? Yeah. What? Seattle's 4. National League, Cubs, Phillies, Cubs are in. Phillies, Diamondbacks, Padres all have identical 64 and 57 records. So 2 of the 3 would get in. Right now it looks on percentages. Tiebreakers would be Philadelphia, Arizona, with the Padres on the outside looking in. Marlins 2.5. Cardinals 3.5, Nationals are 5.5 with the Reds, and then 6 with the Pirates, et cetera, et cetera. Longest winning streak in Major League Baseball as we go into this Wednesday. Tampa's won 8 in a row. San Diego's won 4 straight. Losing streaks, Seattle's lost 5 straight, and the Red Sox have lost 4 in a row. So that's your Major League Baseball report. We will keep you up to date, of course, on what the Orioles are doing against the Twins. We'll get a half inning in before we get out of here at 2 o'clock for 3 deep. But when we come back, Cordell Woolen's going to be joining us, get his thoughts on what he has seen so far from Ravens training camp as they get ready for the Eagles coming up on Saturday. And the Looper, all is quiet. I guess that's good news so far.
Big Bad Morning Show. Vinny and Haynie, 3 deep. Live on YouTube, Monday through Friday, 6 till 6. Search 105.7 The Fan, Baltimore. And never miss a moment of coverage on the teams you love.
For 45 years, FH Fur Plumbing, Heating, Air Conditioning, and Electrical has set the standard for premium comfort. To celebrate, get 0% financing for 72 months on a qualifying new system purchase. Total peace of mind since 1981. 877-CALL-FUR or FHFur.com.
I move mountains for a living. Literally.
That means I don't carry hand lotion, and when it comes to serious heartburn, I don't mess around with anything but Rolaids Max Strength. Its dual-active formula has 1,500 milligrams of calcium carbonate and magnesium hydroxide that relieves heartburn fast. And the best part? The roll fits right here in my pocket, so I can get back to moving mountains.
Rolaids spells powerful relief. 1,500 milligrams is our highest amount of acid per tablet. Read each label. Use as directed. Keep out of reach of children.
What do parents think of back to school at Staples, where supplies start at just 25 cents?
Staples has the latest laptops with up to 40% savings.
I may hug the cashier.
So embarrassing.
It's the most wonderful time of the year.
It's a wonderful time at Staples with up to 40% off select tech. Staples.
That was easy.
Visit Staples today or shop online and in the app. Ends 9/12. Exclusions apply.
Circulating Knowledge is sponsored by Vascular Surgery Associates.
Hi, Weekend Warriors. I'm Dr. Micah Girardi with VSA, Vascular Surgery Associates. Are your knees bothering you? Have you been diagnosed with knee arthritis and tried various painkillers, injections, and physical therapy, but not ready to have surgery yet? We here at VSA have a solution with a minimally invasive outpatient procedure that helps the actual blood flow in your knee joint, decreasing your painful inflammation and stiffness. If this sounds like you, visit us at coolknees.com. That is coolknees.com.
Your line just went down. Production stopped. A supervisor wants answers, and someone's digging through a binder for the maintenance history. Every one of those minutes costs money, and most of the time, that breakdown could have been prevented. That's where MaintainX comes in. MaintainX catches the failure before it happens. Preventive maintenance plans on every key asset to improve reliability. Work orders assigned and tracked right from your phone. Everyone from the floor to the front office is in the loop. Real-time dashboards give managers instant visibility into what's been completed, what's overdue, and where the bottlenecks are. No more guesswork. Just a smarter, faster maintenance operation. Companies on MaintainX have cut unplanned downtime by over 30% and save thousands on parts and labor every year. See what it can do for your operation. Try MaintainX free at maintainx.com.
Be one of the first 100 adults in line each morning for a chance to win a free mystery gift card. You could be the lucky $500 gift card winner. Plus, the first 100 kids in line get a free DSG soccer ball. Take a shot at the Dick's Bald Experience for a chance to unlock exclusive prizes, premium collectibles, and surprises throughout grand opening weekend. Add flair to your fit at the Expression Lab, a hands-on customization station featuring shoe charms, customized totes, laser engraving, and more. Join us for special athlete appearances and score doorbuster deals all weekend long.
Woohoo! Go payment-free this summer. It's the Honda Summer Event at Anderson Honda Hunt Valley. That's right. No payments for 90 days on the Hondas you want, like Ridgelines, Prologue EVs, and Honda Civics. That's acres of brand new Hondas, now sale priced way below MSRP, including hybrids like Accords and even CRVs. Now that's smiles for miles. It's the Honda Summer Event at Anderson Honda Hunt Valley, 10139 York Road, or check out andersonhonda.net. No payments for 90 days. Must finance with approved credit through AHFC.
The Powerball jackpot is huge. Current jackpot is estimated at $1 billion.
That's right, $1 billion.
That's a billion with a B huge. Play Powerball at any Maryland lottery retailer and please play responsibly.
If you're thinking about it,
every day,
we're talking about it.
That's what I'm talking about.
105.7 The Fan. From the OutchGuy.com sports desk, here's Nolan McGraw.
Jesse Minter was quick to announce that Lamar Jackson will not play in this Saturday's preseason opener against the Eagles. That should come as no surprise given the way these exhibition matchups are treated around the league. The creation of joint practices has seemed to be a more popular option for head coaches in recent years, but Minter still sees a strong benefit in the preseason action.
We may not necessarily be scheming up things as we would in the regular season, but I think we want to see our play style start to come to life and see guys take advantage of the opportunity. The lights are on. Every team's looking at it. I mean, it's a big deal for these guys to get a chance to play an NFL game.
In some other NFL news, CBS Sports says they're still assessing the situation surrounding Tony Romo's July 23rd arrest on suspicion of DUI. CBS placed him on leave a week after the incident, and he now has a court appearance set for September 23rd. Earlier this week, the network announced that J.J. Watt will be moving up to the number one crew alongside Jim Nantz in Romo's absence. From the Bob Bell Ford of Bel Air Weather Center, partly cloudy skies with temps peaking in the upper 80s. I'm Nolan McGraw, Ravens, Terps, and your home for the most Orioles coverage, 105.7 The Fan.
Bob Haynie, Vinny Serrato, Nolan McGraw, The Vinny and Haynie Show, 105.7 The Fan.
Well, Crush Wednesday. Aretha Franklin shows about you, the people. One more segment to go. Anything you want to hear? Favorite female artist and band, send requests to the Window Nation text line at 410-583-1057. Getting to the Funhouse coming up, a couple minutes. Orioles and Twins series finale. First pitch coming up in about 8 minutes. Winner of this one wins the series. Orioles 2 out of the wild card as they get ready for the Trop coming up this weekend there. Ravens preseason opener is Saturday against the Eagles. Joining us now to talk about that, he's our colleague, of course, on 105.7 The Fan, Fresh Take Sports here on this station. He's on the Window Nation guest hotline. Cordell Woodley. Cordell, good afternoon. What's up?
What's going on?
Well, a little of this, little of that. And we'll start with Jacoby Lane because, we're talking to Vinny, talking to you, and everyone else that goes out there and has seen camp so far, and reading everyone that covers the team on a daily basis. Jamison Hensley, for instance, wrote about it on ESPN.com. Most impressive rookie training camp he's ever seen in all of his years covering the Ravens. Are we going to that level of impressiveness here with Jacoby Lane? Week 3 now, and these practices keep on stacking for sure.
Yeah, they are. I don't know if I'm willing to go that far yet. Jameson has obviously covered the team way longer than I have. Off the top of my head, it's tough for me to think of some of the top rookie training camps that I've seen so far in my short time covering the team. But look, Lane's been impressive. I got to give him credit. He has. I mean, he's done what he was drafted to do, and that was go up and make a lot of contested catches, go up and make spectacular catches. He brings the catch radius. Now, for me, I've kind of been impressed, shockingly impressed by his hands because, of course, when you see people that make these contested catches, you assume that they have great hands in every situation. But there are a lot of guys that doesn't translate all throughout the game. And with Lane, what I have been impressed with, they had that downpour, I think, last week. And he had a play over the middle on a dig route. He took his gloves off by this point, and he had to really reach out and snag that ball fingertips. And what I love the most about Lane is a lot of his catches aren't with his body. He's catching with his hands. So that's what I mean when I say he has really good hands, and the fact that he seems like he can catch a lot. Now, to compare, Surratt has struggled to catch a lot of those same types of passes, even easier types of situations. He hasn't had some of the highlight real opportunities that Lane has had, but even on a smaller scale, Surratt hasn't really done what he's advertised to be because these were the top 2 contested catch guys in the class. Lane has looked like that. Surratt, on the other end, hasn't. So, definitely got to give Lane credit for looking the part to this point, but you don't get into the Hall of Fame by having a great training camp. You gotta do it in the games, and not just preseason, but showing it consistently. Rashad Bateman has shown great things in flashes, but hasn't shown it consistently. Zay's been really the only receiver right now, so I think that it'd be right now it's hard to not feel good about Jacoby Lane.
The thing that I like to Cordell about Jacoby is you can tell Lamar trusts him. Just like, for instance, today, on the deep one, he just threw it up with him and Tampa down deep and, hey, go get it. And he did. And then the other one, Cordell, I wish that Jacoby would have caught it. It's when the corner ran with him and the safety ran with him. And usually in that type of situation as a receiver, as a quarterback, you're looking middle safety, he's running deep. You're coming off of that, because that's your read. Safety drops back middle of the field. No, I'm not going to the post. And he did. He still threw it out there. Hey, Jacoby, go get it. And I wish Jacoby would have caught that when he should have. So I think the trust factor, but they still got to get The thing that they're way off on right now is the red zone throws and catches, because they're nowhere near, completing any of those yet.
Yeah, I mean, I'm right there. Red zone has been a little bit of a struggle passing-wise for the first-team offense. I mean, really, the first-team offense has been up and down all throughout camp in different elements, just different facets of their offense. It hasn't been completely in sync to this point. Thank God, honestly, for Jacoby Lane making some of the spectacular plays that he's made to this point in camp, because the conversation about the offense would be drastically different if he wasn't. But yeah, I think they're clearly trying to, test out his catch radius, seeing what he can do, seeing how bad of a ball they can throw him and he still make it happen, or how congested the coverage is and he still go up and grab it. They're definitely testing the waters with him. I think that's a sign of, like you said, the trust and the fact that he has shown what he's capable of doing, and not even really just on the offensive side. I would even say the defense has noticed it. Like Nate and Marlon, the way that they have tried to guard Jacoby Lane over the last few days, you can tell they're sick of seeing him on some of these highlight videos that the Ravens are putting up, because they're the ones on him. So they're not giving him that rookie coverage anymore. They have been plenty physical with him. Marlon took a pass interference the other day. He couldn't care less about it. He just wasn't going to let Lane catch that ball. And even yesterday, the play that Nate got hurt on, it's because he was working so hard to restack Jacoby Lane on that fly route, because Lane had him and Nate worked on the inside and came back around and really showed the speed to get back over top and not allow him to make that play. But he has made it so that these veteran corners feel like they have to bring their A game when they're matched up against them. And he's become the guy that everybody wants to go against. At least the top guys want to go against in one-on-ones. They're jumping out there to guard him more than anybody, at least it seems like to me.
So, Cordell, I was watching a lot today of Calais, and he schooled Venga today. Over in the pass rush drill, he schooled him. Venga just whiffed, and then when they were doing run period and stuff, Calais lined up on him, and he would just swim right over the top of him. And I'm sure, Venga's where did he go? I mean, it was kind of impressive, and to me, it's good learning for Venga, and Calais just he doesn't age.
Well, it's not many 6'7" defensive linemen at getting close to 40 years old with agile, that are as agile and as strong as Calais Campbell. So that's the good thing for Vega, is that he probably won't see a whole lot of Calais Campbells. He'll see some big guys, don't get me wrong, but not at that stature. I don't think he's going to see a lot of those guys. Maybe, how tall is DeForest Buckner? He's like 6'4", 6'5", something like that. So that's right off the rip in week one. So maybe so. But, yeah, I mean, that's the good part. And I think when you saw Calais and John Jenkins come back, you saw a complete difference in the first-team defense, their run-stopping ability. I didn't see many running lanes when it was ones versus ones. I didn't see a lot of run lanes in those moments. Calais and John Jenkins, two of the bigger guys on the team, but specifically with Calais, he's just that dual threat D lineman, because what he's able to give you, obviously, in the run game, but he's still a guy that can get after the passer, put pressure on the passer. And he's so big that even if he doesn't get there, him putting his hands up is good enough. So without a doubt, them bringing Calais in, this isn't one of those, they're just signing a veteran for depth or somebody that you don't feel like is going to make a true impact on this team. Without a doubt, a big reason why I feel so good about the defense and really the defensive line is Calais Campbell being a part of that group.
Hey, Cordell, talk about the loopster. I told Bob, I said maybe the change in holders really helped him or whatever. He hadn't missed in, about 4 days or 5 days now?
Yeah, I mean, he's been pretty consistent.
Yep.
But similar to, like I said, about Jacoby Lane, I mean, him more than anybody with how his season ended, nobody's going to care how many kicks he makes out here until he does it in a game, and he does it with a few seconds left on the clock, with the game and or the season on the line. I mean, he's got some demons he has to fight and get over before I think a lot of people, at least outside of this building, start to believe in him again. But to this point, he's done what he's supposed to do. He's making kicks in practice, and making them pretty easily, it seems like. But at times last year, it felt like that. It felt like he would make a lot of those kicks with some room to spare. So you just don't know until you know. There's no way to replicate, that Week 18 game in Pittsburgh with your entire season on the line. You can't replicate that in practice.
Cordell Woodland, when is the next Fresh Take Sports here on The Fan?
Yeah, we'll be back tomorrow. Ben and I will obviously be talking a lot about training camp. Ben and I will be talking to Chandler Rivers tomorrow after practice, so we'll play some of that interview on the show as well. And we'll see what the Orioles are doing. The bats woke up yesterday, but subpar pitch on the mound today for the Twins, which means maybe a 3-hitter for the O's. I don't know. I don't know. We'll see which team shows up today.
Well, Boz is pitching, which means they will get shut out.
No run support.
Zebby will look like Burt Blyleven today against the Orioles.
Exactly.
Cordell, appreciate it as always. We'll be listening tomorrow night, man.
See you tomorrow, Cordell.
Thanks, guys.
There's Cordell Woodland. We'll come back and take a trip through the fun house with Nolan McGraw, and then 3D comes up at 2 o'clock. Orioles and Twins underway. Give you a score if we get one before 2 o'clock.
Today on 3 Deep with Femi, Tim, and Ken.
We'll keep you updated on O's Twins and recap the series when the game is over. Who will end up with the second and third most receiving yards on the Ravens? Also, Chuck Pagano will join us at 5.
That's next on Sports Radio 105.7 The Fan. This is an Odyssey Sports Minute.
Minnesota head coach Kevin O'Connell officially named Kyler Murray the starting quarterback for the upcoming season, ending a competitive training camp battle with the 2024 first-round pick J.J. McCarthy. Murray's proven dual-threat athleticism and quick grasp of the playbook secured him the top role, while McCarthy drops to the backup position, of course. I'm Addie Bates.
105.7 The Fan studios are driven by Anderson Automotive, Buick, GMC, and Honda. It's smiles for miles at AndersonAutomotive.com.
I checked Allstate first and saved hundreds on my car insurance. Really smart. Unfortunately, I didn't check if I took the gas hose out of my car's tank. Ooh, not smart. And I drove off while still attached to pump number 3.
Yeah, checking first is smart. So check Allstate first for a quote that could save you hundreds.
Potential savings vary, subject to terms, conditions, and availability. Allstate North American Insurance Company and affiliates, Northbrook, Illinois.
This is the story of the one who keeps multiple buildings running smoothly day after day. Plumbing that flows, HVAC that hums, cleaning supplies that keep surfaces sparkling. That's why she counts on Grainger. With easy reordering online and 24/7 support, Grainger helps her keep the products she needs on hand. So shelves stay stocked and buildings stay ready. Call 1-800-GRAINGER, click Grainger.com, or just stop by. Grainger, for the ones who get it done.
The IRS finally caught up with Louie.
I hadn't paid my taxes in 8 years. I owed the IRS a lot of money.
Louie was in deep trouble.
We're going to take your house, put a lien on your bank account, garnish your pay. They don't care. They're going to take your paycheck.
Louie found out about Optima Tax Relief, the leading tax resolution firm. A+ rated by the Better Business Bureau, they've resolved over $3 billion for their clients.
Optima Tax, they help me. They calm me down. They make me feel comfortable, and I trust them.
Louie has a lot to be thankful for.
I don't owe the IRS anymore, and I'm able to live a comfortable life, a lot better life. It was because of Optima Tax.
For tax help you can trust, call Optima now for a free consultation. Take it from Louie.
If you owe the IRS, don't go it alone. Give Optima Tax a call. They can help you.
Call 800-798-4399. 800-798-4399. 800-798-4399.
Optima Tax Relief.
Testimonial from an actual client. Some restrictions apply. For complete details, please visit OptimaTaxRelief.com.
I'm John Morgan of Morgan & Morgan. Last year, more clients hired Morgan & Morgan than ever before. We now have more offices, more staff, and more lawyers than any other injury firm in the world. Protecting America. Fighting for you.
Visit forthepeople.com for an office near you.
New Game Plus with Oxy makes your laundry smell incredible and fights stubborn smells, like the ones your dog Biscuit brought into your freshly made bed last night. But you wash that all away with Game. and now you're drifting asleep to the scent and sound of waves. Ah, no, that's the dog licking your ear.
Biscuit.
It just might be our greatest scent ever. Now with odor fighting power. New Game Plus with Oxy.
This is the story of the one. As a maintenance engineer at a beverage manufacturing plant, he starts his day knowing every line is ready to run because Grainger delivers the industrial-grade products he needs to keep mixers, conveyors, and packaging equipment moving. With Grainger's vast selection of bearings, belts, and motors, he keeps operations running smoothly, so nothing grinds to a halt. Call 1-800-GRAINGER, click Grainger.com, or just stop by. Grainger, for the ones who get it done.
I scream. You scream. We all scream. Because Wendy's famous small classic Frosty is just $1 for a limited time. More screaming, happy screaming, summer screaming, dollar small classic Frosty screaming! But please don't scream in the drive-thru. It hurts the employees' ears. Get a $1 small classic Frosty for a limited time, only at Wendy's.
U.S. price and participation may vary. A la carte only, not valid for delivery. Limit 10 per transaction. Price may be higher in Alaska and Hawaii.
This is the story of the one who keeps multiple buildings running smoothly day after day. Plumbing that flows, HVAC that hums, cleaning supplies that keep surfaces sparkling. That's why she counts on Grainger. With easy reordering online and 24/7 support, Grainger helps her keep the products she needs on hand. So shelves stay stocked and buildings stay ready. Call 1-800-GRAINGER, click Grainger.com, or just stop by. Grainger, for the ones who get it done.
I checked Allstate first and saved hundreds on my car insurance. Really smart. Unfortunately, I didn't check if I took the gas hose out of my car's tank. Ooh, not smart. And I drove off while still attached to pump number 3.
Yeah, checking first is smart. So check Allstate first for a quote that could save you hundreds.
Potential savings vary, subject to terms, conditions, and availability. Allstate North American Insurance Company and affiliates, Northbrook, Illinois.
Bob Haney, Vinny Serrano, Nolan McGraw, The Vinny and Haney Show. 105.7 The Fan.
Orioles 1-0 over the Twins here. Top of the first in Minneapolis. Target field. Gunnar walks. Lonzo singles him to third. Jackson Holiday hits into a fielder's choice, second base. Minnesota does not turn the double play, so it's a runner on first. One out. The Orioles up 1-0. Tyler O'Neill at the plate here against Zebby Matthews. Shane Baz sitting on the Orioles bench just waiting for an opportunity to maybe get some. Oh, did he ring him up? O'Neill just got rung up.
Did he? Because the pitch was outside.
Yeah, he rung him up. Unless he just said, I'm pissed and just walked away from a 1-2 count. He
swam.
He got him. Nolan, what's going on over there as the Orioles look to win this series against the Minnesota Twins?
I'm over the moon, man. One run before Shane Baz even takes the mound? Is that allowed? Should we check the rule book here? I mean, I know we had that craziness going on with the Red Sox game the other day.
Oh, yeah.
We have a whole new rule that nobody's ever heard of.
No.
I don't know. I think the way it's been going here as of late, it might as well have been a rule book that you can't score for Shane Baz.
Got to leave it to Beavers untracked here a little bit. So it's 2 outs, runner on first, Orioles up 1-0. Top of the first in Minnesota. Orioles win. They will pass the Twins in the standings, and then you wait for the rest of the scores to unfold here on this Woman Crush Wednesday. Nolan, any other closing thoughts for the people on this Woman Crush Wednesday?
Let's hear from the people.
Let's do it.
Quick Draws Funhouse.
Sponsored by the Smile Design Center. Changing the way you feel about dentistry one smile at a time. For information or to schedule an appointment for care, visit them today at smiledesigndoctor.com.
105.7 The Fan.
Start with this one here. Texter says, Wiggins is a top 5 most essential piece of this Ravens team. Any missed regular season time would be a massive loss. Awuzie and Humphrey as my 2 main starters. That sounds like a nightmare waiting to happen.
Well, I think it totally changes how they can kind of play defense, because Wiggins is the only guy that can really go cover the other team's number 1 guy. He is their best man cover guy by far. Otherwise, you're not playing a lot of man coverage if Wiggins isn't there. And I'm hoping that because what do they play in 4 weeks or 5 weeks? I think they play Indy. Hopefully he'll be ready by then.
A month from tomorrow.
Ooh.
Not a lot of mention of Awuzie this summer. Anything of note? Just kind of business as usual?
Yeah, like he doesn't, he just kind of solid. He doesn't screw up and he doesn't do anything great.
Health is big for him. It's been very hard for him to string back-to-back years of full health together, so we'll keep an eye on that.
Tampa's the one that makes, a great player gets beat. Like in the one-on-ones, he's running with Jacoby, and he throws a deep ball to Jacoby, and he ends up falling down. Jacoby catches it, and walk in kind of thing. And, the one I told you that Lamar just threw it out there was on Tampa. Okay. So that was like 2 negative plays today.
How about this one here? Texter says, Andrews has been regressing and is nowhere to be found in the playoffs. Extending him was a ridiculous move. Paying him for who he was, not who he currently is.
Yeah, the only thing that, I thought of was likely basically took what Andrews got. So I guess if the Ravens would have offered likely Andrews' deal, I'm guessing likely probably would have taken it, So especially if you knew that that's what likely was going to get, then you probably would have, because no doubt you would prefer to have likely over Andrews 100 out of 100 times.
And one last one here, this one on the Orioles. Says Gunnar had that big triple against the Phillies where he reacted like the slump was over. He immediately went right back to struggling. I really hope last night could be the real start of something, but it's going to take way more than one game or one series to be convinced.
No doubt about it. You got to start stringing some games together. And I was joking, saying earlier today, Vinny, that he will be the player of the month in September.
Okay.
In the American League. Joking. But he did walk to lead off the game, and he hustled from first to third on a single to center field from Pete Alonso. He looked like for one night only, not like a cameo. He looked like he was having fun, made a good play at shortstop, so he helped them with the glove and with the bat. So hopefully this is something that will get him rolling. I'm not even worried about his contract. I want to see him get himself together so the Orioles can get it together, because everybody in the American League just keeps saying, hey, Orioles, you want to stick around at the party? Come on, you want to keep hanging out at the party? We got plenty to get into, man. You don't want to leave the party yet. So Gunnar keeps them in the party and maybe makes them the toast of said party. 1-0 Orioles. Boz, of course, allows the leadoff runner to get on. So it is what it is. We could have a long day of baseball. That's going to do it for us. For Nola McGraw, Vinny Serrano, I'm Bob Haynie. 3 Deep coming up next. We'll be back tomorrow at 10 o'clock with Total Request. Thursday, Vinny will be out at Owings Mills. 2 days away then from the preseason opener against the Eagles. That's going to do it for us. Stay safe, stay healthy. Talk to you in the morning. For now, class dismissed.
The teams you grew up with
Ravens are world champions.
Are the ones you still love today. 105.7 The Fan.
Pat Boyle here to help you keep it local. Westwood One Sports. Semifinals at the Canadian Masters, and I'm once again backing Spanish teen Rafa Hodar to continue his run. At 19 years old, he can legitimately challenge Sinner and Alcaraz. That's how good he's been. Tonight he plays American Brandon Nakashima, and at night with the court playing slower, that neutralizes Nakashima's serve. I'll take Hodar to cover the 3.5 game spread. I'm Pat Boyle. Bet smarter and beat the books. Download the BetMGM app today.
My name is Whitney Allen, and I'm a widow. My husband, Ryan, died. We never thought we'd ever have to use life insurance, but the unexpected happened. With Ethos, signing up was fast and 100% online. You can get a quote in seconds, apply in minutes, and get same-day coverage. No medical exams, and you can get up to $3 million worth of coverage. I'm grateful we were prepared.
Get your free quote at ethos.com/play. That's ethos.com/play. Paid spokesperson. Time spent on application may vary. Online health questions required.
It's the summer send-off sales event at Bel Air Hyundai, part of Jones Junction. Go see Kevin Brammer, sales director, and get you a great sales experience. Save with 0% 60-month financing on 2026 Santa Fe's and Tucson gas and hybrid. Test drive the 26 Elantra hybrid. It gets over 50 miles per gallon and make no payments till November 2026 on every new Hyundai. Now, we got banks on site for instant credit approval. Kevin, it's going to give you $500 more than CarMax or Carvana for your trade. Get America's best 10-year, 100,000-mile limited powertrain warranty owner assurance. Plus, You get Jones for a lifetime, which includes free oil changes, free car washes, and an engine guaranteed for a lifetime with over 2 million likes and reviews. You can and you will be a satisfied customer. How do I know? Purchased 20 cars over the years. Been to every department. Sales, service, parts, collision. They're all spectacular. So save thousands now at Bel Air Hyundai, part of Jones Junction, 1504 Bel Air Road, only 15 minutes from the White Marsh Mall. See that great selection at BelAirHyundai.com and get you a Jones Junction tag frame just like me, my wife, Vincent, Charlie, and Rachel.
I'm Dan Morgan of Morgan & Morgan. Last year, millions of people called us for representation. Why? Because trust grows when you win, and we've won a lot. Over $30 billion and counting. When you call America's largest injury law firm, you're calling a family. You're calling an army. Our army. You're calling somebody who will fight for you. Injured? Let our family fight for your family. Morgan & Morgan. ForThePeople.com.
Injured? Dial pound law or visit forthepeople.com for an office near you.
Hey, it's Ken Wyman. FanDuel's giving new customers up to $1,000 in bet resets. Here's how it works. Bet $5 daily and unlock $200 in bet resets every day. That's right. New customers can place a $5 bet each day and receive up to $200 in bet resets up to $1,000 total. And with baseball on every day, there's always another game, another matchup, and another chance to get in on the action. Whether you're betting money lines, player props, or same-game parlays, FanDuel has you covered. So place your daily $5 bet and unlock up to $1,000 in bet resets. Head to FanDuel.com/local to get started. FanDuel, your home for home runs. FanDuel Sportsbook's the official sportsbook of 105.7 The Fan. 21 plus and present in Maryland. First online real money wager only. $5 first deposit required. Minimum $5 wager required for 5 consecutive days. Bonus issued as non-withdrawable bet reset tokens. Refund for token issued as non-withdrawable bonus bets that expire 7 days after receipt. Max refund $200 per day. Restrictions apply, including token expiration. See full terms at sportsbook.fanduel.com. Please play responsibly. For help, visit mdgamblingup.org or call 1-800-GAMBLER.
At University of Maryland Global Campus, we know you're no stranger to setting big goals, whether in school, at work, or in life, and you're ready for more. At UMGC, we offer the skills-based education you need to move your career forward. Learn how to apply AI, data science, and other emerging tech, plus gain skills in leadership and critical thinking. You've come far. Succeed again. No application fee if you apply by September 1st. Learn more at umgc.edu. Certified to operate in Virginia by Chev.
I'm Piera Palazzolo, VP of Digital Marketing for the American Management Association, a company focused on the management training skills needed to enhance the careers of business professionals. We did our research when it came to the best companies for website development and chose AmericanEagle.com. And we couldn't be happier. AmericanEagle.com worked closely with us to understand the front and back end requirements needed to launch an e-commerce website that could handle the complexities of running thousands of seminars nationwide. Our robust new website and improved SEO saw immediate increases in site traffic and web revenue. If you're in need of managerial effectiveness and success, visit our website at amanet.org. If you're in need of a website that provides an unparalleled consumer experience, I highly recommend AmericanEagle.com.
Transform your business today. Dial 877-WebNow1 for a free digital consultation with AmericanEagle.com.
Coming to the Anthem, it's Coetzel on August 20th, Social Distortion on September 4th, Ringo Starr and his all-star band on September 28th, and Morrissey on October 15th. Tickets at impconcerts.com.
105.7 The Fan is the proud media partner of Merriweather Post Pavilion. Visit merriweathermusic.com for a list of all the great shows coming to the pavilion. And keep listening to The Fan for your chance to win tickets to the shows.
This is WJZ-FM, Catonsville, Baltimore's sports talk at 105.7 The Fan, and always live on the free Odyssey app. From the OutGuy.com sports desk, here's Nolan McGraw.
The Ravens had their first serious injury scare yesterday when Nate Wiggins went down during one-on-one drills. His feet got tangled up with Jacoby Lane, leading to a hard fall. Trainers were focused on his left leg before carting him off the field. According to NFL Network's Ian Rappaport, the initial tests on Wiggins' leg showed no signs of structural damage. Jesse Minter couldn't provide many details immediately following practice, but he was asked how something like this could impact the rest of the cornerback room as training camp rolls on.
I don't think you're ever not rushing, guys to be ready to play. So we're doing everything we can to get TJ Tampa ready to play, to get the young guys ready to play. I don't think that changes that. Sometimes it might change the amount of reps they get against a certain group or the opportunities that they get maybe in practice. But again, I like where that room's at.
And former Orioles catcher Adley Rutschman made his Red Sox debut last night. He batted third in Boston's lineup and collected an infield single with 2 walks in what ended up being a 5-3 loss to the Blue Jays. All of a sudden, the once red-hot Sox have dropped 4 in a row. Their 4-game set against Toronto continues later tonight. From the Bob Bell Ford of Bel Air Weather Center, partly cloudy skies with temps peaking in the upper 80s. I'm Nolan McGraw, Ravens, Terps, and your home for the most Orioles coverage, 105.7 The Fan.
Tim Barbalace, Ken Weinman, and Femi Ayanbadejo. 3 deep on 105.7 The Fan.
If I'm being honest, Lamar can adjust to everybody. So he knows everybody different. Everybody's play style is different. Jacoby, he knows Jacoby can go make tough catches, like middle of the field throw today. He threw a high. He knew Jacoby was going to get it. So he kind of adjusts to you, but at the same time, you can help him by just running. That's all you got to do. Just run.
Man, it's been great. Everyone's talking, having fun together. We're pushing each other, wanting to get better, and that's all you want, man. Like we got older guys and Zay and Bate that show us the way, show us to lead by example. And then you got Tez, X, all them other guys that have been there, done it. And I'm just coming in, trying to do my part, earn their trust, and put in the work every single day. But the relationship's great, and we all friends. We all communicate. We're all having fun.
It is 3 deep here on a Wednesday, and you heard from Zay Flowers and Elijah Surratt. Obviously, Zay talking about all the weapons, Elijah Surratt adjusting to NFL training camp. And we play those because it brings up a question about this receiving core. And obviously, we think Zay Flowers is going to be the leading receiver. Last year, I dubbed it Zay and Pray, patent pending. But this year... Who are the second and third leading receivers on this Ravens football team going to be, Femi?
So, man, I'm sure you guys aren't going to be surprised that I went down a rabbit hole on this. So bear with me because I aggregated quite a bit of data. So Andrews is the safest number 2. Bateman is the best number 3 bet, but the margin over Justice Hill, Tez Walker, and Jacoby Lane is narrow. And I have Zay reaching close to 100 catches, which I'll explain. So let's start with the Bears, right? So you have DJ Moore with 50 catches, Colston Loveland with 58, Luther Burden with 47, Roma Dunze with 44, Cole Kmet 30, and then Zacchaeus with 39. And so what I did was I looked at Burden and Adunze, and if you combine them, they end up with 91 catches and 150 targets. So, if you want to kind of reproduce that number, I think Zay catching 86 balls last year, roughly 10 of the 16 of those combined catches that were created by Adunze and Burden can technically explain Zay hitting the target that I'm trying to hit. Hopefully I didn't convolute that for you guys. So when I look at kind of like the receivers in general, I come to the conclusion that Zay will be number 1 with somewhere between 92 and 100 catches. Andrews somewhere between 50 and 58. Rashad Bateman around 44 with 625 yards and 6 touchdowns. That's what I have for Rashad. So those are the top 3. And then I have Justice next with 36 receptions. I have Devontae Walker with 23. And I have Jacoby Lane with 27. I think Devontae will end up with more yards. Jacoby will end up with more reception. So I gave you kind of my top 5 right there. So Flowers, Andrews, Bateman, Hill, Walker, Lane. Those are my top 5. You asked for 3, but those are my top 5.
Yeah, Justice Hill's the interesting one. Yeah. And we talked about him on Monday, and he was active again today during practice, Femi. And I am excited to see him in a Declan Doyle offense, and I think he is going to catch quite a few passes. I lean the same way as you. I guess I still wonder what this all looks like when we're in January, the end of the regular season. You gave your projections, Femi, but you look at last year to the Zay and Pray, like you were saying, Ken. Zay had 86 catches for 1,211 yards. Mark Andrews was second on the team, 48 catches for 422 yards. And then DeAndre Hopkins was the third leading receiver with 22 catches for 330 yards. I do, obviously, Zay is going to lead this team in receiving. I'm not breaking any news
assuming
there.
Health, yes.
But I lean
Andrews and Bateman as the 2 and 3. I still wonder what this looks like with Mark, and I think he is going to have a better year than last year, but Bateman's a huge wild card because
the variance is so high, right?
It's so high.
Yeah.
And 2024, he was great, and we were talking Monday, Femi, if he even comes anywhere close to that, watch out for this offense. But he at least has a body of work that I can kind of go off of, where it's like I don't know what to expect with out of Jacoby Lane, and all three of us were out at practice today. Jacoby Lane flashed again, making 40, a couple big time receptions, but I just don't know what to expect when the games get real. So I'm Zay, Andrews, Bateman.
So I do want to revise something I said with you a few weeks ago, Bo, when we were talking about this, and I was like, my hot take was Elijah Surratt was going to be a top 3 receiver. Watching him in camp, I think the chances are better right now that he's inactive week 1 than he's going to be their second or third leading receiver. He's not having a good camp. That's not to say that things can't ramp up for him, but he's not having a good camp. So that leads me to obviously. And I got to be honest, and I totally agree, and I don't know if we've said this on the air, but in the group chat, I agree with the theory, and you know this better than anybody, Femi, like tight ends are going to show more in games than they are in practice.
Absolutely.
I haven't been thrilled because I've been going out there for years yet now and watching Mark Andrews at camp. He's not flashing like he has in years past. I don't know what to glean from that because it's a new offense, and new offenses before, but sort of a similar tree where this is completely different. But I lean Andrews too, and I don't, as much as Jacoby Lane flashes every day, and he did again today, I don't know how that translates to the season starting. I almost want to go Hibner 3.
Okay, all right, I like it.
Yeah,
I like it.
Because by the way, Bateman has not practiced the last 2 days. Now, he was out there today. He was on a bike at one point. He was talking with Zay at one point, but he has not practiced, and we don't know why he hasn't practiced. You don't ask injury questions to coordinators, and I looking through the transcript, I don't think Jesse was asked yesterday why Bateman didn't practice. So I'm going to go Hibner and Andrews. Andrews, Hibner, 2 and 3.
So the Hibner thing I thought about, because I'm thinking about 12 personnel, which for those that don't know is 2 tight ends versus 11 personnel usage. I expect them to probably be, if this offense is going to evolve the way that they say, then they'll be in more 11 than they were in the past, which still could end up being a little bit below league average because this is a run team still. So the question is, and you guys already know that I've projected that midway through the season, 13 personnel is going to become more in vogue. So based on the things that I think, Hibner should be in my list somewhere. But when I ran the numbers, that's not what my algorithm spit out. That's not what the data spit out.
What about human stuff?
No. I'm still human in the loop. I'm still human in the looping it. That's why I think that your point is well taken, Ken, because in another scenario, if I was to change around the variables a little bit, Hibner might end up 3, 4, or 5.
Yeah.
Because I think that's fair based on how I expect this offense to run. And if play action under center out of 12 personnel is going to be a thing, and I think that 13 personnel is going to be a thing, then Hibner has to show up somewhere. And this is where I think Hibner does show up. Remember, the Bears had actually six skill guys that were close to 30 receptions and over 300 yards receiving. If I add a 6th guy, it would be Hibner. I had 5, right, with Jacoby, Tez, Justice, Zay, and Mark Andrews. The 6th guy would be Hibner technically. So if the Ravens replicate the Bears' production, I actually think that the Ravens should be better. I think they, on paper, have better assets. And I understand that there could be a little bit lower early, as we mentioned. They also could be better at running the ball. So to make your point, Ken, yes, Hibner could end up in this mix.
Yeah, I think, and you brought that up yesterday as well, Femi, it has been sloppy for this offense for quite a few practices now, and it was again today. A lot of pre-snap penalties. You were commenting on the route spacing just seemed out of whack in different moments. I just think people need to give them a little grace out of the gate because I can totally see this being a little clunky. But you know they're going to run the football, and I am still confident that this defense is going to have a big bounce back year, and you aren't facing murderer's row out of the gate. So I still think they're going to be able to stay afloat and win games.
Femi, I do want to touch, since he brought up the spacing, and I don't want to get too inside baseball, but explain to the people, he said the spacing wasn't great. What were you saying?
Yeah, there was a couple route combinations today, and sometimes you have what's called a layered kind of route combination, which means a flat guy, somebody kind of at an intermediate level, which could be like an out, and then somebody kind of running maybe potentially like a deep route. And what I saw today is I saw a drag. I saw what looked to be like a curl route and potentially somebody running into the flat. And normally what you want to do is you want to put stress on those zone defenders to make sure that they can't cover two guys with one guy on defense. And what I saw today was 3 offensive skill guys all in an area that honestly, one guy could have made a play on any of the 3 receivers in that space. And I saw it multiple times. I pointed it out to you guys. That to me is just, it reeks of a new system and a new offense where guys are trying to figure out their spacing, and they'll figure it out. Like it's not a big deal. This is pretty normal. And even guys that know systems, patience in route running and understanding where you are in the route tree and when to uncover. It's almost better to be late than early. And you'll hear a lot of running backs coaches say it's better to be late to the hole than early to the hole. You know what I mean? It's better to be a little late to your route than it is to be early, because you have to understand timing, and timing is so important. And I think that's kind of the essence of the issue right now, is the timing part of it.
Big show here, 3 deep here on a Wednesday. We were all out at training camp, so we'll get you update on what we saw today as the Ravens are ramping up for their game against the Eagles on Saturday. And you could see some of that today with what they were doing, and we'll get into some of that.
Really impressed with some of these young defensive guys, by the way. And we'll talk about it later, but I was really impressed.
Absolutely. So guest-wise on the program, check in with Tim Murray. We're college football season's 3 weeks away. I guess week 0 is a little less than 3 weeks away. Get some futures in college football. Tim Murray from VEASAN joins at 3:30. Jeffrey Chadia covers the NFL for ESPN and NFL Network. He's at 4 o'clock. Chuck Pagano, former Ravens assistant coach, was part of the coaching staff a year ago. Get his thoughts on the Ravens. I'm just curious what last year was like for him at 5 o'clock. And Ryan Ripken on the Orioles, part of our BBT crew at 5:30.
Yeah, I'm really fired up to talk to Chuck at 5, but it's going to be a lot of football early on. O's are in action right now against the Twins. Game's tied at 1, top of the second inning. We'll work in some O's talk and obviously recap the series when this game is over. But Ravens just, 4 days away from Saturday? Am I doing the math right? Carry the
Thursday,
1,
Friday,
2.
Saturday.
Yeah, 4 days. There we go.
Thursday, Friday. If you don't count today, it's 3 days.
Okay.
Thursday, Friday, Saturday.
Yeah.
I'm excited.
Today is Wednesday. I was thinking today was Tuesday at first. Yeah.
Thursday, Friday, Saturday.
I did the math wrong.
Yeah, it's 3 days.
My hands.
Yeah, good job, Ben. Towson Education coming up.
Absolutely.
Coming up next, though, we just talked about second and third receiver, and I don't know that Tez Walker's name was mentioned maybe one time in that whole conversation. So it leads to another question. What is his role in this offense? We'll tell you next here on The Fan.
If you missed today's Vinny and Haynie show, have segments, hours, or full show delivered daily to your phone. Subscribe to the podcast and listen anytime on the free Odyssey app or wherever you find podcasts. Vinny and Haynie, live on the Fan's YouTube channel, tomorrow 10 till 2, 105.7 The Fan.
This is Andy Palladino of the Palladino Financial Group. Want to know what you can do to make sure you have enough money in retirement? Tune into my radio show, Your Financial Hour, every Saturday from 9 to 10 a.m., and I'll explain steps you can take to help safeguard your income. It's every Saturday from 9 to 10 a.m.
Woohoo! Save thousands below MSRP at Anderson Buick GMC. Shop Maryland's largest selection and deepest discounts at 2 convenient Anderson locations, Hunt Valley and Abingdon. Take up to $5,000 off GMC Acadias or get 0% APR for 60 months on Buick Envisions. And every month is Truck Month at Anderson. Take up to $11,500 off Sierra pickups. Now that's smiles for miles. Check out AndersonBuickGMC.com. GMC, we are professional grade financing on select models with approved credit through GM Financial.
When I hit my 50s, I felt like things were slowing down.
This is Sandra's Metamucil story.
I started taking Metamucil for digestion, but had no idea it would impact so much more. Not only did Metamucil help me feel more regular, but my heart health saw the benefits too.
Metamucil. One simple routine, 4 health benefits. Digestive health starts here. Go to Metamucil.com for more details.
Hey, it's Brew, and I feel like everything in my life depends on being connected. Whether I'm uploading a video, hopping on a call before my show, or video chatting with my family back in Michigan, I never have to think about my Wi-Fi. And that's why Xfinity stands out. You get the most reliable, fiber-powered Wi-Fi with the best equipment at one price for 5 years guaranteed. No contracts or commitments. Plus, you can get online in minutes with same-day Wi-Fi. Restrictions apply. Not available in all areas. Use of fiber or coaxial cable. Learn more at xfinity.com/same-day Wi-Fi. Xfinity. Imagine that.
Does it feel like it's time to refresh and renovate your home? Jerry's Home Services is the only company to call in Maryland for all your home improvement needs. Specializing in siding and roofing, along with kitchens and baths, Jerry's is your all-in-one stop. Don't put off the renovations needed to make your home feel new again. Just ask Jerry's. Call the family-owned and operated company with over 40 years of experience and make your home a Jerry's home. For a free estimate, call 410-766-6800 or visit jerryshomeservices.com today.
Diagnose, repair, connect. Own your next move by training at Lincoln Tech's Columbia campus. Gain hands-on skills using industry-standard tools and technology and prepare for a career in fields like automotive service, electrical, HVAC, or welding. Benefit from Lincoln's employer connections that can help you open doors to new opportunities. Don't just imagine a better future. Start building it. Visit lincolntech.edu today to schedule a campus tour.
Riding a motorcycle requires balance, alertness, and quick reactions. There is no margin for error. If you're thinking about drinking and riding a motorcycle, then you're not really thinking. When your abilities are impaired and you make a mistake, it could be deadly. Make the smart choice if you plan to ride. Be the sober driver. Be the driver who saves lives. Go to zerodeathsmd.gov. This message is brought to you by the Maryland Department of Transportation.
True Ravens fans know that nothing beats the thrill of a Ravens win, except maybe a Ravens scratch-off win. That's because when you play Ravens scratch-offs from the Maryland Lottery, you can win up to $200,000 instantly, or enter non-winning tickets for a chance at amazing second-chance prizes, like a pair of Ravens season tickets, $10,000 cash, or even Ravens tickets for the next 20 years. Grab Ravens scratch-offs at any Maryland Lottery retailer, and please play responsibly.
Tim Barbalas, Ken Weinman, and Femi Ayanbadejo. 3 deep on 105.7 The Fan.
Just coming out here and make sure, I do the things I need to do, to be a part of, also I understand, to bring those guys in, and they're going to be a part of what we got going on, just making sure I continue to do the things to be a part of what we're trying to accomplish.
Devontae Walker talks about the team drafting 2 wide receivers, and it seemed like heading into the offseason, if they didn't sign a free agent, Devontae Walker would be the 3rd receiver. Well, they drafted a receiver in the 3rd round and the 4th round, and 4th-round receiver Jacoby Lane, it seems pretty clear, has kind of, at least for now, passed him on the depth chart. So what is Devontae Walker's role in this offense as we sit here right now, Femi?
I mean, if you look at kind of just the production he's had, right? I mean, it's been explosive. He has 21 career catches. He's played in 21 games, and he's averaging 22.4 yards a catch with 4 touchdowns. I mean, the production is crazy. He has 7 career receptions, right? You know what I mean? Like that you can't reproduce that over the long term. So in the previous segment, Ken, I actually did talk about him briefly, and I'd mentioned that he would end up probably being in that group of 6 that I think could end up having an impact. Devontae was my 5th guy, and I project him having 23 receptions for 390 yards, so that's actually less receptions than Jacoby. He's so unique at taking the top off. I just don't think that there's not a way that he doesn't have an impact somehow. And I've talked about these 11 personnel packages and some of these kind of, the idea that guys that make plays will always have a spot on the call sheet with their name on it and a box, right? There'll be these kind of derivative 3-wide packages that are going to be the Devontae's package, right? And so I've noticed that throughout training camp and going back into the kind of off-season stuff in OTAs is that they've been developing his route running ability, right? The idea that he's not just a one-trick pony. You don't want this, one of the things I've always had an issue with is what I mentioned is that the Ravens always leaned into, what we're going to do and we dare you to stop us. It's kind of like the idea that when Pat Ricard came in, they're going to run the ball. When Devontae Walker comes in, you're going to go deep. Well, I see him running drag routes. I see him running deep dig routes. I see him running curl and comeback routes and deep outs. He's going to need to be able to run the full route tree, and I think that he will. He's in my group of 6 top receivers. He's going to have an impact on this. And I think you intuitively mentioned the Hibner part of this, right? There's only so many footballs, and there's only so many different personnel packages that can be on the field at the same time. I would be shocked if we don't have a game or two where we talk about Devontae Walker being the difference. And look at the catch that he made in the third quarter on 3rd and 10. Look at that drag that he kind of took. That looked like a 5-yard catch. He ended up getting 30 out of it. I'd be shocked if he doesn't have that impact. This is his time to be able to show that he can make some plays. And although I think that having Jacoby Lane will influence the final numbers at the end of the year, the Ravens will be better for it because now you have another guy that it's a kind of a derivative. Like they're different, but they offer big play ability in their own ways. But I do think that Devontae is going to show his evolution, and he will have an impact.
Yeah, with the guys outside of Zay and Bateman, and with the Tez Walker, the rookies, the young guys that they got to prove something, right? There's no track record at the NFL level, and when it comes to Tez Walker, and what really fascinates fans is. You said it, Femi. He only has the 7 catches. 4 of them have gone for touchdowns. Yeah. And in that final regular season game in Pittsburgh, remember, he had that 4th down play that went for a touchdown. So that has really interested fans in, okay, what would Tez look like in a bigger sample size? But with these young receivers, I'm looking at different areas. Where can you excel? What is your niche? And yes, everything that you're saying, you need him to be able to run the full route tree. If you want to play significant snaps, that's a prerequisite. But I am looking at Tez to stretch the field because I think it was Friday when we were doing it, Femi, the deep passing offense for the Ravens. It wasn't bad last year at all. Lamar led the NFL in passer rating in deep balls, but you didn't see the volume. And tight ends, they gave you pretty much nothing. Andrews had 1 target, likely had 2 catches on 20-plus air yard passes. But outside of Zay Flowers, you didn't get much either. So they need another guy that can stretch the field, and ideally that is Rashad Bateman because he excelled at that in 2024. But to have another option in Tez, defenses have to respect that.
So as I sit here right now, and this is evolving and it could change, but I see his role to be very similar to what it was a year ago. Now, I expect the offense to be better, but he's that guy that he might have a 2-touchdown game week 2 and then doesn't catch a ball weeks 3 and 4. Like that seems to be, he's going to have to be getting where he fits in. But again, this thing, once bullets start flying for real, so to speak, maybe he does step up a little more, but I just feel like he's the 4th wideout right now, assuming Bateman's healthy.
The thing is 17 times 2 is 34. If you catch 2 catches a game over the course of 17 games, I mean, it doesn't sound like a lot when you do the math in your head, but having 6 or 7 guys with over 30 catches, it's the volume. And think about this for a minute, Ken. This offense sputtered on 3rd down conversion rate. It dropped tremendously. It sputtered in the red zone compared to 2024. My thought is that this team is going to have more dominance in time of possession. They're going to have more 3rd down conversions. They're going to have more red zone opportunities, which leads to more plays, which leads to everybody eating more. So when I think of 27 to 30 catches for Tez, I think it echoes exactly what you're saying. If he averages 2 catches a game, and one game he has 4, and one game he has none, he hits his average. Yeah. And if he ends up with the big plays that I think he will, he can reproduce his full career in this season, in my opinion. And that's the growth pattern he should be on. So, I think that's correct. I think that's the right way to look at it.
Well, and I'd also say yes, he's definitely the number 4 at best right now, but even that's a better position than he was in last year.
Yeah,
because you had Zay, you had Bateman, you had DeAndre Hopkins. Heck, even Tylan Wallace was ahead of him, I would say. So
he's also the 3 in a better offense. At least we think it's a better offense than what it ended up being a year ago.
Well, remember, they're going to have 2 versions of 11 personnel, in my opinion, at least. I talk about these variants, right? So if you have a package where Jacoby's the starter or Jacoby red zone 11 personnel versus Tez 11 personnel at the 20, at the far 20, right? They're going to have these packages. They're going to tailor this system to down and distance and what's required to enhance the skill set of the players on the field. So Declan has been pretty transparent about this, and this is the beauty and the different levers that I think I'm looking forward to seeing. And I think, Tim, you made this point, and you've brought me kind of more toward your side of the field on this. Because I've been watching practice. So, look, you guys already know that I'm going to be aggressive with my projections. I will temper them by saying where they will be in September is not where they'll be in November. But I can't expect November offense in September. No. It will be run heavy in September. But I still feel fairly confident looking at the evolution of the Detroit Lions and that Ben Johnson offense, which then went to Chicago, which Declan was under. And I look at how Sean Payton builds his game plans around the skills of the players. Declan is saying all the things that allow me to feel comfortable. A lot of people get really uncomfortable when I start. And remember, there are the baseline, there's the kind of aggressive bullish, and then there's the worst case, or, the case that we don't want to necessarily discuss right now because we haven't played a game yet. But I am aware of all 3 cases, guys. Regardless of what I'm saying, when I'm Optimus priming, trust me, all 3 scenarios are in my head.
Ravens continue to get ready. They play the Eagles in their first preseason game on Saturday. Coming up next, though, we've been watching Jesse Minter run his first training camp as a head coach, and it got us to thinking, actually got Bone to thinking. This was Bone's brain. Bone's got a big brain. He's always thinking of stuff. And Femi was here for Brian Billick's first training camp. And was there anything that he could glean seeing a guy as a first-time head coach that could correlate to what's going on with Jesse Minter right now? We'll discuss next here on The Fan.
Baseball coverage on 105.7 The Fan is presented by Xfinity. Score the most reliable Wi-Fi. One price, 5 years, guaranteed. Xfinity. Imagine that.
I'm Eric Sobel. After an accident, you need someone in your corner, and I'm there for you. At Ace Law, you're more than just a case number. We're with you every step of the way, and we'll take care of everything while you focus on your recovery. Call 8888 Ace Law and come up Aces.
Popeye's $5 faves menu just keeps adding your faves. Next up, butterfly shrimp. They've got that bold Louisiana kick that makes them just as crave-worthy as the chicken side of the menu. Try 8 crunchy butterfly shrimp in classic or dusted in Popeye's serious flavor seasonings. Head to your nearest Popeyes to get them now on our $5 faves menu.
Love that chicken from Popeyes.
At participating U.S. restaurants, price may vary, tax extra.
That pallet of pavers collecting dust, the beginnings of a garden, those stray fence posts. Are you haunted by half-finished projects on your land? John Deere is here to say, not anymore. Our compact tractors allow you to swap implements easily, and they're backed by the nation's largest dealer network. You always had the right idea, and with the right tools, those projects can get finished for good. Nothing runs like a Deere. Learn more at johndeere.com/compact tractors.
There's not much time left to go with Petro for a great deal to save on new AC. Right now, get a new energy-efficient central AC system from America's most trusted brand, Trane, with $0 down and low monthly payments. For expert AC tune-ups, 24/7 emergency repairs, and everything you need to save on AC, go with your local HVAC pros. Go with Petro. Don't miss this special offer for new AC. Go to petro.com, call 844-HVAC-4YOU or 844-482-2496 today.
Sprained wrist, ankle twist, broken thumb can't make a fist, busted knee, surgery, that patch of ice you didn't see.
Where pain starts, Jernavix suzetrigine begins. Jernavix is a non-opioid 50 milligram prescription tablet for adults with moderate to severe acute pain that reduces pain signals before they reach the brain.
Tendon tear, nose repair, tripping on that broken stair, dislocation, operation, moped crash while on vacation.
Do not take Jernavix with CYP3A inhibitors. Avoid use with grapefruit or liver problems as these may increase side effects. Tell your doctor about all your medicines if you are pregnant or breastfeeding. Jernavix may make certain medicines and birth control less effective. Side effects include itching, muscle spasms, rash, and elevated muscle enzymes.
Joint displacement, knee replacement, fell on marbles in the basement, ladder slip, broken hip, that rock climb where you lost your grip.
To learn more about Journavx, ask your doctor. Call 1-833-589-PAIN or visit journavx.com.
Go payment-free this summer. It's the Honda Summer Event at Anderson Honda Hunt Valley. That's right. No payments for 90 days on the Hondas you want, like Ridgelines, Prologue EVs, and Honda Civics. That's acres of brand new Hondas, now sell priced way below MSRP, including hybrids like Accords and even CRVs. Now that's smiles for miles. It's the Honda Summer Event at Anderson Honda Hunt Valley, 10139 York Road, or check out andersonhonda.net. No payments for 90 days. Must finance with approved credit through AHFC.
Be one of the first 100 adults in line each morning for a chance to win a free mystery gift card. You could be the lucky $500 gift card winner. Plus, the first 100 kids in line get a free DSG soccer ball. Take a shot at the Dick's Bald Experience for a chance to unlock exclusive prizes, premium collectibles, and surprises throughout grand opening weekend. Add flair to your fit at the Expression Lab, a hands-on customization station featuring shoe charms, customized totes, laser engraving, and more. Join us for special athlete appearances and score doorbuster deals all weekend long.
I scream. You scream. We all scream. Because Wendy's famous small classic Frosty is just $1 for a limited time. More screaming, happy screaming, summer screaming, dollar small classic Frosty screaming! But please don't scream in the drive-thru. It hurts the employees' ears. Get a $1 small classic Frosty for a limited time, only at Wendy's.
U.S. price and participation may vary. A la carte only, not valid for delivery. Limit 10 per transaction. Price may be higher in Alaska and Hawaii.
This is the story of the one who keeps multiple buildings running smoothly day after day. Plumbing that flows, HVAC that hums, cleaning supplies that keep surfaces sparkling. That's why she counts on Grainger. With easy reordering online and 24/7 support, Grainger helps her keep the products she needs on hand. So shelves stay stocked and buildings stay ready. Call 1-800-GRAINGER, click Grainger.com, or just stop by. Grainger, for the ones who get it done.
The Powerball jackpot is huge. Current jackpot is estimated at $1 billion. That's right, $1 billion. That's a billion with a B huge. Play Powerball at any Maryland lottery retailer and please play responsibly.
What happens next happens here. Baltimore Sports Radio.
That ball is out of here.
105.7 The Fan. From the OutchGuy.com sports desk, here's Nolan McGraw.
Jesse Minter was quick to announce that Lamar Jackson will not play in this Saturday's preseason opener against the Eagles. That should come as no surprise given the way these exhibition matchups are treated around the league. The creation of joint practices has seemed to be a more popular option for head coaches in recent years, but Minter still sees a strong benefit in the preseason action.
We may not necessarily be scheming up things as we would in the regular season, but I think we want to see our play style start to come to life and see guys take advantage of the opportunity. The lights are on. Every team's looking at it. I mean, it's a big deal for these guys to get a chance to play an NFL game.
In some other NFL news, CBS Sports says they're still assessing the situation surrounding Tony Romo's July 23rd arrest on suspicion of DUI. CBS placed him on leave a week after the incident, and he now has a court appearance set for September 23rd. Earlier this week, the network announced that J.J. Watt will be moving up to the #1 crew alongside Jim Nantz in Romo's absence. From the Bob Bell Ford of Bel Air Weather Center, partly cloudy skies with temps peaking in the upper 80s. I'm Nolan McGraw, Ravens, Terps, and your home for the most Orioles coverage, 105.7 The Fan.
Tim Barbalace, Ken Weinman, and Femi Ayanbadejo. 3 deep on 105.7 The Fan.
Jesse Minter is the head coach of the Baltimore Ravens, and he's running his first training camp as a head coach. And it's interesting because Femi Ayanbadejo was here with the Ravens when Brian Billick ran his first training camp with the Ravens. I do want to start here, though, because you were also with Brian in Minnesota. So was there anything looking back that you noticed different, Brian Billick, the offensive coordinator, to Brian Billick, the head coach?
Yeah, let me set the table here. And look, only a few things give me the kind of pleasure that talking about this 1998 Minnesota Vikings team gives me. You guys know I bleed purple. I always talk about the Ravens, but this 98 team was special. We went 15-1. That 98 Vikings team scored 556 points, 34.8 points a game, a then NFL record. We finished 15-1 that year. 52 plays of at least 25 yards, 22 plays of at least 40 yards. Randy Moss was a rookie that year, 17 touchdowns. Randall Cunningham obviously had a career renaissance that year. And Billick was the coordinator for from 94 to 98 in Minnesota. I was there in 97 and 98. And think about this for a minute. Randall Cunningham, Randy Moss, Chris Carter, Todd Stussy, Randall McDaniel, Jeff Christie, John Randall, Ed McDaniel, Gary Anderson, all Pro Bowlers on that team. And we lost in the NFC Championship game to the Atlanta Falcons.
And Gary missed the field goal.
He didn't miss a kick all year.
Yeah.
So football's funny that way, right?
Yep.
So let me say this. There's a bit of an overlap between, it's kind of a mirror image. So Brian's identity was offense, Jesse's his defense. Brian had a very strong personality. I think Jesse is strong, but he's a lot more disarming and a little bit more chill on the veneer, I would say. Brian inherited a high level defense, right? And Jesse's inheriting Lamar Jackson, right? So there's this juxtaposition. With all that being said, I knew Brian as a kind of Excel spreadsheet, game it out, like create these elite, like I remember his confidence in these meetings in 1998. Like he knew we were going to go out there and score 40. Like he just knew it. And he was predicting it. We played the Chicago Bears in Minnesota in 1998. And he said, you know what we're going to do? They're expecting us to run outside zone the first play of this game. We're going to run a screen to Robert Smith. Robert Smith took it to the house for 74 yards, touchdown on opening screen. He was so locked in. So we get to Baltimore, and I don't think he thought he was just going to draw it up in the dirt and was all just going to come together. But I think everyone else thought that was going to happen. And our offense was terrible in the beginning of the season. Mm-hmm. You know what I mean? The confidence didn't change. And I think Brian in his early days was such a, I don't want to say a control freak because he's more self-aware than that, but he thought he could kind of push all the buttons. He learned really quickly that this defense, he just needed to get out of the way. Actually doing less can produce more. Brian learned how to do less. He learned to trust veterans. He learned to have a group of veterans that could come in and talk to him. He had an open door policy. He got that from Denny, in my opinion. And he learned to push buttons as needed. He learned to shield guys from the media. You know how his relationship was with the media. It wasn't always the best. But he did what he needed to do to build trust in that locker room and allow the guys that had already established kind of Pro Bowl level caliber play to just go out and do their thing. So I watched Brian evolve from this kind of behind the scenes X's and O's, get in front of the offense, not really do or have to say much, to this almost get the pulse of everybody and remove himself from the equation when he needed to. He probably overmanaged a little bit in the beginning. So the question I'm going to have is, Jesse is just as much a savant on defense. How is he going to delegate responsibility to his coordinators and to his coaches and allow them to do what they need to do and trust that? I think on a like who he is as a person seems easier for him to do that than Brian on the surface, in my opinion.
Femi, how did you see the evolution? And I'm talking specifically Brian coming in, we're through OTAs, we're through minicamp, we're a couple weeks into training camp at this point, like Jesse Minter was. Like, it's the first time he's doing the gig.
Yeah.
And like you said, he kind of improvised and adapted as he went on. Like, how was it? You've been so impressed with Jesse Minter in terms of the practice operationally. Like, how was it with Brian? Did that feel similar?
Yeah. You know what's interesting is we had so many less resources in the late 90s and early 2000s. So when you look at the size of the staff, when you look at the PR and the marketing and just the people that make it all go, there's so much less on the coaches now.
Sure.
They can just run the practice and they can coach their players. The assistant coaches have assistants. We didn't have any of that. You know what I mean? There's a lot more intimacy across logistics, planning, travel. Like it was wild. So I'm happy that Jesse can just be the coach, right?
Yeah.
So when I think about what was on Brian's plate and his assistant's plate, there was so much more that they had to do. And it's obvious, you know what I mean? But I think that the best thing I can say to reduce it down to like one thought is Brian learned how to get out of the way when he needed to get out of the way. And he pushed the buttons when he needed to. And until you start seeing live bullets and actually playing games, like right now, it's all theoretical. Yeah. Like we have these ideas on different, I talk about variants and all these different packages and how cool it's going to be. Well, it might be. I think it will be. The thing is Jesse and Brian both had number one defenses and offenses. You know what I mean? Like they know they can pull from that. And I think that, and look, this is going to sound crazy. We were probably not viewed as a very talented team in 1999. That's shocking,
that's
right?
Fair, yeah.
This team is viewed as a Super Bowl contender. They're walking into such different environments and the expectations couldn't be any higher. Like when the Ravens signed me, I had to think about that's Baltimore. You know what I mean? Like I'm from the West Coast. I've been playing in Minnesota. You know, I had to think about that for a minute. And the franchise was only a couple years old. Who the Ravens are now had so much to do with that 1999 team. That Play Like a Raven moniker was born in 1999. I got a front row seat. You know how blessed I am to be able to see that and pull from that? This is an established kind of juggernaut across the NFL now. When you look at wins and playoff appearances and what the Ravens have done based on their short tenure, one of the best in the league. We had none of that to pull from. Yeah. Jesse gets that benefit.
How long do you think it takes? And obviously everybody's different, but do you remember a moment where you're like, okay, Brian's got this. He understands the guy.
We started 2-6, and we went through a stretch where we beat Tennessee. I think we beat Jacksonville. Remember, Tennessee and Jacksonville were they were the top of the mountain. Like everybody was looking at them in the AFC Central at that time. It was all Tennessee and Jacksonville. And when we started to win some games, we ended up, I think we had a 5 or 6 game winning streak toward the end of the 1999 season. We lost our last game in New England. So Tim, can you see?
I actually have it up right now.
Go ahead and pull it up.
You guys won 4 straight. It beat the hell out of the Titans, 41-14. That game,
and they went to the Super Bowl that year, I think.
Yeah, one at Pittsburgh, the Saints, the Bengals, and then, like you said, lost to that regular season finale in New England.
We knew internally, guys, way before anyone else did, that in 2000 we were going to be good. And I remember the very, very first team meeting we had when we got back from 1999. We were all on such a high. And Brian was like, guys, you guys know what we have. I remember him saying this, and I got goosebumps. I was like, you know what we have in this room? We can win it all. You know what I mean? We drafted Jamal Lewis. You know, I think we drafted Travis Taylor.
So you had 2 first-round picks.
Yeah, and we were, we didn't win it the way that we thought we were going to win it, but we won it. You know what I mean? And you guys remember the stretch of no touchdowns.
Oh,
and all the acrimony, but all that did was build resilience. You have to suffer to reach bliss. And we suffered a lot in 1999. We suffered at certain phases of 2000, but that's why we were able to win. And when we made the playoffs as a wildcard team, we beat Denver down. The biggest game and the toughest game we played was honestly Tennessee in the divisional round. When we got to Oakland and the Raiders, I've never been around,
especially after Rich Gannon was knocked out of a game.
I've never been around a more confident team in my life. Just the way that we talked to each other, the way that we talked on the bus, the being in the hot tub together, being in the sauna together. We just loved each other. It was so easy. And to think back to it, I wished I absorbed more of it because I didn't know how fleeting that was. You know what I mean? Yeah, it was awesome.
Do you know my favorite stat of the AFC Championship game? The Raiders had 1 first down in the first half. It looked like you guys had 15 guys on the field.
Yeah, we beat them down, and they submitted we knew before the game. You know what I mean? It's so crazy to when I think about the conversations that we had. And I don't know. I don't think we obviously we weren't favored in that game. No. I don't even think we were favored were we favored in the Super Bowl? I don't even remember. I think maybe New York was favored by 3. Yeah, anyway, the point I'm trying to make is that we live in such a different world because with social media and all the different technology, it almost seems like nothing's sacred and nothing is hidden. Everything is kind of out in the open. The truth is there's always stuff in the locker room that nobody knows, but it was even people knew so much less about who we were and what we were about back then than they know about teams now. Go ahead, Tim. What were you going to say?
Well, I was just going to say you guys were favored by 3 in the Super Bowl.
But in the AFC,
Oakland was favored by 6.
Well, how about Tennessee? What was Tennessee favored by?
Yeah. Tennessee.
By the way, the Giants were coming off destroying the Vikings in the NFC Championship game. So
think about the storyline for a minute. Everyone thought it was going to be Denny and Brian facing off in the Super Bowl, and then the Vikings got destroyed. Yeah, so that ended. And I wonder if in some way, and we should ask Brian next time we get him on. I wonder what that conversation was like before the game between Denny and Brian when we were going to face the Giants. There's no way that Brian didn't get some insight from Denny before that game. There's no way that didn't happen.
Coming up next, let's get to the Orioles, and they're playing a day game right now. We'll give you a quick update on that. And what happened last night? The Orioles, they I guess it was one of those rare, kind of enjoyable Oriole games. We'll recap next here on The Fan.
Next time on the Big Bad Morning Show.
The whole crew will be together. Rob's in Tampa. We'll be breaking down the Orioles Twin Series and also previewing the big series with the first place Rays. And as always, it's training camp every day. I'll be heading out to training camp. It'll be a good time to talk about all things Ravens.
Tomorrow on Sports Radio 105.7 The Fan.
Hey, it's Ken Wyman, 3 Deep's brought to you by FanDuel. Baseball fans, the MLB season's in full swing, and FanDuel's giving you a chance to call your shot with daily dingers. Joining the action's easy. Just make your free pick on who's hitting a home run in their game, and if you're right, you'll get a profit boost to use on your next bet for a chance at extra winnings. It's just another reason why FanDuel is the home of home runs. So you ready to play your game? Head over to FanDuel.com/local to get started. That's FanDuel.com/local to opt in for daily dingers and make your free pick on who's hitting a homer. Play ball and swing for the fences on FanDuel, an official partner of the MLB. FanDuel Sportsbook's the official sportsbook of 105.7 The Fan. 21 plus in President Maryland. No purchase necessary. Opt-in required. Bonus issued as non-withdrawable profit boost tokens. Restrictions apply, including any token expiration and max wager amount. See terms at sportsbook.fanduel.com. Please play responsibly. For help, visit mdgamblinghelp.org or call 1-800-GAMBLER.
This is an Odyssey Sports Minute.
Last week, Chicago Bears safety Kobe Bryant hyperextended his left knee in practice. Yesterday, the Bears announced that Bryant had surgery and will keep him out from 4 to 6 months. Bryant was the Bears' big free agent signing on defense this offseason. 6 months would put the timeline somewhere around February. Super Bowl 61 is February 14th. I'm Chris Black.
105.7 The Fan studios are driven by Anderson Automotive, Buick, GMC, and Honda. It's miles for miles at AndersonAutomotive.com.
Hey, it's Tyler Reddick and Bubba Wallace from 2311 Racing. On the track, every second counts. And off the track, the same rules apply. Just fewer pit stops. That's why we're spinning into Chumba Casino. From social live casino to slot masters, the action's fast, fun, and totally free. Rack up points, climb the leaderboard, and take home bragging rights. Play anytime, anywhere. No downloads needed. Join the race at ChumbaCasino.com. Let's Chumba.
Sponsored by VGW Group. No purchase necessary. See terms at ChumbaCasino.com. Must be over 21, present in the state where it's legal to play.
This is the story of the one. As a maintenance engineer at a beverage manufacturing plant, he starts his day knowing every line is ready to run because Grainger delivers the industrial-grade products he needs to keep mixers, conveyors, and packaging equipment moving. With Grainger's vast selection of bearings, belts, and motors, he keeps operations running smoothly, so nothing grinds to a halt. Call 1-800-GRAINGER, click Grainger.com, or just stop by. Grainger, for the ones who get it done.
In a world where summer hunger can strike at any moment, only one chicken can fight it.
Wow. I'm hungry. I want a chicken sub. I want chicken and fries. Wow, real fast.
Chicken Palooza is back at Royal Farms. Get any 2-piece meal, Rofo chicken sandwich, or a world-famous chicken sub or wrap with an essential water for $6. Now playing at Royal Farms.
Jane is a small business owner. Tell them what that's like, Jane.
Yeah, well, it's like a roller coaster with a lot of ups and downs, and some days things can feel like they're flying off the rails.
Yep, it's a lot. But the Total Solutions Advantage only from Comcast Business can help you manage it all. With the largest, fastest fiber-powered network designed for 100% reliability with business internet and wireless connect.
Nice. So everything stays on track.
The Total Solutions Advantage. No one does business like Comcast Business.
The more solutions you add, the more you save. Get started today with a qualifying internet package for as low as $60 a month when you add an advanced solution. Plus, new customers, ask how to get up to $1,500 in prepaid cards when you add 2 lines of mobile to a qualifying gig bundle. Don't wait. Call today. Limited time offer. Restrictions apply. New customers only. 1-year agreement, paperless billing, and automatic payments with bank account required. $60 offer requires 300 meg internet, security edge, and additional qualifying service. Equipment, taxes, and fees extra. Prepaid card offers end 9/13/2026.
Today, partly cloudy, high of 87. Tonight, partly cloudy with a chance of rain and a low around 75. Tomorrow, high near 87.
Weather brought to you by Staples. It's the most wonderful time of the year at Staples. They've got back-to-school supplies as low as 25 cents, up to 40% off select tech and more at staples.com/back-to-school. Staples, that was easy.
Is reviewing life insurance on your to-do list? Now's the perfect time to add it. A friend recently told me that securing life insurance sooner rather than later can help you lock in lower rates for years to come. So I bumped this up on my list and got it done. I called SelectQuote and couldn't believe how easy and affordable life insurance is. I'm 40 and got a $500,000 policy for $16 a month. My husband's also 40 and his $500,000 policy was only $18 a month. Plus, with SelectQuote's same-day coverage, there was no medical exam required and we were covered by the time we hung up. Knowing I have this checked off my list feels amazing, but the peace of mind knowing my family is protected feels even better.
Call SelectQuote at 1-800-329-1010. That's 1-800-329-1010. Or go to SelectQuote.com to get your free quote today. That's 1-800-329-1010. Details on example rate at SelectQuote.com.
This is the story of the one. As a maintenance engineer at a beverage manufacturing plant, he starts his day knowing every line is ready to run because Grainger delivers the industrial-grade products he needs to keep mixers, conveyors, and packaging equipment moving. With Grainger's vast selection of bearings, belts, and motors, he keeps operations running smoothly, so nothing grinds to a halt. Call 1-800-GRAINGER, click Grainger.com, or just stop by. Grainger, for the ones who get it done.
Hey, it's Tyler Reddick and Bubba Wallace from 2311 Racing. On the track, every second counts. And off the track, the same rules apply. Just fewer pit stops. That's why we're spinning into Chumba Casino. From social live casino to slot masters, the action's fast, fun, and totally free. Rack up points, climb the leaderboard, and take home bragging rights. Play anytime, anywhere. No downloads needed. Join the race at ChumbaCasino.com. Let's Chumba.
Sponsored by VGW Group. No purchase necessary. See terms at ChumbaCasino.com. Must be over 21, present in the state where it's legal to play.
Tim Barbalace, Ken Weinman, and Femi Ayanbadejo. 3 deep on 105.7 The Fan.
Bell goes down swinging. A nasty sinker by Kittredge seals it. Some early offense, some gutsy pitching, and some timely defense. And the Orioles take down the Twins 5-2.
Yeah, it was awesome. I mean, obviously, when we come out and score on the top of the first, it's usually a good thing. But no, our guys were aggressive, but also did a good job of laying off some tough pitches. And obviously, Gunnar with a big day. You know, it's good to see him. Even his last at bat, driving the ball to right center field off for Rogers and Pete. Pete had a great day. There was a lot of really good things that happened today.
Final out, courtesy of Kevin Brown on Masson, and then Albie after the game talking about the day that was. Orioles beat the Twins last night 5-2. They currently trail the Twins 5-4 in the third inning. We'll get into that more in depth a little later, but not a great day for Shane Baz. He was given run support, and I guess he doesn't need run support because he's great when they don't score for him. Anyway, the Orioles had 11 hits, but it's a weird one in that Pete, Gunnar, and CES had 9 of the 11 hits. They each had 3 hits. They each had a home run. I think Christian Encarnacion's Strand homer hasn't landed yet. That ball was just an absolute tank job. But this was one of those games, as Kevin Brown said, they got some hits. Their defense, other than the catcher's interference, was good. Gunnar made some nice plays. And Brandon Young was good enough.
It was another interesting outing for him. He dealt with a lot of base runners, but again, he bared down. It was another bases loaded situation. He gave up 1 earned run. CES made a great play getting the runner Lee at home. Really heads up play. But yeah, Brandon Young did more than enough. I mean, 6 innings, 2 runs, only 1 of them earned. But it was good to see Gunnar have that game. And the fact that they were able to jump out to an early lead because, at game 1, we were saying, okay, Dean Kramer shut him down 7 innings, 1 earned run, and then they had to fight late. But you're wondering where the heck was that early? They scored 4 runs, just 4 outs into the game. The Orioles did, which was great to see. Pete, he got off to a bit of a rough start to August, but boy, is he really heat up again, man. 3 home runs in a couple of games for him. But it was good to see the O's bounce back.
Yeah, I think a couple games ago, I think it was 5 guys each had 2 hits. And then obviously yesterday you have 3 guys that have 3 hits. Brandon navigated traffic. I mean, literally every
base
inning,
runner
every inning. You know what I mean?
Leadoff guy got on every inning but one.
Yeah, I mean, I'm looking, he gets two quick outs in the first and then walks Bell and then gets Clemens on a foul tip. Singles by Lewis and Lee and a hit batter, loaded the bases with no outs. Roden gets an RBI ground out and then CES throws Lee out at home and Larnach then grounds out. Like this, I mean, I can keep going here. Every inning there was traffic. There was some event that needed to take place to kind of navigate it. The thing that I took away that Bordy mentioned when we interviewed him, as well as Ben McDonald, is the 4-seam fastball that Brandon Young has. I saw a stat yesterday that in his last, I want to say 125 at bats, that there have only been like 5 hits on his 4-seam fastball, I believe.
Femi, it's one of the best pitches in baseball.
It's crazy.
His fastball run value's in the 95th percentile, and you just look at what batters are doing. They're hitting 195 off his 4-seamer on the season. Yeah, that's one of the best pitches.
So in this stretch, they're hitting 160 in this stretch that we're talking about. I remember seeing the stat in the game yesterday. Let me tell you guys a stat that's insane. So if you look at a team that has 4 pitchers that have had 25 starts and an ERA plus over 100. So 100 is average for ERA plus. I won't go too inside baseball on it, but just think of that number. ERA plus at over 100. They have 4 guys right now. All 4 don't have 25 starts yet, but Boz, Bradish, Young, and Rogers. If they finish the season with 25 starts each and over 100 plus over 100 ERA plus, which they are lined up to do right now, since 1947, only 8 teams have finished with under a 500 record. The crazy stat is only one of those 8 teams made the playoffs the next year. It is a systemic issue that refers to how bad the hitting is of all 8 of those teams. Because if you have guys that are hitting that level of consistency in starting pitching, that means there's something really bad with your lineup. So the point is that what is this echo for the 2027 Orioles? I'm not sure right now, but it's not a good omen, is my point. So anyway, a little inside baseball there.
Yeah, I appreciate Brandon Young's grind last night because I don't think he had his best stuff. And as you guys pointed out, he had guys on base every inning. And he only gave up 1 earned run.
Well, it's been the last 3 starts for him. But what I've loved is he's kept the team in the ball game every single time. We haven't seen a vintage Brandon Young performance his last handful out, but it's still been effective. I mentioned those 3 starts. They won 2 of the 3 starts where we're saying like, oh man, he doesn't have his A game, but they still are winning more than they're losing.
I mean, he's 9-3 with a 3.3 ERA. I mean, nobody had that on their bingo card when the season started.
He wasn't on the roster.
Yeah.
So if they're healthy, he wasn't here.
This goes to the question that I asked. I can't remember who it was that I asked this question this week. It's all blending together. But I made the point about, and this is a qualitative thing, not a quantitative thing. I feel like his floor is what we saw in that when we were, at Watershed last week. Remember, like the idea that he didn't have any of his splitter wasn't working, his command was off, and he still managed to keep them in the game, which we're all kind of saying the same thing. But even yesterday, I think that was one of his more impressive starts. In my opinion, I mean, he navigated traffic every single inning. He kept them in the game, and he never lost his composure. There's something about stoicism and command as a pitcher. It reverberates throughout the whole clubhouse, in my opinion. Like when you see your pitcher, like, man, we're navigating some rough water. He was unflappable. I love that. I respect that a lot.
Orioles currently trail 5-4, top of the 4th inning. We'll keep you updated on the day game in Minnesota. But coming up next, Ravens preparing for their first preseason game of the season. They take on the Eagles on Saturday. So it's a perfect time to take a look at stock up, stock down. Who's moving in the right direction, who in the wrong direction at training camp? We'll tell you next here on The Fan.
Wherever the Orioles season takes you.
Say goodbye to this ball.
Download the free Odyssey app and hear reactions to all the biggest moments. Download it today and search 105.7 The Fan.
When the heat is on, your air conditioner has to work harder than ever. If it's blowing warm air, making strange noises, or struggling to keep up, don't wait for a breakdown. Call FH Fur for fast, reliable AC service and repairs. And if it's time for a replacement, now's the time to upgrade. As FH Fur celebrates 45 years, get 0% financing for 72 months on a qualifying new system purchase. Plus, a free Enviro Air indoor air quality 5-inch filter.
877-CALL-FUR. FHFur.com.
And Doug.
Hot dog! Get your hot dog!
Customize and save with Liberty Mutual.
Hey, what are you doing?
I like your method. Direct. To the point. A little loud, but...
Listen, people don't buy car insurance the same way they do hot dogs.
Not yet, but both are customizable.
Popcorn! Get your popcorn!
Hey, this is a hot dog area.
And customize and save area. Get a quote at libertymutual.com or with your local agent.
Liberty, 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 liberty.
If you have been in a car accident in the past and have settled your case, I may have some good news. Some unethical lawyers have people known as runners who come directly to your hospital room or home and solicit your case. It's a disbarable offense. Anyone that would hire these scumbags needs to have their heads examined. I'm John Morgan of Morgan & Morgan. Now for the good news. If this happened to you, we will sue these lowlifes and fight to get all your fees back. And then look and see if these bottom feeders also malpracticed your case and sue them for that too. You have nothing to lose and everything to gain. Visit forthepeople.com for a free consultation or call Pound Law on your cell, pound 529. If someone does this to you, call the Bar Association and report them. Let's fight these bums. Morgan & Morgan, forthepeople.com. Injured? Dial Pound Law or visit forthepeople.com for an office near you.
Football is back! Make sure you head down to the Bet River Sportsbook at Bingo World, the best place to catch all your college and professional football games this season. With over 20 TVs, comfortable lounge chairs, pool tables, great happy hour specials, and wall-to-wall football action, there's no better place to spend your football weekends. Grab your friends, catch every game, and get in on the excitement all season long. Check out BingoWorld.com for details. Please play responsibly. Must be 21 or over. For help, call 1-800-GAMBLER or visit mdgamblinghelp.org.
There's a reason potato chips don't come in a clear bag. It's only 2/3 full. The rest is air. It's like your 401k. You get 2/3, Uncle Sam gets the rest. Mike Kinnett, Ryan Herbert, and the team at ProStatus Financial Advisors Group can help. Their tax mapping process can help forecast what your taxes will be in the future to potentially decrease your tax bill. Call for your complimentary retirement tax mapping report, 866-597-1040, or online at prostatusfinancial.com.
Advisory services offered through ProStatus Group, LLC, a registered investment advisor, insurance licensed in Maryland.
T-Mobile has an exclusive bundle for customers 55 and up.
I'm Sarah Bowl.
Yeah, I'm Frank Bowl.
A reliable network is key for us. And with T-Mobile, it's been wonderful. And going to the 55 plus plan saved us so much money.
A lot.
And that's important. Trying to keep costs down. The home internet's been perfect. It's fast, it's quick. The setup was so easy, it took less than 15 minutes.
It was like, if you want simplicity, coverage, reliability, you want the whole package, T-Mobile has it. Right now, T-Mobile customers 55 and up can get 2 phone lines on America's best network, plus America's fastest 5G home internet for just $30 each. $30 per month each line with autopay plus taxes and fees. Minimum age 55. Pricing for home internet rely on 2 lines of essentials. Choice 55. $35 connection charge per line required. Best mobile network and fastest 5G home internet based on analysis by Ookla of Speed Test Intelligence data 2H 2025. All rights reserved.
My Chemical Romance brings the Black Parade Tour to Nationals Park on August 18th. A Live Nation show. Get your tickets now before they sell out.
This is WJZ-FM, Catonsville, Baltimore's sports talk at 105.7 The Fan, and always live on the free Odyssey app. From the OutGuy.com sports desk, here's Joe LaCroix.
The Ravens hit the practice field this morning at one winning drive, kicking off week 3 of training camp. Baltimore is currently preparing for their first preseason game, a Saturday night matchup against the Eagles at M&T Bank Stadium. And while a lot of the names you know won't be playing this weekend, it will be a chance for a lot of guys to make a statement, whether it be for the Ravens coaching staff or for another one around the league. Here's DC Anthony Weaver with his thoughts on the importance of the preseason.
Everybody wants to be a Raven. None of these guys would be here if we didn't think they had characteristics or traits to be that. But this film goes to 31 other teams too. If they go out there and play with the standards that we live out here every day, we expect that to impress people. not just here, but in other buildings, and hopefully these guys can play this game for a long time.
On the injury front, Marlon Humphrey left today's practice early, though the exact nature and severity of his ailment is unknown. The Ravens get back on the practice field tomorrow morning beginning at 11 a.m. And the Orioles are on the field right now looking to take the series against the Twins. Dylan Beavers hit a 3-run homer in the top of the third to put the O's up 4-1, though Minnesota answered right back with 4 off of starter Shane Baz. It's currently 5-4 Twins in the top of the fourth. Your Wednesday forecast from the Bob Bell Florida Bel Air Weather Center. Mostly sunny skies in the afternoon, giving way to a partly cloudy evening. Highs in the mid to upper 70s. I'm Joe LaCroix, Orioles Terps, and you're home for the most Ravens training camp coverage. We're 105.7 The Fan.
Tim Barbalace, Ken Weinman, and Femi Ayanbadejo. 3 deep on 105.7 The Fan.
I wouldn't say I'm super blessed to be able to be in this position. I know this in this sport, they can love you 1 second and then they can hate you the next. So I don't think it's one of those things where I don't love it. I just know at the end of the day I have to do what I'm supposed to and catch the ball as my job. So I think being able to realize that I can maintain a pretty level mindset and just maintain confidence in my ability and go out there every day and be myself.
So that's Jacoby Lane talking about generating buzz with the fans, and quite frankly, he's become a thing. People are talking about him in other markets. We talked to Field Yates yesterday. Obviously, he was now aware of Jacoby Lane because of this. He made another couple catches today. He knows how to high point the ball. He knows how to he aggressively snatches the football. I wouldn't doubt we all have him stock up because you can tell he looks like he's the third receiver right now.
Yeah, absolutely. He's my second guy in stock up. The guy that I want to give some flowers to is Tyler Loop. He's 21 for his last 21 over the last 3 days. That's what's been reported. I have Devontae Walker stock up a little bit too. I like what I've seen from him the last couple of days as well. TJ Tampa, I have stock up on him. Chandler Rivers stock up along with Keon Martin. Today they had a combination play where a ball was definitely a reception by the receiver. I believe it was Chandler Rivers that knocked it out. It was Keon Martin that recovered it, right? So those are my stock up guys. I'll stick with just the stock up guys for now, but that's who I'm looking at today.
Yeah, all of the above there. I think possibly stock up for Danny Pinter. Danny Pinter's been running with the ones, and I think we kind of rolled our eyes a bit when the Ravens signed Ethan Posick and Jesse Minter was still saying, and Declan Doyle for that matter, that, it's still a center competition. It's still a center competition. But we just all assumed that Posick would get the gig, and maybe he still will. And obviously he's still working his way back. He was cleared not all that long ago. He tore his Achilles last December. So it will take time there. Someone I want to bring up, because you were talking, Sam Cohn, who covers the Ravens for the Baltimore Sun, he's going to be joining us tomorrow. Ethan Burke. And right when we were talking about him, he ended up with that pass breakup today. Exactly. What have you thought of Burke so far?
I love Ethan Burke. And every time I try to talk about him, I forget his name, which is crazy. But that just shows you he popped on my radar that same Friday when Pezza and Tal Tolliver did. But I didn't give him the flowers I gave those two guys. Being an offensive guy, I'm biased.
Yeah.
But I like what I've seen from him, and I like the buzz that it's not just me. Like when I talk to like Jonas Schaefer, when I talk to other people, they're seeing what I'm seeing, and we're doing it independently. It's not like we're getting our heads together and going like, hey, what do you think? You know what I mean? Everyone's kind of seeing the same thing.
Couple other guys I have for stock up. I think Carson Vincent has had a pretty fine
really good camp.
Yeah,
and he looks like he's the swing tackle.
Oh, absolutely. Yeah. And he was a 5th-round pick last year. He was seen as this developmental guy, and he was raw, but he looks so much better year over year. He's one of those guys that I'm really excited to see throughout the preseason. And also TJ Tampa. Yeah. And Anthony Weaver really raved about him after practice today. He just seems so much more comfortable this year, and he's going to have a role in this defense.
I want to give you a couple stock downs. Number one is Elijah Surratt, who has not had a good camp. He's a guy, you notice the lack of separation, but Lane doesn't separate, but he knows how to go after the football. Elijah Surratt, it looks like he's not 100% still, and he's having trouble catching the ball.
And a couple drops today.
And I also think, and this is nothing against Devontae Walker, but Jacoby Lane's arrow up kind of pushes Devontae Walker down a little bit.
Yeah, I gave him a stock up just because I felt like he's shown up a little bit more lately. But I think in the grander scheme, you're right. It's kind of hard to say both things are true at the same time because somebody's going to benefit and someone's not. So I hear what you're saying on that. My stock down guy, and I think it's just more of a circumstance, is Ethan Posick. You know, I mean, he was at the top of my list mainly because I would have felt like he should have been pushing for more first team reps already. He's been running, I think, with the thirds more often than not. And there was some talk about him maybe injuring his ankle, and it's the same ankle that he had the Achilles surgery on. So that doesn't necessarily sound good. And then the other stock down thing is more of a group procedural thing, just the offense in general. It's been kind of sloppy, and I know we're in the dog days of camp right now, and defense is going to have the advantage, and they've definitely had the advantage. I've seen some procedural things. We already talked a little bit about the mesh point and the lack of the offensive skill guys all being bunched up on passing routes. Like that spacing needs to be. So my stock down a little bit is just the offense kind of as a whole right now. I think it'll get worked out, but that's what I see right now in the short term.
Yeah, the pre-snap penalties have just been way too much. And I think Sunday when I was out there, I think there were 8 false starts or something ridiculous. And there were quite a few today as well. Look, obviously the injured guys, Nate Wiggins, Marlon Humphrey, that's really unfortunate. But another guy that has been sidelined that I think is really missing out on opportunities, and it's just unfortunate, and it's Aeneas Peebles, where Calais Campbell, John Jenkins, they just returned to practice, over the weekend. So there were so many reps up for grabs that I feel like Aeneas Peebles really missed out on. And I know everyone keeps bringing up the tight end group as a whole.
I can't get anybody stock up on there.
Yeah, well, that's what I'm saying. As a down, just you're waiting for guys to flash, and maybe that happens Saturday when the games get real.
I do, and this is relatively speaking because I don't think we've ever given this guy love before, but a marginal stock up to Adisa Isaac, who I noticed more than a few times today at practice. And quite frankly, if you had forgotten what Adisa Isaac looked like on a football field, that's fair, but he looks
the part.
Yes, he does. He absolutely does.
And I don't know if you guys got a chance. We were at practice today. I know we've all been doing things all morning. I sent you my NFL review doc and guess what? In the doc, Adisa Isaac actually is stock up in the doc. You get a chance to look at it. I know that everyone's kind of holding their breath every time he's out there. You know what I mean? And I saw he has that big brace on his elbow, but man, was he a third-round draft pick?
Yes. Yeah, third-round pick. Right? And that's where I always get into year 3, it's kind of now or never. It's put up or shut up.
And the thing is that the front office, a lot of those guys are still there, but I know this coaching staff didn't draft him. But I think they're going to give him a chance. Like, his preseason load is going to be heavy, and it should be. And I hope he shows up and shows out because he looks great right now.
Well, let's be honest. He has a tough row to hoe to make this roster. And I think when camp started, he's squarely on the outside looking in. So he needs to play his rear end off to have a chance to make this team.
Well, I think right now I'd give...
Give him the 6th spot?
Well, I'd say you have Tavius, you have Trey, Mike Green, Zion Young. Those are 4 locks. They're keeping at least 5, and that's where Isaac comes in. Now, I'm not saying they're going to give him that spot, but they're going to keep 5 edge guys, and that 5th spot is firmly up for grabs. And the fact that he was a 3rd-round pick, we
and
know
a Penn State guy. Eric likes Penn State guy.
I think Ethan Burke reminds me of a more athletic Brent Urban. You know what I mean? I know Brent kicks down a little bit more, and Ethan Burke is more of looks more like I don't know if he was at a 4-3 defense at Michigan. I assume that they were a multiple defense. So he can stand up, he can put his hand down, but I think he has the body and the length to kind of eventually potentially play outside and kick down as well. So, and he's probably a practice squad candidate, in my opinion, for Burke. You know what I mean? So,
and the good news, if you like your practice squad guys, Femi, I don't know if you probably realize this, but it seems like since COVID, you keep your guys, basically. Yeah. Nobody's poaching anymore off other teams' practice squads.
Yeah, I think increasing it to 15 guys definitely helped. I think that's the number now. It was 6 when I came into the league, you know what I mean? Which is crazy to think about.
Ravens getting ready for the Eagles' first preseason game coming up Saturday. But coming up next, let's go around the NFL. And the Vikings have named their starting quarterback. What do we think of Kyler Murray getting the gig? Bears free agent safety Kobe Bryant's going to miss a while. And what do we think of Jalen Hurts heading into the season? Well, Vic Fangio has some thoughts. We go around the NFL next here on The Fan.
Next time on the Big Bad Morning Show.
The whole crew will be together. Rob's in Tampa. We'll be breaking down the Orioles Twins series and also previewing the big series with the first place Rays. And as always, it's training camp every day. I'll be heading out to training camp. It'll be a good time to talk about all things Ravens.
Tomorrow on Sports Radio 105.7 The Fan.
This is Andy Palladino of the Palladino Financial Group. Want to know what you can do to make sure you have enough money in retirement? Tune into my radio show, Your Financial Hour, every Saturday from 9 to 10 a.m., and I'll explain steps you can take to help safeguard your income. That's every Saturday from 9 to 10 a.m.
That's Elena's family group chat. It never stops. Someone's always sending a blessing
or starting a poll about the baby shower theme at midnight.
With Real Unlimited from Total Wireless, she's always in the loop, whether she wants to be or not. Switch to Total Wireless Total Starter Plan or higher and get a Samsung Galaxy A16 5G on us. Total Wireless, your own Real Unlimited. Offer ends 11/4/2026 or while supplies last. Devices, taxes, and fees may apply.
To make exercise a habit, find something you enjoy, like shopping. It counts as a workout when it's Kohl's Active Sale. Get 20% off across the store and 25% off top active brands for feeling your best. Plus, enjoy a sales tax holiday in Maryland. Adding to your cart is pretty much cardio, right? Find out at Kohl's. Select styles. 25% offer ends August 15th. 20% offer ends August 16th. Exclusions apply. See store or Kohls.com for details.
Alex B and Zach came to the rescue when we lost our heat. The commercial I hear every day on my way to work is true. Amazing.
Greg did a great job.
Tony saved us tens of thousands of dollars because he was able to determine that our system's heat exchanger is fine.
Andre was over the top impressive. Professional and diligent. He took his time to work the problem, not just diagnose a quick fix.
Zachary was able to remove and replace our AC system in what must have been record time. Amazing was amazing.
Anthony and Jamal were outstanding. The entire install completed in one day.
You can tell this company truly lives up to its name. Amazing. Their owner says he has the best people, and after this experience, I completely agree.
Those are snippets from 7 different Google reviews for amazing plumbing, heating, and air. And yes, I proudly claim to have the best techs, installers, and plumbers in Baltimore because I do. You can count on it at
CALLAMAZING. Go to callamazing.com.
I move mountains for a living. Literally. That means I don't carry hand lotion, and when it comes to serious heartburn, I don't mess around with anything but Rolaids Max Strength. Its dual-active formula has 1,500 milligrams of calcium carbonate and magnesium hydroxide that relieves heartburn fast. And the best part? The roll fits right here in my pocket, so I can get back to moving mountains.
Rolaids spells powerful relief. 1,500 milligrams is our highest amount of antacid per tablet. Read each label. Use as directed. Keep out of reach of children.
Hey, it's Brew. Between my radio show, filming content, editing videos, and trying to stay connected with family, reliable Wi-Fi isn't really optional anymore. I just need it to work. That's why I like that with Xfinity, you get the most reliable, fiber-powered Wi-Fi with the best equipment at one price for 5 years, guaranteed. No contracts or commitments. Plus, Xfinity makes getting connected simple with same-day Wi-Fi so you can get online in minutes. Restrictions apply. Not available in all areas. Use of fiber or coaxial cable. Learn more at xfinity.com/same-day Wi-Fi. Xfinity, imagine that.
The Powerball jackpot is huge. Current jackpot is estimated at $1 billion. That's right, $1 billion. That's a billion with a B huge. Play Powerball at any Maryland lottery retailer and please play responsibly.
Join WJZ-FM as we celebrate the grand opening of the new Dick's House of Sport at Annapolis Mall. We'll be here Saturday, August 15th from 11 a.m. to 1 p.m. with great giveaways, kids' activities, and much more.
Lemonade! Fresh squeezed lemonade! Lemonade? Oh, nuts.
Is your business struggling to be seen? Not reaching the right customers?
Yeah.
Odyssey's here to help. Your one-stop shop for digital marketing.
Wait, really?
With targeted digital media, plus SEO, SEM, social, OTT, and more, we help your business reach the right audience and drive results.
Whoa, hey, one at a time.
Stop missing out on valuable customers. Visit digitallocalads.com to learn more about our local advertising solutions. That's digitallocalads.com.
Okay, people, line starts here.
Jim Barbalas, Ken Weinman, and Femi Ayanbadejo. 3 Deep on 105.7 The Fan.
The Vikings have named their starting quarterback already for week 1. Not much of a quarterback competition. Kyler Murray, who they signed this offseason, will take over for J.J. McCarthy. So a two-part question, Femi. Maybe 3 parts. One, are you surprised at the decision? 2, are you surprised how quickly they made the decision? And what does this mean for J.J. McCarthy?
No, I'm not surprised at all. If you look at a 17 games projected snapshot of Kyler Murray, 3,998 yards, 67.1 completion percentage, 24 passing touchdowns, 12 interceptions. That's that 2-to-1 ratio you want for a starting quarterback. And he typically rushes for 450 to 500 yards, and his passer rating is 92.2. Like that's nothing to scoff at. The biggest issue with Kyler is, can he stay healthy, and can he play within the confines of the offense? Does he start doing crazy stuff, throwing up things in pressure situations? When you get in those high leverage situations, that's where I need to see Kyler perform. So no, I'm not surprised. And what does it mean for J.J. McCarthy? Look, you know how hard it is for me to say bad things about guys, especially
Optimus Prime.
Yeah, you know how it is. But I'm going to keep it real with you guys because I think it's important for context here. I think that the Vikings are a legitimate threat in the NFC North with Kyler Murray. Kevin O'Connell, shout out to SDSU, former Aztec QB, Kevin O'Connell, yes. I think he is one of those quarterback whisperers. You have JJ at receiver, right? Justin Jefferson, one of the best in the league. And I think Kyler is going to build a relationship with him. They have a really good defense in Minnesota as well. You remember what it looked like when we went there last year.
Well, Femi, you have Justin Jefferson, you have Jordan Addison,
and
they
signed
Juwan Jennings.
Yeah, they got a good receiving core.
That is a nice 1, 2, 3. And with the Vikings, keep in mind, they're paying Kyler Murray the minimum because the Cardinals are paying him the $35.5 million. So you have Kyler Murray at a bargain price. And I say it all, like, Kevin O'Connell is a hell of a head coach. And last year, the Vikings had arguably, if not the worst, quarterback situation in football. They still had a winning record because of that defense, because of the talent around him. So Kyler, he doesn't need to be great.
Just good.
Like, if he's an average quarterback, they're firmly in the mix.
If he can just learn to game manage when he needs to game manage and
just play the game.
And just for your benefit, because I know we talked about this off air, I think it was yesterday. And yes, I'm going to own it. I said this out loud. I never understood why J.J. McCarthy was a first-round draft pick. I don't see it. He's a good leader. He seems like a great kid. But when I look at the skill set, I don't see it, and I haven't seen it yet, and maybe he'll develop it.
Ken, and every year we have on countless draft people, and I feel like you asked every single one of them, like, is there something I'm missing here? Like, I don't.
Didn't he complete 6 passes in the national championship game? Like, he almost lost to Maryland in Michigan. Like, it's every couple years it feels like a quarterback gets hyped for a reason that I don't understand, and maybe I'm wrong. But I didn't like J.J. McCarthy coming out of Michigan as an NFL quarterback, and
I like him as a college quarterback.
Yes, as a manager, yes. Yeah. But Kevin O'Connell is a great quarterback coach, but he couldn't do it with J.J. McCarthy, and I think they figured that out. And I do wonder what his future, McCarthy's future is like. I don't think he's there. I think they trade him before the start of the season.
That's what I was going to say, Femi. Like, it seems like the writing's on the wall now. Is there going to be a team? Look, you're not getting much for J.J. McCarthy. Let's be honest. But is there a team and a coach out there that can think, hey, I can fix this guy? There is clay to mold.
So maybe Cincinnati. And the reason I say Cincinnati is because Joe Flacco is getting to look. Joe's still playing good ball. Yeah, but if you can flip him for a 5th round pick, something like that, because he's a 1st round draft pick. So I mean,
he's still got a couple of years left on his deal.
If he was like a 4th or 5th round draft pick, I mean, we wouldn't even be having this conversation. But maybe a place where he can learn from a quarterback like Joe Burrow makes sense. JJ, you don't think so?
I'll stay in the division. I kind of like Pittsburgh. Like Aaron Rodgers. Aaron Rodgers. They need
that's interesting. So Pittsburgh needs him. Look, let me say this. I don't know.
I like that.
I'm trying to see the support mechanisms. Like Aaron Rodgers is on his way out.
Yes.
What I like is that Joe Burrow, to me, is in the big 4 from a talent perspective. Like, I think watching a world-class quarterback do it is almost as good as a coach coaching you on how to do it.
I think you're not factoring in the ego of this. And what I mean by that is, while he failed in Minnesota, there's going to be a team or two out there that says, we can get it to work. We thought he's a first-round pick. The Vikings weren't the only team that thought he was a first-round pick. We're going to make it work. The Bengals, they have Joe Burrow locked into a long-term contract. So I think it's going to be a team that could see him as a possible future starter.
But based on what you've seen, how comfortable
I don't see it, but the
projection?
Steelers don't have a future starter.
Let me finish this one thought. This is why I think J.J. McCarthy in Cincinnati could work. Joe's been hurt how often? And if you believe that J.J. McCarthy can get you by, look, I don't know how much longer Joe Flacco's going to play. I love seeing it. But if he could be behind Joe and behind, well, I guess behind both Joes.
Jake Browning.
And then, anyway. That seems like a decent fit to me. Sorry, go ahead, Tim.
Well, I was going to say, for context, to go Ken's route because of the contract, J.J. McCarthy's under contract through 27. He's making $2.7 million this year, $3.7 million in 2027. So you do have that possibility. Yeah. Hey, Rodgers, teach him up this year, and then maybe next year he competes for it. It does make sense to me. Now, I'm with you. I'm not exactly buying J.J. McCarthy as a viable franchise quarterback. But if you're Pittsburgh, you have to stop going the retread route.
Yeah.
It can't be another Russ. It can't be another Aaron Rodgers. At some point, they need a young quarterback to give them a chance. Now, do you take it on J.J.?
Yeah, if I was Pittsburgh, it makes sense to do that. If I was J.J. McCarthy, I probably would not want, because who's gonna teach him what he needs to be taught?
He don't have the choice, though.
Oh yeah, no, you're right. Yeah, but I'm playing the odds as like if it was me and I had a choice, right? Yeah. But the idea that he could go somewhere like Pittsburgh and potentially be the answer, that would probably be more exciting to him.
Yeah,
you know what I mean.
Let's quickly get to the Kobe Bryant of it all. Not the basketball player, but the football player signed a free agent deal with the Bears this offseason, making some decent coin. He's going to miss 4 to 6 months, Femi, with the knee injury. That's a big loss for the Bears. They were looking for a playmaker on the back end.
Yeah, so Kobe signed I think it was a 3-year, $40 million deal, and he was brought in from Seattle to replace Kevin Byard and Jaquan Brisker, basically. And the numbers, 227 tackles, 7 interceptions, 17 pass breakups, 7 forced fumbles in 58 games. All 7 interceptions came after his move to safety over the last 2 seasons, by the way. So, that's some production that I think the Bears were counting on. And look, I had the chance to watch the Bears up front when they came here and played the Ravens. And Snoop Huntley did a great job. And I know the Bears that we played here are not the Bears that they became as the season went on. I know teams are dynamic. You're either getting better, you're getting worse. Yes, they got better when they left here. But a pretty hobbled Ravens team was able to, pull that game out. And I know the score doesn't show how close that game probably was. But their defense was opportunistic, but it was not good. Like, I'm just going to call it what it was. You know what I mean? And so to lose Kobe Bryant the way that they have, I know it's the NFL. The injury rate is 100% at certain points for everybody. It's unfortunate, but it's the breaks in the NFL.
Coming up next, college football season is around the corner. It's a perfect time to talk to our friend Tim Murray from VSiN. Where's he putting his money in future bets? What about week 0? We'll talk to Tim next here on The Fan.
Next time on the Big Bad Morning Show.
The whole crew will be together. Rob's in Tampa. We'll be breaking down the Orioles Twins series and also previewing the big series with the first place Rays. And as always, it's training camp every day. I'll be heading out to training camp. It'll be a good time to talk about all things Ravens.
Tomorrow on Sports Radio 105.7 The Fan.
Summer is here, and so are the savings at Bob Bell Ford of Bel Air, formerly Plaza Ford. Shop our summer sell-a-thon for big savings, more inventory, and top dollar for your trade. The deals are hot. The savings are even hotter. Visit BobBellFordBelAir.com or call 410-838-3100 today. Baseball is back, and BetMGM, official partner of Major League Baseball, is bringing the high heat all season long. All season long, you can log into the BetMGM app and receive top-tier promos that put you in the batter's box and up the excitement for America's pastime. Step up to the plate all season with Swing for the Fences, the free-to-play game where every swing could score you rewards. We're talking parlay boost tokens, odds boost tokens, same-game parlay boost, and even bonus spins all season long. And the action doesn't stop there. Get more out of every bet and every inning with MLB Same Game Parlay Boost. Stack your picks and boost your potential payout. Plus, lock in bigger value with MLB Odds Boost tokens and MLB Parlay Boost tokens all season long. More boost, more swings, more chances to win. Download the BetMGM app and step up to the plate today. For help, visit mdgamblinghelp.org or call 1-800-GAMBLER. See BetMGM.com for terms. 21 plus only. Maryland only. Existing customer offer. Subject to eligibility requirements. Please play responsibly. In partnership with MGM National Harbor.
Liberty Mutual customizes your car and home insurance. And now we're customizing this rush hour ad to keep you calm, which could help your driving. And science says therapy is great for a healthy mindset. So enjoy this 14-second session on us. I think you've done everything right and absolutely nothing wrong. In fact, anything that hasn't gone your way could probably be blamed on your father not being emotionally available because his father wasn't emotionally available, and so on. And now that you're calm and healing, you're probably driving better too.
Liberty, 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 liberty. Ever notice how the little things add up? A cracked phone screen, a dead car battery, bills creeping higher.
Oh no.
What if your checking account could actually help with all that? It can. With Elite Checking from NASA Federal, you get smart benefits designed to save you time, money, and stress. Like get your paycheck up to 2 days early for a little breathing room. Cell phone protection to cover unexpected damage, roadside assistance for breakdowns, bill negotiation to help lower your bills, identity theft aid for peace of mind, and you can earn dividends on your balance. If your checking account isn't working hard for you, switch to Elite Checking from NASA Federal. You can do it all right online at nasafcu.com/WJZ. And you don't have to work for NASA to join NASA Federal. NASA Federal Credit Union. Smart. NASA smart. Federally insured by NCUA.
Home buyers, they're trying to save every cent they can. So if you're a seller and your air conditioning's busted or you have to flush the toilet twice every time someone uses the bathroom, it's going to cost you thousands at the negotiating table. That's why you need to work with Lee Tessier. Now, Lee gets it. Those repairs, they're expensive to make, and that's why he's going to help you fix things up before you list your home with no upfront cost. Lee's going to give you the money you need to get your home into its best shape. Now, you're not going to owe a dime for those fixes until after your home sells. It's going to help your home sell for so much more money that the upgrades are going to pay for themselves. Lee guarantees your home's going to sell for top dollar. And if he can't find you a buyer at a price and a deadline you agree to, he's going to buy your home himself. So call the old agent I call. If I had to sell my home, that man's my buddy Lee Tessier. Just give Lee a call, 410-638-9555, or go to LeeTessier.com. And when you call Lee, you start packing.
If you're selling your home, don't make it hard. Just call Lee Tessier.
This is the story of the one. As a maintenance engineer at a beverage manufacturing plant, he starts his day knowing every line is ready to run because Grainger delivers the industrial-grade products he needs to keep mixers, conveyors, and packaging equipment moving. With Grainger's vast selection of bearings, belts, and motors, he keeps operations running smoothly, so nothing grinds to a halt. Call 1-800-GRAINGER, click Grainger.com, or just stop by. Grainger, for the ones who get it done.
Big Bad Morning Show. Vinny and Haynie, 3 Deep. Live on YouTube, Monday through Friday, 6 till 6. Search 105.7 The Fan, Baltimore. And never miss a moment of coverage on the teams you love. From the OutGuy.com sports desk, here's Joe LaCroix.
The Ravens took to the practice field this morning at the Castle ahead of Saturday's preseason opener against the Eagles. The Baltimore offense had an up-and-down day with guys like Jacoby Lane and DeJounte Wester making acrobatic grabs, but the O as a whole struggled with penalties and in red zone drills. Days like today were a reminder that first-year OC Declan Doyle is still putting his fingerprints on the offense, and he's looking at some of the great play callers of the past as he constructs Baltimore's new O.
Sean McVay, Shanahan, Sean Payton, really since the beginning, you start to watch those guys and how they craft a game plan, how they attack a defense. They're things that you're trying to emulate when you're building a plan as an assistant, and certainly something that we're trying to do as an offensive staff as well.
Marlon Humphrey left today's practice early with an unknown injury, though the ailment did not seem serious. The Ravens get back on the practice field tomorrow morning beginning at 11 a.m. And the Orioles are on the field right now looking to take the series against the Twins. Kobe Mayo hit a 3-run homer in the top of the third to put the O's up 4-1, but Minnesota stormed right back and has scored 6 unanswered. They lead the O's 7-4 in the top of the 6th. Your Wednesday forecast from the Bob Bell Florida Bel Air Weather Center. Mostly sunny skies in the afternoon, giving way to a partly cloudy evening. Highs in the mid to upper 70s. This Fan Flash is sponsored by Window Nation. For replacement windows and doors, choose Window Nation. Right now, you could get 50% off all window styles plus no payments for 2 years. Visit windownation.com today. Window Nation, they're the real deal. I'm Joe LaCroix, Orioles Terps, and you're home for the most Ravens training camp coverage. We're 105.7 The Fan.
Tim Barbalace, Ken Weinman, and Femi Ayanbadejo. 3 deep on 105.7 The Fan.
We've been talking about the NFL being right around the corner, and the Ravens have the first preseason game on Saturday. That means college football, man, it'll be here before you know it because it starts before the NFL. We have college football games in August, which makes it a perfect time to head out to the Window Nation Fan Guest Hotline. Our friend Tim Murray from VSiN joins us now. And Tim, thanks as always for your time. We appreciate it. So let's start with week 0, week 1, whatever you want to call it. Anything you're already hitting any bets you like early?
So we do have 8 games week 0, and those games will be 2 weeks from Saturday. So there are 8 games between FBS teams. It is the most, and I say this honestly, robust week 0 we've had in a long time, where we've got the train wreck that is North Carolina going over to Ireland to take on TCU. Right now, North Carolina up to a 7.5-point favorite. But we also have 2 games that I do have a little interest in. So one game I have already bet, and that's Hawaii and Stanford. I will be at this game. Looking forward to going to it.
Nice.
Out at the farm. And last year, Hawaii won this game 23-20, and I'm going to take the under in this one. 49.5 is out there, FanDuel and DraftKings. I think this is a lower scoring game. Tavita Pritchard, new head coach of Stanford, I think they're going to want to kind of show who they are a little bit. I think they're going to try to grind Hawaii down. And being at this game a year ago, guys, in Honolulu, you could sense that, but Stanford just made some big mistakes late in that game that allowed Hawaii to kick a game-winning field goal. Hawaii had some unfortunate news during camp. Hafeli Ashlock, their top leading receiver, out for the foreseeable future. I do like their offense, led by Micah Alejado, but I think this is a more of a slugfest, if you will. So under 49.5 is the play for me. And then the other game, I haven't bet it yet, guys, but I'm interested a little bit in the underdog here, and that would be Memphis. But I don't think there's a ton of need to bet it now because the market seems to be all in on UNLV. This number's up to 6.5 at some sports books. This is a late night game, so 10 o'clock on Fox. 2 Saturdays from now, baby. So late night game. Always love to have action on this one. Memphis changeover in the coaching staff. A lot of talent left that program as Ryan Silverfield, their head coach, left to go to Arkansas. I actually think they upgraded at the head coach position with Charles Huff coming in from Southern Miss. He was at Marshall prior to that. UNLV, keep an eye on their quarterback situation, guys. They went to the portal and they brought in Jackson Arnold, who was the much ballyhooed recruit to Oklahoma. He then went to Auburn, and now he's at UNLV, but early reports are that he might not be winning this job. Now, it might be one of those false training camp reports to maybe put a little heat under his bottom there, but if Alex Orji's the starting quarterback, the former Michigan kind of dual threat quarterback, I wouldn't even call him dual threat, he's just a running quarterback, that gives me a lot of questions here. So I'm keeping an eye on Memphis, especially if that gets close to 7, but the one bet I have locked in is under in Hawaii, Stanford, 7 o'clock, 2 Saturdays from now, out in the Bay, ACC Network.
Tim, I always laugh early on in the season. You see a lot of this with bye games, the crazy big lines. Mm-hmm. And looking at week 0, USC, a 38.5-point favorite over San Jose State. Florida State, 31.5-point favorite over New Mexico State. Do you touch those spreads? Like, how do you approach big spreads like that, especially when you see them early on, first couple weeks of the season?
Yeah, I mean, it's a great question because, you do get a lot of them. And I know for me, I try to, all right, how can I make the case for some of these underdogs? And, I mean, some of these games are going to be, wild blowouts. I'll give you an example of game that, is garnering some interest from the underdog perspective, and that's Toledo, Michigan State. Not to the level of the point spreads that you mentioned, Tim, but I would be careful about Toledo here. Toledo's a team. They had a coaching change. They, lose Jason Candle to UConn. Another team I think upgraded long-term at the head coaching position. But, for Michigan State, this is Pat Fitzgerald's first game, and I think Michigan State's going to take some lumps this year. So I would actually look a little bit towards the favorite in that one, because this might be their only chance to get a win on the season. But no, it's a really good question, because when you're betting those big numbers, and you might be looking at a backdoor cover situation, like you said, San Jose State catching 38.5 now at USC. Is USC really trying to make a statement, if you will? So I very rarely, especially early on, am going to be interested in laying the big number. But when you're getting in games like that, they're lying like that for a reason. So, I always do get hesitant even taking the points in those particular situations, because you could be, looking at, just a full-on mismatch situation. The one team I'll say, and I don't have the number off the top of my head, remind me next week, I'll get it for you guys, but Kirby Smart historically has been awful as like a 40-point favorite. So Georgia, if you're looking at them in these non-con games, he's very much looking to get out and get to the SEC. So that could be an angle to look at there with those lofty numbers with Georgia and Kirby Smart.
Hey, Tim, in regard to non-con games, I'm looking at Indiana and their 10.5 win total projection. And I'm looking at North Texas, Howard, Western Kentucky. I mean, I know the rest of it is a lot more competitive, but what is your take? Indiana, 10.5 wins.
So you look at the schedule, and they do have the big one against Ohio State. And that is one where right now it's kind of a pick 'em. That game will be in Bloomington, middle of the season. Other games of note, they go on the road to Washington. They host USC. They go on the road to Michigan. I think 10.5 is probably accurate. Kirk Cignetti, since he's gotten to Indiana, they have not lost a game as an underdog, or excuse me, as a favorite. I beg your pardon. Their 2 losses came as an underdog in his first year, when they lost to Ohio State and they lost to Notre Dame in the playoff. So look, this has been an Indiana program. At this point, there's no really reason to doubt them. Now, I do have some slight concerns. I think this is a playoff caliber team. I think you're looking at 10-2, which would still be good to make the playoff here. You alluded to the non-conference schedule. It's an absolute abomination. Yeah. North Texas, Howard, Western Kentucky. And look, North Texas won 11 games last year. The problem is everybody on North Texas's roster is now in Stillwater, Oklahoma, with Oklahoma State and their head coach and Drew Mestemaker, their quarterback. So North Texas is going to take a pretty sizable step back. But I will say, and I'm trying to nitpick here, because I believe Indiana is one of the 7 best teams in college football. I do believe they are capable of winning another national title. I don't think they will, but I think they're capable of doing it. The pieces that they lost 2,000-yard rushers. They lost their 2 top wide receivers. Obviously, they lost the Heisman Trophy winner in Fernando Mendoza. They lost D'Angelo Pons, who pound for pound might have been, the best cover corner in college football a year ago. He was absolutely awesome, a little undersized. That's why he went later in the draft. Aiden Fisher was a guy that was just the heartbeat of their defense. They lost, I think, all but one of their James Madison guys. So it's a bit of a culture change. They kept their OC in DC, which I think is a very important thing for the continuity of their staff. But if you made me pick it right now, I would probably slightly lean under 10.5 because of that revenge game October 17th. Even though they're at home, I think Ohio State has a good chance to go in there and knock off the Hoosiers after they beat them in the Big Ten championship game. And then if they were to lose to Ohio State, you've got to run the table against the likes of, Michigan on the road, Washington on the road, USC. So I think this is 10-2 football team. I think they're going to the playoff, but to answer your question, 11 and a 10.5 win total, I would slightly lean towards the under here with just the relative unknown. We've got still loaded up in the portal, Nick Marsh, to transfer from Michigan State. Maybe the best wide receiver in the portal. Josh Hoover, we'll see if he can cut down on the turnovers, and that's going to be a big question certainly for him in those first handful of games, what the offense is going to look like there. But I think Indiana back in the playoff this year, but I would lean slightly under on the win total of 10.5.
Tim Murray, let the people know what's going on in VSiN.
Yeah, you can check out the VSiN College Football Betting Podcast if you want a little more. So get that wherever you get your pods, iTunes, Spotify, also on YouTube. Every episode is up on YouTube. And then every Saturday from here on out, boys and girls, college football, 9 to noon Eastern. You can watch it on Masson locally. You can hear it on SiriusXM Channel 158, the VSiN College Football Tailgate Show. So fire it up. less than 2 weeks away. And in 2 weeks, you can give me a shout. I'll be in Honolulu getting ready for the season. So we're going to have some special shows out there in Hawaii.
Awesome. Tim, thanks, buddy. We'll talk next week.
All right, gentlemen. See ya.
Jeffrey Chadilla is going to join us at 4 o'clock. But coming up next, we'll update you on this Oriole game. It's currently in the 6th inning. What's the score? We'll tell you in a few minutes, but it hasn't been pretty. I'll leave it at that. Oriole update coming next here on The Fan.
If you missed today's Vinny and Haynie show, have segments, hours, or full show delivered daily to your phone. Subscribe to the podcast and listen anytime on the free Odyssey app or wherever you find podcasts. Vinny and Haynie, live on the Fan's YouTube channel, tomorrow 10 till 2, 105.7 The Fan. This is an Odyssey Sports Minute.
Presented by Chumba Casino, your online casino for plays, spins, and a chance to score. Must be 21 and over. Terms at ChumbaCasino.com. The Minnesota Vikings yesterday announced Kyler Murray will be the starting quarterback at the start of the season. Murray beating out J.J. McCarthy for the starting job. Kevin O'Connell has his quarterback. Now for the Vikings, can they win a tough NFC North? I'm Chris Black.
105.7 The Fan studios are driven by Anderson Automotive, Buick, GMC, and Honda. It's miles for miles at AndersonAutomotive.com.
Onyx, I keep having stomach issues. Please make me a doctor's appointment.
Okay. Are you suffering from diarrhea, bloating, gas, or oily stools? If so, you may want to ask your doctor if it could actually be a problem with your pancreas, called exocrine pancreatic insufficiency, or EPI.
My pancreas? How is EPI treated?
A prescription medicine like Creon, pancrelipase, is used to treat people who can't digest food normally because their pancreas doesn't make enough enzymes. Creon is the #1 prescribed treatment for EPI.
Creon may increase your chance of fibrosing colonopathy, a rare bowel disorder. Tell your doctor if you have a history of intestinal blockage or scarring or thickening of your bowel wall, if you are allergic to pork, or if you have gout, kidney problems, or worsening of painful swollen joints. Call your doctor if you have any unusual or severe gastrointestinal symptoms or allergic reactions. Take Creon as directed by your doctor, and always with food. Do not chew capsules, as this may cause mouth irritation. Other side effects may include blood sugar changes, gas, dizziness, sore throat, and cough. These are not all the side effects of Creon. You can learn more at 1-800-633-9110.
Before your appointment, visit creoninfo.com. That's CREON info.com.
What if you could have the most reliable fiber-powered Wi-Fi? And get this, what if you could keep it at the same price for 5 years guaranteed? Now through August 24th, new Xfinity customers can get our best price on gig Wi-Fi this summer before it disappears. Just $50 a month for 5 years. No annual contracts, no hidden fees, and our best equipment included. Plus, get online in minutes with same-day Wi-Fi. It's Wi-Fi that finds and fixes problems before you even notice them. Like super intelligent Wi-Fi with a 6th sense. Plus, it keeps you protected from online threats. And get Peacock Premium included for 2 years. Lock in your price and unlock the possibilities. Get it now at Xfinity.com. Xfinity. Imagine that. Restrictions apply. Requires paperless billing and autopay with stored bank account. Taxes and fees extra. Speeds vary. Use of fiber coaxial cable. Learn more at Xfinity.com/same-day Wi-Fi.
What if the thing you're listening to right now never got interrupted? What if it could play uninterrupted from room to room on Sonos? What if you start with 2 Sonos speakers just to see how it feels? What if you really like how it feels and you become a Sonos person who can't stop saying to their friends, what if you start with 2 Sonos speakers just to see how it feels? Because it's not magic, but it's not magic.
T-Mobile is launching something no other wireless network offers. Introducing Nothing. Pay nothing today and walk out of the store with a new phone.
What did he say?
Nothing.
You definitely said something about nothing.
Exactly. Go to T-Mobile, pay nothing up front, and leave with a new phone.
Wait, nothing rules.
She gets it.
Hey, thanks for nothing.
For the first time ever, switch to T-Mobile, pay nothing. No taxes, no fees, no money down. And walk out with a new phone. There are 250 reasons to choose T-Mobile, and now nothing is holding you back. On eligible devices with qualifying credit plan and 36-month finance agreement.
Tonight, partly cloudy with a chance of rain and a low around 75. Tomorrow, high near 87.
Weather brought to you by Duke's Mayo. Welcome to Duke's Mayo Country, where the mayo is so smooth and creamy, it makes every bite better. Duke's Mayo. Look for the yellow lid.
Onyx, I keep having stomach issues. Please make me a doctor's appointment.
Okay. Are you suffering from diarrhea, bloating, gas, or oily stools? If so, you may want to ask your doctor if it could actually be a problem with your pancreas, called exocrine pancreatic insufficiency, or EPI.
My pancreas? How is EPI treated?
A prescription medicine like Creon, pancrelipase, is used to treat people who can't digest food normally because their pancreas doesn't make enough enzymes. Creon is the #1 prescribed treatment for EPI.
Creon may increase your chance of fibrosing colonopathy, a rare bowel disorder. Tell your doctor if you have a history of intestinal blockage or scarring or thickening of your bowel wall, if you are allergic to pork, or if you have gout, kidney problems, or worsening of painful swollen joints. Call your doctor if you have any unusual or severe gastrointestinal symptoms or allergic reactions. Take Creon as directed by your doctor and always with food. Do not chew capsules, as this may cause mouth irritation. Other side effects may include blood sugar changes, gas, dizziness, sore throat, and cough. These are not all the side effects of Creon. You can learn more at 1-800-633-9110.
Before your appointment, visit creoninfo.com. That's CREON info.com.
Tim Barbalace, Ken Weinman, and Femi Ayanbadejo. 3 deep on 105.7 The Fan.
Good news first. The Orioles, they got Shane Boss some run support. They scored 1 in the first and 3 in the third to give Boz a 4-1 lead. It's currently 7-4 Twins in the top of the 7th. The Orioles, since taking that 4-1 lead, they have one hit, or one base runner, and he was eliminated on a double play. They got a 3-run homer from Dylan Beavers, gave him the 4-1 lead, and Shane Boz, who has been so good this season, was awful today. It seemed like his breaking pitches, his curveball was breaking middle constantly, especially in that 4-run third inning.
I hope I'm wrong, and I'm very interested to hear Craig Albanez after this game is done. I hope he isn't hurt, because his velocity was way down. From his four-seam fastball, it was down 2 miles per hour on average, 2.6 miles per hour for his changeup. But Ken, you were kind of the first to notice when he has that knuckle curve going. That is a weapon for him. Today, it wasn't getting anywhere near the vertical drop. No. It was a difference of 4 inches compared to his year average. So clearly the spin rate was way down for that. I'm just hoping first and foremost he's healthy, and this is okay, just chalk it up to a poor start, because in his last 15 starts, he's pitched to a 2.93 ERA. And the funny part of it is, Femi, like we can go back to the start on Friday where he was excellent. He went 8 innings, gave up 2 earned runs, and took the loss. He never gets run support. Yeah. He just doesn't. Yeah. And this was the one game where they got him 4 runs out of the gate, and he didn't have it.
The statistical anomalies are always kind of funny. You know what I mean? We talked about how he doesn't get run support, and we know how Brandon Young seems to get run support. There's 2 paths to winning for the O's that are pretty obvious, and one path is not as predictable as the other. Starting pitching has been outstanding. I went over kind of this anomaly around ERA plus and being over 100 and having 4 starters do it with 25 starts and what it all means. They are on track to be the 9th team in Major League Baseball history to hit this target and not have a winning season. It's only happened 9 times since 1947, which is a crazy stat. Their path to victory is hitting bombs. And when they're not hitting bombs, they don't win baseball games.
That's the only way they score, fam.
And the biggest issue is that they need to charge their battery between times when they hit bombs. So they're on a battery charge day to day, it seems like. And it's unfortunate for Boz because I'm pulling for Boz because of all the things that you mentioned. And it's just... It's a bummer. It's a bummer for what it means for where they are in the tiebreaker against the Twins and what it means for the wild card situation, which I kind of think in some ways we haven't really even talked about that much because we're not even eyes down to the ground, one step in front of you. So yeah.
Well, looking ahead though, because I remember last week, Femi, we broke this up a couple different ways. Like this Rangers Twins, I kind of lumped them together as opposed to the 10-game road trip, because after this, then you have 10 games of Rays, Yankees, Rays. And the Rays don't look now, but they are hot again. They've won 8 straight games. They finished their series against the A's tonight, and then both the O's and the Rays are off tomorrow before heading to St. Pete.
Question for both of you. Did you guys get to hear Tyler Wells' interview with Ryan Ripken?
Dude, I saw some clips
I saw some clips. I did not watch the whole thing.
First of all,
Wells is a great guy. Wells has been on our show.
I was just going to say, Tyler Wells is a great dude. Yeah. Man, all the dudes that we've had, like all the guys that I've seen Ryan interview and all the guys that we've had on, like the former guys, and then, dude, they're all stand-up guys, like amazing. Tyler And look, a caller called in this morning. I think it was with Haynie, and this caller pulled out a statement that Tyler made about the selflessness of Tampa, and he used it to weaponize this difference between the Orioles and Tampa. That was not what Tyler did. For those of you that listened to that's not what Tyler was saying. He was just basically saying that he can see why Tampa's a good team because they don't have a problem playing small ball. No. They don't have an issue bunting when they need to bunt.
They know who they are.
They know who they are, and they're willing to do all the little things. It wasn't a comparison or a pejorative statement.
Wow.
Ding, 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 ding. Brian, yep, got you. Anyway, had to check that box, dude. I got to check my pejorative box. Come on, every day I'm going to check it. So I just thought it was super insightful, and it makes me miss Tyler Wells more because he's one of those high leverage guys that I trust. And like Geraldo's out there today. Look, I don't want to be negative against him, but like I kind of feel like it's waving that flag a little bit.
Well, they don't have any arms, man.
The thing that stinks is we were talking so much leading into the trade deadline. And yes, the bullpen, to their credit, the numbers are still great, but like they needed to add a guy and you traded away one of your better relievers.
The problem for me is the high leverage situations, though. Not all those guys. Like you can look good when you're down 4 runs and it doesn't matter, or you're up 8 runs and it doesn't matter. I'm talking about 1-run games. Like there's only a few guys like that I'll point out and say, okay, I think that this dude can handle the situation. Sorry, go ahead.
They've got 2 dudes they trust, and I don't know that I completely trust them. I trust Cano.
Cano, definitely.
And Kittredge is I get, but that's it. By the way, talk about weird baseball stuff. Like, if this was Shane Baz in his last 6 starts prior to this one, the 4 runs they gave him would have been enough. If you look at his earned runs, that would have been enough to win the game. He was getting, as Bone pointed out, gets no run support. You finally give him some run support, and they got the home run because that's how they score, as you mentioned. Beavers hits the 3-run homer. But now they're like, how many times, Bone, have we seen them score runs early and then not only not score again, but not get another hit?
What happened yesterday?
Yeah, it's this guys, and also just they have rarely played complimentary baseball. The one time Baz is off in this recent couple month stretch, and they scored 4 runs, but it just hasn't clicked all together at once.
Tim, all their damage was done in the before the 3rd inning, or by the 3rd inning yesterday. You know what I mean?
Yep.
Oh man, I had a salient point. I was going to bring up salient. Put that in the words that we're going to add. Salient, we're going to add all these in. Oh man, it'll come back to me. Sorry, Ken. Go ahead.
It's all good. But the Orioles trail 7-4. They're batting in the top of the 7th inning. But the other thing that needs to be pointed out: Minnesota's got 14 hits in 6 innings. They've gotten 14 hits in 2 of the 3 games this series.
I remember the point. It's Kobe Mayo. I really wanted to see him in the lineup today. He's not in the lineup today. I know it's a right-handed pitcher, but I feel like he's been showing his ability. I like the changes in his swing. I like the patience that he's been showing. I would have really loved to see Kobe today. Just wanted to add that in.
Orioles trail 7-4. We will keep you updated. The game is in the top of the 7th inning, but we come back. Let's go around the National Football League. Jeffrey Chadilla covers the NFL for ESPN and NFL Network, and he joins us next here on The Fan.
If you're thinking about it
every day,
we're talking about it.
That's what I'm talking about.
105.7 The Fan.
Using chat to research replacement windows and doors? Forget the prompts. Look up Window Nation. Right now, you can get 50% off all window styles, plus 0 down, 0 interest, and no payments for 2 years. Get a free quote at windownation.com today. Window Nation, they're the real deal.
In the military, the mission was clear. You knew what to do. Now, the mission has changed. Stepping into civilian life isn't about finding a job. It's finding your purpose.
I wanted a career that would leverage the skills and discipline I gained in the military. IT just felt right.
My Computer Career offers class schedules that fit into your life and skills in high demand. Put your VA benefits to work. Visit mycomputercareer.edu/CWP to jumpstart your IT career today. An elite CompTIA certification partner. Financial aid is available to those who qualify, including VA benefits.
I'm Boomer Esiason. My mom died from cancer. She was only 37 years old. She didn't have life insurance, and that was devastating for my family. That's why having life insurance is so important to me. Ethos makes it fast and easy. Get a quote in seconds, apply in minutes, and get same-day coverage. You can get up to $3 million in coverage with no medical exam.
Get your free quote at ethos.com/music. That's ethos.com/music. Paid spokesperson. Time spent on application may vary. Online health questions required.
Ever notice how the little things add up? A cracked phone screen, a dead car battery, bills creeping higher.
Oh, no.
What if your checking account could actually help with all that? It can. With Elite Checking from NASA Federal, you get smart benefits designed to save you time, money, and stress. Like get your paycheck up to 2 days early for a little breathing room. Cell phone protection to cover unexpected damage. Roadside assistance for breakdowns. Bill negotiation to help lower your bills. Identity theft aid for peace of mind. And you can earn dividends on your balance. If your checking account isn't working hard for you, switch to Elite Checking from NASA Federal. You can do it all right online at nasafcu.com/WJZ. And you don't have to work for NASA to join NASA Federal. NASA Federal Credit Union. Smart. NASA smart. Federally insured by NCUA.
You've probably heard all those ads for life insurance. Just a few dollars a day, apply online in minutes, no medical exam. Simple, easy, and cheap, right? Now you're thinking, maybe I should get a quote. Well, smart thinking. Everyone should have life insurance. But here's what they don't tell you. Those few dollars a day rates, they're for young people in perfect health. That's why everyone calls Big Lou the 50 to 60-year-old not-so-perfect candidate. Like you. You take prescription meds, and you're overweight. Winner, winner, fried chicken dinner. Well, Big Lou works with life insurance companies that want people like you, with no surprises after you apply. In fact, if you're a 50-year-old guy with a few health glitches, Lou could probably find you $1 million of term life coverage for about $200 a month. So yeah, you need life insurance. But unless you're young and healthy, you gotta call Big Lou, because he's like you, older, heavier, and on meds too. Get a quote right now at 800-777-1979, 800-777-1979, or biglou.com.
I love days like these at the pool, but my moderate to severe plaque psoriasis can sometimes take me out of the moment. I'm ready to make a splash with clearer skin thanks to Skyrizi, risankizumab Riza. Skyrizi is a prescription-only injection for adults who are candidates for systemic or phototherapy. At 4 months, most people saw 90% clearer skin when measured from head to toe, and many were even 100% plaque-free. People also saw significant improvement in psoriasis symptoms of pain, redness, itching, and burning.
Don't use if allergic to Skyrizi. Serious allergic reactions, increased infections, or lower ability to fight them may occur. Before treatment, get checked for infections and tuberculosis. Tell your doctor about any flu-like symptoms or vaccines.
Now there's nothing on my skin thanks to Skyrizi, and that means everything. Ask your doctor about Skyrizi, the #1 dermatologist-prescribed biologic in psoriasis. Visit Skyrizi.com or call 1-866-SKY-RIZI to learn more.
Tune in to Winning in Retirement with Brian Akers and his team of financial advisors right here on 105.7 The Fan this Saturday at 11 a.m.
Join 105.7 The Fan's Tim Barbalace this Saturday from 11 a.m. to 1 p.m. for the grand opening of Dick's House of Sport in Annapolis Mall. The new Dick's House of Sport is celebrating all weekend, August 14th to the 16th, with great giveaways while supplies last, incredible grand opening savings, and much more. See store or dicks.com/House of Sport Annapolis for complete details.
This is WJZ-FM, Catonsville, Baltimore's sports talk at 105.7 The Fan, and always live on the free Odyssey app. From the OutGuide.com sports desk, here's Joe LaCroix.
The Ravens hit the practice field this morning at one winning drive, kicking off week 3 of training camp. Baltimore is currently preparing for their first preseason game, a Saturday night matchup against the Eagles at M&T Bank Stadium. And while a lot of the names you know won't be playing this weekend, it will be a chance for a lot of guys to make a statement, whether it be for the Ravens coaching staff or for another one around the league. Here's DC Anthony Weaver with his thoughts on the importance of the preseason.
Everybody wants to be a Raven. None of these guys would be here if we didn't think they had characteristics or traits to be that. But this film goes to 31 other teams too. If they go out there and play with the standards that we live out here every day, we expect that to impress people, not just here, but in other buildings. And hopefully these guys can play this game for a long time.
On the injury front, Marlon Humphrey left today's practice early, though the exact nature and severity of his ailment is unknown. The Ravens get back on the practice field tomorrow morning, beginning at 11 a.m. And the Orioles are on the field right now, looking to take the series against the Twins. Dylan Beavers hit a 3-run homer in the top of the third, but Minnesota stormed right back and has scored 6 unanswered. They lead the O's 7-4 in the bottom of the 7th. Your Wednesday forecast from the Bob Bell Florida Bel Air Weather Center. Mostly sunny skies in the afternoon, giving way to a partly cloudy evening. Highs in the mid to upper 70s. I'm Joe LaCroix, Orioles Terps, and you're home for the most Ravens training camp coverage. We're 105.7 The Fan.
Tim Barbalace, Ken Weinman, and Femi Ayanbadejo. 3 deep on 105.7 The Fan.
We're efforting to get Jeffrey Chadilla, obviously from NFL Network and ESPN, talk some football with him. But curious in the meantime, Femi, so Marlon, as you heard in the update, he left practice early, undisclosed injury. And Nate Wiggins left practice yesterday with an injury. Now, I would think neither of these guys are planning to play on Saturday anyway, but the opportunity for the guys behind them, with these guys probably not going to be at practice tomorrow and maybe for a little while.
I'm so excited. Me and Tim were on the sideline today, and I was talking about picks to click. And, we can use it for any sport, right? So, look, I look at TJ Tampa. He could click this weekend, right? I look at Keon Martin. I look at Chandler Rivers. These guys are going to get a ton of opportunity to play this weekend. I mean, Marlon wasn't going to play anyway, but now they're going to get, they got a ton of practice reps today. And tomorrow's Thursday. They play Saturday, right? So tomorrow will be shorts and helmets. And then Friday, maybe a walkthrough. So these guys should get ample time to kind of just get their minds right on the expectation, but also get these reps right before. And coaches are pretty good about, like, the guys are going to get all the reps. Today was the heavy day for the vets for the most part. I'm excited to watch these young guys cook.
I think we got him now. Well, let's head out to the Window Nation fan guest hotline. Jeffrey Chadilla is with NFL Network and ESPN covering the National Football League and joins us now. And Jeffrey, thank you as always for your time. We appreciate it. So I guess let's start Ravens. What are you hearing? What do you think of what you've seen from the Ravens as training camp has been going now for a couple weeks?
Well, I'm encouraged just by, before the season started, I was encouraged because I like Jesse Minter a lot. I followed him at Michigan. I went to school at Michigan, so I know what he brings to the table. I liked Anthony Weaver coming back. I like the defense having an opportunity to get back to what it's been. And so, I think Nnamdi Adebuke being able to come back and play football is a big deal. Obviously, Trey Hendrickson, Roquan Smith, Kyle Hamilton, all those guys. I just think as much as we talk about Lamar Jackson and what he's going to be in his contract, and Zay Flowers got paid, all these guys on offense, this team has always been its best when the defense has been on fire. And so to be able to think about what that can become again with this group and this coaching staff, I think that's what's most encouraging.
Yeah, Jeffrey, I like the way that you put that. And when I look around the AFC and I think of the powers of the AFC, right, I think of Kansas City, I think of Buffalo. I look at a team in Houston that I think is on the rise, the most intimidating defense on paper right now. Until the season starts, we'll see who they are once the season starts. I expect that they're going to be good. Who are you looking at in regard to this AFC landscape? Maybe you're the teams at the top for you going into the season.
Well, I don't know why everybody's diminishing Denver.
I noticed I skipped them, didn't I? I don't know why I did that.
Yeah, but it's I feel like people are acting like Sean Payton is a fluke, and what they did last year was a fluke, and the defense isn't legit. I think they're every bit as good. It probably should be better with Jalen Waddle in the mix. So I think the AFC West is going to be tough. People talk about the Chiefs rebounding quickly in that division. I feel like the Broncos and Chargers on paper are better teams. I think Houston, if they can get anything close to what C.J. Stroud was as a rookie, is a legitimate Super Bowl threat. In the AFC North, I like the Ravens to rebound. I like the Bengals with that easy schedule, that revamped defense to rebound. And I like Buffalo. And so I think a lot of the teams that weren't around last year are going to be in the mix. But I think that it's as even as it was last year, and there's no dominant threat, and it really comes down to who can stay healthy, who can coach players up, and who can have their stars play at a high level, because that was always the dividing line last year. The stars who didn't play well, their team sucked. The ones who did, they went far.
Jeffrey, where are you on the Jaguars? Because it seems like you almost forget they won 13 games last year. They won 8 games in a row. It was a very winnable game that they lost to the Bills at home on Wild Card Weekend. What do you expect out of them?
I'm not sure, to be honest with you, because as encouraged as I was by what they were at the end of last year, and I thought they were playing as well as anybody. I thought Trevor Lawrence was playing quarterback as well as anybody, but their offseason was a mess, and they didn't make any real moves that impressed you. They lost some key players, on defense and on offense with the running back ADN leaving. And so I just think that you can always catch lightning in a bottle once in this league. And I've had people on teams when they were winning, when the Jags were winning, saying, "Well, it's great now, but you got to do it twice before people really start to buy into you."
And that division, again, I think Houston is legit. I think Indianapolis, if Daniel Jones had not gone down, would have been a tougher team. I would have been a postseason team. And so I don't think they're going to be a playoff team this year. I think they're a lesser team, and I think they've got a lot to prove.
Talking with Jeffrey Chudea, it's 3 Deep here on the Fan. Jeffrey, I want to go to the NFC, and Minnesota announced yesterday Kyler Murray's their starting quarterback. You mentioned you're a Michigan man, so I am curious the J.J. McCarthy of it all here.
Yeah.
Number one, the decision to make this announcement so early before they even get to the preseason, it was, I guess, odd for me. Seems like it was fait accompli. It was always going to be Kyler Murray. But what is J.J. McCarthy's future now?
Well, I do agree with you that they could have made this announcement when Kyler Murray signed.
Yeah.
Because that's what he was brought in to do, right? To give them some hope at quarterback. And I still think J.J. McCarthy, it would not surprise me if 2 or 3 years down the road we were talking about him like we talk about Sam Darnold or Baker Mayfield, where he's in a different place and he's got a chance to grow a little more. People forget. Like, here's the thing. And again, I watched him a lot in college. I was at their pro day when Jim Harbaugh was talking about how great he was going to be. This guy was 21 when he came into the NFL. He didn't throw the football a whole bunch at Michigan. I think his best year might have been 3,000 passing yards. And he got hurt as a rookie. And so he's really, I think, played 10 games in the NFL. And I realized that in that division where you got Detroit, Chicago, and Green Bay, all of whom have good quarterbacks and good coaches and playoff caliber teams, that you can't rely on him growing up quickly. And I don't discredit the Vikings for making that move, but I do think that he needs to be someplace where he can grow and get better. If Minnesota could do this all over again, they probably would have kept Darnold for another year or two, let him sit for 2 or 3 years like Jordan Love did in Green Bay, and then let him play. But they made their bed, and they have to live with it.
You know, I'm fascinated by the NFC West. You know, the Rams are the favorite. I've been really enjoying Hard Knocks with the Seahawks. Mike McDonald, man, something about his personality, his quirkiness, his transparency, his honesty. I really love it. I'm a Brock Purdy fan. I really am. I enjoy watching Brock work. I like how technical he is. And then you have Carson Beck in Arizona. He goes out there in that Hall of Fame game. And look, I know it's a Hall of Fame game, but he did the work he needed to do, and I was impressed. How do you dissect the NFC West? I kind of low-key like the Niners, honestly, but I'm really uncomfortable making any decisions right now because the Rams have already been crowned already to win the whole thing.
Yeah, it's the toughest division in football. I just mentioned the NFC North, but I just feel like that group of those coaches and the way those teams are assembled, the general managers, they're really smart people. And so, yeah, I think it's super tough. I still feel like the Rams are the best team on paper, and maybe the best team on paper we've seen since 2007 when the Patriots had an undefeated year. I mean, they're so loaded with so many guys who have either going to be Hall of Famers or whatever player of the year candidates on offense or defense. And so you have to give them their due. But what Mike McDonald has done in Seattle and John Schneider, the general manager, is super impressive. The Niners, I think people underestimate what they did last year with all their injuries and how Kyle Shanahan coaches that team. You've got 3 teams, 3 different coaches who've either won a Super Bowl or played in Super Bowls. And so, yeah, it makes it super tough. And I really feel, I live in Kansas City. And so I think a big conversation here is like with Andy Reid is like you look at this new wave of coaches and how they coach, how they deal with players, how they scheme stuff up, how they run their teams. Like they're setting the pace now what the NFL is going to be like in the future in the NFC West. And so it wouldn't surprise me if all 3 of those teams are back in the playoffs again because they are really that good.
Jeffrey, what about the NFC East? That's a very interesting division to me because the Eagles obviously underachieved, dealt with a ton of drama. A.J. Brown's gone. The Cowboys are the Cowboys. There's always hype around them around this time of year. The Commanders took a big step back after making it to the NFC Championship the prior year. And John Harbaugh's with the Giants. So how do you stack the NFC East?
Yeah, it's a little bit of everything, right? I still feel like Philadelphia is the best team. Just because of what they've been able to do. They were the first team to win that division in consecutive years in the last 2 decades, and so that speaks to what they can do. I know Nick Sirianni is volatile and combustible and probably half crazy, but he gets it done. He finds a way to make it work, and their GM, Howie Roseman, is very
bold and aggressive, and so they're always in the mix. But I really feel like Harbaugh going to the Giants the Giants have a really good chance to be a dark horse candidate here because they have talent. A lot of their young players got hurt. Jackson Dart, Cam Scatterboo, Malik Neighbors all went down last year for long periods of time. And so you keep those players healthy. They've rebuilt the defense a little bit. But I think Harbaugh knows how to win games and has an understanding of how to build culture. And he did it obviously in Baltimore for almost 2 decades. And so I trust that. The other 2 teams are a little harder to figure out. Dallas, there's all that defense, all those acquisitions. Is that going to work and make the offense a lot better and make that team better? And in Washington, can Jane Daniels stay healthy? Or are we seeing the next RG3? Because I feel like I've watched this movie before and I know how it ends. And as great as he is, as talented as he is, he just looks so thin out there and so frail. And you saw that catch up to him last season.
Jeffrey Chadilla, always great, man. Thank you so much for your time. We appreciate it.
No problem, man. Thank you, guys. Thank you. Appreciate it.
Yes, sir. Chuck Pagano is going to join us at 5 o'clock. We'll talk about last season being an assistant coach with the Ravens. Ryan Ripken at 5:30. But coming up next, coordinators talked at the Castle. We will hear from Anthony Weaver next here on The Fan.
Next time on the Big Bad Morning Show.
The whole crew will be together. Rob's in Tampa. We'll be breaking down the Orioles Twins series and also previewing the big series with the first place Rays. And as always, it's training camp every day. I'll be heading out to training camp. It'll be a good time to talk about all things Ravens.
Tomorrow on Sports Radio 105.7 The Fan.
Traffic is brought to you by the hometown team of Scions and Kirk.
Mike Bordick here. I know a little something about a winning team. If you're hurt, call the hometown team of Scions and Kirk. Don't let an auto accident take you out of the game. If you have a phone, you have a lawyer. YouHaveALawyer.com.
This is Andy Palladino of the Palladino Financial Group. Want to know what you can do to make sure you have enough money in retirement? Tune into my radio show, Your Financial Hour, every Saturday from 9 to 10 a.m., and I'll explain steps you can take to help safeguard your income. That's every Saturday from 9 to 10 a.m.
Jane is a small business owner. Tell them what that's like, Jane.
Yeah, well, it's like a roller coaster with a lot of ups and downs, and some days things can feel like they're flying off the rails.
Yep, it's a lot. But the Total Solutions Advantage only from Comcast Business can help you manage it all. With the largest, fastest fiber-powered network designed for 100% reliability with business internet and wireless connect.
Nice. So everything stays on track.
The Total Solutions Advantage. No one does business like Comcast Business.
The more solutions you add, the more you save. Get started today with a qualifying internet package for as low as $60 a month when you add an advanced solution. Plus, new customers, ask how to get up to $1,500 in prepaid cards when you add 2 lines of mobile to a qualifying gig bundle. Don't wait. Call today. Limited time offer. Restrictions apply. New customers only. 1-year agreement, paperless billing, and automatic payments with bank account required. $60 offer requires 300 meg internet, security edge, and additional qualifying service. Equipment, tax, and fees extra. Prepaid card offers end 9/13/2026.
If you dread dealing with your insurance company more than you dread build-it-yourself furniture, that came in 47 different pieces.
Why do I have 6 extra screws?
With extremely vague instructions.
What are these? Hieroglyphics?
Then you might have Insuranoia. And if you have Insuranoia, then you should get NJM. They go to great lengths to do what's best for their policyholders. No jingles or mascots, just great insurance. NJM. Insurance underwritten by NJM Insurance Company and its subsidiaries.
Someone had a birthday.
Yep, 50. Can't believe it.
50 years of wisdom.
Great segue. We have a health reminder from the CDC.
Pneumococcal vaccination is recommended for adults 50 or older. Says here, we're over 6 times more likely to be hospitalized with pneumococcal pneumonia than adults under 50.
I don't love those odds.
Same. Look what I found. Pfizer's Prevnar 20 is proven to help protect adults against pneumococcal pneumonia and invasive pneumococcal disease in just 1 dose, and millions have already gotten it.
Continued approval may depend on a supportive study. Don't get Prevnar 20 if you have a severe allergy to its ingredients. A weakened immune system may lower your response. Common side effects include injection site pain and swelling, fatigue, headache, muscle, and joint pain. For full prescribing information, please call 1-855-213-2138. Visit Prevnar20.com or talk to your doctor or pharmacist.
I'm on Prevnar20.com now, scheduling my appointment.
Good idea. And happy 50th.
Liberty Mutual customizes your car and home insurance. And now we're customizing this rush hour ad to keep you calm, which could help your driving. And science says therapy is great for a healthy mindset. So enjoy this 14-second session on us. I think you've done everything right and absolutely nothing wrong. In fact, anything that hasn't gone your way could probably be blamed on your father not being emotionally available because his father wasn't emotionally available, and so on. And now that you're calm and healing, you're probably driving better too.
Liberty, 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 liberty.
In some cases, hip and knee pain can slow you down. In other cases, it can stop you in your tracks and prevent you from living your best life. Don't allow that to happen. The experts at Orthopedic Associates of Central Maryland, a division of CAO, will provide the comprehensive care you need to keep your hips and knees well and working. Schedule an appointment with one of our hip and knee specialists quickly and easily at mdbonedocs.com. That's mdbonedocs.com.
The teams you grew up with
Ravens are world champions.
are the ones you still love today. 105.7 The Fan. From the 105.7 The Fan Traffic Center. Sponsored by your Baltimore area Jiffy Lube locations.
95 northbound heavy from after Caton Avenue to the Fort McHenry Tunnel. There's a disabled vehicle being cleared from the right side at the tunnel. 295 northbound heavy approaching 95 and Russell Street, and 895 northbound heavy from I-97 to the Harbor Tunnel. Inner loop of the Beltway's heavy from Green Spring Avenue to the Jones Falls Expressway. Slows again between Charles Street and York Road on the inner loop. 395 southbound past Conway Street, there's a crash. I'm Scott Brady with traffic.
Tim Barbalace, Ken Weinman, and Femi Ayanbadejo. 3 deep on 105.7 The Fan.
Expect those guys and prayers go up for those guys. Just hope that they can be back as soon as possible. But we have a lot of good ones. I think TJ Tampa's had a tremendous camp. It's good to see BK back out there, right? 31 out there making plays. We have guys that Cheeto, let's not forget him. There's a bunch of guys I think that could step in if needed. But yeah, we'd love to have those guys out there, man. And again, awesome prayers that they get back as fast as they can.
Anthony Weaver talking about obviously no Nate Wiggins, and Marlon left practice early today, and so it speaks to the depth of what they have at corner. He mentions Chidobe Awuzie, and Femi, I want to get your thoughts on this because obviously you went through training camps. I watch him at practice, and it occurred to me, here's a guy who's like, you know what? I know what it takes to play in September, October, November. I don't need to kill myself out here today. Is that something that enters when you're a vested vet and you know you're on the team? Does that factor in sometimes?
So in my 11 years, I played on 8 one-year deals. I had like 1 or 2 times where I had like a long-term deal, right? So I'm glad. I don't know what that feels like personally, but Chidobe Awuzie was the best corner on this team last year. I think he knows who he is. I think they know who he is. And I think that the hope is, and we talked about this with Marlon, the flip-flopping of good years and bad years. With Awuzie, it's healthy years and non-healthy years, right?
Yeah.
So I think they're doing everything they can. And I believe he had an off-season procedure, I think. I'll look that up to make sure. But the goal is to make sure he's healthy and ready to play. I think he will be. And I was excited that I think, was it a 1-year, $5 million deal that he signed in the offseason? Yep. So that was a bargain. Look at the deal they got for Jalen Hawkins as well. And then you look at Keon Martin and you look at Chandler Rivers. Like, I mean, this, like, low key, this corner room is
Kone they like?
Oh, Kone, yeah. And Tampa, like, yeah, don't let me, like, let's talk about all of them, right?
Yeah.
I think that Weave has got that big smile on his face because he knows that these vets will be ready when the season starts, and that these young guys are going to get some run. And it just builds resilience like further throughout the room. But like low key, this might be the best room in the whole building. You know what I mean? Just like top to bottom.
I think safety. I still think safety over corner. But look, corner, if these guys can play to the level that we expect, then yes, absolutely. But we're talking a lot. Can Marlon bounce back? Nate Wiggins, what does that look like? And it sounds like they really dodged a bullet there. No structural damage, which is very, very good for Wiggins. But is he going to take that next step in year 3? TJ Tampa, is this his big breakthrough season? So it certainly has that potential to be a standout group.
So TJ Tampa, mentioned him specifically. Anthony Weaver, what are your thoughts and what's impressed you about TJ Tampa?
He's found the ball, right? He's made plays on the ball, which ultimately that's always what you're looking at for a corner. And he goes out and competes every day. He's one of those guys where if he does make a mistake, he very rarely makes the same mistake twice. And that's all you're asking for with any football player. So he has all the skill sets to be whatever he wants to be. It's just a matter of just going out there and be consistently good and not occasionally great. And we've seen that from him.
So TJ Tampa never makes the same mistake twice, and he's finding the football. Obviously, for a cornerback, that's a nice talent to have, finding the ball.
Let me correct myself first. I didn't see a procedure for Awuzie this last offseason. Just want to get that out of the way. Secondarily, in regard to TJ Tampa, right? I think it might have been Jeff Zebreck. Did we hear that there were teams calling the Ravens?
Yes, he reported that. Yeah.
So he was projected as a second-round draft pick, and he fell to the fourth round, I believe it was.
The fourth.
Yeah, so people look at the length, they look at the size, and he's coming into his own in this camp. He's had a great camp. He's been one of the camp risers. I think everyone kind of stock up. Exactly. Everyone kind of collectively and independently has all seen the same thing. So I'm excited for TJ. And it does make losing Marlon and
Nate Wiggins.
Sorry, dude. I'm blowing a gasket in my brain. But not having those two guys, I think it makes it a little easier with TJ out there.
Femi, is there a possibility Marlon and Awuzie, they're both in their 30s now, could there be some sort of rotation with those guys? Like, is Tampa going to have a role in this football team regardless, even if those guys are healthy? Like, could there be a rotation?
Absolutely. And I think Jesse's known for that as well. You know, he likes to use everybody and make sure everybody's involved. It's good for the morale of the room, but it's also good to give guys kind of a breather. You know what I mean? Especially in crunch time, you want to have your best guys the freshest, right? So I think you hit the nail on the head. I could absolutely see some type of rotation, obviously at safety as well. Like the whole DB, all the DBs in general, I could see that happening. So the depth overall from safety to corner is pretty elite.
Let's hear one more from Anthony Weaver. His thoughts on Nnamdi Madubuike's progress.
Well, we go out there and we do a little bit of indie work during position drills, and I'm constantly talking to Madubuike. I told him last time I was up here and I called him Justin, I apologized. Okay, he said I was okay. I was like, I got to get used to that. So me and Nnamdi are in constant communication. He looks phenomenal. I know he's doing everything he can to be back out there. And when he is out there, I expect him to look like the Nnamdi we've grown to know and love throughout the years.
Seeming very positive. Now, I'm waiting, like, at what point, Femi, do you think they allow him to hit something? Because I don't think that's happened yet.
No, that's a good question. I admittedly think he's ahead of schedule based on the different projections and potential procedures that we have discussed that, we're not certain what it was, but the fact that he was out there running around, he's wearing a helmet. I know he's got the neck roll or the collar on, looks intimidating, old school. It's a good question. I'm hoping that by the time the second preseason game is over, that we have some timetable and that he's participating in non-contact team drills by that point. That's my hope. But like, to be honest, Ken, like I'm looking kind of through an opaque window right now. I have no idea. They haven't talked about it. He hasn't even been present for the media yet. So that's a guess right now.
Yeah, my guess, Bone, is he's not talking until he actually participates in a practice.
I would think so. Yeah. And we've said it a million times, and it's worth saying again, time is on their side right now. They're still a month away from their season opener in Indianapolis. Nnamdi Madubuike is not a first, second, third-year player. This is a vet at this point. It's not a guy that needs every single rep that he can get at training camp. You trust him to be ready to go, assuming health.
I agree with all that. As far as I can tell, he has not hit something since week 2 of last year.
Yeah,
that's a big step.
Yeah, it's a big step from a psychological perspective, right? I've been through injuries and missed time and come back, and I think that because it's the neck, that's the thing. It's the neck, right? It's not a knee, it's not a foot, it's not a shoulder, it's not an elbow. It's a little bit more serious. But from all the things that we've heard, he knows that he's healthy enough to play. He just has to believe it and go out there and execute.
Let's put it this way, guys. He was never going to play a snap during the preseason regardless. No. So his first real play is going to be real action, hopefully week 1 in Indianapolis. And I think we were talking offense earlier. it might take a little bit for Nnamdi Madubuike to get back to being a game record that we've become accustomed to seeing. He hasn't played football in a while.
Coming up next, we just heard from Anthony Weaver. Now, next, we will hear from offensive coordinator Declan Doyle. He spoke today. What did he have to say as he gets ready to call plays in a game for the first time as an NFL play caller? Declan Doyle's thoughts next here on The Fan.
Next time on the Big Bad Morning Show.
The whole crew will be together. Rob's in Tampa. We'll be breaking down the Orioles Twin Series and also previewing the big series with the first place Rays. And as always, it's training camp every day. I'll be heading out to training camp. It'll be a good time to talk about all things Ravens.
Tomorrow on Sports Radio 105.7 The Fan.
Traffic is brought to you by Jerry's Home Services. Just ask Jerry's. Jerry's Home Services is the choice of Maryland homeowners for all their interior and exterior renovation needs. With an impeccable industry reputation, just ask Jerry's for a fast, free estimate by calling 410-766-6800 or visit jerryshomeservices.com.
Traffic brought to you by Elephant in the Room, a new locally owned restaurant open in Millersville. Hey, it's Rob Long. You already know Elephant in the Room is your place to go for orange and black, but football is just around the corner, and it's also your place to go for the men in purple. Right over there on Veterans Highway in Millersville, go to eatdrinkelephant.com.
The Summer Sell-a-thon is on at Bob Bell Ford of Bel Air. Shop a huge selection of new Ford trucks, SUVs, and quality pre-owned vehicles with deals worth the drive. Your best drive starts this summer. Visit BobBellFordBelAir.com or call 410-838-3100 today.
In the military, the mission was clear. You knew what to do. Now, the mission has changed. Stepping into civilian life isn't about finding a job. It's finding your purpose.
I wanted a career that would leverage the skills and discipline I gained in the military. IT just felt right.
My Computer Career offers class schedules that fit into your life and skills in high demand. Put your VA benefits to work. Visit mycomputercareer.edu/CWP to jumpstart your IT career today. An elite CompTIA certification partner. Financial aid is available to those who qualify, including VA benefits.
I'm Boomer Esiason. My mom died from cancer. She was only 37 years old. She didn't have life insurance, and that was devastating for my family. That's why having life insurance is so important to me. Ethos makes it fast and easy. Get a quote in seconds, apply in minutes, and get same-day coverage. You can get up to $3 million in coverage with no medical exam.
Get your free quote at ethos.com/music. That's ethos.com/music. Paid spokesperson. Time spent on application may vary. Online health questions required.
Your line just went down. Production stopped. A supervisor wants answers. And someone's digging through a binder for the maintenance history. Every one of those minutes costs money. And most of the time, that breakdown could have been prevented. That's where MaintainX comes in. MaintainX catches the failure before it happens. Preventive maintenance plans on every key asset to improve reliability. Work orders assigned and tracked right from your phone. Everyone from the floor to the front office is in the loop. Real-time dashboards give managers instant visibility into what's been completed, what's overdue, and where the bottlenecks are. No more guesswork. Just a smarter, faster maintenance operation. Companies on MaintainX have cut unplanned downtime by over 30% and saved thousands on parts and labor every year. See what it can do for your operation. Try MaintainX free at maintainx.com.
Ever notice how the little things add up? A cracked phone screen, a dead car battery, bills creeping higher.
Oh, no.
What if your checking account could actually help with all that? It can. With Elite Checking from NASA Federal, you get smart benefits designed to save you time, money, and stress. Like get your paycheck up to 2 days early for a little breathing room. Cell phone protection to cover unexpected damage. Roadside assistance for breakdowns. Bill negotiation to help lower your bills. Identity theft aid for peace of mind. And you can earn dividends on your balance. If your checking account isn't working hard for you, switch to Elite Checking from NASA Federal. You could do it all right online at nasafcu.com/WJZ. And you don't have to work for NASA to join NASA Federal. NASA Federal Credit Union. Smart. NASA smart. Federally insured by NCUA.
Join WJZ-FM as we celebrate the grand opening of the new Dick's House of Sport at Annapolis Mall. We'll be here Saturday, August 15th from 11 a.m. to 1 p.m. with great giveaways, kids' activities, and much more.
From the 105.7 The Fan Traffic Center, sponsored by your Baltimore area Jiffy Lube locations.
85 northbound heavy from after Caton Avenue to the Fort McHenry Tunnel. Disabled vehicle there on the right side. 295 northbound heavy approaching 95 and Russell Street, and 895 northbound heavy from I-97 to the Harbor Tunnel. On the inner loop of the Beltway, it's heavy from Green Spring Avenue to the Jones Falls Expressway, and then it slows again between Charles Street and York Road through Towson. Route 170 northbound at Route 100, there's an accident, and 395 southbound past Conway Street, there's a crash. I'm Scott Brady with traffic.
From the OutGuy.com sports desk, here's Joe LaCroix.
The Ravens took to the practice field this morning at the Castle ahead of Saturday's preseason opener against the Eagles. The Baltimore offense had an up-and-down day with guys like Jacoby Lane and DeJounte Wester making acrobatic grabs, but the O as a whole struggled with penalties and in red zone drills. Days like today were a reminder that first-year OC Declan Doyle is still putting his fingerprints on the offense, and he's looking at some of the great play callers of the past as he constructs Baltimore's new O.
Sean McVay, Shanahan, Sean Payton, really since the beginning, you start to watch those guys and how they craft a game plan, how they attack a defense. They're things that you're trying to emulate when you're building a plan as an assistant, and certainly something that we're trying to do as an offensive staff as well.
Marlon Humphrey left today's practice early with an unknown injury, though the ailment did not seem serious. The Ravens get back on the practice field tomorrow morning, beginning at 11 a.m. And the Orioles fell to the Twins this afternoon by a score of 7-5. The Birds jumped out to a 4-1 lead before the Minnesota Bats exploded, scoring 6 runs between the third and fifth innings. The loss drops the O's to 58 and 63 on the season. They have tomorrow off before opening up a 4-game wraparound series with the Rays on Friday evening. Your Wednesday forecast from the Bob Bell Florida Bel Air Weather Center. Mostly sunny skies in the afternoon, giving way to a partly cloudy evening. Highs in the mid to upper 70s. This Fan Flash is sponsored by Window Nation. For replacement windows and doors, choose Window Nation. Right now, you could get 50% off all window styles plus no payments for 2 years. Visit windownation.com today. Window Nation, they're the real deal. I'm Joe LaCroix, Orioles Terps, and you're home for the most Ravens training camp coverage. We're 105.7 The Fan.
Tim Barbalace, Ken Weinman, and Femi Ayanbadejo. 3 deep on 105.7 The Fan.
You know, I've been around guys where they're going to say, hey, let's just go get the first down and let's get on to the next one. It can be viewed, in other ways as like, hey, let's take an opportunity right here to go after the defense. Still, I think it's different based on, defensive coordinators define themselves in those areas as well. And so sometimes they'll say, hey, you know what? I think you're going to take a shot. I'm going to play a shell defense and let you have that. If you get a team like that, you want to be able to go get the first down, but always kind of looking at tendencies to look for patterns and find places where we can try to push the ball down the field.
It's Declan Doyle, and I always find him to be a fascinating listen. And he was talking about the 2-minute offense and how he wants to attack things, and just he doesn't. Femi, he never. Well, that's the way I want to put this. He always has a well thought out answer to any question he's asked.
Yeah, you can tell that there's a level of preparation and thoughtfulness which has been echoed throughout the league. I mean, everyone's already kind of basically said you're going to have this guy for a year, which then also says that means the Ravens are going to be successful. I had the chance to ask him a question. I think it was last week. It could have been 2 weeks ago. It's all kind of blending together now. It was about nomenclature and verbiage. And kind of using that and weaponizing it. And man, his answer was so good. I honestly can't even tell you everything that he said. It was that elaborate of an answer. But the point is that it will be a tool, and it has caused some problems for the offense. I mean, you can't weaponize something until you control it first. And I think one of the issues that we've had at practice is that the procedural errors are obvious, but the only way you get better at those is by actually pushing yourself to be uncomfortable with it.
I remember this time a year ago, and even during OTAs and minicamp last year, Todd Monken, that was a point of emphasis, using cadence as a weapon and having Lamar Jackson use the hard count. And it's not uncommon, these type of mistakes, especially this early on in camp. But as we get further along, you want to see this get cleaned up. But Declan is very impressive, and just him talking today, he was funny. He was referencing Bill Walsh.
Yes.
He was asked about scripting his plays, and what was the line? Like, it's better to think in the air conditioning than out on the field.
You get the work done in the air conditioning.
Yeah, I thought today was pretty entertaining.
More from Declan Doyle, and obviously he hasn't told us yet if he's going to be calling plays from the field or the box. So what's going into that decision, Declan?
It's the feel of it. You know what I mean? Like, I want to make sure that the number one thing on game day is that the play caller gets the play call into the quarterback as fast as he can. All right. With confidence in that play call, and make sure that the operation can go operate. You know, you don't want to be in a position where you're sitting there trying to decide what's going on and putting our players at a disadvantage. That's really going to be the biggest thing is being able to get the play in. And then two, the communication aspect with the coaching staff, with the players. If I'm up in the box and I feel really good about the communication, that's one thing. If I'm like, hey, you know what, I really want to be down, I really want to talk to the QB, that will probably go into it as well. I won't really know until being able to experience it, which is why I want to not set my mind before I do either job. I want to try to go into it with a clean slate and kind of figure out what I like.
So Femi, obviously, he's going to see the feel of it during the preseason before he makes his final decision.
Yeah, the battle is sensory overload versus premium communication. That's literally the separation between the booth and the field. If you're a guy that can handle the sensory overload of being on the field, and that's just exposure, right? Like, the more you get exposed to something, the more endurance and resilience you build around it. So it may not feel right in the beginning, Tim, when he does it, but my guess is the more he does it, the easier it gets, because you're able to tune out the things that you don't need to listen to. The question is that if he is in the booth, does he like the idea of that calm kind of air-conditioned environment where he can really just focus on getting the right play? And that becomes very, your emotions are removed from it. And everyone's different that way.
My guess would be he's going to be on the field.
I totally agree with you.
That's just seeing his coaching style, and he's so hands-on, and he's constantly talking to guys, and I think he's going to want to do that in the game, where you just don't really have that ability to do that when you're in the booth. So my guess is he's going to call plays from the field.
More from Declan Doyle, speaking earlier today. And last year, he was the offensive coordinator of the Bears, but Ben Johnson called the plays, and he talked about his fit on that staff last season.
But you're just trying to focus on your job. Like, every member of the staff has a defined role. My role, obviously, I was given down a distance, and then I was trying to communicate to Ben as quickly as I could with any question he might have. He wasn't a guy that asked a lot of questions, but you wanted to make sure if he asked you one, you were ready to go. So you don't want to be like, thinking like, oh, what if I was an offensive coordinator right now? What would that be like?
Yeah, the question I think that was posed was, did doing the job last year make you think of it? And he gave a long answer to eventually say, no, I didn't have time to do those things while I was doing that gig because I had responsibilities a year ago.
Yeah, I mean, I think that every coach at this level that envisions themselves as a head coach or coordinator or going from quality control to a position coach, you imagine how you would do it. You imagine how you would do it differently. The nuance here, and this is listening to players that played for him in Chicago, they basically said that he did everything but call the plays. And I'm sure that there were times, and he obviously admittedly said that Ben, for the most part, kind of knew what he wanted. But the reason why Ben was able to be so crisp is because Declan had that game plan ready for him to go, and that call sheet, 1st and 10 calls, 1st and 10 runs, 2nd and medium calls, 2nd and medium runs. That it has to be pristine. And I'm sure that just learning from that, in his mind, he probably has called some plays. And Tim, I think, correct me if I'm wrong, I know that's kind of been a question for people. Like, they're concerned a little bit about he's never called plays before. And I think that's fair. But watching coordinators and position coaches evolve to the next thing, I probably, just because I've seen the evolution of coaches, I'm not as concerned. And the reason I'm not as concerned is because of who Declan Doyle is. I don't think every coach is built for that. I've seen first-time coordinators get their responsibilities taken from them.
Yeah, I can think of, I think it was Cole Kmet when he was on a radio station in Chicago not that long after Declan Doyle got hired here, and just talking about the loss that was. And we know that this Bears team, they were so effective in the second half, and in particular in the fourth quarter. And Cole credited the halftime adjustments, a lot of that, to Declan Doyle, which I think is very high praise because that was the Bears' superpower last year, guys. They were never out of any game. They just had so many crazy comebacks.
One more from Declan Doyle before we step out. And he talks about modeling what he's doing after other great offensive play calls.
Like Sean McVay, Shanahan, Sean Payton, Ben, these are guys that I've watched for a long time. You watch the sequencing, and this is my 8th year in the NFL. You know, really since the beginning, you start to watch those guys and how they craft a game plan, how they attack a defense. They're things that you're trying to emulate when you're building a plan as an assistant, and certainly something that we're trying to do as an offensive staff as well.
I think was that where he eventually says the Bill Walsh thing where he's like, oh no, he was asked about scripting plays, and he said and that was the line Ben was saying. Bill Walsh said you get most of your good work done in the air conditioning for your game on Sunday, but he's definitely, if nothing else, he's prepared.
Yeah, I mean, I'm a big fan of the first 15, that kind of scripted play sheet that you have. Almost, I'm trying to think. I know Brian did it in Minnesota, and when Brian was calling plays in Baltimore, he also did it. I also think that Matt, when he was the coordinator and called plays, took plays from Brian. I think
Matt Cavanaugh?
Yeah, Matt Cavanaugh. Yeah, sorry for those of you. Sorry, Matt Cavanaugh. Right. I think Norv Turner also had his. Honestly, almost every coordinator I've ever played for had their first 15. So the thing about Declan, and I've probably echoed this, and I might have even talked about this earlier today, is that what I love is that he takes the time to reference every coach that he's learned from and the thing that he's taken from them. And the Sean Payton thing that stands out to me that Declan said maybe in his first presser, like way before there was, maybe it might have been before the draft. He talked about how Sean Payton is so good at letting the play, the call sheet and the dictation of game be rooted in the skill set of the players that give them the best opportunity to win against that opponent that week. Does that make sense? That's what I think that, like, hearing Declan break, like, that is so meticulous. Like, that excites me. And I feel like even if he scuffles a little bit early, just based on who he is, I think he's going to figure it out quickly.
Ravens will be back on the practice field tomorrow. They're getting ready for their game against the Eagles on Saturday. Let's get to the Orioles coming up next. By the way, in the 5 o'clock hour, Chuck Pagano joins at 5, Ryan Ripken at 5:30. But Orioles and Twins go final. The Orioles lose. We'll recap for you the whole series next here on The Fan.
What happens next happens here. Baltimore Sports Radio.
That ball is out of here.
105.7 The Fan. This is an Odyssey Sports Minute.
The Minnesota Vikings named Kyler Murray as their starting quarterback for the regular season yesterday, ending the competition between him and J.J. McCarthy. Murray will now have the rest of training camp and 3 preseason games to get reps with the first team in preparation for the Vikings opener against the Packers on September 13th. Head coach Kevin O'Connell said that both quarterbacks will get time in Saturday's preseason game against the Giants. I'm Adam Abdallah.
.5.7 The Fan studios are driven by Anderson Automotive, Buick, GMC, and Honda. It's miles for miles at AndersonAutomotive.com.
What's up, Oos? Main event Jay Uso here from the WWE. When it's just me between matches, it's day one-ish. And that means it's Chumba time. With hundreds of casino-style games and new titles arriving weekly, there's always something fresh to try at Chumba Casino. The daily boosts make it even more fun. And have me about to get them all during my downtime. Ready for a fun way to chill out and enjoy a few minutes for yourself? Let's chump.
Sponsored by BGW Group. No purchase necessary. See terms at ChumbaCasino.com. Must be over 21 and present in the state where it's legal to play.
This is the story of the one who keeps multiple buildings running smoothly day after day. Plumbing that flows, HVAC that hums, cleaning supplies that keep surfaces sparkling. That's why she counts on Grainger. With easy reordering online and 24/7 support, Grainger helps her keep the products she needs on hand. So shelves stay stocked and buildings stay ready. Call 1-800-GRAINGER, click Grainger.com, or just stop by. Grainger, for the ones who get it done.
Sponsored by UBO. We make workflow. UBO streamlines document workflow and maximizes output. Think of us as your business technology experts, where satisfaction isn't just a promise, it's a part of our culture. Get started at ubeo.com today.
Traffic is brought to you by the hometown team of Scions and Kirk.
Mike Bordick here. I know a little something about a winning team. If you're hurt, call the hometown team of Scions and Kirk. Don't let an auto accident take you out of the game. If you have a phone, you have a lawyer. YouHaveALawyer.com.
What if you could have the most reliable fiber-powered Wi-Fi? And get this, what if you could keep it at the same price for 5 years guaranteed? Now through August 24th, new Xfinity customers can get our best price on gig Wi-Fi this summer before it disappears. Just $50 a month for 5 years. No annual contracts, no hidden fees, and our best equipment included. Plus, get online in minutes with same-day Wi-Fi. It's Wi-Fi that finds and fixes problems before you even notice them. Like super intelligent Wi-Fi with a sixth sense. Plus, it keeps you protected from online threats. And get Peacock Premium included for 2 years. Lock in your price and unlock the possibilities. Get it now at Xfinity.com. Xfinity. Imagine that. Restrictions apply. Requires paperless billing and autopay with stored bank account. Taxes and fees extra. Speeds vary. Use of fiber coaxial cable. Learn more at Xfinity.com/same-day Wi-Fi.
This is the story of the one. The one who keeps multiple buildings running smoothly day after day. Plumbing that flows, HVAC that hums, cleaning supplies that keep surfaces sparkling. That's why she counts on Grainger. With easy reordering online and 24/7 support, Grainger helps her keep the products she needs on hand. So shelves stay stocked and buildings stay ready. Call 1-800-GRAINGER, click Grainger.com, or just stop by. Grainger, for the ones who get it done.
You're still glowing, flirting, grooving. You've still got it. But your immune system weakens as you age, making it harder to fight illnesses like pneumococcal pneumonia and RSV. Vaccines are a key part of any health routine and can help protect you from getting really sick. Ask your doctor or pharmacist which vaccines you need. See more at PfizerForAll.com. Sponsored by Pfizer.
I scream. You scream. We all scream. Because Wendy's famous small classic Frosty is just $1 for a limited time. More screaming, happy screaming, summer screaming, $1 small classic Frosty screaming! But please don't scream in the drive-thru. It hurts the employees' ears. Get a $1 small classic Frosty for a limited time, only at Wendy's.
U.S. price and participation may vary. A la carte only, not valid for delivery. Limit 10 per transaction. Price may be higher in Alaska and Hawaii.
What do parents think of back to school at Staples, where supplies start at just 25 cents?
Staples has the latest laptops with up to 40% savings.
I may hug the cashier.
So embarrassing.
It's the most wonderful time of the year.
It's a wonderful time at Staples with up to 40% off select tech. Staples.
That was easy.
Visit Staples today or shop online and in the app. Ends 9/12. Exclusions apply.
This is the story of the one. The one who keeps multiple buildings running smoothly day after day. Plumbing that flows, HVAC that hums, cleaning supplies that keep surfaces sparkling. That's why she counts on Grainger. With easy reordering online and 24/7 support, Grainger helps her keep the products she needs on hand. So shelves stay stocked and buildings stay ready. Call 1-800-GRAINGER, click Grainger.com, or just stop by. Grainger, for the ones who get it done.
What's up, fools? Main event Jey Uso here from the WWE. When it's just me between matches, it's day one-ish. And that means it's Chumba time. With hundreds of casino-style games and new titles arriving weekly, there's always something fresh to try at Chumba Casino. The daily boosts make it even more fun. And have me about to get them all during my downtime. Ready for a fun way to chill out and enjoy a few minutes for yourself? Let's chump.
Sponsored by BGW Group. No purchase necessary. See terms at ChumbaCasino.com. Must be over 21 and present in the state where it's legal to play.
From the 105.7 The Fan Traffic Center. Sponsored by your Baltimore area Jiffy Lube locations.
Inner loop of the Beltway at Paring Parkway, there's an accident. Just the left lane is getting by now. It's backed up to Charles Street. 95 northbound heavy from after Caton Avenue to the Fort McHenry Tunnel. Cleared a disabled vehicle from the right side of the tunnel. And 295 northbound heavy approaching I-95 and Russell Street. 895 northbound heavy from I-97 to the Harbor Tunnel. And 395 southbound past Conway Street, there's an accident. Watch for police direction. I'm Scott Brady with traffic.
Tim Barbalace, Ken Weinman, and Femi Ayanbadejo. 3 deep on 105.7 The Fan.
Something
Not today, Brian.
I don't know if this was the time,
There was
Brian.
no magic today. Leody Taveras did lead off the top of the ninth with a solo home run, and Then Franklin walked, and Colton Cowser worked the count 2-0 and hit an absolute missile right back to the pitcher that was called for a double play. And a couple seconds later, the inning and the game is over. Orioles lose 7-5 despite having a 4-1 lead, and Shane Baz on the mound, who had been so good of late. But today, Bone, he was not good.
No, he wasn't at all. And I haven't seen any of the quotes yet, but we don't have the sound on in studio. I saw Baz's meeting with the media.
We have to hear each other.
We do. But Baz's velocity was down 2 miles per hour, 2.6 miles per hour on his changeup, 2 on his four-seam fastball. And he wasn't getting anywhere near the break that he gets in his knuckle curve. It was a difference of 4 inches. And what's really a shame is the fact that Shane Baz has been dealing. His prior 15 starts heading into today, he had a sub-3 ERA, but the issue was, and the Orioles' record has been really bad when Shane Baz starts, not to his fault, but today he got some early run support. The Orioles scored 4 runs thanks to Dylan Beavers hitting a 3-run shot, but Baz just didn't have it. It was his shortest outing of the season.
Yeah, I mean, they looked good early in regard to run production.
Yeah.
I obviously I didn't anticipate Baz kind of being off today, but the defense was solid today too. There was no errors as well. You know what I mean? You kind of think they hit 2 home runs, they played solid defense. You would expect that this is a situation in a game they would have been able to pull out, but I mean, obviously with Baz being a little bit under his typical performance, you see what happens. And now I haven't looked at FanGraphs yet to see what the updated playoff scenario is.
Not good.
It's probably, 7%?
They've lost 5 of their last 7 series.
Yeah. So.
It is what it is. And they've lost 5 of their last 7 games. And now you're about to head to the Trop. And that was arguably the low point of their season, Ken. That was when Ben McDonald kind of lost it during the post game, talking about analytics. Now, they got swept at the Trop. They swept the Rays at Camden Yards, but Tampa's hot, and they're well on their way to winning a 9th straight ball game. They're up 7-2 over the Rays in the 6th inning. Both these teams are off tomorrow, so this is going to be a really tough 10-game stretch. You're facing the Rays in 7 games and the Yankees in 3.
You get the old friends Tyler Wells, Brian Baker, and Cedric Mullins in this series as well. But the Rays are really good. The Orioles are not. Hey, there's nothing I'd love to see more than the Orioles get hot and make the playoffs. They've had 120 games to show us who they are, and what they are is a bad baseball team. And Shane Baz, it's so on brand that on a day where they do get him actual run support, he doesn't have it. Because what we've seen, especially last 15 starts, Bone, like
2.93 ERA,
and they don't score for him.
And by the way, the Orioles in the 15 starts with a 2.93 ERA, they're 4-11.
Yeah,
that just tells you the run support.
He threw a complete game and lost in Texas.
4-11. Shane Baz has pitched 6 innings or more and received just 2 runs of support on 7 different occasions this year.
Yeah, I'm sure Tyler Wells is looking forward to seeing these guys as well. I mean, this could be the 3rd former pitcher that they've seen. What in the last week?
Yeah, Grayson was last week.
Right?
Kramer,
obviously Kramer. Tyler coming out of the bullpen. Yeah, I mean, the most on brand thing would be for them to go there and win 3 out of 4. That's what I mean. I mean, I've seen crazier things lately. I feel like you're like, no, that's not happening.
Look, baseball's weird.
It's a weird
this
game.
was a team that went to LA and they absolutely should have swept the Dodgers, and then they lost a series to the Angels, which was on brand.
And was that Ryan Johnson?
Yeah, Ryan Johnson. That was the first.
Them twice.
That was the first of the Ryan Johnson experience.
Now it's just the word for the Orioles is frustration. And that's, at least for me, my frustration continues to boil watching them, because if they hit that fork in the road, so to speak, and they always take the wrong lane. And that's not to say that it's mental mistakes always, but they're not good. So and I was pretty positive they were going to be good. So now it's pretty clear they're not a good baseball team. They start a 4-game series in Tampa on Friday, off tomorrow. But coming up next, Former Ravens coach Chuck Pagano, former head coach for the Colts. He was back last year helping the defense with Zach Orr. Get his thoughts on his time with the Ravens, what he thinks of this Ravens team, what he thinks of Jesse Minter. Coach Pagano joins us next here on The Fan.
Wherever the Orioles season takes you.
Say goodbye to this ball.
Download the free Odyssey app and hear reactions to all the biggest moments. Download it today and search 105.7 The Fan.
Hey, Baltimore, it's Ken Wyman. Take the next step towards your future with an affordable degree or certificate from University of Maryland Global Campus. Classes start August 12th, and when you apply now, your application fee is waived. Choose from over 100 skills-based programs, earn up to 90 credits towards a bachelor's for prior learning and relevant experience, or transfer up to 12 credits towards a master's. Online and hybrid classes available. Don't forget, save now with no application fee. Classes start August 12th. Visit umgc.edu to learn more. Certified to operate in Virginia by Chev.
PJ Glasser here to help you beat the books with Westwood One Sports. The top 25 preseason coaches poll is out in college football, and the defending national champion Indiana Hoosiers are the number 6 team in the country. IU is plus 900 to win it all, and even after losing Fernando Mendoza, I think they're worth the bet. It is a very real possibility Indiana could go back-to-back. I'm PJ Glasser. Bet smart and beat the books. Download the BetMGM app today.
2 hours ago, Kyle arrived at the bar.
Hey, what's everyone drinking?
30 minutes ago, Kyle got his friends another round of drinks.
Cheers!
5 minutes ago, Kyle decided to drive home drunk. A minute ago, a law enforcement officer pulled up behind Kyle.
Sir, have you been drinking tonight?
A chain of events that began 2 hours ago is about to change Kyle's whole world. Drive sober or get pulled over. Paid for by NHTSA.
Hey, it's Vinny Serrato. Upgrade your home for the school year with top brands and flexible financing during Town Appliances back-to-school shopping event. Mirror, they're going to take great care of you. Tell them Vinny sent you when you stop by the showroom. Call, text, or visit townappliance.com today.
I felt a jackhammering pain in my jaw.
Like someone sawing my bones.
Barbed wire in my shoulder.
Like a cattle prod in my hip.
Like I put my foot in a blender.
Pain is different for everyone. But where pain starts, Jurnavix suzetrigine begins. Jurnavix is a non-opioid 50 milligram prescription tablet for adults with moderate to severe acute pain that reduces pain signals before they reach the brain. Before those signals tell the brain to feel
like I punched an angry beehive.
And pain reduction can finally begin. Do not take Jurnavix with CYP3A inhibitors. Avoid use with grapefruit or liver problems, as these may increase side effects. Tell your doctor about all your medicines if you are pregnant or breastfeeding. Jurnavix may make certain medicines and birth control less effective. Side effects include itching, muscle spasms, rash, and elevated muscle enzymes. To learn more about Jurnavix, ask your doctor. Call 1-833-589-PAIN or visit Jurnavix.com.
That's Elena's family group chat. It never stops. Someone's always sending a blessing
or starting a poll about the baby shower theme at midnight.
With Real Unlimited from Total Wireless, she's always in the loop, whether she wants to be or not. Switch to Total Wireless Total Starter Plan or higher and get a Samsung Galaxy A16 5G on us. Total Wireless, your own Real Unlimited. Offer ends 11/4/2026 or while supplies last. Devices, taxes, and fees may apply.
I'm Eric Sobel from Ace Law. If you're injured in an accident, the last thing you need is to fight with insurance companies, find doctors, and file more and more paperwork. That's where we come in. We treat you like family and handle everything. Call us at 8888 Ace Law and come up Aces.
Be one of the first 100 adults in line each morning for a chance to win a free mystery gift card. You could be the lucky $500 gift card winner. Plus, the first 100 kids in line get a free DSG soccer ball. Take a shot at the Dick's Bald Experience for a chance to unlock exclusive prizes, premium collectibles, and surprises throughout grand opening weekend. Add flair to your fit at the Expression Lab, a hands-on customization station featuring shoe charms, customized totes, laser engraving, and more. Join us for special athlete appearances and score doorbuster deals all weekend long.
Indeed presents hires you can't afford to get wrong, like public works supervisor.
Hey, this waterman is under a ton of pressure. Did you ever fix it?
Yeah, 3 layers of duct tape. Wait, should I have added a 4th layer?
This is a job for sponsored jobs.
This is what happens when you don't sponsor your job on Indeed. Next time, get matched with quality candidates with Indeed sponsored jobs.
Visit Indeed.com/hire now and sponsor your job today.
Skechers elite athlete OG Anunoby has been making history on the basketball court.
Anunoby tips it in. Unbelievable. What a shot.
He's been balling out in Skechers high-performance basketball sneakers, and the world has noticed. But how does OG train off the court to keep in peak physical condition? Hands-free Skechers Slip-ins AeroBurst. They help prepare OG for the physical demands of playing at a championship level. Get your pair of AeroBurst for only $165 at a Skechers store, Skechers.com, or wherever high-performance running shoes are sold.
Join 105.7 The Fan's Baltimore Baseball tonight before every weeknight home baseball game at Pickles Pub as we broadcast live. Enjoy their 32-ounce Orange Crush. And on select nights, pick up a free 105.7 The Fan and Science & Kirk bucket hat, courtesy of Science & Kirk Lawyers. YouHaveALawyer.com.
This is WJZ-FM, Catonsville, Baltimore's sports talk at 105.7 The Fan, and always live on the free Odyssey app. From the OutGuy.com sports desk, here's Joe LaCroix.
The Ravens hit the practice field this morning at one winning drive, kicking off week 3 of training camp. Baltimore is currently preparing for their first preseason game, a Saturday night matchup against the Eagles at M&T Bank Stadium. And while a lot of the names you know won't be playing this weekend, it will be a chance for a lot of guys to make a statement, whether it be for the Ravens coaching staff or for another one around the league. Here's DC Anthony Weaver with his thoughts on the importance of the preseason.
Everybody wants to be a Raven. None of these guys would be here if we didn't think they had characteristics or traits to be that. But this film goes to 31 other teams too. If they go out there and play with the standards that we live out here every day, we expect that to impress people, not just here, but in other buildings. And hopefully these guys can play this game for a long time.
On the injury front, Marlon Humphrey left today's practice early, though the exact nature and severity of his ailment is unknown. The Ravens get back on the practice field tomorrow morning, beginning at 11 a.m. And the Orioles fell to the Twins this afternoon by a score of 7-5. The Birds jumped out to a 4-1 lead before the Minnesota Bats exploded, scoring 6 runs between the 3rd and 5th innings. The loss drops the O's to 58-63 on the season. They have tomorrow off before opening up a 4-game wraparound series with the Rays on Friday evening. Your Wednesday forecast from the Bob Bell Florida Bel Air Weather Center. Mostly sunny skies in the afternoon, giving way to a partly cloudy evening. Highs in the mid to upper 70s. This Fan Flash is sponsored by the Maryland Lottery. Play Raven scratch-offs from the Maryland Lottery for a chance to win up to $200,000. Please play responsibly. I'm Joe LaCroix, Orioles Terps, and you're home for the most Ravens training camp coverage. We're 105.7 The Fan.
Tim Barbalas, Ken Weinman, and Femi Ayanbadejo. 3 deep on 105.7 The Fan.
Ravens will be back on the practice field tomorrow, getting ready for their first preseason game against the Eagles. But let's take a look back. Former Ravens assistant coach, former head coach of the National Football League, Chuck Pagano joins us now, coach of the Indianapolis Colts from 2012 to 2017. He joins us courtesy of the Window Nation Fan Guest Hotline. And, Coach, thank you, as always, for joining us. We appreciate it. Looking back a year ago, when you joined the coaching staff, I know we were excited about it. I'm sure you were excited about it. A team with a lot of expectations that, unfortunately, weren't met. How do you look back at last season?
Yeah, first of all, thanks a lot for having me on. Good to be with you guys. Just what you said, I mean, the expectations are high on the outside, but no higher than inside that building. You know, when John first called, an opportunity to come back to a place that obviously I was very familiar with, chance to, go chase another Lombardi. Missed out on a couple national championship opportunities in college, and obviously when I left there, they won the trophy the next season, after I left, and so a lot of fond memories. The season obviously didn't go how any of us planned. Didn't start well. Obviously didn't finish well. Some really good stuff in between, but it was great to be back, rekindle a ton of old relationships, build some new relationships, and just being back part of a team again was really cool.
Hey, Chuck, it's Femi here. By the way, my brother said to say hi to you. You know, you're one of his favorite coaches he's ever had.
Tell him I said what's up.
I definitely will. So, man, I've been so impressed with Jesse, and, you may or may not recall this, but I got to intern under John briefly while my brother was playing for you. And actually, you were one of the kindest people to me in that building when I was a coaching intern, and everyone was great. I love John too. But his personality is so much different than Jesse's. And I think this new wave of young coaches, they have a different way of communicating. He's quite disarming, but he kind of goes right at things. And listening to Marlon and some of the veterans talk about him, they're very receptive to his approach. What's your familiarity with Jesse? And when you think about the evolution of NFL defenses, is there something unique about the way that he goes about it, or is it more just a communication thing?
I've followed him, from afar. Had some conversations with him, in the past. I got a ton of respect for him. I think he's handled this transition extremely well, following a guy like John, who had the success that he had and held that post for 18 seasons. To your point, Femi, about communication, attacking things head on. Accountability is a word we all use a ton in these buildings. Culture, accountability, identity, those kind of things. But it sure seems to me like reading and watching the clips and all that kind of things, like he does head off things. He's very confident. He's very smart. He's very bright. And so if he sees something and it doesn't look like winning football, then he's not afraid to address that. And not only with, your star players, that's who especially usually get a free pass, but he's not afraid to address those guys, and he's going to do it in a manner that's not confrontational. He's going to explain the why. He's going to say, okay, here's what we're doing, and this is why we're doing it, and this is why I think. And then he's going to say, hey, look, we've done this, for a long time. We did this we won a national championship in Michigan with these same, schemes and concepts. It worked for us. What he did in LA was tremendous. So I just think you got a really bright, defensive mind there, and a really smart guy that's really confident in his own skin.
Chuck, unfortunately in sports, it's not always a happy ending for everybody. And John Harbaugh, he experienced a ton of success in Baltimore, 14th in wins in NFL history, won a Super Bowl. But the Ravens ended up moving on from John, and we've kind of brought up Andy Reid of it all, who was John's mentor. Maybe this could be a good thing for the Ravens. Maybe it could be a good thing for John, like it was for the Eagles and the Chiefs. Just what are you expecting from John in a new environment for the first time in nearly 2 decades?
Oh, I expect greatness. He's going to attack it with an enthusiasm unknown to mankind, right?
Yeah.
And I just think all these jobs have a shelf life. And for him to get 18, Mike Tomlin to get 19 in the same division, it's absolutely unheard of, especially in today's, Burger King mentality, right? I want it now. I want it my way, type of deal. And so I think he's gonna do great. To your point about Andy Reid, and I think Andy went to several NFC championships, never could get over the hump in Philly, and then goes on and he's winning multiple Super Bowls in Kansas City. So a breath of fresh air, I think, is always good. It's going to be really good, for the Ravens. There's a new message. There's a new voice. Not that the old one was ever getting whatever. Like I said, it's just there's a shelf life for all these jobs, and I think both organizations are going to thrive.
Talking to Chuck Pagano, it's 3 Deep here on the Fan. Coach, you were a secondary coach, senior assistant last year, so I want to ask you about a couple of guys. First, does Kyle Hamilton have a ceiling, assuming he can stay healthy? And what are you expecting from Malachi Starks in year 2?
Well, as far as Kyle goes, I don't think there is. I mean, right when you think, he's done something, out of the ordinary, he just does something different. He's the ultimate chess piece, the ultimate weapon. He's been called everything, right? Unicorn, one of one. The guy is he's brilliant. The skill set is what it is. For him to be able to play so many roles in that defense, what we asked of him was like, you just couldn't do it with anybody else. Because first and second down, he's playing in an Irish package, and he's playing in the box. He's playing in coverage. He's blitzing, run fits, all this stuff. Third down, he might be a dime. He might be a safety. The nickel position, it was just unbelievable what he's capable of. And then Malachi, the sky's the limit. Is the limit for that guy. He is so smart and so talented and such a great teammate and leader and hard worker. First in the building, last to leave. Asks all the right questions. Unbelievable range and ball skills and like tackling out of the post. You know, we watch a lot of ugly football, a lot of bad football, right, on Sundays, and a lot of it comes down to like tackling. This guy is one of the most Jimmy Leonard back in the day when I was there the first time, now the DC up in Buffalo, that little guy knew how to get people on the ground. He was unbelievable, you know, coming out from depth of the secondary. But Malachi's incredible that way. So I think, you know, I could be wrong, but I think the combination of Kyle when he is playing, you know, safety position back there with Malachi should be the best tandem in the league this year.
Yeah, you know what's interesting, Chuck, is that what I've learned through my affiliation with the NFL since the late 90s is that communication has two parts to it. There's the listening part, which is the words, and then there's the comprehension part, which is the person. And I think that Jesse's really gone out of his way to be curious about these athletes and understand how to put them in the best position to win. I think one of the biggest gets that people don't talk about, and we talk about it here because we're Baltimore-centric, is Anthony Weaver. I'm blown away by him as a human being. His communication is top-notch. So is Jesse's, obviously. But talk about Weaver a little bit and what it means to have him back here. I mean, he is the epitome of a Raven.
Yeah. I think this is just what happens is they bring these guys in, they develop them, they go on and have unbelievable, and then they get them back. And they get them back in that building, and for all the right reasons. You know, because, you know, between ownership and the general managers and the people in that building who've done an unbelievable job, they know how to pick these guys out. And Weave's a special dude. And you mentioned he's unbelievable on social media. I don't know if you guys follow him.
I do.
But he's got amazing, beautiful family, wife, kids. They're all over the world. They're traveling. I mean, this guy, like, he might be the new most interesting man in the world, right? I don't know if he drinks Dos Equis or not. But he could end up being that dude. But he was at Houston. My brother was an assistant coach, Billy O'Brien, and he was at Houston. They were there the same time. I was out in 18 after I got let go in Indy. So I had a chance to kind of be around him and watch him and visit with him a little bit. But yeah, this guy's off the charts. His football IQ, his intelligence, his football character, and then his communication skills. And then to understand that system, they were together before him and Jesse. And for Jesse, I understand that Jesse's probably going to call it, but to have a guy like Weave right there to set everything up for you, because Jesse can't be in there all the time. And to have somebody that you trust like that, I just think they're going to be successful, and Weave will be the next one out the door. You watch. He'll be a head coach here shortly.
Chuck, I wanted to get your thoughts on Zach Orr, who's just had a crazy football journey. When you think of being an all-pro linebacker and then getting his career taken away with a neck injury, but not sulking in that. He went as a defensive analyst and hopped around to the Jags, back to the Ravens, defensive coordinator at a really, really young age. Obviously, last year didn't go well for the Ravens across the board, but now he's with Mike McDonald in Seattle. What was it like working with Zach Orr, and what type of future do you think he has in this league?
It was outstanding. He is an unbelievable human being. Smart, knows defense, knows the front, knows every part of that thing, knows the back end, great communicator, super intelligent, and just a great human being. I just was fascinated watching him. There's so many, these staffs have gotten so big. You guys pull up these coaching rosters, right? Compared to 20, 30 years ago. And it's just the job of running an offense or defensive room and kind of managing those rooms and managing egos and making sure everybody's on the same page. He's a great at connection. He was a great communicator. No, things did not go the way that we planned. But to his credit, like, the guy don't flinch, and he dives on the sword for everybody every single time. This is on me. I didn't do a good enough job. And it wasn't all on him. It was on all of us. Players and coaches were all in that thing, together. But he would never sit at a podium, at a press or anything like that and point the finger and say, hey, he just took it, and that's Zach Orr. And his future, he's going to go out and be with Mike McDonald, and he's going to be out in Seattle, and he's going to go crush it, with those guys, and he's going to get, another opportunity. He's young, he's talented, he's bright, and he's just a really good person. So I think the future is really bright for Zach.
Coach Chuck Pagano, thank you so much for your time, sir. We appreciate it. That was great. Thank you.
Appreciate you guys having me. Take care.
Ryan Ripken's going to join us at 5:30, but coming up next, training camp entering its third week. Time for a little stock up, stock down. What have we liked? What haven't we liked at Ravens training camp? We'll tell you next here on The Fan.
Next time on the Big Bad Morning Show.
The whole crew will be together. Rob's in Tampa. We'll be breaking down the Orioles Twin Series and also previewing the big series with the first place Rays. And as always, it's training camp every day. I'll be heading out to training camp. It'll be a good time to talk about all things Ravens.
Tomorrow on Sports Radio 105.7 The Fan.
Traffic is sponsored by the Ouch Guy. 877-OUCH-911.
Ouch.
Please hold for the next available disappointment.
Or skip the hold music. Call 877-OUCH-911. I'm the attorney that gives a and I'll make sure the insurance company cares too. Real help, real results. 877-OUCH-911.
This is Andy Palladino of the Palladino Financial Group. Want to know what you can do to make sure you have enough money in retirement? Tune into my radio show, Your Financial Hour, every Saturday from 9 to 10 a.m., and I'll explain steps you can take to help safeguard your income. It's every Saturday from 9 to 10 a.m.
That little chirp is not an annoyance, it's a warning. With summer heat putting a massive load on your home's electrical panel, hidden hazards pose a real threat to your family. For 45 years, FH Fur has been the trusted name in home safety for Virginia, D.C., and Maryland. Protect what matters with a comprehensive FH Fur electrical inspection for just $99, including a full smoke and carbon monoxide detector evaluation. Peace of mind done right the first time.
877-CALL-FUR. FHFur.com.
When orthopedic pain strikes, you don't always have time to wait for an appointment. That's why Ortho Maryland offers walk-in care at 5 convenient locations across Baltimore and Harford counties. From sprains and strains to sports injuries and sudden joint pain, our orthopedic experts are here to help you get the care you need. No appointment, no problem. Just walk in and get back to doing what you love. Why wait in ER or urgent care? Go straight to the orthopedic experts. Visit orthomaryland.net for hours and location information.
I move mountains for a living. Literally. That means I don't carry hand lotion, and when it comes to serious heartburn, I don't mess around with anything but Rolaids Max Strength. Its dual-active formula has 1,500 milligrams of calcium carbonate and magnesium hydroxide that relieves heartburn fast. And the best part? The roll fits right here in my pocket, so I can get back to moving mountains.
Rolaids spells powerful relief. 1,500 milligrams is our highest amount of antacid per tablet. Read each label. Use as directed. Keep out of reach of children.
Hey, it's Brew. Between my radio show, filming content, editing videos, and trying to stay connected with family, reliable Wi-Fi isn't really optional anymore. I just need it to work. That's why I like that with Xfinity, you get the most reliable, fiber-powered Wi-Fi with the best equipment at one price for 5 years, guaranteed. No contracts or commitments. Plus, Xfinity makes getting connected simple with same-day Wi-Fi so you can get online in minutes. Restrictions apply. Not available in all areas. Use of fiber or coaxial cable. Learn more at xfinity.com/same-day Wi-Fi. Xfinity, imagine that.
Your line just went down. Production stopped. A supervisor wants answers. And someone's digging through a binder for the maintenance history. Every one of those minutes costs money. And most of the time, that breakdown could have been prevented. That's where Maintain X comes in. Maintain X catches the failure before it happens. Preventive maintenance plans on every key asset to improve reliability. Work orders assigned and tracked right from your phone. Everyone from the floor to the front office is in the loop. Real-time dashboards give managers instant visibility into what's been completed, what's overdue, and where the bottlenecks are. No more guesswork. Just a smarter, faster maintenance operation. Companies on Maintain X have cut unplanned downtime by over 30% and save thousands on parts and labor every year. See what it can do for your operation. Try Maintain X free at maintainx.com.
Football is back.
Make sure you head down to the Bet River Sportsbook at Bingo World, the best place to catch all your college and professional football games this season. With over 20 TVs, comfortable lounge chairs, pool tables, great happy hour specials, and wall-to-wall football action, there's no better place to spend your football weekends. Grab your friends, catch every game, and get in on the excitement all season long. Check out BingoWorld.com for details. Please play responsibly. Must be 21 or over. For help, call 1-800-GAMBLER or visit mdgamblinghelp.org.
Catholic schools embrace students and families from diverse, religious, ethnic, and economic backgrounds. Rooted in the belief that we are all children of God, our schools foster an inclusive environment. While our schools offer a comprehensive academic curriculum, we embrace a holistic approach that nurtures the mind, body, and spirit. Learn more at archbald.org/schools. That's archbald.org/schools.
From the 105.7 The Fan Traffic Center, sponsored by your Baltimore area Jiffy Lube locations.
Inner loop of the Beltway at Perrying Parkway, there's a crash. Left 2 lanes getting by. Backed up to Charles Street. Outer loop's backed up to Bel Air Road. 95 northbound heavy from the Beltway to the Fort McHenry Tunnel. Disabled vehicle being cleared from the right side. 295 northbound heavy from the Beltway to 95 and Russell Street. And 895 northbound, that's heavy from I-97 to the Harbor Tunnel. 395 southbound past Conway Street, there's a crash. I'm Scott Brady with traffic.
Tim Barbalace, Ken Weinman, and Femi Ayanbadejo. 3 deep on 105.7 The Fan.
I wouldn't say I'm super blessed to be able to be in this position. I know this in this sport, they can love you 1 second and then they can hate you the next. So I don't think it's one of those things where I don't love it. I just know at the end of the day I have to do what I'm supposed to and catch the ball as my job. So I think being able to realize that I can maintain a pretty level mindset and just maintain confidence in my ability and go out there every day and be myself.
Femi's guy, Jacoby Lane, talking about just going out and grinding and the buzz coming in from the fans, from media, everybody. Every day, Jacoby Lane makes plays, and today was no different. And if we're talking stock up, stock down, Jacoby Lane's stock way up.
Yeah, I mean, he's been really consistent. And I think that it might have been Saturday when Coach Minter was asked, like, okay, he's been doing it now. And he's like, yeah, he finally admittedly said, look, he's done it every day now. So we can say he's been fairly consistent. Now it's time to show it in a game. So definitely stock up for me in regard to Jacoby Lane. Just to add to that, I would add Ethan Burke as well, out of University of Texas. Today he had a batted down ball in, I think it was team, Tim. I think it was in team drills. Also, Rivers today combined with Martin. Yeah, it was Rivers, right? Mm-hmm. Yeah, they combined on a fumble and a fumble recovery today on team. Keon Martin has looked great, and Chandler Rivers has looked great as well. And I'm going to say Justice Hill stock up for sure too. I don't think we give him enough credit.
He's like the forgotten man, isn't he?
He is, and I want to make sure I keep giving him love because he's consistent, he's intelligent. We know how important he's going to be on third down. He could creep his way into a top 4 guy in regard to receptions. You know what I mean? Being in on third down and at the screen game, I expect them to use. So yeah, those are kind of my stock up guys right now. First couple weeks of camp.
Yeah, a couple others to build off your list, Femi. I think Tyler Loop deserves a little love. It was a rough practice at College Park when he missed a couple of field goals, but besides that, guys, he's pretty much made
21 straight
everything. I brought up Danny Pinter earlier. I think this center competition is a thing. He's been running with the ones a lot. Ethan Posick, he's still coming back, right? Tore his Achilles in December. It's a pretty quick turnaround. This is someone in his 30s and just got cleared a few weeks back. So it'll be a bit of a process with Ethan Posick. So I'll give Pinter stock up, and also Carson Vincent. I've been really impressed with him. And it's sort of been a question for us for a couple years now where, gosh, do they have a left tackle if Ronnie were to go down and miss a few games? I've really liked what Carson Vincent has showed thus far.
And I'll say this to the Vincent of it all. We just assumed Emory Jones was going to be the swing tackle. I think it's Carson Vincent right now. He's really been impressive early.
Yeah, no, I think Emory Jones has done well at both guard positions. He was in there today looking pretty good. I love the demographic breakdown of kind of what he is, the size, and I believe Emory was a tackle in college, right?
He was, LSU, right tackle.
Right? Correct? Yeah, so He looks amazing. I think we talked about a lot of guys came into camp at their fighting weight. Emory Jones, he came off of surgery last year, got thrown into the fire when both guards weren't playing well. Probably wasn't fair to him, but I project him. I think he can be a starting guard. I think he's that good. And one of the guys that I know we discussed in person at camp is TJ Tampa, right? Let's give him his flowers. TJ has really kind of answered the call. He's looked great. Obviously, he's been getting calls from other GMs around the league to Eric DaCosta. I think Jeff Zebreck had written an article about that. So, I want to add TJ to that as well.
When guys have stock up, that means other guys are stocked down. With Jacoby Lane just exploding, the other side of that coin is Elijah Surratt has not had a good camp. A lot of drops, seems to be nursing something. Looked like he was playing with his hand a little bit today as well. So he's down, and nothing that Devontae Walker has necessarily done. But if one guy goes up, another guy has to go down. Like Devontae Walker is down by virtue of the fact that Lane is up.
Yeah, he actually had a decent practice today and yesterday. I want to give him credit for that. But you're right. I mean, only so many guys can sit at the table and eat. You know what I mean? Also, too, to Tim's point, I think Ethan Posick stocked down a bit too. He looked like he's like maybe twisted his ankle, and once again, don't quote me on that, something with his leg, and it's the same leg that he had the procedure on. So by the fact that we're this far into camp and that he hasn't really gotten, if any, first team reps, my dark horse has been Javon Gwynn this whole time. He was handpicked by Coach Ledford from Atlanta to come here. But for all intensive purposes, I think Pinter has really been the number one guy as of right now.
Coming up next, let's get back to the Orioles and Ryan Ripken, part of our Baltimore Baseball Tonight crew, get his thoughts on what he saw in Minnesota. And now they hit a gauntlet. Tampa, New York, Tampa. What's he expecting? Ryan joins us next here on The Fan.
Big Bad Morning Show. Vinny and Haynie. 3 Deep. Live on YouTube, Monday through Friday, 6 till 6. Search 105.7 The Fan, Baltimore. And never miss a moment of coverage on the teams you love.
Go with your local HVAC pros. Go with Petro. Visit petro.com or call 1-888-PETRO02.
To stay cool and save this summer, you need the best AC system tune-up and repair services. Go with your local HVAC pros. Go with Petro. For special offers, go to petro.com or call 844-482-2496 today.
Traffic is brought to you by the Holloman Firm, the law firm where you matter.
Hi, I'm Justin Holloman from the Holloman Firm. Injured in an accident, lost a loved one? At my firm, the Holloman Firm, you'll get a personal injury lawyer who truly cares. With me, you're more than just a case. So remember to call Justin for justice at the Holloman Firm.
Ready for your next great adventure? Find it at Bob Bell Ford of Bel Air during our summer sell-a-thon. Score hot summer savings, top dollar for your trade, and drive home in the Ford you've been dreaming about. We're reliable. Shop BobBellFordBelAir.com or call 410-838-3100 today.
And Doug.
Limu and I created a trick to help you remember that you can customize your car insurance and save with Liberty Mutual. You see, the shirts Limu and I wear are yellow, and yellow is the color of lemons. And lemons grow on trees, and trees provide oxygen. And oxygen helps us breathe, and breathing is how you live. And you can live more life when you save money by customizing your car insurance. I agree, Limu. It's really quite simple. Only pay for what you need at LibertyMutual.com.
Liberty, 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 liberty. Woohoo!
Save thousands below MSRP at Anderson Buick GMC. Shop Maryland's largest selection and deepest discounts at 2 convenient Anderson locations, Hunt Valley and Abingdon. Take up to $5,000 off GMC Acadias or get 0% APR for 60 months on Buick Envisions. And every month is Truck Month at Anderson. Take up to $11,500 off Sierra pickups. Now that's smiles for miles. Check out AndersonBuickGMC.com. GMC, we are professional grade. Financing on select models with approved credit through GM Financial.
Join WJZ-FM as we celebrate the grand opening of the new Dick's House of Sport at Annapolis Mall. We'll be here Saturday, August 15th from 11 a.m. to 1 p.m. with great giveaways, kids' activities, and much more.
The Powerball jackpot is huge. Current jackpot is estimated at $1 billion. That's right, $1 billion. That's a billion with a B huge. Play Powerball at any Maryland lottery retailer and please play responsibly.
Ever notice how the little things add up? A cracked phone screen, a dead car battery, bills creeping higher.
Oh, no.
What if your checking account could actually help with all that? It can with Elite Checking from NASA Federal. you get smart benefits designed to save you time, money, and stress. Like get your paycheck up to 2 days early for a little breathing room. Cell phone protection to cover unexpected damage, roadside assistance for breakdowns, bill negotiation to help lower your bills, identity theft aid for peace of mind, and you can earn dividends on your balance. If your checking account isn't working hard for you, switch to Elite Checking from NASA Federal. You can do it all right online at nasafcu.com/WJZ. And you don't have to work for NASA to join NASA Federal. NASA Federal Credit Union. Smart. NASA smart. Federally insured by NCUA.
Here's the deal. The government is over $38 trillion in debt, which means the IRS isn't slowing down. And the tax code is complex and unforgiving. So it's not surprising if you're one of the millions of Americans that owe back taxes to the IRS. Unfortunately, they're the world's most powerful collection agency, with the ability to garnish your wages, seize your bank accounts, and even take your home or business. But don't be stressed or worried any longer. We're Optima Tax Relief, America's most trusted tax resolution firm. We have resolved over $3 billion in tax debt for our clients. Our award-winning professionals deal with the IRS every single day, protecting our clients and preparing them for the best possible resolution. For tax help you need, for tax help you can trust, give Optima a call today.
Call 800-798-4399. 800-798-4399. 800-798-4399.
Optima Tax Relief.
Some restrictions apply. For complete details, please visit OptimaTaxRelief.com.
I scream. You scream. We all scream. Because Wendy's famous small classic Frosty is just $1 for a limited time. More screaming. Happy screaming. Summer screaming. $1 small classic Frosty screaming! But please don't scream in the drive-thru. It hurts the employees' ears. Get a $1 small classic Frosty for a limited time. Only at Wendy's.
U.S. price and participation may vary. A la carte only. Not valid for delivery. Limit 10 per transaction. Price may be higher in Alaska and Hawaii.
This Fan Flash is brought to you by Vinny Steele, your home sold guarantee. Call Vinny at 410-793-1801. That's 410-793-1801.
If you're thinking about it,
every day,
we're talking about it.
That's what I'm talking about.
105.7 The Fan. From the 105.7 The Fan Traffic Center. Sponsored by your Baltimore area Jiffy Lube locations.
Inner loop of the Beltway at Paring Parkway, there's a crash. Left 2 lanes are getting by. It's backed up to Charles Street. Outer loop's heavy from Bel Air Road. Route 2 Ritchie Highway between College Parkway and Jones Station Road. There's an accident in Anne Arundel County. And I-97 southbound between Benfield Boulevard and Route 32, there's a crash. Northbound on 95 heavy from the Beltway to the Fort McHenry Tunnel. Disabled vehicle's been cleared there a short time ago from the right side. 295 northbound heavy approaching 95 and Russell Street. And 895 northbound heavy from I-97 to the Harbor Tunnel. I'm Scott Brady with traffic.
From the OutGuide.com sports desk, here's Joe LaCroix.
The Ravens took to the practice field this morning at the Castle ahead of Saturday's preseason opener against the Eagles. The Baltimore offense had an up-and-down day with guys like Jacoby Lane and DeJounte Wester making acrobatic grabs, but the O as a whole struggled with penalties and in red zone drills. Days like today were a reminder that first-year OC Declan Doyle is still putting his fingerprints on the offense, and he's looking at some of the great play callers of the past as he constructs Baltimore's new O.
Sean McVay, Shanahan, Sean Payton, really since the beginning, you start to watch those guys and how they craft a game plan, how they attack a defense. They're things that you're trying to emulate when you're building a plan as an assistant, and certainly something that we're trying to do as an offensive staff as well.
Marlon Humphrey left today's practice early with an unknown injury, though the ailment did not seem serious. The Ravens get back on the practice field tomorrow morning beginning at 11 a.m. And the Orioles fell to the Twins this afternoon by a score of 7-5. The Birds jumped out to a 4-1 lead before the Minnesota Bats exploded, scoring 6 runs between the 3rd and 5th innings. The loss drops the O's to 58 and 63 on the season. They have tomorrow off before opening up a 4-game wraparound series with the Rays on Friday evening. Your Wednesday forecast from the Bob Bell Florida Bel Air Weather Center. Mostly sunny skies in the afternoon, giving way to a partly cloudy evening. Highs in the mid to upper 70s. I'm Joe LaCroix, Orioles Terps, and you're home for the most Ravens training camp coverage. We're 105.7 The Fan.
Tim Barbalace, Ken Weinman, and Femi Ayanbadejo. 3 deep on 105.7 The Fan.
Orioles Orioles lose 7-5 this afternoon. They lose 2-3 to Minnesota after losing 2-3 to Texas. Let's talk some Orioles now. Part of our Baltimore Baseball Tonight crew, Ryan Ripken, joins us. And Ryan, thank you as always for your time. We appreciate it. What did you make of Shane Baz today? Finally got run support, but just didn't have it out there.
Yeah, that's sometimes how it feels it goes in this universe of, when you pitch really well, you're not getting the runs you need. And the Orioles are finding, ways to lose when Baz is on the mound. Well, I guess one of those things stayed in consistent. The Orioles did lose again with Baz on the mound, but that is the thing that stinks. You hit the home run, you're up 4-1, you feel in a great spot, and but Baz just had one of those games. And he's been really good. Really, really good over the last 2+ months. Just a poor timing for all of this to happen, because it was a great opportunity for the Orioles to take this series, and you feel better going into these next 10 days where you got a lot of the Rays and the Yanks. But unfortunately now you're 2-4 on a road trip against two teams that you're chasing in this wild card race. So, and that's kind of unfortunately been the microcosm of the season, is just not being on the same page. When they pitch well, they're maybe not hitting, and when they hit well, the pitching wasn't there to get a W.
Ryan, it's been a really disappointing season, and you can look at a lot of players that are not performing up to expectations, but Pete Alonso has been, and he got off to a slow start to begin the month of August, but you look at the last 5 games, he's got 10 hits, 3 home runs, 6 RBIs. Pete has been everything that they could have asked for when they signed him to that deal.
I think he's been everything and more, honestly. And the bigger component for me is just how he conducts himself on and off the field, how professional he is, and also how he continues to be the same guy no matter what. And I'm sure he has his moments of frustration. He's human. Everyone does. But what I love for Pete and what he has proven over his career until coming to the Orioles is that no matter what it is, he will find a way through. And when he struggles, you have confidence that he'll come out of it, which he has. And now you're looking up at another year where he is approaching over 30 home runs and 100 RBIs. And that's why you get paid the big bucks. And that's something that you can't always quantify when you're looking at players and their makeup. And I know that some evaluators in the offseason of, well, how long will Pete play first base? And know what's his long-term position? When is he falling off? It's always more of the negative base with it, right? And I don't always like to look at it that way. I like to look at, what has this guy done, and how does he approach the game each and every day? And typically, with the work ethic, like a guy like Pete, with the skill that you have, you bet on the player to go out there and perform, and Pete has certainly done that here so far in Baltimore.
Hey, Ryan, I think that that Baltimore fandom in general felt a little bit misled by what Mike Elias said on June 27th, and then at the trade deadline. Obviously, the Adley thing really kind of upset people, and then there's a lot of people that love Dean, didn't like that, and then I think what really pushed people over the ledge was Tyler Wells, right? To some degree, you're saying you're not waving the white flag, but I feel like that was kind of like the last straw to some degree. And listening to Tyler's interview with you, man, Tyler seems like an amazing dude. So now they're going to face the third pitcher, I guess, in 3 out of 4 of the last 4 series they've been in. Now they're going to face Tyler. This seems so odd. Like these scripts kind of write themselves. Give me a little thought on kind of what you think about Tyler and just kind of like your personal knowledge of him and what this opportunity means for him to go to Tampa. I mean, their first place team, probably the best team in the American League. I think that's the awesome side of this for him.
For sure. I mean, the multiple angles here with Wells and with even Dean and Adley and every guy that was traded away is when you're traded to a team, there can be a shock. There can be a lot of emotions because you've been invested in that area. And those guys that I just mentioned, Adley, Dean, Tyler, have all had strong memories and moments and growth with the Orioles, on a personal level. That's the human side. But this move, while it can be shocking, there's something about it that someone trades for you, and then you feel that value. You feel excited because those teams that they all went to made the move because they see something in you moving forward. And that is a really good feeling. And for Tyler, you know, that was a shock to him. You know, he even said on the interview, he was with Trevor Rogers, and they're joking, being like, you know, Trevor's the one getting traded today, which they really thought was going to happen. And then Trevor's not traded, it's Tyler. And so you reflect, but for him, Tampa Bay, when you're winning and you're at the top of the game, that's exciting to get involved with. You know, you're in the hunt, you're part of it, and they want you to be a missing piece to help them get over the hump. So he's excited about that, and I'll take it one step further with the Tampa Bay Rays. A lot of those guys, they'll tell you get traded or you go to Tampa, there's another added confidence because Tampa just has this way of, it seems like, maximizing pitchers specifically. And just look at Brian Baker, former Oriole. He leads Major League Baseball in saves. And Tyler's looking at that going, well, man, I think I'm a really good pitcher, and maybe Tampa Bay can help me out more. So I think that's a perfect storm for him. And I think it's a fantastic move for the Tampa Bay Rays. And it's a move, while I understand why the Orioles made it, it's things like that where you're taking really great guys out of the locker room and you're putting them in a position to help someone else. And that's just the business side. But that also, as we know, Femi, in a locker room, it's not just about having the best players. It's having people that can help bring a group together. And Tyler was definitely one of those guys.
Ryan Ripken, before we let you go, this next 10-game stretch could be fascinating. You got 2 series against Tampa and 1 against the Yankees. What are you expecting to see? What do you hope to see in this 10-game stretch?
I hope to see them win ball games. You know, plain and simple, man. Just win. You know, there's nothing complicated about that. This is the most crucial stretch right now. And if you come out of this with a winning record in this series and you stay right in it, you feel really good. If not, you know, that pressure continues to build, or you might find yourself really on the outside, and it's going to be almost insurmountable to feel like you can come back. And these are both teams. Tampa Bay is playing with more confidence than anybody else in the league right now. The Yankees have had their ups and downs, but still a team that believes that they get right and they're in the postseason, they're going to make a run. You know, the Orioles thing is they believe they can be good, but they haven't proven that they can be good consistently. Here's your chance against your division rival. So that's my outlook on it. You know, you just got to win. I don't care how they do it. You just got to win. And if they are, there will be a lot more hopeful fans here in Birdland as we approach September.
Ryan Ripken, thank you as always for your time, sir. We appreciate it.
Appreciate you guys. Have a great rest of your Wednesday.
Ryan Ripken, sponsored by Homeward Bound. Skip the emergency room. Homeward Bound Urgent Care is open late for your pets weekdays and weekends in Bel Air. Visit homewardboundurgentcarevet.com. We'll come back at the 2-minute warning and then get you ready for Westwood One Sports, which starts at 6 here on The Fan.
Next time on the Big Bad Morning Show.
The whole crew will be together. Rob's in Tampa. We'll be breaking down the Orioles Twin Series and also previewing the big series with the first place Rays. And as always, it's training camp every day. I'll be heading out to training camp. It'll be a good time to talk about all things Ravens.
Tomorrow on Sports Radio 105.7 The Fan.
This is an Odyssey Sports Minute.
Presented by Chumba Casino, your online casino for plays, spins, and a chance to score. Must be 21 and over. Terms at ChumbaCasino.com. Now that Kyler Murray has been named the starter in Minnesota, what's next for third-year quarterback J.J. McCarthy? He could demand a trade. He could wait for the possibility for the Vikings to need him to start, or he could just wait for the offseason. There's always a coach and a GM out there that thinks they can fix the next quarterback. I'm Adam Abdallah.
105.7 The Fan studios are driven by Anderson Automotive, Buick, GMC, and Honda. It's miles for miles at AndersonAutomotive.com.
I
love a girls' weekend, but my moderate to severe plaque psoriasis can sometimes take me out of the moment. Now I'm all in with clearer skin, thanks to Skyrizi, risankizumab Riza, a prescription-only injection for adults who are candidates for systemic or phototherapy.
You can usually find me in the kitchen, but my active psoriatic arthritis can limit me at times. Now I'm still in the mix with Skyrizi to treat my joint symptoms.
With Skyrizi, most people with plaque psoriasis saw 90% clearer skin when measured from head to toe at 4 months.
Or if you're an adult with active psoriatic arthritis, Skyrizi helps you move with less joint pain, stiffness, swelling, and fatigue.
Don't use if allergic to Skyrizi. Serious allergic reactions, increased infections, or lower ability to fight them may occur. Before treatment, get checked for infections and tuberculosis. Tell your doctor about any flu-like symptoms or vaccines.
There's nothing like clearer skin.
There's nothing like better movement, and that means everything. Ask your doctor about Skyrizi. Visit Skyrizi.com or call 1-866-SKYRIZI to learn more.
Traffic is brought to you by the hometown team of Science and Kirk.
Vinny Serrato here. I know what it takes to build a winning team, so if you've been injured, call the hometown team. Science and Kirk, don't let the accident sideline you. Remember, if you have a phone, you've got a lawyer. YouHaveALawyer.com.
Traffic is sponsored by Schmidt Baking Company, part of the H&S family of bakeries.
The H&S family of bakeries brings you delicious favorites to enjoy, including 647 bread, potato rolls, Omega Me Crazy, and the classics like Schmidt Blue Ribbon Bread. Available at your favorite grocer. Schmidt Baking Company is your hometown baker.
If you dread dealing with your insurance company more than you dread build-it-yourself furniture that came in 47 different pieces.
Why do I have 6 extra screws?
With extremely vague instructions.
What are these? Hieroglyphics?
Then you might have Insuranoia. And if you have Insuranoia, then you should get NJM. They go to great lengths to do what's best for their policyholders. No jingles or mascots, just great insurance. NJM. Insurance underwritten by NJM Insurance Company and its subsidiaries.
Now at Lowe's, faster quotes start at the Lowe's Pro Desk. Got a material list handwritten on a sticky note or saved as a photo? Perfect. Bring it to us and get a quote in minutes. And if you don't see what you need on the shelf, we'll help you get it. You can access thousands of products beyond what's available in store or on Lowe's.com, right from the Lowe's Pro Desk. Build quotes faster and source the materials you need to keep your jobs moving. Just like that, at Lowe's.
I'm David Ortiz. When I lost my mom, she was only 46, and I lost my dad to cancer. It was the worst pain I ever felt. It made me think, what will happen with the people I love when my time is up? That's why I have life insurance. Ethos makes it easy. It's all online, take about 10 minutes, and you can get up to $3 million in coverage.
Get your free quote at ethos.com/game. That's ethos.com/game. Paid testimonial. Time spent on application may vary. Online health questions required.
Hey, Maryland, it's our election. There are 3 ways to vote. Election Day, November 3rd, early voting, October 22nd through the 29th, or by mail at a drop box, post office, or a local board of elections. Check your registration, ballot, and polling place information at vote.md.gov/vote2026. For trusted information on registration deadlines and voting options, download the Go Vote MD app. Sponsored by the Maryland State Board of Elections and the Maryland, D.C., Delaware Broadcast Association in cooperation with this station.
Straight Talk Wireless presents Pickup Truck Wisdom.
Trust is earned. That's why I've stuck with Straight Talk. Same price since 2009 on Verizon's 5G network. Cause shoot, anyone can make a promise. Keeping it for years, that means something.
Now plans starting at $25 a month with 4 lines. Find us at straighttalk.com and Walmart. Straight Talk Wireless. Straightforward. Always. Same price claim applies only to the base monthly price of our $45 plan from October 2009 to present.
This is the story of the one. As a maintenance engineer at a beverage manufacturing plant, he starts his day knowing every line is ready to run because Grainger delivers the industrial-grade products he needs to keep mixers, conveyors, and packaging equipment moving. With Grainger's vast selection of bearings, belts, and motors, he keeps operations running smoothly, so nothing grinds to a halt. Call 1-800-GRAINGER, click Grainger.com, or just stop by. Grainger, for the ones who get it done.
I I love a girls' weekend, but my moderate to severe plaque psoriasis can sometimes take me out of the moment. Now I'm all in with clearer skin, thanks to Skyrizi, risankizumab Riza, a prescription-only injection for adults who are candidates for systemic or phototherapy.
You can usually find me in the kitchen, but my active psoriatic arthritis can limit me at times. Now I'm still in the mix with Skyrizi to treat my joint symptoms.
With Skyrizi, most people with plaque psoriasis saw 90% clearer skin when measured from head to toe at 4 months.
Or if you're an adult with active psoriatic arthritis, Skyrizi helps you move with less joint pain, stiffness, swelling, and fatigue.
Don't use if allergic to Skyrizi. Serious allergic reactions, increased infections, or lower ability to fight them may occur. Before treatment, get checked for infections and tuberculosis. Tell your doctor about any flu-like symptoms or vaccines.
There's nothing like clearer skin.
There's nothing like better movement, and that means everything. Ask your doctor about Skyrizi. Visit skyrizi.com or call 1-866-SKYRIZI to learn more.
From the 105.7 The Fan Traffic Center, sponsored by your Baltimore area Jiffy Lube locations.
Cleared the accident, inner loop of the Beltway at Paring Parkway. All lanes open, but still heavy after Charles Street and still delays on the outer loop after Bel Air Road. Inner loop of the Beltway past York Road, clearing a disabled vehicle that's on the left side. Route 2, Ritchie Highway between College Parkway and Jones Station Road. Accident there in Anne Arundel County. I-97 southbound between Benfield Boulevard and Route 32. There's a crash. And 95 northbound, that's heavy from the Beltway to the Fort McHenry Tunnel. There's an accident past Key Highway that's clearing. 295 northbound heavy approaching 95 and Russell Street, and 895 northbound heavy from I-97 to the Harbor Tunnel. 83 southbound the Jones Falls Expressway before West Northern Parkway. A disabled vehicle is being cleared. I'm Scott Brady with traffic.
It's 3 Deep's 2-minute warning.
So the three of us were at training camp today, and Bowen, you had an interesting incident happen, did you not?
So I showed up a little late. I was probably 10 minutes late. And I park, and I see that Alex Smith is there. And he's a little bit ahead of me. I'm walking. And I noticed that something fell out of his pocket. So I looked and picked it up. Dude, this was a wad of hundreds. A wad of hundreds. Easily $1,000. Like a band fell out of his pocket. I was like, hey, you dropped something. He was like, oh, bleep, like thank you so much for grabbing that for me. So I'm hoping some good karma comes my way, Femi. I'm for the Ravens.
Alex Smith on the show?
Either. I would take either at this point.
Oh, man, you should have. Can you?
I was thinking he'd break me off like, oh, dude, thank you. You know what I'm saying? Like here, take at least 100, right? But I don't know, man. It was definitely interesting.
Could have bought yourself a protein bar.
Did you think about pocketing it?
No, dude, it was a lot of hundreds. Like I picked it up. I was like, damn, man. Like obviously he's made a lot of money, just from playing in the league, and I'm sure ESPN pays him handsomely. But I do want to give a shout out though. This Saturday, you got anything going on? Because I
for a wedding.
Will be at the grand opening of Dick's House of Sport in Annapolis Mall, 11 a.m. to 1 p.m. The new Dick's House of Sport is celebrating all weekend, August 14th to the 16th, with great giveaways while supplies last, incredible grand opening savings, and much more. See store or dicks.com/House of Sport Annapolis for complete details.
Go down and see Bone in Annapolis on Saturday.
Yeah, why not?
By the way,
where else would you rather be on a Saturday?
It's gone final. The Rays won. They've won 9 in a row, as the Orioles said down there. Yeah.
They're due for a loss.
They are due.
They're due for a loss.
They are due.
Optimus Prime. Let's go.
Optimus Prime.
3 out of 4.
I do worry a lot. They've lost 5 of their last 7 series, guys. And the last time they went to the Trop, man, it was a complete debacle. So I think it goes without saying, if they are able to split this 4-game series, that would be 2 thumbs up.
Their last series in New York was embarrassing too, correct?
Oh, yeah. Well, but the Yankees come to Camden Yards.
But I was just thinking off the top of my head, when they went to Tampa and New York, it was bad.
Oh, those are probably the 2 worst series of the season by the Orioles, I would say.
Well, we'll continue to be optimistic as long as they're still alive, Femi, right?
As long as I'm still here, baby.
Yeah,
Ain't got a choice. Let's go. We about to win it all.
And Fangraphs was more optimistic than your projections.
Wow, that's
Femi.
weird.
It was 9.8%.
Wow.
I think I said 7.
Yeah, he did 9.8%.
What do we have on tomorrow's show, Bob?
Tomorrow's show, I'm still waiting to hear back from a lot of people. But we will have Tony Gwynn Jr. We will have Sam Cohn, who covers the Ravens for the Sun.
That is it. We will have more for you tomorrow. Ravens' last day of camp before their game against the Eagles on Saturday. So that should be interesting. But coming up next, what's also interesting, Westwood One Sports. And it starts at 6 here on The Fan.
Just searching for a world with some soul.